This morning, a monkey with a furry face and a sharp snout, looking every bit like a warrior, passed by and gave my little zombie such a beating that his face was black and blue. I thought, since things have come to this, why not use your brains to recharge my little zombie and see if he'll bounce back to life right away? Don't let that guy get away. He's a big fat target. In the dead of night, on a rundown, pitch-black street, an angry shout suddenly rang out, followed by a burst of chaotic noise. Moments later, a heavy thud shattered the silence, and then everything fell quiet again. A skinny young white man clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, his face flushed red with pain. We've blocked every way out. Where do you think you're going? You think you could just teleport, or something? A darker-skinned young man crouched beside him, picking up the backpack that had fallen to the ground and rummaging through its contents. Hurry up, Bodhi, move it. Their lookout, standing off to the side, was on edge, his eyes locked on the far end of the street. He gripped his baseball bat so tightly, it looked like he might bend it in half. From where he stood, he could see the bright, bustling avenue in the distance. Cars streaming by, lights blazing, so starkly different from the darkness and decay around them. It was as if they belonged to two entirely separate worlds. Hearing his friend's urging, the black youth rifling through the bag replied, unfazed, "What's the rush? You think cops ever come to dumps like this? If they did, they'd have to be out of their minds." This was New York. For the rich, it was paradise. For the poor, a living nightmare. At night, all the police were off patrolling the wealthy neighborhoods. No one bothered with places where the streetlights didn't even work. Though he sounded unconcerned, his hands moved even faster, emptying the bag onto the ground, picking out anything valuable and stuffing it into his pockets before getting to his feet, ready to go. Just as they were about to make their getaway, a blinding light suddenly flashed before their eyes. Damn it, Bodhi, what was that? Don't tell me aliens just landed. Bathed in that sudden brightness, their skin tones stood out even more starkly, and panic set in. They were terrified the police might show up out of nowhere and nab them on the spot. But to their surprise, the light vanished as quickly as it had come, and the street was swallowed by darkness once more. Both men breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously peering ahead. Somewhere up front, a shadowy figure had appeared, though they couldn't say when. In the dim light, they couldn't make out the person's face, only that something enormous seemed to be dragging behind him, making the scene feel all the more eerie. With that strange glow still lingering in their minds, the two black youths grew even more tense and uneasy. What the hell are you supposed to be? You're not one of those ghosts from a horror flick, crawling out of the TV, are you? The black man holding the baseball bat shouted loudly, trying to muster up his own courage. What's that? A deep voice echoed from the darkness. Right before their eyes, two red points of light slowly flickered to life. Both men jolted as if an unseen force was scanning them from head to toe. Panic rose within them. The one with the bat clenched his teeth and, without hesitation, swung it hard toward the shadowy figure. But before the bat could land, the figure reached out and, with effortless precision, caught it mid-swing, as if plucking a stray object from the air. Just the two of you, coming around with a lousy stick to make trouble? If any of those mercenaries saw this, they'd die laughing. A voice laced with mockery sounded from the darkness. Then came a sharp, snapping crack. The bat broke in two as easily as a dry biscuit. Immediately after, the chilling sound of metal blades unsheathing filled the air. Sparks of electricity danced along the mantis blades, illuminating the two razor-sharp edges. Only then did the two men get a clear look at the figure standing before them, bathed in the glow of his weapons. Damn it, Bodhi. I told you we shouldn't have come down this street. My brother said there are always maniacs here. Well, he was right. One of them clutched his backside, muttering his complaint to his companion. In front of them stood a bare-chested man, broad and imposing, sporting outrageously oversized gear. Watching the two men backing away, hands pressed to their butts, IV felt my anger flare. Worse yet, that damned voice in my head was still laughing, setting off a wild alarm in my vitals monitor. My temper's not just for show. When I lose my cool, someone always pays the price. With a sweep of my arms and twin screams slicing through the night, I severed one man's hand and slashed open the other's thigh. Both collapsed in agony, landing right beside the young white guy. As their cries echoed around me, a sense of satisfaction washed over me, and the shrill warning from my blood pressure monitor finally subsided. That's better. They don't call me the king of hell in Night City for nothing, yet someone still dares to slander me. Every legend in Cloudtop knows it. Me, Vijin Tian, I've always had a thing for beautiful women. As for black folks, well, not just the men, even the women rarely catch my interest. Of course, if I came across someone so stunning that even her skin color couldn't hide her beauty, maybe I'd consider a change of taste. I gave a low whistle, mantis blades still gleaming, and looked lazily at the two men writhing on the ground. Hurts, doesn't it? If you keep screaming, I can put you out of your misery. Painlessly, I promise. Everyone who's tried it says it works wonders. The two of them froze, stunned by my words. Well, I'll take that as your consent. Satisfied, I nodded. I flicked the blood off my knife, drew my arm back, and, without a hint of politeness, turned to the white kid beside me. All right, you. Take off their jackets, pants, and shoes. At that, the two black guys were stunned, and the white kid on the ground, who had long since come to his senses but didn't dare get up, was equally frozen. God, had they really run into a madman? Though he was obviously reluctant, faced with the threat of death, the white kid obediently started undressing the others. When he took off one of their jackets and was about to toss it on the ground, I spoke in a cold voice. Go ahead, try it. See if your head full of nonsense hits the ground first, or the jacket does. I hadn't killed anyone, not even close. In fact, I'd been merciful, only breaking one arm and one leg. I made sure not to get any blood on the clothes. Also, I could have a clean set to wear. Otherwise, if I walked out of here with nothing on, wouldn't everyone just see me as some kind of freak? It was only when they saw me putting on the clothes that the two would-be robbers finally understood. I was only after their clothes. Relief flooded their faces. Even the black guy, who'd been dragging his feet about taking off his pants, finally caught on. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to pull them off himself, shook out the dust with one good hand, and handed them to me. These are really tight, but I'll make do for now. I frowned, adjusting the fit as best I could, and, after some effort, got reasonably comfortable. All right, killing you would just dirty my knife, and I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off. With that, I couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at the sorry bunch on the ground. I looked toward the distant traffic and limped away, step by awkward step. The pants were so tight that my gait was more penguin than person. As I walked, I kept trying to ease the constriction of the fabric. Damn it, these pants are ridiculously tight. And where on earth did you send me, anyway? Am I still in Night City? Chapter 2. A good fight is nothing compared to a good line. I made my way to the street and glanced at the rundown avenue and the old-fashioned, retro cars passing by. V couldn't help but frown. A flash of red blinked in his eyes. V activated his cybernetic eye, beginning to scan the passing cars and their drivers. In V's vision, the inner workings of each vehicle unraveled, parts floating into view one by one. At the same time, the drivers were scanned from head to toe, checking their health and whether they had any cybernetic implants. Looking at the results, V couldn't hold back a complaint. Damn it, I thought those nobodies just now were a fluke, but turns out this whole street is full of antiques. Nothing but regular people. Where the hell did you send me? V swore under his breath, and sure enough, within seconds, an irate figure stormed up to confront him. That was unmistakably Johnny Silverhand's appearance, but V knew perfectly well there was already another consciousness inside that body. You've got some nerve. I hauled you out of nuclear blast, found you a safe spot, and you're still complaining about me? Johnny showed up and immediately flipped the universal insult, and V didn't back down. He shot one right back at him. Just then, a passing driver caught sight of their gestures, mistook it as being directed at him, and, almost reflexively, returned the same sign. Screw you, V yelled at the driver, clenching his fist tight. Seeing V's imposing figure, the driver didn't dare get out. Instead, he slammed the accelerator and sped off, though his curses, calling V a lunatic, still drifted back through the open window. What an idiot. Johnny spat after the random driver who'd barged into their exchange, while V drew his gaze back, focusing on Johnny once again. All right, talk. What's your plan, dumping me here like this? If you don't want to get turned to ashes by a new American nuke, I had to find you a safe spot to hide out, keep you alive. Always know how to steer the topic, don't you? Left. The sudden sense of strangeness faded a little. Leaning against the wall, he bantered with the figure who looked like Johnny, but was, in truth, the scrap heap of a system he'd picked up at headquarters when he crossed over. That's right, he had a system. But so what? This system was utterly useless. It had promised plenty in the beginning. Complete a few tasks, and it would reward him with a precious attribute point. At first, V was thrilled. As a traveler from another world, he knew all too well how crucial attribute points were in a cyberpunk city. Why was V, the legendary scourge of Night City, so powerful? Wasn't it because he was a prodigy, able to max out every attribute to 20 points? As long as the system could grant points, he'd have a shot at becoming the next legend of Night City. He could slug it out with Atom Smasher, kick Subaru Arasaka to the curb, maybe even blow up Arasaka Tower just for fun and treat Night City to a fireworks show. Wouldn't that be a thrill? But what happened? After crossing over, he found himself in a familiar body, with several other consciousnesses inside. He could only wrestle them for control. After finally prevailing, he looked around, checked the mirror, and received a call from the city's top doc, old Victor. Turned out, he was now V, the one who could max out every attribute to 20. So what good was this broken down system? All he needed was to run a few blocks or rough up some street punks, and his stats would rise. Yet the system kept sending him all over the city, ordering him to attack Arasaka Tower or start a fire, only to reward him with the tiniest scrap of an attribute point. Call it a junk system, and that wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even worse, the system malfunctioned during his last dimensional jump, accidentally turning him into Johnny's likeness, and now he couldn't revert to his original form. The system was always clamoring for attention, finding excuses to pick fights with him at every turn. As a result, these two, a man who could hardly be called human anymore, and a system whose abilities had nearly reached monstrous extremes, ended up quarreling endlessly over the tiniest things. Over time, rumors began to spread throughout Night City. People said V had long since succumbed to cyberpsychosis and developed a split personality. V had only one thing to say about all this: useless system. Though he never held back in his words, deep down V knew that if it weren't for this so-called useless system, he would have lost his life to the schemes of New America long ago. The system that had saved him was also used to their banter by now and knew exactly what kind of host it was dealing with. If they went a day without arguing, it felt almost unnatural. After another round of bickering, the two fell silent at the same moment, as if by mutual understanding. All right, let's talk about what's going on now. It's obvious. You're no longer in Night City. In fact, you're not even in your original time and space. Another jump? So what kind of world is this? Don't tell me there's another mission waiting. Frowned. The system had once told him that travelers like him usually carried some sort of mission. For instance, when he went to the cyberpunk world, his purpose was to spread the rebellious spirit, to embody the trailblazing courage of a new generation traveler, one who dared challenge fate, the world, and anyone who stood in their way. Now, with the system suddenly dropping him into another world, did that mean the previous mission was complete and a new one was about to begin? There's no mission here. It's just that your original world was blanketed with nuclear strikes. Everywhere is a radioactive wasteland. I had no choice but to transfer you here. Johnny explained helplessly. V's powers had wreaked such havoc in the cyberpunk world that he'd become a thorn in the side of every major faction. To wipe him out during his decisive battle with the AI, his enemies had resorted to using nuclear warheads as if they were ordinary missiles, carpet bombing his position. V recalled the sight before his jump. Hundreds of nuclear warheads and the massive mushroom clouds blooming across the wasteland. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those bastards. When I get back, I'll make them pay. But first, where exactly am I? The answer is somewhere in your memory, but I can't just spell it out for you. So you're hiding things from me, again? Sensing that something was off, V eyed the Johnny-faced system with suspicion. Johnny shrugged. Didn't you always say that fighting New America alone was a bit much? Yeah, so what? V still wore a frown. Even though, in the era of 2077, his combat skills were nearly unmatched, he could even take on Arasaka Corporation. Single-handedly, when it came to facing colossal powers like Arasaka, Militech, or even New America, no matter how strong an individual it was impossible to topple the entire system alone. He might be able to fight his way to his target, but these organizations were simply too vast. At most, he could destroy a few branches by himself, but to wipe out an entire corporation was out of the question. Seeing V's somewhat frustrated expression, Johnny spoke up in his usual offhand manner. That's exactly why I sent you to this world. There's plenty of good stuff here. Grab a few things to take back, and it'll be a walk in the park to keep New America in check. Really? V asked, skeptical. Johnny suddenly sounded so reliable, it was completely out of character for him. Of course, nothing comes for free. Sending you in here cost me a lot of resources. Resources? Weren't those already meant for me? You couldn't use them anyway, so naturally, they became mine. Or are you hoping to be like the heroine in those Mary Sue novels? Perfect, flawless, and never needing to use the bathroom. Get lost. V rolled his eyes and flipped him the finger. Johnny didn't even bother to react, simply rolling his eyes in return. All right, I can't tell you too much about this world situation. Why I brought you here, I signed a contract with the top dogs of this place. Diversity is the core of this world. They agreed to let you in because you could make things here even more diverse. Otherwise, the little resources we have wouldn't even be worth mentioning to them. Seriously? V frowned, suddenly feeling like he'd just escaped one den of wolves, only to stumble right into a tiger's lair. Don't worry. The big shots here have all sorts of good stuff. Even a few scraps from their table would be more than enough for you. And to them, this world isn't all that important. Just do whatever you want, don't hold back. Really? Well, all right then. V nodded, finally getting a sense of where he stood. Seeing that V had grasped the situation, Johnny went on. One last heads up, my powers are restricted by these big shots. Since I can't make this world any more interesting, I can't give you much more help. Even my memories are sealed about the narrative. I can't offer much detail. Most days, I'll just be around for a chat, but if you come across something good, I'll do my best to let you know. That's enough. Vnodid. Back in the world of cyberpunk, they hadn't had much in the way of intel, either, and yet, hadn't they carved out their own path by relying on their wits and skills? There was nothing more to discuss. V took a few steps forward. No matter what kind of world this is, let's not worry about that for now. The most urgent thing is to find a place to settle down. Chapter 3. Falling behind is your camouflage. Although that sounded reasonable, as V gazed at the environment, strange, yet tinged with a faint sense of familiarity, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. At this moment, Johnny's powers were being restrained by some unknown, formidable force. He couldn't even share the most basic plot details with V. Right now, everything would have to be figured out by V himself, step by step. By observing the drivers whose phones still had physical buttons, V made a preliminary judgment. The level of technology in this world wasn't very advanced. Even all-screen smartphones had yet to become common. This technological development lagged not only far behind the cyberpunk world, but even trailed his original world. At least, when it came to civilian technology, things here were behind what he'd been used to. As for military or cutting-edge tech, it was still too early to tell. After all, you couldn't expect to stumble upon the world's most advanced military hardware on a street that didn't even have streetlights. In a place like this, where technology lags so far behind, the hacking skills V had honed in the cyberpunk world were severely limited. As a top-tier hacker with a technical stat of 20, someone who could easily go toe-to-toe with AIs, even overpower them in cyberspace, V could only sigh helplessly at the current state of things. Even the cleverest cook can't make a meal without ingredients. A brief scan revealed that, although the network structure here bore a faint resemblance to that of the cyberpunk world, its overall development was in its infancy. In other words, the digital world here was so underdeveloped that it actually hindered his abilities. There was no one he could complain to about this. If only technology in this world were a bit more advanced, if the internet were more robust, he wouldn't have to worry about something as basic as finding a place to stay. In that case, he could simply hack into the banking system, transfer some funds from an unclaimed account, and with money in hand, choose his accommodation as he pleased. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, as long as the network was sufficiently developed, he'd have no trouble simply editing the numbers in an account to change its balance. To V, whether it was $1 or 10 million, it was all just a matter of 2 strings of numbers with different lengths. Of course, if he really did that, it could easily bring down the entire currency system. After all, whether you're human or AI, a stable monetary system is far preferable to a collapsed one. So, in the cyberpunk world, were those highly skilled AIs unable to simply alter their own account balances? Seems I've gone off on a tangent. Right now, even if V wanted to simply hack some money, it wouldn't work. After all, the world's networks are still primitive. The banking system isn't even online, so tampering with data is simply out of the question. Even V himself hadn't expected that the world's underdevelopment would end up acting as a protective shield for him. Given the circumstances, V could only look for another solution. Am I, the great V Jintian, supposed to end up sleeping on the streets in a place like this? O grambeld indissatisfaction. As he stood on the sidewalk, pondering his next move, a panicked voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. Watch out. Move. V immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a girl on a bicycle speeding straight toward him. Now, that was odd. He wasn't standing on the road, just a sidewalk. The sidewalk was wide enough, and V was hardly bulky, so how did this girl manage to head right for him with such precision? He couldn't make sense of it, but his reflexes were sharp. He quickly sidestepped out of the way. That should have been enough to avoid a collision. To his surprise, the girl swerved like a homing missile and still crashed directly into him. V was speechless. He'd already moved aside, and yet she managed to chase him down and crash into him anyway. He himself didn't budge an inch. With V Jintian's physical prowess, not to mention a bicycle, even if a truck hit him, he'd stay standing. The girl, on the other hand, was sent flying, flipping over her handlebars and landing on her back right in front of him. A thought flashed through V's mind as he instinctively clenched his fist. In the cyberpunk world, he'd long gotten used to guarding himself against all sorts of scams and setups. The last person who tried this sort of thing ended up with grass 2 meters high growing over his grave. V hesitated, debating whether or not to deal with this trouble, when the girl on the ground clutched her head and repeatedly apologized, struggling to get up. But the bicycle was pinning her down, so after a long struggle, she still couldn't stand, only squirming helplessly on the ground. Watching her, V frowned slightly. The good news, she didn't look like a con artist. The bad news, she didn't seem too bright either. Johnny seemed to find the whole scene hilarious. He materialized beside the girl, pointed at her, and said to V, "With skills like that, you actually let her crash into you?" V shot him a glare, then turned and started to leave. As for the girl on the ground, he couldn't be bothered with that kind of fool. However, before he could get far, the girl behind him caught up again. April O'Neil watched the man she just crashed into, completely unfazed, already walking away, and felt oddly relieved. She'd spent the whole day chasing down news for the Foot Clan, utterly exhausted, her mind wandering and her focus slipping. Because of that, when night fell and she saw the sidewalk was empty, she'd ridden up onto it to avoid the dangers of sharing the road with cars. Unexpectedly, V came walking down the nearby street. She didn't notice him at first, and ended up bumping right into V. To be fair, it wasn't as though she didn't react at all. V actually tried to dodge, but O'Neil was a split second too slow, veering off only to collide with him anyway. Seeing V limping, O'Neil was gripped by guilt, thinking she must have injured him in the process. After a brief moment of hesitation, O'Neil didn't even bother to pick up her fallen bike. She rushed after him in a hurry. "Are you all right? Is it serious?" O'Neil reached out to steady V, but he turned slightly, deftly sidestepping her hand. "I'm fine. Don't bother me." V was already in a foul mood, and O'Neil chasing after him only made it worse. He worried that if he really let her help, Johnny would jump out and start mocking him, accusing him of trying to milk sympathy, then piling on with biting sarcasm. The mere thought of such a scene filled V with embarrassment. He wanted nothing more than to leave at once. But remembering he still had nowhere to stay tonight, V stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong?" O'Neil noticed his hesitation and quickly asked, "Do you have any money?" O'Neil repeated the question, then hurriedly rummaged through her bag, finally fishing out some crumpled bills. She handed them to V a little sheepishly, worried he might be dissatisfied, and hastened to explain, "I really don't have much on me. Maybe you could give me your number? I'll go to the bank tomorrow and get you some more. Is this enough for a hotel room tonight?" V didn't press further. He just needed a place to sleep. "On il pause din surprise. You don't have anywhere to stay right now." Hearing the astonishment in her voice, V raised an eyebrow. "Is that a problem for you?" No, not at all." O'Neil felt a chill run down her back and shook her head at once. "It's just a bit unexpected," and she glanced down at the money in her hand, lowering her head in embarrassment. "This probably isn't enough." As a struggling reporter, O'Neil's finances were far from comfortable. She'd spent quite a bit recently chasing leads, making her tight situation even harder. "Forget it, then." V could see she wasn't well off. He shrugged and turned to go. "Wait," O'Neil called after him. But V ignored her, continuing down the street. He wasn't the type to stop just because a pretty woman called out to him, especially in a cyberpunk world where O'Neil hardly stood out. After all, women here, no matter who they were, had access to advanced self-care and exceptional discipline, and their overall looks were far above the norm in this world. The so-called advanced tech and hardcore tricks go far beyond basic methods like cosmetic surgery. They represent a higher level of self-care and physical maintenance. Take Saburo Arasaka, for example, a centenarian who was born in 1919 and by 2077 had reached the age of 158, yet could still travel freely across the globe. Scientific theories suggest that the natural human lifespan tops out at about 120 years. So where did those extra 38 years come from? No one can say for sure what methods were used to prolong his life. This alone shows just how formidable the life extension and maintenance technologies are in the cyberpunk world. Add to that the highly advanced cybernetic augmentation. If there's anything about your body you're dissatisfied with, you can simply swap it out for whatever you prefer. As a result, the average standard of appearance over there is noticeably higher than in this world. Perhaps O'Neil would be considered above average in looks here, but over there, she'd be just a bit better than average. And V, so accustomed to high standards of living, naturally found nothing remarkable about O'Neil. Chapter 4. Iron Man, Skynet. Watching V stride briskly ahead, O'Neil hurried to catch up with a quick jog. "If you don't mind, I can help you find a place to stay," she offered. V stopped in her tracks, turning back to O'Neil with a look of surprise. Is this world truly that safe and harmonious? How could someone so casually invite a stranger met on the street back to their home? But then, remembering having just witnessed a robbery upon arrival, V realized this place wasn't entirely safe either. Was O'Neil a criminal targeting passers-by? Or was she really just a kind soul? Sensing V's very gaze, O'Neil rushed to explain. "I share an apartment with my roommate, so I can't put you up at my place. But I have a friend who lives alone. You might be able to spend the night at his place. If that's not convenient, I could also borrow some money from him to help you get a hotel room." V listened quietly, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding. "It's just for one night. Close your eyes, and in a blink, it'll be over." With V's skills, Tomorrow would surely bring a way to earn some cash. And once he had money, finding a place to stay would be the least of his worries. All right, is it far? Not really. I'll take you there, O'Neill replied. Seeing V agree, O'Neill breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurried back for her one and only means of transportation, a bicycle. Luckily, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, even in just this short while, the bike could easily have been taken by a passerby. Still feeling a bit rattled, O'Neill pushed her bicycle over to V just as the distant wail of an ambulance siren rang out. We'd better get moving. Sounds like something just happened nearby. O'Neill felt a jolt of anxiety. She realized it was already late, and at this hour, all sorts of unsavory characters could be out and about. She quickly spoke to V. What she didn't realize was that the most dangerous person on this street was actually right beside her. V couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He had finally found a place to crash for the night and didn't want any more complications, so he silently followed O'Neill toward the pool of light ahead. Neither spoke as they walked, and the silence only heightened O'Neill's unease. New York was never truly safe, a city where robberies, shootings, and even smash-and-grab thefts were common occurrences. The main streets were somewhat lively even at night, but on a side road like this, deserted in the dead of night, you could run into just about anyone. O'Neill remembered the chill she'd felt earlier when facing V, a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread. She thought to herself that if she hadn't bumped into V by accident, she definitely would have kept her distance. But reality rarely cooperates. She knocked someone down and injured her leg. If he decided to call the police, there was no way she could get away. Rather than risk a hefty compensation later, she might as well try to negotiate a solution now. Luckily, the man didn't seem interested in making trouble. As long as he had a place to stay for the night, maybe this whole mess would blow over. O'Neill pulled out her phone and called her partner, Vern Fenwick. While she was on the call, V quietly activated his scanning mode. Hacking into an old phone like this was child's play for V. Even though O'Neill was holding it right in her hand, she didn't notice a thing. V easily eavesdropped on her conversation with Fenwick and confirmed that O'Neill wasn't a scavenger or any other kind of threat. He then took the opportunity to sift through the rest of the information on her phone. Current date, April 2008. No wonder the technology here seemed so outdated. It was a long way back. Even in a cyberpunk world, the tech of 2008 was primitive compared to what came later. Neurointerfaces and the like existed, but they were still in their infancy. V scrolled through the news headlines on her phone. First headline, billionaire Tony Stark spotted dating the December 2007 Maxim cover girl. Only the March cover remains unattached. Second headline, the Foot Clan launches a daytime raid on the New York docks, making off with dangerous chemicals. Third headline, Eric Sachs, CEO of Sachs Group and NYPD's largest donor, announces new funding for the NYPD to help combat attacks from the Foot Clan. Reading these headlines, V frowned. Why was an entertainment news story attracting more attention than reports about a notorious terrorist organization making waves in New York? Had the world truly become ruled by the principle of entertainment above all else? V found this difficult to comprehend, yet he was deeply shocked. But Tony Stark? That name sounded somewhat familiar. Struggle to recall. When he had first crossed over, he had been locked in a fierce struggle with the AI in his mind and the consciousness of Johnny Silverhand. After he joined the fray, for minds shared a single body, each vying for control. The chaos of that battle had nearly fried V's brain. Originally, he had been the weakest of the four, but the system forcibly intervened, making him devour the other three consciousnesses. At the same time, his reflexes and intelligence attributes were boosted to 10. However, after absorbing all their memories, his mind was thrown into utter chaos. Some unique memories were still easy enough to pick out, but those that everyone shared, or ones too similar, became so hopelessly tangled that he couldn't tell them apart. It was like a ball of yarn with no visible end. Without a proper anchor point, V found it nearly impossible to sort through these recollections. Now, at last, he managed to seize on Tony Stark as an anchor. After thinking for a moment, V finally remembered something about Tony Stark. Didn't this man also have a nickname? Iron Man, and then Iron Man. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall and sheathed in metal, appeared in V's mind. A giant made of steel. He seemed to be some sort of mutant, and had fought alongside a group of robots called Sentinels. And behind those Sentinel robots, wasn't there a system called Skynet pulling the strings? Wait, Skynet. Wasn't that the AI behind the global nuclear crisis in Terminator? V's eyes widened. In the world of cyberpunk, he'd already survived countless nuclear blasts. Who would have thought he'd have to face the threat of nuclear warheads here as well? It seemed that if he wanted to make a mark in this world, he'd have to find a way to destroy that Skynet AI. So, it wouldn't be easy after all. V gritted his teeth, feeling a headache coming on. He thought he could take a few days off, but it looked like his vacation was over before it even began. At that moment, O'Neill was explaining the situation to his partner. Fenwick seemed a bit wary of him and told O'Neill to take the main road with the most people and get to him as soon as possible. If they stuck to the main road, even if V wasn't a good person, he probably wouldn't dare make a move. At worst, he might try to steal something amid the crowd. Once they reached Fenwick, with him standing guard, V would be even less likely to act out. O'Neill agreed, then turned to glance back at V. Sensing her movement, V immediately exited scan mode, but not before O'Neill caught a fleeting glimmer of red in his eyes. A trace of doubt flickered in O'Neill's mind, yet the flash of red vanished so quickly that she couldn't be sure she hadn't imagined it. Fenwick's voice came through the phone, snapping O'Neill back to reality. I've explained the situation to my friend. He's willing to lend me some money, so we can head straight over. No problem, V replied calmly, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. This made O'Neill wonder if she'd only imagined what she saw a moment ago. She said nothing more, keeping the call connected. That way, if V really intended her harm, Fenwick would hear it all in real time and could call for help. V paid no attention to her cautious maneuvering, simply following silently behind her. This part of the neighborhood was rather secluded, close to the shoreline, with a pier nearby. The lights around the pier shone brightly, so O'Neill decided to pass by that way, hoping it would make her feel a bit safer. As the two of them walked past the pier, a sudden burst of noise echoed from within. Amid the commotion of people moving cargo, a woman's shout rang out. O'Neill was puzzled. Why would anyone be working at the pier this late at night? At the same moment, V picked up even more details, like the distinct clatter of weapons. Seeing O'Neill wanting to find a spot to observe the pier, V couldn't help but feel exasperated. Curiosity can be dangerous. I advise you not to get involved in whatever's happening in there, V said suddenly, making O'Neill jump. But V's warning only fueled O'Neill's curiosity. Emboldened by the ongoing phone call with Fenwick, her lifeline, in a way, she headed straight for a gap in the fence. Watching her, V could only nurse a headache. How could this woman be so reckless? Just a dash of cleverness. And suddenly she fears nothing? Chapter 5. A little trouble doesn't count. Why don't you just give me your friend's address? I can go find him myself, V suggested, following O'Neill. By now, O'Neill had managed to make out what was happening inside the pier. She saw several armed terrorists, and her heart clenched in alarm. This terrorist group, active in New York, trampled on the law with impunity. Even with the NYPD ramping up patrols, they still couldn't rein in the group's criminal activities. Somehow, the organization always seemed to know the police's plans in advance, effortlessly dodging every raid, leaving law enforcement empty-handed time and again. New Yorkers were starting to doubt the NYPD's abilities more and more. And now, here she was witnessing this elusive group with her own eyes. Although she was just a low-level reporter covering trivial, insignificant news stories day after day, O'Neill had always dreamed of becoming a seasoned journalist, someone who exposed darkness and pursued justice. Now, having witnessed the crime scene with her own eyes, she was so excited that she forgot everything else, completely ignoring V's attempts to speak with her. Watching O'Neill charge into the depths of the dock like a tiger unleashed, V felt a growing headache. He even considered simply walking away and leaving it all behind. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps before Johnny appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Are you really planning to just abandon that girl? She may be a bit reckless, but at least she's a good person. She even took you in when you had nowhere else to go. Hearing this, V couldn't help but roll his eyes. All I see is that she's too extreme, just like Judy. Both of them are unrealistic idealists, and getting involved with people like that only brings trouble. Oh, really? So what's your plan? It's late. Don't tell me you're thinking of sleeping on the street tonight. Johnny shrugged as he spoke, which only made V feel even more conflicted. After a moment's thought, V decided to turn back. After all, he already knew that the technological level of this world was low. Even if an ordinary person had a gun, it posed no real threat to him. In the world of cyberpunk, he had faced countless enemies, enhanced with cyberware, agile, and heavily armed, and had dealt with them with ease. Compared to them, these ordinary people were hardly worth mentioning. In the end, the real problem tonight was simply finding a place to sleep. Fine, he told himself. Treat it as clearing an everyday obstacle, just another small task to check off. V gathered his strength and, with practiced ease, vaulted over the 3-meter-high fence, landing silently beside O'Neill and startling her into a scream. He quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Don't scream. Got it. At that moment, V slipped into a state of heightened alertness, exuding the calm composure that came from his 20-point cool stat. This coolness allowed him to stay absolutely calm, no matter how dangerous the situation, turning him into a top-tier assassin, someone who could respond to any threat without hesitation. O'Neill stared at V, noticing how his entire presence had changed. She seemed affected by his calm, and gradually, her own panic subsided. Although V had clamped his hand over her mouth just in time, her earlier shout had still drawn some attention. Hearing footsteps approaching from around them, V's mind raced to assess the situation. He quickly mapped out the area in his mind, marking several red silhouettes that represented approaching enemies. Their footsteps weren't exactly stealthy, but not clumsy either, and their breathing had become rapid and tense, clear signs of nervousness. Enemies like these, no matter how many, were nothing more than minor obstacles to V. V simulated the most vulnerable parts of the human body, brain, heart, spine, within his visual system, highlighting these critical points on several enemy models as if he'd switched on X-ray vision. Of course, V didn't consider this cheating. At that moment, V's cybernetic eyes glimmered with a red light, startling O'Neill, who was standing close by. But V paid no mind to the impulsive girl, simply shoving her aside with a casual gesture. Find a safe place to hide. Since all his external weapons and armor had been damaged during the time-space transit, V now had to rely solely on the cybernetic implants within his body. Still, these were more than sufficient. With a smooth motion, the mantis blades sprang from his forearms. By sensing the locations of his enemies, V quickly calculated the most efficient route to eliminate them all. To V, these terrorists, devoid of any cybernetic enhancements, were no different from ordinary people. He was confident that with a single breath, he could handle nearly 20 terrorists on the scene. Just as V was about to activate his cyber time-stop device to give these people a real shock, he picked up on a new disturbance. Several faint yet heavy footsteps caught V's attention, making him furrow his brow slightly. These sounds appeared abruptly, evidently from newcomers entering the area. Their weighty steps and strong, deliberate heartbeats stood out to V. From these clues, V was able to roughly simulate the newcomers' profiles. Each of them weighed close to half a ton, with exceptional physical prowess. Quantified, even the lowest among them boasted a physical attribute score of 10. In the cyberpunk world, such stats were on par with a mini-boss, comparable to the cyber-psychotic maniacs who terrorized the streets. In this world, their abilities were downright terrifying compared to ordinary people. Of course, for V, who possessed a top-tier, cyber-tank physique with attribute scores of 20, these newcomers were still nothing more than small fry, easily dealt with in a single blow. After all, cyber and cyber-tank may differ by just one word, but the gap in strength was like night and day. The four newcomers didn't seem to be allied with the Bigfoot gang terrorists. Moving nimbly in the shadows, they observed the Bigfoot gang's positions while gradually forming a circle around them. However, their stealth skills were far from refined. Even without making a conscious effort, V could clearly hear the noises they made. The nearby Bigfoot gang members also sensed something was amiss. They glanced around warily, their weapons trained on every corner where someone might appear. Yet, none of the expected enemies emerged from the shadows. Instead, the very shipping containers they'd treated as part of the scenery suddenly hurtled through the air, toppling several Bigfoot gang members with a deafening crash. The sudden turn of events threw the Bigfoot gang members present into complete chaos. The flying shipping container seemed to serve as some kind of signal, and in the next instant, the four figures lurking in the darkness launched a relentless ambush. From the shadows came the dull thuds of fists landing, each strike accompanied by the anguished cries of the gang members. One after another, the Bigfoot gang fell to the ground, utterly powerless to fight back. These men, who had once terrified ordinary people as ruthless terrorists, now found themselves gripped by panic. In their desperation, they fired wildly into the darkness, bullets spraying in all directions. Fortunately, their basic training kicked in, just enough to prevent them from turning their guns on their own men. Otherwise, the scene would have devolved into utter carnage. As the situation spiraled out of control, the voice of the woman from earlier rang out again. "Fall back now." With that command, the group scrambled onto their vehicles and made a frantic escape from the scene. Hidden in the shadows, V watched the whole thing unfold with a wry sense of resignation. What a spectacle. So many people, looking so formidable, and yet they didn't even put up a fight before fleeing in disarray. They pulled out faster than those who specialized in making a getaway, barely waiting for anyone to get killed before they ran. Since someone else had dealt with the trouble, V saw no reason to intervene. He simply kept a close eye on the area from his vantage point in the shadows. Before long, the four figures who had launched the attack regrouped in the darkness, pausing briefly beside a shipping container before disappearing just as swiftly as they had arrived. "Is it over?" Hearing the sudden silence outside, O'Neill hurried over to V's side. Perhaps the recent chaos had shaken her nerves, because she now approached him without a hint of her former wariness. "Yeah, it's over." V sheathed his mantis blades, though his cybernetic eyes still gleamed with a crimson light. In his mind, he replayed the high-definition footage he had just recorded, letting him clearly make out the faces of the 4 mysterious attackers. Who on earth are these guys? Mutants, maybe? Or could they be those legendary cyborgs? V wondered aloud after dropping out of combat mode, his tone a mix of curiosity and jest. At the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that those 4 faces looked oddly familiar. Johnny nodded beside him. With his memory currently locked away, he could only sense whether something was good or bad, without being able to make more precise judgments, like a high-end scanner able to tell real from fake, but unable to explain why. What? Mutants? Aren't those just something out of the movies? O'Neill asked, her face full of confusion. V simply shook his head, offering no further explanation. O'Neill hadn't managed to get any useful answers from V, but she didn't seem discouraged. Now that the immediate danger had passed, she ran straight to the spot where the confrontation had taken place. What a gutsy woman, charging in without the slightest fear of stepping on a stray grenade or something even worse. V rolled her eyes. Look, can we just hurry up and find your friend? Once we get the money, we go our separate ways. Wouldn't that be nice? Just a little longer. I want to see if I can find any more clues. Having stumbled onto such a big story, O'Neill wasn't about to let it slip away so easily. She grabbed her phone, intending to snap a few photos as evidence, only to realize that her call with her partner was still connected. Her partner's voice kept calling out to her. After reassuring her partner, O'Neill quickly started taking photos of the scene, focusing especially on the weapons left behind by the Bigfoot gang and the shipping containers that had been badly dented by some unknown creature. She took several close-ups of these details. Seeing how persistent she was, V realized they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. She decided to wander around the scene herself, paying particular attention to the spots where those hulking enemies had lingered. Chinese characters? This handwriting is atrocious. Is that supposed to be Family Gate or Sect Gate? Johnny suddenly popped up. He picked up a little Chinese from V, but seeing these characters, he still couldn't make heads or tails of them. All he could do was mutter under his breath. V squinted at the writing for a good while, frowning. I think it says Family Gate, but what is that supposed to mean? Is this someone's front door? Did they come here just to guard a gate? O'Neill overheard V muttering to herself and rushed over. When she saw the 2 Chinese-looking symbols, her eyes lit up like a treasure hunter's. She snapped photos feverishly. All right, that's enough, lady. Time to go. The cops will be here any minute. Watch out, or they'll wipe all your photos. Watching O'Neill linger, V could only sigh in exasperation. Just my luck, a partner this eccentric. Even weirder than half the people in Night City. Spurred on by V, O'Neill finally tore herself away from the scene, dragging V along as they hurried toward her partner's place. They didn't run into any more trouble on the way. After all, they stuck to the main roads. As O'Neill gradually relaxed, she started to pay more attention to V. Earlier, the poor lighting had kept her from noticing much about V's appearance. Now, in the brighter light, she finally spotted the traces of cybernetic upgrades on V's body. Although V had covered most of her mechanical components with synthetic skin, a few areas were left exposed for cooling and flexibility. In the glow of the streetlights, those metallic parts gleamed unmistakably. If anyone else were to see V, they might assume he was simply indulging in some elaborate roleplay. But O'Neill knew better. V was no mere cosplay enthusiast. She had seen with her own eyes the way his mantis blades sprang forth, a mechanical transformation far too real to be just for show. As for V himself, he cared little about how others saw him. Just as Johnny had always reminded him, focus on your own game. Don't waste time worrying about what people think. Whether or not his half-human, half-machine identity was exposed, V simply didn't care. Even if someone confronted him, questioning his true nature, V would probably just shoot back. How can you be so sure I'm not a fan of cosplay? In fact, he rather enjoyed this confusion. The real cosplayers weren't him, but those who misunderstood him, the ones truly putting on a performance were them. Chapter 6, The Terminator? Together, they made their way to O'Neill's partner's apartment. O'Neill stepped forward and knocked on the door, while V leaned lazily against the wall nearby, and Johnny stood on the other side, guarding them like a silent shadow. Inside, Fern Fenwick had clearly been waiting for some time. The moment the door swung open and he saw O'Neill unharmed, a wave of relief washed over his face. Thank goodness. You're okay. I heard gunshots earlier and thought. Fenwick's concern was evident, but when his gaze landed on V, his words abruptly stopped, and he stared in disbelief. So this was the person O'Neill said had run into her? Wasn't he supposed to be badly hurt? He didn't look the least bit injured. At the same time, V could read a flicker of caution and wariness in Fenwick's eyes. Johnny chuckled quietly from the side. Looks like he's pegged you as a rival for her affection. V couldn't be bothered to answer Johnny. He turned directly to Fenwick and said, "All right, she's here safe and sound. Now, where's my money?" O'Neill was a strong-willed woman, but in a place like this, her looks didn't go unnoticed. Fenwick's interest made sense. V, however, had no interest in her. He was simply fulfilling a job, making sure she reached her destination unharmed. Fenwick seemed to realize V wasn't about to compete with him. His demeanor softened instantly, and he handed V a thick stack of bills. V gave it a quick count, several $100s, enough to last for a while. With a whistle of satisfaction, V turned and walked away. O'Neill called after him, wanting to press for details about what had happened at the docks. She still didn't know the full story, and V was the only witness. She needed answers. But V knew all too well that if he looked back, more trouble would inevitably follow. So he picked up his pace, practically sprinting away from the scene. The sudden burst of speed caught O'Neill off guard, while Fenwick was so impressed he nearly gave V a thumbs up. Getting paid really does make a difference in work ethic. He deserved a 5-star review for this. Back on the street, V glanced at the cash in his hand and shook his head in resignation. Tiger girl? What a headache. He glanced around, picked a hotel at random, and checked in. As for identification, there was no need. Just slip the clerk a little extra cash, and no one would ask any questions. After all, few people can resist the lure of money. V lay down on the big hotel bed, but he didn't relax. Instead, he pulled the nearby network cable closer, quickly modified the connector, and extended a data cable from his palm to hook himself up to the internet. "Johnny, give me a hand, will you?" Calling out, V tapped into this world's internet through the hotel network. Johnny appeared instantly. Though he couldn't currently provide V with skill upgrades or the like, he still worked as a handy, ever-present AI assistant, ready to help with various tasks. Same as always, filter out the entertainment news and those marketing accounts. There's hardly anything reliable in that mess. Johnny nodded, and a flow of data hovered around him, signaling that he was at work. Meanwhile, V started using search engines, digging for information about this world, especially anything related to mutants or Skynet. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a single relevant lead. Is all this stuff being censored? V shot Johnny a questioning look, but Johnny only shrugged. Who knows? I haven't seen any professional organizations discussing anything about mutants, that's for sure. Never mind, let's look into something else for now. V frowned, forced to shift his focus and gather information in other areas. The internet here wasn't exactly advanced yet, and it was tough to get hold of any classified data. Still, at least he could get a basic grasp of the world, so he wouldn't be lost in conversation. Meanwhile, back at the entrance to that dimly lit alley where V had left earlier, a crowd had already gathered. Early the next morning, a man in a suit arrived at the alley's entrance. The agents had already set up a security perimeter, keeping any unauthorized people out. Agent Coulson. The lead agent saw him and immediately stepped forward, handing him a tablet. Following our investigation, we've confirmed a supernatural event occurred here last night. A powerful energy signature appeared at this location and left traces on the ground. Any actual evidence left behind? Coulson looked a bit surprised as he unlocked the tablet, instantly seeing a photo from the scene. In the picture, a dark, circular mark could be seen, stamped neatly onto the ground. This circle is remarkably regular. Even if we measure it with micron-level instruments, its shape remains flawless. According to sample analysis, the researchers believe this charred black substance is actually ordinary cement, identical in composition to the surrounding ground. However, it has been subjected to some extremely intense form of energy, which is why it now appears scorched. Can we identify what kind of energy it was? There's no known energy type in our database that matches this. The researchers also found it odd. Logically, with energy of this magnitude, the ground should have been vaporized or destroyed outright, but that didn't happen. That's fascinating. Coulson's interest was piqued as well. When he'd first been dispatched by the director, he assumed this would just be another routine supernatural incident. He hadn't expected to encounter an energy type that couldn't be found in any reference material. By the way, our investigation turned up an assault that took place here last night. There's a record of an ambulance call, and 3 people were taken away. Were these 3 witnesses? That's right. Our team has confirmed it, and we've already gathered some information from them. What did they say? They described a mysterious creature materializing here in a blinding flash of light. The being was humanoid, capable of projecting metal blades from its arms. We suspected a cyborg, or perhaps a robot. When it appeared, it was completely naked and displayed extreme aggression, seriously injuring 2 people. Afterwards, it stole some clothes and left the scene. As Coulson listened to the report, he glanced down at the scorched black circle on the ground, its unknown energy origin deepening the furrow in his brow. What's wrong, Agent Coulson? The supervisor couldn't help but ask, noticing the confusion on Coulson's face. Have you ever seen the Terminator? Terminator? What's that? Though, actually one of the witnesses, a young white man, mentioned that word. He was very agitated and even asked if we were members of the resistance, saying he wanted to join us. That stuck with me. The supervisor handed Coulson the transcript of the young man's statement. Coulson read it and nodded thoughtfully. I see. That gives me a rough idea of the situation. He instructed the supervisor to hand over all the field data and witness statements, then turned and walked out. On his way, he took out his phone and made a call. Director, there's been new development at the scene. I have some questions I need to ask the former governor of California. Elsewhere, V awoke completely naked on the king-size bed. He glanced at the clothes he'd tossed aside the night before, discarded because they'd been too tight to sleep in. With a sigh, V picked them up and started getting dressed. Johnny appeared beside him, unable to suppress a few quiet chuckles when he saw the look of discomfort on V's face. V shook his head. He understood that Johnny couldn't actually feel what his body was going through. Otherwise, given Johnny's personality, he would have been loudly complaining by now. Sigh, I just hope there's enough money left to buy myself a couple of bigger outfits. V felt especially uncomfortable, so he could only shake his head again before heading out the door. He visited 2 shops, finally purchasing a set of loose-fitting clothes. Once he changed in the fitting room, a sense of relief washed over him. He felt much better. After that, V was ready to start making some money. He strode down the street with confidence and quickly attracted the attention of quite a few passers-by. After all, the cybernetic modifications on his body were impossible to miss. Most people assumed he was some sort of hardcore cosplay enthusiast. Although he stood out, he didn't cause any commotion. As for V himself, he couldn't care less about those stares. Thanks to a special feature of his cybernetics, no matter how people tried to photograph him with their phones, his face would never come out clearly. Last night's experiences had given him a deeper understanding of this world. In most ways, it resembled his original world, though a few details of history were different. For instance, in his world, Japan once launched an invasion against China. But here, China was like a hidden powerhouse. According to the local history, shortly after Japan declared war, several meteorites crashed into its main ports, sinking all the warships and turning them into coral reefs. After that, Japan's kamikaze squadrons even carried out repeated operations on their own soil, nearly dragging the nation back from an industrial society to an agricultural one. Then came a chain of disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, that nearly wiped Japan off the map, putting an abrupt end to their war plans. Western historians generally dismissed all these as mere coincidences, but V wasn't buying it. After what he'd witnessed last night, those ancient, colossal beasts, and in light of these events, it didn't seem far-fetched that China in this world had a few powerful cultivators on its side. Moreover, the China of this world kept an extremely low profile, rarely speaking out, while the Western nations seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. No one dared to provoke them, as if afraid of unsealing something and awakening some unknown force. As for V, though his soul came from China, he had no plans to go there. First, his current body was Western. Even if he claimed Chinese heritage, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. Second, this world's China felt utterly foreign to him, giving him no sense of belonging. It was as if, aside from sharing a name and ethnicity, everything else here was completely different from the homeland he truly remembered. Strange. In the cyberpunk world's version of China, V can still catch glimpses of his homeland, but this China feels overwhelmingly unfamiliar to him, so much so that it even fills him with a hint of fear. Maybe, after learning more about this world's China, V will gradually develop a sense of belonging. But for now, he has no intention of going there. Chapter 7. Making Money. Taking stock of the situation in this world, V looked around and decided to make some quick coin using the skills he knew best. So, as a living Grim Reaper, what was V most skilled at when it came to making money? Since he couldn't yet transfer funds straight from untraceable accounts, his most reliable method was, of course, robbery. But picking the right target is an art in itself. If you go after legitimate accounts, the authorities will freeze them in no time, and the risk is sky high. Even in a cyberpunk world, there are measures in place to guard against crimes like these. Money here comes in several forms. Online accounts, chips, and cold hard cash. Online accounts rarely hold much, and the truly loaded ones are out of reach for the likes of him. Cash. Forget it. Unless you're content to rough up a kid for pocket change and buy yourself some candy, trying to rob a bank or an armored transport will have the NCPD on your tail before you can blink. Unless you know how to launder it, that money is nothing but trouble. Using it would be walking straight into a trap. As for chips, those are even more dangerous. If you dare to steal and use one, you could have a SWAT team busting down your door the next second. Or worse, the chip might be laced with a virus. Plug the wrong chip into your head, and you risk frying your brain courtesy of a netwatch. Dealing with something that risky requires a top-tier hacker to crack the chip's defenses, and hiring someone like that costs a fortune. So much that your cut from the heist might not be enough to pay them. That's why, in Night City, nobody tries to rob banks or armored transports. Low rewards and sky-high risks. The NCPD, SWAT teams, Arasaka agents, and Netwatch would all be breathing down your neck. For V, these obstacles aren't insurmountable, but he has no desire to become a notorious terrorist and the target of everyone's ire. So he prefers a different approach, criminals robbing criminals. In other words, he specializes in taking money from the underworld itself. In Night City, you could pull anyone off the street, and there's a good chance they're packing heat. The alleys are crawling with gangsters of every stripe. In this kind of environment, all sorts of factions have sprung up: the Scavengers, the Maelstrom Gang, the Tiger Claws, and countless others. Some of these people are just the scum of society, like the Scavengers. But organizations like the Tiger Claws are a whole different breed. On the surface, these groups looked like illegal gangs, but in truth, they were enforcers for major corporations, cleaning up messes on behalf of their employers. Even the NCPD didn't dare provoke them lightly. They had vast fortunes and the latest cyberware, all seized from corporations and ordinary citizens alike. Their strength was not to be underestimated. NV's main targets were precisely the riches and equipment hoarded by these powerful factions. When he wasn't strong enough yet, V practiced his skills on petty street punks. As his power grew, he treated the gang's hideouts like his own living room, visiting them more often than he did his own apartment. What made it all the more amusing was that these gang members were forced to hand over their money with a smile. Otherwise, they'd end up waiting for a spot in a coffin. The Grim Reaper had arrived. Who would dare stand in his way? As for this new world, V had already done his homework. While the cyberpunk world only had cities like Night City plagued by lawlessness, in this world nearly every famous place was fraught with danger and chaos. Pick a spot at random, and its crime rate was several times higher than in his old world. It made one wonder how ordinary people managed to survive here, especially in New York, where things were even more extreme. If you want to enjoy the glory at the world's center, you have to accept the price that comes with it. The crime rate here could rival that of Night City. But for V, that was perfect. In a place that was too safe and peaceful, he'd find it hard to make a move. In a den of chaos like this, he thrived, like a fish in water, right at home. V glanced at the map he'd downloaded and projected into his visual system, then headed straight for the target he'd chosen the night before. Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. Rumored to be the most lawless district in New York, a place where gang deals, shootouts, and betrayals happened every day, and even the police rarely set foot. To V, it was nothing short of a gold mine. Opportunities for easy cash waiting just around every corner. He didn't hesitate for a second and hurried over. By the time he arrived at Hell's Kitchen, it was just 10 in the morning. The perfect hour to get to work. As he took in the graffiti on the walls, scrawled with taunts and crude, sexist jokes, and eyed the thugs on either side of the street, gripping baseball bats or knives, V felt a sense of ease settle over him. Johnny appeared in his mind, laughing. Throw in some holograms and upgrade these street punks with a bit of cyberware, and it'd be just like Night City all over again. V replied, "Come off it." Night City was no paradise. He shook out his limbs and strode deeper into Hell's Kitchen. Those cocky street punks looked fierce, but in truth, they were broke cowards, more empty-pocketed than they were loudmouth, with less nerve than an ant. They were hardly worth his attention. These petty thugs do nothing but sit around, waiting for easy prey to walk right up to them. They don't even have the guts to make the first move, utterly useless, not even capable of snatching up an opportunity when it falls into their laps. The real targets, the ones worth the trouble and with something valuable to offer, hide out in places these small-time crooks wouldn't dare to set foot in. If you want to find the real action, you have to look in the more deserted, out-of-the-way corners. That's always the right move. And sure enough, just as V expected, after circling around a few remote alleys, he finally caught the sound of something unusual. Leaning against a wall, V listened quietly for a moment, confirming that two rival gangs were in the middle of a deal. Both sides had already started counting their cash and merchandise. "Well, let's start with you then." A faint smile flickered across V's lips, but it vanished just as quickly as it came, replaced by his usual calm. He stared at the wall in front of him, clenching his fist. His cybernetic arm instantly swelled, the gaps in his subdermal plating revealing thick, black cables running beneath the surface. Countless streams of structural gel surged through those tubes, flooding his entire arm, making it swell with brute strength. This was the gorilla arm in full berserker mode. Feeling the raw power surging through his arm, V nodded in satisfaction. As an elite engineer with a technical skill rating of 20, he had deeply modified nearly every piece of cyberware he owned. Normally, Mantis blades and gorilla arms were incompatible, You could only install one or the other. But V had found a way around that. A technical rating of 20 represented a level of mastery that could rival the R&D departments of major corporations. On his own, V could outpace them all. Gorilla arms, mantis blades, ballistic launchers, monowire. These cyberware upgrades weren't supposed to work together, but he had optimized and integrated them all into his arms. Depending on the situation, he could switch between different cybernetic configurations on the fly. And right now, it was time to go in swinging. V drove his fist into the wall. The concrete shattered instantly, sending chunks of debris crashing into the room and knocking several people off their feet. Seizing the moment, V charged inside. With a ferocious grin, he set his sights on a gang member who was still struggling to get up and brought his fist down in a devastating punch. The force was monstrous. The man's chest caved in with a sickening crunch, dead in an instant. And that was V holding back. If he'd gone all out, like he had with Rebecca, the poor guy would have been reduced to nothing but pulp. Watching the first body hit the floor, V strode toward another, slamming his fist into the man's body and sending him crashing into the wall, embedding him deep like a grotesque slab of meat. Shit! Open fire! The other gangsters finally snapped to their senses. Guns were drawn in a frenzy, heedless of the cramped quarters or the risk of ricochets, as they unleashed a wild hail of bullets at V. But even as the hailstorm of gunfire erupted around him, V remained unfazed, not even bothering to dodge. His subdermal armor, after numerous modifications, had reached the pinnacle of protection. It sealed his entire body in an impenetrable shell, leaving not a single weak spot. Even vulnerable areas like his eyes were shielded by multiple layers of high-strength transparent material. There was simply no opening to exploit. Even if a Gatling gun spewing blue fire lashed out his head in a wild barrage, it couldn't break through his defenses. At most, it would make him pause for a brief moment. In stark contrast stood the gang members. They fired desperately at this monstrous figure who had appeared out of nowhere, yet their bullets couldn't even scratch his skin. Some began to wonder if their weapons had been secretly swapped out for fakes. But they had all just seen one of their own struck down by a ricocheting bullet, dead on the spot, collapsing motionless to the ground. For a moment, panic and despair threatened to overwhelm every gang member present. V, however, paid them no mind. He had entered a state of cold, merciless combat. No matter who stood before him, even the utterly defenseless, he would strike without hesitation. As the gang fought back, V advanced steadily, each step measured and powerful. There were no unnecessary flourishes, just direct, decisive blows, each one taking down an enemy with brutal efficiency. When he crushed the skull of the last foe, sending blood and brain matter spraying in all directions, V's face remained utterly impassive. Only after confirming that every last opponent was dead did V finally stop. His mechanical arm shifted out of combat mode, returning to its normal form. Several bullets trapped in the seams of his armor were squeezed out, and his subdermal plating resealed itself, untouched, unmarred. It's over. V habitually ran a self-diagnostic. Once everything checked out, he gave a small nod. These small-time thugs had never posed any real threat. Defeating them brought him no excitement at all. V's gaze shifted toward the stack of money on the table, and he strode over with purpose. This, after all, was his real objective. He tossed aside the bills that had been shredded by stray bullets, then eyed the pile of remaining cash. Noticing the nearby crate, stuffed with bags of white powder, V dumped the powder out without a second thought and loaded the money into the box instead. Once it was full, he hefted the box with ease and made his way out. In just a few short minutes, he had fought a battle, wiped out more than a dozen gangsters, and secured the cash. He checked the time. Astonishingly, it wasn't even 11 o'clock. Humming a jaunty tune, V carried his cash-laden box and strolled out of Hell's Kitchen, perfectly at ease. The money's in hand. Now what should I do next? Chapter 8. Real Meat. A job well done deserved a proper reward. Fortunately, unlike in Night City of 2077, where synthetic food was everywhere, this era offered a far better choice. In that era, almost all the meat ordinary people could eat was synthetic. Even if they occasionally managed to buy real animal meat, it was likely to be rat meat or something equally uncommon. What's more, the main food factory was located right in the heart of the Maelstrom gang's territory. Those fanatics who worshipped cybernetic enhancements and looked down on flesh and blood had no respect for the idea of real meat to begin with, making the source of any genuine meat even less reliable. But now, things were completely different. With today's technology, producing synthetic meat could actually cost more than raising real livestock. At last, V could indulge in authentic, natural food and satisfy a long-held craving for the genuine taste of meat. So V's goal was crystal clear: find a restaurant and treat himself to a true carnivore's feast. A slight smile played on V's lips as he had Johnny pull up a list of top-rated restaurants on the map. Without hesitation, he set off for the highest-rated one. About half an hour later, V was seated inside a tastefully decorated Western-style restaurant. "Sir, may I?" "Just one. I'd like the freshest steak you have, medium rare. Prepare it however you see fit. Bring me 10 servings to start. I want to sample the flavor." Without waiting for the waiter, V chose a two-person table and sat down, leaving the staff momentarily stunned. "Excuse me, sir, but this table has already been reserved." The waiter maintained a professional smile, but V simply placed a suitcase full of cash on the table and flipped open the lid. Stacks of bills lay neatly inside, completely visible to the waiter. "Bring me 10 steaks first. Take whatever it costs, and you can decide your own tip. That's all right, isn't it?" It had been ages since V had tasted real meat, and he was in such a good mood that he even felt like making small talk with the waiter. The waiter's eyes widened at the sight of so much cash. He'd seen clients far wealthier than this suitcase full, but actually seeing that much money all at once was still a shock. He hesitated for a moment, then said nothing more, just nodded and walked off toward the kitchen. At that moment, Johnny appeared as well, taking the seat across from V. "Oh, money always talks. But aren't you worried someone will see you carrying around this much cash and try to take it from you? This is a night city. Besides, do you really think anyone could take something from me?" V laughed, exchanging banter with Johnny as if he hadn't a care in the world, completely unfazed by the curious glances from those around him. There weren't many guests in the restaurant at this hour, but those present stared in surprise at V, talking to himself. They couldn't figure out who he was speaking with. V paid them no mind, quietly waiting for his steaks to arrive. However, instead of the waiter, the floor manager approached his table. "Excuse me, sir, were you the one who ordered 10 medium-rare steaks?" The lobby manager didn't even glance at the cash on the table. Instead, he kept observing V closely, studying him with great care. "That's right. Is there a problem?" V replied. "Do you have a preference for any particular flavor? Would you like a drink?" the manager asked. "I'll leave it to you," V answered casually, as if it didn't matter at all. His nonchalance left the manager a bit puzzled, but seeing that V had no interest in further conversation, the manager let it go. He instructed a waiter to open a bottle of premium red wine, then turned to the kitchen to hurry the dishes along. "Is he here to stir up trouble?" someone muttered in the kitchen, where the chefs had gathered. The head chef's expression was wary as he put the question to his colleagues. The lobby manager shook his head. "I'm not sure. He might be an internet influencer or a food critic, but I didn't see any cameras, and he didn't have a scorecard." He kept talking to himself, almost like he was on the phone with someone. "My guess is he's wearing an earpiece and trying out some unusual way to review the restaurant, hoping to draw attention." The lobby manager murmured his speculation under his breath, but didn't consider the possibility that V was mentally unstable. After a moment's thought, he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Audrey, you go back and keep him company. Make sure he's satisfied. Chef Nita's, I'll have to trouble you to take care of his meal personally." In a Western restaurant, the head chef typically only cooks for VIPs. But with a mysterious customer like this, the lobby manager dared not take chances. Chef Nita's would have to personally oversee the meal. Nita's began selecting ingredients, while the apprentices hustled to prepare everything he'd need. Audrey, the server, approached V's table with a bottle of red wine. Per protocol, she intended to describe the wine's origin and history as she opened it. But V took the wine from her hands and, pulling a wad of cash from his bag, passed it to her. "No need for the introductions. Just see if you can speed things up in the kitchen. I'm getting a little impatient." V's impatience was plain. If it weren't for Johnny's sarcastic commentary beside him, he might have marched right into the kitchen himself, demanding a dish as soon as the chef finished it, eager to run through the meal as quickly as possible. Audrey could only sigh and relay V's request to the kitchen. "He's definitely here to cause trouble," Chef Nita's declared, unwavering. Real food critics or influencers would never behave so rudely. To skip even the appetizers and soup and go straight for the steak. That was nothing short of provocation. And it was clear that the real target was the chef himself. "Let's see what you're made of," Nita's muttered, as he placed the steak prepared by his apprentices into the pan and began to cook with great care. V had ordered a steak medium, so it was ready quickly. After little more than 10 minutes, Audrey returned to V's table with a beautifully plated steak. "Would you like me to cut your steak for you?" she offered, picking up the knife and fork. V simply waved her off. "No, that's all right. Just check on the next dish for me," he said. V held a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, swiftly and quietly cutting the steak into perfect bite-sized pieces before immediately diving in for a taste. "Oh my God, this is exactly the flavor I've missed." The moment he took his first bite, V's eyes lit up, and he quickly bent over his plate, devouring the food with gusto. Johnny sat across from him, watching with a look of pure disdain. "No one's fighting you for it, you know." Why are you eating like the world's ending? You don't get it. Back when I lived in the first world, all I ate was fresh, real beef and organic vegetables. Ever since I came to Night City, just getting used to the taste of synthetic meat took me ages. That stuff is so disgusting. It's like chewing on decaying bugs. Once you've tasted something truly wonderful, how can you ever settle for mediocrity or darkness? No one knew how V managed to endure those synthetic meals in the beginning. There was a time he hated food so much, he survived only on nutrient infusions. Now, seeing V eat as if he hadn't had a meal in 10 days, even Audrey, the server standing nearby, was a little baffled. Although she couldn't understand what V was saying, Audrey wasn't surprised. She simply assumed V was wearing headphones and communicating with his companions in some kind of secret code. She guessed that V was probably saying the food was decent enough. When she saw V pour himself a glass of red wine and down in one go, Audrey realized he didn't need much attention from the staff. Back in the kitchen, everyone immediately crowded around her, firing off a barrage of questions. Judging by the way he talks, I think he's pretty satisfied. But honestly, it seems like he actually came here just to eat. Audrey replied, still unsure. The head chef, Nukes, chuckled and shook his head. To eat? Who orders 10 plates of steak the moment they arrive? He's clearly here to stir up trouble. Audrey didn't dare argue with Nukes, the pride of the restaurant. After all, he had a point, so she chose to say nothing more. Nukes went back to preparing steaks, muttering as he worked, "Let's see just how much he can actually eat." He said 10 plates. My bet is he can't even finish 5, maybe not even 3. An hour and a half later, nearly everyone from the kitchen had squeezed into the doorway, while a few of the assistants had even abandoned all sense of professionalism and rushed out to the front, staring in shock at the man sitting at the table who had already polished off 3 bottles of red wine and more than 20 plates of steak. My God, just how much can he eat? Audrey had just delivered another plate to the table and returned to the kitchen, turning to the now dumbfounded Nukes. He wants more, she reported. The apprentices didn't even wait for Nukes' orders. They immediately began prepping more ingredients, while Nukes stared at the pan in front of him, half in disbelief, muttering to himself. Is he really here, just for the food? But how could an ordinary man, who didn't even look particularly large, consume nearly 5 kilograms of steak without showing any sign of strain? Was that even possible? The steak was already in the pan as Nukes began to cook almost by instinct. As he watched the fresh, cut sizzle, he suddenly became aware of his own movements. Well, since you really are here to eat, I'm curious. Let's see just how much you can handle. His actions grew sharper, more focused, and he poured his whole being into the act of cooking. Unconsciously, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The apprentice, standing nearby, was stunned to see that smile on Nukes' face. Was the sun rising in the west today? Nukes, hailed by the New York Daily as the most serious chef, was actually smiling? Meanwhile, in the front of the house, V was eating with unrestrained delight, as if the kitchen's sudden burst of passion had ignited a similar fire in him. Plate after plate of steak was expertly sliced, each morsel savored for its rich juices before being swallowed down. V wore an expression of pure contentment as he ate. If it weren't for the people watching, he might have been moved to tears by the experience. He felt secretly grateful that, when he'd undergone his cybernetic surgeries, he hadn't replaced his tongue with a mechanical one. Otherwise, he would never have tasted such incredible flavor. Mouthful after mouthful of genuine, natural, non-synthetic beef disappeared into V's satisfied belly, and he let out a contented burp. He set his empty plate aside, stacking it neatly with the others, and eagerly awaited the next serving. By now, the restaurant had filled with quite a few customers, but with the entire kitchen focused solely on V's meal, no one else had been served yet. Even though their stomachs were already grumbling in protest, none of the customers left. Instead, they watched V devour steak after steak from the shadows, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some had even pulled out their phones to record the scene. After all, even professional eating champions would struggle to put away this much steak, wouldn't they? V paid no mind to their stares. If he'd ever cared what others thought, he would have fallen long before earning his reputation as the Reaper of Night City. Besides, if you let outside opinions define you, how could you ever hope to become a legend? To finally taste real food again after so long filled V with an unprecedented joy. Still, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There was only so much energy to be found in non-synthetic food. He patted his stomach, feeling his powerful gastric cyberware already breaking down all the steak into energy, replenishing what he'd lost in battle and through the day's exertions. Yet, even after consuming several kilos of beef, V still hadn't fully restored the energy he'd spent. Synthetic food did have its advantages, he had to admit. No one really knew what went into those artificial ingredients, but everyone understood one thing. Whatever their composition, their protein content was several times higher than real beef. In that era, when everyone had cybernetic implants, synthetic food easily replenished the energy that the average person consumed while using their enhancements. Even for someone like him, so extensively modified, he could barely be called human, more machine-built for killing. A few extra portions of synthetic meals were enough to restore his strength and energy. But now, with food replaced by steak, even eating 5 kilograms would barely fill his stomach. To fully replenish his energy, relying solely on beef would probably take an eternity. Johnny understood how V felt. Leaning back in his chair, he propped his feet up on the table and said, "At this rate, you might as well just grab a whole cow and gnaw on it. That'd be quicker." "Screw you. Put your feet down. Can't you see I'm eating? There's no real flavor anyway. Do you really need to take it so seriously?" Johnny grumbled, but after seeing the look of annoyance in V's eyes, he obediently pulled his feet back. V cursed Johnny inwardly a few times. Just then, several people suddenly enter the restaurant. Chapter 9. Long live the human resistance. If they were just ordinary customers, V might not have cared, but their footsteps, their way of walking, and the way they scanned their surroundings instantly made V think of another kind of people. Back in Night City, V dealt with all kinds of agents regularly. After all, in a place like Night City, agents were anything but rare. Whether it was Arisica, Militech, Kongtao, or Biotechnica, every major corporation had its own operatives. As a legendary figure himself, V had naturally crossed paths with them more than a few times. At first, V had to hack into their neural systems and read their data to confirm their identities. But after so many encounters, he had developed an intuition. He could judge whether someone was an agent just from their movements and presence. Later, when he toppled Arasaka, even the new American government sent agents after him, but none of them ever slipped past V's notice. Now, V found himself in a familiar scene once again. Though people in this world had no cybernetic implants for him to hack, just watching the way these supposed customers moved, V could more or less tell who they really were. But so what if they were agents? As long as they didn't mess with him first, he couldn't be bothered. There was no reason they couldn't all go about their business in peace. Thinking this, V drained the last of his red wine in a single gulp. Besides, Johnny had always told him there was no need to hold himself back. If these people really did come looking for trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with them. With this in mind, V kept his composure, showing not the slightest sign that anything was amiss, quietly waiting for his next steak to arrive. At the same time, V noticed the regular patrons were gradually leaving the restaurant. Soon after, more groups of agents disguised as customers came in, taking over the newly empty seats. Slowly, the restaurant emptied out, until he was the only one left. Did they intend to do something to him? A flicker of doubt arose in V's mind. He glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner, then closed his eyes. Outwardly, it looked as if he was simply resting, but in reality, a faint glow shimmered beneath his eyelids, a sign that he had activated his cybernetic enhancements. The sudden closing of V's eyes put the other agents on high alert. Several who were standing behind him pressed their earpieces cautiously, quietly reporting the situation to their team leader. What they didn't realize was that V, not far from them, had already taken silent control of the entire restaurant surveillance system, and had even managed to tap into their communication channel. All civilians inside the restaurant have been evacuated. We have surrounded the target, codename Terminator. Should we move in now? Stand by. There is still non-essential staff cleaning up in the kitchen. Intelligence suggests the target is extremely dangerous. Do not act rashly. The response crackled in their earpieces. The surrounding agents exchanged glances, forced to maintain their cover, though V had already seen through their disguise. Listening to their conversation, V was certain now that he was their target, and began to speculate on their intentions. What puzzled him most was that they called him Terminator. That code name stirred up memories. For instance, he recalled the Terminator mode from a once popular video game, a setting as outlandish as it was, yet nothing like the present situation. But even more striking was a different Terminator from the real world, the famous movie franchise. In those films, a future ruled by the AI, Skynet, saw machines sent back in time to eliminate humanity's resistance. The premise bore a striking resemblance to the world of cyberpunk. AI controlling machines, seeking to eradicate humans and dominate the world. He couldn't help but feel the irony. In the night city of Cyberpunk 2077, AI was everywhere. There was even a rogue AI lurking within V's own body. Perhaps it was this resemblance that left V's memories muddled after merging with other consciousnesses. Johnny helped him keep his core self intact, but memories from the other three entities flooded in as well. Some special recollections remained untouched, but many memories were shared among all four, each with its own variations, making it impossible for him to sort them out. This confusion left V's thoughts tangled, his memories growing hazy and indistinct. Fragments from many timelines overlapped to the point where he himself could no longer tell which events had truly happened and which were merely the result of a scrambled mind. Thinking back now, V recalled the news he'd seen earlier about Tony Stark. That man was known as Iron Man, a mutant who'd fought against countless Sentinel robots controlled by Skynet. Based on earlier clues, V was almost certain he was in the world of the Terminator. However, since Johnny's memories were also sealed, he couldn't get any confirmation from him. Last night, searching for concrete proof, V and Johnny scoured the net for information about mutants and the AI Skynet, but came up empty-handed. The lack of results made V start to doubt his own judgment. Yet, watching the way these people acted now only made him more convinced that his suspicions were correct. Otherwise, why would they call themselves Terminators? With this realization, V listened to their conversation, his brow furrowing in thought. Did these people see him as some kind of robotic assassin? Were they actually members of a human resistance group? Questions swirled in V's mind, but he didn't step forward to ask directly. After all, with the fragments of memory he had, it seemed there were plenty of hidden robots among the humans as well. With that in mind, V immediately used his scanner to check everyone present. The scan results showed clear biological responses, no abnormal data, nothing to suggest any of them were robots. So, these people really were ordinary humans, with no robotic infiltrators among them? But could that really be trusted? Could there be an undercover agent in their midst? Or perhaps the robots in this world could even mimic human biological signals? After all, back in Night City in 2077, there were plenty of robots controlled by AI moving around. Those AIs could even hack into a person's cybernetic eyes, making it impossible to distinguish between an AI-controlled robot and a human, even changing their appearance at will. If AIs in Night City could pull off such tricks, couldn't the robots here have similar abilities? Lost in thought, V's attention shifted as the agent's comms channel crackled to life again. There's trouble in the kitchen. One of the chefs refuses to evacuate, no matter what we say. He insists on making one more steak. Can't you just take him out of there? He's armed with a kitchen knife and a frying pan. He's ready to put up a fight. We're worried that forcing him might cause a scene, so we're holding back. A brief silence fell on the channel, and V could almost feel the team leader's exasperation. A regular guy with a knife and a pan. And your loss? Is the resistance really this helpless? Let him finish, then get him out immediately. A few minutes later, the comms came alive again. Boss, he says he won't leave until the target eats the steak. Damn it. Hurry up and bring the steak over. Then get him out of here. A furious roar came through the channel, so loud that even V found it grating on the ears. The other agents in the restaurant discreetly rubbed their ears as well, clearly startled by the outburst. Soon, a man in an obviously ill-fitting waiter's uniform carefully brought over a plate of steak and set it down in front of V. Looking at the agent's forced smile, V could only feel a sense of helplessness. He began to wonder, could this so-called human resistance really be trusted? Should he even be getting involved with them? V studied the agent closely, then finally let out a quiet sigh. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he quickly scanned the man. Confirmed, human. At this close distance, even the humanoid robots, disguised by the world's 2077 AI, would reveal some flaw, but the person before him showed no abnormalities at all. It seemed things were safe, at least in this world. Still, V decided to run one more test. He curled his finger, signaling the agent to come a little closer. The agent hesitated for a moment, but seeing so many comrades nearby, he cautiously leaned in. Long live the human resistance. At those words, the agent's eyes went wide with shock. He'd seen the Terminator movies before, and at first, he thought that Agent Coulson giving V the codename Terminator was just a joke. But now, hearing V himself say something like that, could it be? Maybe Agent Coulson hadn't been joking after all? The agent's heart began to race. He nodded quickly, then hurried off toward the kitchen. Before he even reached the back, he pressed his earpiece and whispered, "Boss, I think you'd better come over yourself. This guy, there's a good chance he really is a good robot." V listened to the conversation over the channel and nodded to himself. It seemed his instincts had been right. These people really were part of the human resistance. V finally felt a wave of relief. At last, he knew where he stood. So, this really is the world of Terminator. Well, fine. As for Skynet and its AI, dealing with AI was his specialty to begin with. Just before coming here, he'd taken care of a batch of rogue AIs, so Skynet didn't seem all that intimidating. Now that he'd made contact with the human resistance, it was only a matter of time before he got the information he needed. With his abilities, taking down Skynet would be a piece of cake. Chapter 10. Wait, is this really the world of Terminator? V leisurely enjoyed the unexpectedly delicious steak as he waited for the leader of the resistance to appear. He couldn't help but wonder, would he get to meet John Connor soon? The legendary leader of the human resistance, who is rumored to have moonlighted as a demon hunter. Wait a second. Robots, demon hunters? Was he mixing something up here? In a quiet corner of the city, an unremarkable delivery van sat parked in silence. Agent Coulson. Never mind. I'd better handle this myself. Coulson rubbed his forehead, struggling to make sense of the situation. Moments ago, he'd reported to the director, hurried off to question the governor for more details, and even insisted on a full physical complete with a blood test. Short of dissecting the man, Coulson had done everything possible to confirm the governor wasn't a robot. Since this wasn't a replay of a Terminator scenario, and considering what V had just said, what exactly was he dealing with here? Coulson was at a loss. Thoughts raced through his mind as he stepped out of the makeshift command vehicle and headed toward a nearby restaurant. Just as V finished the last bite of steak, Coulson pushed open the door and walked straight toward him. Taking in the newcomer's crisp, professional appearance and confident demeanor, V immediately recognized him as the leader of those agents. Yet, this man wasn't John Connor, which left V a bit puzzled. He wondered silently, if the other agents were so unreliable, was this one any better? V gave him a quick, appraising look. Coulson responded with a calm, understated smile and took the seat across from him. V couldn't help but stifle a couple of coughs, nearly bursting into laughter. This was a two-person table. V sat on one side, Coulson had to take the other. The thing was, Johnny had just been in that very chair. From V's perspective, it looked as if Coulson had sat right on Johnny's lap. The image was almost too much. Just as V was about to laugh out loud, Johnny rolled his eyes, stood up from the chair, leaned against the table, and shot V a middle finger for good measure. V reined in his amusement and poured himself a glass of wine. Across the table, Coulson watched V's shifting expressions, growing a little perplexed. He hadn't done anything. Why was V so amused? My name is Coulson, from the National Strategic Security Agency. Do you have any questions? Despite his uncertainty, Coulson introduced himself with professional poise. Hearing the long-winded title, V frowned slightly. The name felt oddly familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. It seemed connected to something interesting, but what? V tried to recall, but nothing came. Still, there was no rush. He'd have time to figure out later. For now, Judgment Day took priority. You can call me V. V nodded and went straight to the point. How far has the situation progressed? What situation? Coulson paused, looking at V in confusion. The status of Skynet. Aren't you the human resistance? How far has the Skynet AI developed so far? Has it gained access to military systems? To V, this was the most crucial question of all. As long as Skynet hadn't taken over the military systems, he was confident in his hacking skills to break through its defenses. If that were the case, the apocalypse could still be averted, and he could relax and enjoy his vacation here. However, Coulson shook his head. Our organization's full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We're not some kind of human resistance. Besides, we've conducted investigations in every country around the globe, and there's no evidence of anyone researching an AI like Skynet. We even looked into everyone associated with the Terminator movies, directors, actors, producers, you name it, but we didn't find any clues about a human resistance or killer robots. Of course, if you have any information about this, we'd welcome you sharing it with us. Coulson's words left V utterly baffled. There were actually Terminator movies in this world? According to the information he'd received from the system, specifically from Johnny, unless some antagonist had done it deliberately, a world typically wouldn't feature works that were directly tied to its own story. The reason similar works appeared in other worlds was because of collisions or overlaps between world bubbles. Certain people with special sensitivities could pick up fragments of these overlaps and weave them into stories. If this world really was the world of Terminator, then why would Terminator movies exist here? Could Skynet have created them? But based on his understanding of AI, such an action would be utterly pointless. An AI wouldn't do something like that. Was the only explanation that after he arrived in this world, Skynet detected him and set a trap specifically to ensnare him? V kept turning it over in his mind, and the only reasonable possibility seemed to be that after he'd defeated Skynet, it had found a way to reset time, attempting to trap him from the very start. For a moment, a flood of thoughts surged through V's mind. At that point, seeing V lost in silence, Coulson took out a tablet. All right, Mr. V, may we ask you a few questions? Seeing that V was willing to communicate, Coulson didn't hesitate to ask. Hold on, let me gather my thoughts. V felt as if he were trapped in an endless loop of thoughts. It took him a long while to snap out of it. Could there be something wrong with his memory? After the fusion, the area of his memory most affected had been his recollections of science fiction movies. Understandable, given that the cyberpunk world itself was science fiction. But now, in this new world, his memories and reality clashed, and as a result, most of his memories about sci-fi worlds had become a confusing blur. If that's the case, how could he be sure his previous memories hadn't failed him? V tried hard to recall everything that had happened since he arrived in this world, staring at the person before him, a face that seemed oddly familiar, yet whose name he couldn't place. He began to suspect he had made a mistake somewhere. Tony Stark, Iron Man, mutants, sentinels, robots, the human resistance, Skynet. These words flashed through his mind, the clues he'd used before to analyze the true nature of this world. There must be something among them he'd misunderstood. Wait a minute. Are there mutants in human resistance? Suddenly, V realized he might have gotten things wrong. The name human resistance didn't really seem to have anything to do with mutants. In that light, it was almost certain now that this wasn't the world of Terminator. So, could this be a world of mutants? With that thought, V looked at Coulson and tentatively asked, "Do you know about mutants?" Mutants? Of course I do. They're pretty famous, like in X-Men, Wolverine, and stuff. I've seen them all, Coulson replied offhandedly. To him, those blockbuster movies were nothing special. He had no idea he might be revealing something important. But to V, the answer hit like a slap in the face. Mutants exist, but only as movie characters? V glanced at the tablet Coulson had left on the table. His cybernetic eye glinted as he hacked straight into the system. Using this device, he slipped once more into the digital world. The previous night, when he was searching for information, he'd asked Johnny to filter out all entertainment and clickbait accounts. Looking back, that filter might explain why he'd found nothing relevant. Perhaps in this world, mutants didn't exist at all, except as fictional movie characters. This time, V didn't let Johnny filter anything. He simply typed mutant into the search engine. The results? All movie resources. At that moment, he was sure Coulson was telling the truth. The realization hit him so hard, he couldn't help but stand up. I knew it. Johnny, didn't you notice anything? V felt a bit exasperated. All along, those tough-nut characters he'd mistaken for mutants had convinced him that mutants were real in this world, and he'd never once doubted it. But now, thinking back, how could a species defined by random mutation have 4 individuals who were nearly identical? What were the odds of such a coincidence? Compared to that, winning the lottery would be a sure bet. Johnny, beside him, rolled his eyes. Weren't you the one who told me to block all the clickbait and entertainment news? So, tell me, did I block them or not? You bastard. Hey, Mr. V. V instinctively wanted to snap back at Johnny, but Coulson's voice pulled him back to reality. Is something wrong? Noticing that V seemed a bit agitated, Coulson grew more alert as well. Although V appeared easy to talk to, Coulson hadn't forgotten about those 2 punks who'd nearly been killed by V. Their intelligence network had already picked up news of the gang shootout in Hell's Kitchen that morning. Coulson knew all too well that V was anything but simple on the surface. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but he was also highly aggressive. So when V suddenly became emotional, Coulson immediately went on guard. It's nothing. V waved it off and sat back down. But this time, a crimson glint lingered in his eyes. Now that he realized his judgment of this world had been off, V, after a brief moment of frustration, quickly adjusted his mindset. With the agent's tablet in hand, and having already hacked into the system, he was determined to make full use of the information, doing his best to figure out the true nature of this world. Coulson was unaware that his tablet had already been compromised. Seeing V settle back into his seat, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. He picked up the tablet and continued. Well then, let's keep talking. Mr. V, where are you from? Where? V glanced at the tablet in Coulson's hand, understanding that the man was actually trying to investigate him. However, when I arrived, someone should have already informed your superiors. Maybe you're not aware of it yet, but I'd suggest you go confirm it first. V didn't answer directly. Instead, he recalled what Johnny had said earlier, that he'd already communicated with the higher-ups in this world and secured legal entry for him. So he simply told Coulson to verify it himself. Coulson listened to these words, suspecting that V might be connected to that legendary king of agents, the master of 1,000 faces. He pressed his earpiece, signaling his team to verify the information. As for V, he was well aware that the kind of top-tier figures the system referred were unlikely to have any ties to washed-up agents who couldn't even manage ordinary people. His words were merely a tactic to buy himself some time, and while doing so, he made good use of the opportunity. He had almost finished scanning everything on Coulson's little tablet. Of course, there wasn't much of real value on such a small device, just some intel related to this particular incident. But it was already enough for V to glean a great deal about the capabilities of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. For instance, this organization had agents deployed all over the world, and their authority was immense. Take Agent Coulson right in front of him. In order to investigate V's identity, he had simply ordered the capture and interrogation of the main actors, directors, and producers of the entire Terminator movie series. These people were scattered across different countries for work, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't even bother coordinating with local authorities. They just sent their own people to grab them. Such high-handed methods spoke volumes about the sheer power and audacity of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Yet, V wasn't particularly intimidated. After all, he was V the Thunderous. Even when facing a powerhouse like New Magnesium, the kind of nation that stood atop the world, he never felt fear. The only problem was that his abilities weren't enough to wipe out the entire country in one go. He simply found himself stretched thin. If he hadn't been ambushed this time, if a true battle had broken out, he was confident he could have dealt a devastating blow to New Magnesium, perhaps even brought about its downfall. And that's just talking about brain power. You might have heard of Ratchy Bartmoss, that damn genius. He was the most formidable hacker before V came along, so powerful that he could take on hundreds of thousands of corporate-trained hackers single-handedly. Bartmoss single-handedly orchestrated the collapse of the old net, creating a virus that infected every AI within it. He sacrificed his own life to lead the digital world to ruin, turning the old net into nothing but a legend by the time 2077 rolled around. But Bartmoss wasn't truly gone. Using an emergency self-construct system, he cloned his own personality. After his physical death, he entered the old net, cyberspace, achieving mechanical immortality. This hacker destroyed the world's entire network infrastructure, forcing the authorities to erect a black wall, an impenetrable barrier, to keep Bartmoss's handiwork at bay, while they carried on their lives behind the wall as if nothing had happened. So the question becomes, what about V? Because as incredible as Bartmoss was, he wasn't the most powerful. After all, he was only the greatest hacker before V showed up. In other words, the most formidable hacker of the new era is V. Even in the year 2077, the new America feared V's abilities so much that they resorted to nuclear strikes, hoping to wipe V from the face of the earth. But here in 2008, a time that could be considered ancient history, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division hardly posed a threat to V. Sitting there with unshakable confidence, V's calmness even made Coulson suspect that this mysterious figure might actually have some connection to Nick Fury. Although V's abilities seemed extraordinary, considering his own boss was no ordinary man, Coulson could understand the situation. After all, decades ago, he himself had been one of the people who directly experienced the Captain Marvel incident alongside Nick Fury. Well, to be honest, he hadn't participated in the whole thing. During the Captain Marvel events, Coulson had mostly been running errands. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of an alien. At most, he'd only seen the aftermath of a battle when he went to sweep up the place. Of course, that battle scene was anything but ordinary. Captain Marvel had single-handedly destroyed a warship. Most of the wreckage had been gathered by the Skrulls and taken to the moon, so it hadn't fallen to Earth, but Coulson had still witnessed the spectacle. Having seen his share of chaos, Coulson wasn't about to be awed by the so-called achievements of a few civilians with barely any combat ability. As far as he was concerned, V was still within the bounds of his understanding. So, the two of them quietly sat across from each other at the table, one waiting for a response from his superior, the other still busily copying data from Coulson's tablet. Not long after, a prompt sounded in Coulson's earpiece. He pressed his hand to his earpiece, while V, ever the expert, had already hacked into their communications channel. Agent Coulson, the director, has replied. He hasn't spoken to the target, nor does he know who they are. Coulson listened without showing any reaction. He glanced at V, a faint smile flickering across his face. That's good. Let's get the welcoming committee ready. After relaying the message to his colleagues, Coulson gave V another polite smile. In that case, now that your identity is confirmed, I'll take my leave. Enjoy your meal. With that, Coulson stood up and walked out. Johnny watched him go, unable to hold back a quiet chuckle. That fool still doesn't realize we've already hacked their comms. So what now? Do we make a run for it? Or do we start a fight? V shook his head slightly at Johnny, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, a secret signal between them. Hold on. We still don't know what kind of operation this so-called agency is running. If they're anything like the Valentinos, we might have to tread carefully. In the year 2077, the Valentinos, while involved in their share of crime and violence, always made sure to protect the civilians in their own neighborhood. In a place as ruthless as Night City, the fact that they had managed to get this far was already quite impressive. Compared to those other gangs that devoured people without leaving a single bone behind, the Valentinos seemed almost angelic. On top of that, with people like Jackie, Jackie's mother, and the priest, all of whom had good relationships with V, Inside the gang, V truly found it hard to take any drastic action. Johnny nodded. Do as you please. Not like I can stop you anyway. With that, Johnny sprawled out on the chair where Coulson had just been sitting. V gave a faint smile, ended the conversation with Johnny, and turned his gaze back to Coulson. At that moment, the communication channels of the other agents around them crackled to life. All units, prepare for combat. Take action the moment Agent Coulson leaves the line of fire. Try to capture the target alive. The agents listening to the orders shifted ever so slightly, making the smallest possible movements as their hands inched toward the pistols at their waists. But just as Coulson was about to step out of the encirclement, V suddenly called out to him. What is it, Mr. V? Coulson paused instead of leaving, turning calmly to ask. Give my regards to the chef. Don't forget to pay for the meal, and leave a tip. V stood up as well, and his movement instantly drew the attention of every agent in the room. Without caring if they were exposing themselves, they all gripped their pistols. What do you mean? Coulson feigned confusion and asked. Nothing. I realized I made a mistake, mixed up a few things, and came looking for the wrong person. Now that I know how it is, I won't bother you any longer. I'll be on my way, smiled Gamli. At the same time, the Sandevistan kicked in. A sensation like a flood of adrenaline surged through his body, and V felt as if everything around him had slowed to a crawl. The Sandevistan, a powerful cyberware implant, could ramp up its user's speed to the point of breaking all human limits. In the game, it's presented to players as a kind of bullet time effect, truly game-changing. The legendary version of this cyberware could slow time by up to 85%, which meant the user could move 6.666 times faster than normal. But V's own Sandevistan, thanks to his modifications and innate talent, could push past even 10 times the normal speed. Combine that with V's superhuman body and reflexes. How unstoppable could he be? Coulson, only just noticing something was wrong, reached for his gun out of instinct. But before his hand could even touch the weapon, V became a blur, streaking out of the restaurant in an instant. Coulson, a step too slow, drew his weapon by muscle memory. But all he managed to aim at was the fading afterimage of V. What just happened? Coulson was completely thrown by the situation. His mind simply couldn't keep up with V's speed, so much so that he was still convinced V was standing right in front of him. It took a second or two before Coulson snapped back to reality. Glancing at his equally stunned teammates, who were drawing their pistols in confusion, he immediately pressed the button on his earpiece. The target has escaped the restaurant. I repeat, the target has escaped the restaurant. Be advised, the target is moving extremely fast, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Dispatch the tactical team immediately and initiate pursuit. Coulson's voice jolted the other agents back to their senses. They scrambled out of the restaurant, pistols at the ready, each one searching frantically for any sign of V. Once outside, Coulson saw that the surrounding streets were already deserted. Through his cybernetic eye, he could clearly make out a police barricade several hundred meters down the road. He wasn't surprised. This so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division wielded considerable authority, something he'd already learned from reading their files. It was only to be expected that they'd set up roadblocks so swiftly. But Coulson had no intention of simply forcing his way through the barricade in bullet time mode. He could feel his legs sinking slightly into the ground. It was just like that legendary game protagonist who could shatter the earth with his power. V could unleash astonishing speed, but only by pushing off the ground with tremendous force. Back in the era of 2077, construction and material technologies had advanced so far that even rocket launchers struggled to breach buildings. The ground itself was practically indestructible. V had never needed to worry about cracking the pavement with a single step. He could unleash his full power without restraint. But in this world, the concrete beneath his feet was barely tougher than tofu as far as V was concerned. If he stayed out of bullet time, his movements wouldn't affect the environment too much. But once he activated bullet time, every step he took punched holes straight through the ground. It was like walking through deep snow. Every stride left a gaping pit behind. Under these conditions, V's speed was naturally compromised, making it impossible to hide his tracks, let alone shake off these agents who had yet to understand what they were dealing with. So, V planted his feet hard into the ground, shattering the pavement around him, and launched himself skyward. At the same time, he deployed his cybernetic arm. A filament, thin as a thread, shot out from his forearm. This was one of his combat-grade cybernetic enhancements, a monomolecular wire. Its cutting edge was only a single molecule thick, capable of slicing through almost anything, and it had a charged mode for devastating bursts of power. Right now, V was using the mono wire as a means of transportation. Wrapping its broadside around a lamppost, he swung himself directly through an open window into a nearby building. He didn't show himself. Instead, he hijacked a street camera, monitoring the situation outside from distance. Although the technology in this world isn't particularly advanced, there are at least a couple of surveillance cameras on the street, allowing V to keep an eye on what's happening outside. Through the security feed, V could see Coulson leading a squad of agents as they burst out of the restaurant, scanning the area in search of him. Meanwhile, from another corner, a delivery truck pulled out and joined up with Coulson and his team. Coulson climbed into the truck, while the other agents split up, fanning out to look for V's whereabouts. V stayed hidden in the shadows, all the while secretly listening in on their communication channel, curious to see just what kind of people he was dealing with. He still wasn't sure if this so-called Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division was good or bad. What if they were no better than the Valentinos? He couldn't bring himself to go after the Valentinos, but if they turned out to be more like the Maelstrom, a gang of maniacs who delighted in senseless violence, well, he had no qualms about wiping those out. He disbanded that gang single-handedly, without a second thought. Now, all he could do was wait and see if this Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division was more like the Maelstrom or the Valentinos. Watching the agents scatter, and noting that none of them seemed interested in searching the building he was hiding in for now, V shifted his attention back to the truck. With a quick adjustment to his signal frequency, V effortlessly slipped through the antenna and hacked his way into the truck systems. As luck would have it, there was even a hidden camera inside the vehicle, tucked away among a pile of equipment. V wasn't sure whether this camera had been installed by the head of the so-called Strategic Homeland Division out of distrust for his own people, or if it had always been there. Either way, it worked in V's favor, giving him a direct view of what was happening inside the truck. There were several agents inside, and the familiar Agent Coulson was seated among them, eyes glued to the wall of monitors as he chatted quietly with another agent. That guy moves fast. From what I could see, he's got signs of mechanical augmentation, so it's possible that speed comes from his cyberware. What's worth noting is that the tech he's using is highly advanced. Really? Are you saying we might be able to use the same tech ourselves? His companion replied with a grin. Maybe. Has the field team been deployed yet? They have. They'll be here any minute. No sightings in the surrounding blocks, so he's probably still in this area. We'll just sweep the whole street when the time comes. The agent speaking to Coulson smiled, as if everything was under control. But out of Coulson's sight, he quietly pressed a hidden button. Just then, V noticed that the truck's systems were being invaded by another signal, something that genuinely caught him by surprise. Watching the agent quietly pressing the button, V immediately caught on to what was happening. Mission impossible. Ooh, this is getting interesting. Johnny chimed in with a grin. Unlike V, he didn't bother to hide. He just stood openly at the window, taking in the scene outside. V honestly had no idea what Johnny was looking at. After all, their vision was linked, and V couldn't see anything special from that spot. Johnny was just putting on show, nothing more. Whatever. It's not like we aren't used to this by now. Spy games like this were nothing new to V. After all, this version of V was a corpo, well acquainted with all sorts of double-crossing and underhanded dealings. Later, when V was carving out his own path through Night City, he'd seen this kind of thing more times than he could count. Let's just say, the more you see, the less it phases you. But now that the signal was practically handed over on a silver platter, V put his exceptional hacking skills to work and hijacked the incoming signal as well. Tracing the source, V discovered yet another cargo truck. What is it with these people and using cargo trucks as their bases? And why are there always cameras inside? What the hell are they up to? V still couldn't tell whether this organization was the Maelstrom gang or the Valentinos, but the more he saw, the less reliable they seemed. He grumbled to himself, and then noticed that the agents inside this new truck had just hacked into one where Coulson was and rerouted the signals. With that, they could now access Coulson's intel as well. Field team, get ready to move. Inside the cargo truck, a burly-looking agent gave the order to another. Before long, several specialized combat aircraft arrived on the block. With all the residents and bystanders already evacuated, the aircraft made no attempt to hide, landing right on the street. Teams of heavily armed agents dropped to the pavement, fully prepared for battle. V kept an eye on both the street outside and the people inside the truck. All right, your mission, try to capture the target alive. If necessary, use lethal force. A nearby agent relayed the orders to the field team. But from atop another cargo truck, a different command came through. Try to bring him in alive. If that's not possible, kill him and let our people take care of it. Understood. The field team replied calmly, though it was unclear who exactly they were answering to. Meanwhile, as the eavesdropper, V found his head starting to spin from all the crosstalk. Was this just a power struggle between two departments within the National Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, or had the Bureau itself been infiltrated by other intelligence agencies seeking their own advantage? There was simply too little intel, nowhere near enough to analyze the situation. V shook his head, but the next voice that came through the comm channel caught him by surprise. The target's trail is obvious. They know that, so now they've gone into hiding. Activate the high-powered scanning device and find them. A high-powered scanning device? V wasn't unfamiliar with that term. Back in Night City, he'd seen these gadgets more than a few times. But in the world of 2077, stealth coatings were so common, they'd become almost mundane. Even street punks had them. You could have a radar sweeping right in your face and still remain invisible. So V had no reason to be afraid. He simply stayed where he was. Still, his gaze drifted up to the two jets hovering in the sky. After a little probing, he discovered something startling. These machines actually received external signals. Damn, this kind of design was tailor-made for a hacker like him. By 2077, hacking skills were commonplace. That's why most of these combat robots were built without any external signal access. You could only tweak their code when they were powered down. As a result, V couldn't just hack the bots and make them his minions. The best he could do was overload their programs to burn them out or smash them directly. But now, seeing a jet he could actually hack, V felt a surge of excitement. Let's see how you handle me. Up in the sky, the pilots had no idea anyone could break into their systems. Following Coulson's orders, they switched to stealth mode and activated their shield tech scanners, sweeping the entire block. Meanwhile, V slipped silently into their jet systems, using the onboard GPS to pinpoint their location. He had to admit, hacking this jet brought back a real taste of 2077 for him. Back then, everyone had a tracking system. As a puppet master, if he marked a target, he could spot every enemy instantly, even see through walls. But in this era, forget about civilians. Even the tech on field agents wasn't all that advanced. The only hacking trick V could pull was breaking into their comm channel. Could you believe it? It was like being a master chef with an empty pantry. All the skills in the world, but nothing to work with. Now, looking at this jet, V couldn't help but feel thoroughly satisfied. This gadget really is a bit more advanced. He could only hope that whatever bureau this was would hurry up and upgrade their tech too. When the time came, it'd make things a whole lot easier for him in a fight. But back to those two jets. V's cybernetic eye flickered with a crimson gleam. In perfect silence, he had already completely hacked the first jet. Yet what surprised V most was that the jet actually had an autopilot system. With that, he could even have both jets perform a dramatic Black Hawk down right in the sky. Still, V wasn't in a rush to wrest control from the pilots. He wanted to play a different game first. Knowing the high-powered scanning device was already active, V directly tapped into the jet's systems, disrupting the scanner's operation. Then, have you found the target yet? Coulson's voice crackled through the comms. The two pilots glanced down at their radar. Not yet. Wait, the radar's lighting up. The pilot stared, stunned, as a dense cluster of red dots suddenly sprang to life on the radar screen. Damn it, the scans picked up over 100 targets. They're moving fast and converging on the decoy vehicle. What the hell? Over 100 targets? Even Coulson was momentarily speechless at this absurd number, but quickly regained his composure. Everyone, converge on my position immediately. Tell the driver to prepare to relocate. Jets, confirm if any of those are our actual target. We're not sure. We haven't spotted anyone resembling the target from up here. Those blips must all be inside the buildings. High above, the two stealth jets, having locked onto the signals, immediately swept toward the target zone. But even after arriving, they still found nothing on the ground. Yet the red dots crowding the radar weren't a glitch, leaving the pilots completely baffled. As they passed over the command vehicle, both jets suddenly jolted in midair. Hold on, something's off. Both pilots frowned in unison, gripping their control sticks and tentatively trying to maneuver, only to find the sticks frozen in place. Warning, jet out of control. I repeat, jet is out of control. The announcement from the pilots left all the agents below momentarily dumbstruck. Then, they watched as the two jets shed their stealth mode, appearing abruptly overhead. One of them dove headlong, straight down toward them. Field agents from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Divisions scattered in panic, diving for cover with a chaotic mix of sprints, slides, and desperate tumbles. Coulson and his team inside the truck, however, weren't so lucky. The jet came hurtling down, but just as it hit the ground, it pulled up in a sharp last-second maneuver. With that maneuver, the jet narrowly avoided the agents on the ground, but ended up gliding right onto the top of the truck and crashing into the restaurant next door. Inside the truck, Coulson and the other agents were tossed about like rag dolls, rolling helplessly as the vehicle careened, each collision leaving new bruises and scrapes all over them. Fortunately, all the equipment inside the truck was securely fastened. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be sporting a patchwork of bruises. There'd be no telling what kind of injuries they might have suffered. As soon as the truck came to a halt, Coulson ignored his own wounds and hurried to the rear doors. With a forceful kick, he broke open the warp door and leapt out of the truck, leading the other agents to safety. The special response team members outside, having narrowly escaped disaster themselves, rushed over to help. They immediately began administering first aid to the agents who were more seriously injured. Meanwhile, Coulson steeled himself and made his way outside the restaurant, stopping to question one of the agents. "Where's the other jet? Where'd it go down?" The agent responded immediately, pointing out the direction where the other jet had crashed. "All right, I need a few people with me." With a quick command, Coulson led a group of agents toward the site of the second jet's crash. But when they arrived and took in the scene before them, Coulson couldn't help but pause in surprise. Why is there a command vehicle here? And it just happened to be struck by the jet. The situation made little sense to Coulson, but when he saw the SHLD stamped equipment inside the vehicle and several agents who had been knocked unconscious, he quickly had his team pull them out to a safe distance and start administering medical attention. Once he saw the injured agents were out of immediate danger, Coulson got back on his feet. Just as he was about to inspect the equipment inside the truck, an agent hurried over to him. "Agent Coulson, there's a fuel leak from the jet over there. I strongly advise you not to approach that vehicle. The whole thing could go up in flames any second." Hearing this, Coulson turned and saw that the jet was indeed leaking fuel, and the situation looked precarious. Still, something about the exposed equipment in the back of the truck kept nagging at him. It just didn't feel right. He was on the verge of risking a closer look, hoping to collect some valuable data, when suddenly flames erupted by the jet, igniting the leaking fuel. In an instant, the fuel tank exploded in a deafening blast. The shockwave hurled Coulson through the air, and the truck was caught in the explosion as well, torn apart and reduced to twisted wreckage. "Agent Coulson!" Through the haze and ringing in his ears, Coulson could just barely make out someone shouting his name. But he couldn't respond. All he could do was lie flat on his back, staring up at a sky that was quickly being swallowed by thick, black smoke. From within the thick smoke, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure standing atop a nearby building. A person whose eyes glowed red, gazing down at him from above. Then, Coulson lost consciousness. Damn, that's brutal. Even their own people aren't spared. V and Johnny stood on the rooftop, activating their cybernetic eyes as they watched the scene unfold below. They were nearly 100 meters away from the agents on the ground, so to the naked eye, the people below were no bigger than ants. But V's vision was far from ordinary. He zoomed in with his augmented optics, bringing everything into sharp, vivid focus as if it were happening right before their eyes. As for Johnny's astonishment, it was directed at the ruthless cleanup operation taking place below. Among the agents who had accompanied Coulson to investigate, a few suddenly turned traitor. Seizing the chaos of the explosion, they knocked their teammates unconscious. Another group of agents soon arrived on the scene and, working together with the turncoats, began staging the aftermath. They executed the agents who'd been rescued from the truck, and those knocked out by the traitors were also silenced without mercy. Only Coulson, whose status seemed quite extraordinary, was spared. The agents gathered around his unconscious body, arguing amongst themselves before dragging him aside and starting emergency treatment. They chose not to kill him. Once everything was arranged and the scene looked secure, the traitors who'd arrived with Coulson had their fellow agents knock them out as well. In the end, what remained was a perfectly staged crime scene. A jet's fuel had leaked and exploded, destroying the site and supposedly killing several agents who'd been rescued from the truck, all critically injured. The agents who'd come to their aid were caught in the blast, rendered unconscious. A few unlucky ones had their insides shattered by the shockwave and lost their lives on the spot. Well, the staging wasn't flawless. There were still some inconsistencies. But considering that this so-called strategic homeland intervention, enforcement, and logistics division seemed to be riddled with infiltrators, those who would later investigate the incident might not even be their own people. Any minor flaws could easily be glossed over. So, was this truly foolproof? Did you get it all on record? Johnny turned to V, who grinned and nodded, from start to finish. Honestly, I didn't expect this organization to look so impressive, but turn out to be a complete sieve. The whole place is crawling with double agents. Well, this just got interesting. What's your next move? Let's wait and see. I left a little gift hidden in the equipment inside that truck. If they dare to upload any of it to their internal network, we'll have their database at our fingertips, like our own private playground. All right, impressive. As always, it's you who gets things done. Johnny gave a thumbs up. V smiled, watching as everything below gradually settled down, then turned to leave as well. He still didn't know much about this organization, but once he turned their intranet into his own backyard, he'd be able to check out their activity logs and make a call. When the time came, he'd take out those who needed to be eliminated and bury what needed to be buried. Anyone who was supposed to get lost better hurry up and do so, With a running start from the rooftop, his cybernetic legs activated, propelling V through the air for dozens of meters to land atop another building. He kept moving, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, as effortlessly as strolling down a familiar street. The nets and barricades set up by the National Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Bureau far below didn't hinder V in the slightest. He simply vaulted over the rooftops, while the people below didn't even bother to look up. Once outside the cordon, V found a quiet alley, jumped down from the rooftop, and landed so forcefully that cracks spidered through the concrete. Yet, he strolled out of the alley as if nothing had happened, melted into the crowd, and vanished from sight. Half an hour later, V found himself back in familiar territory. Well, it was his own fault for leaving all that stolen cash at the restaurant earlier. Consider it payment for the meal and the tip. Oh, and now that he thought about it, there was probably a repair bill for the restaurant, too. Either way, in short, he was broke again. But being broke was nothing new for V. He'd become something of an expert at it. So here he was, back in this part of town. It was afternoon now, and the number of gang members in Hell's Kitchen had noticeably increased. Not that surprising, really. Most gangsters kept hours like college students, up all night, never sleeping, only waking up around midday, starving and desperate for something to eat. V navigated the area with practiced ease, heading to a spot where a deal was clearly going down. Listening to the commotion inside, V powered up his gorilla arms, ready to smash in the door, when he heard something off to the side. He glanced over and saw a frail-looking white-haired old man wearing glasses step out. The man stopped 7 paces away from V and greeted him with a genteel bow. "Good day, mysterious sir." V, noticing the stranger seemed non-threatening, raised an eyebrow. "And who might you be?" The old man smiled. Who I am isn't important. What matters is, I can get you whatever you need." Hearing this, V couldn't help but find it amusing. Even Johnny couldn't resist, popping up beside the old man, pointing a finger at his head. "I think there's something wrong with this guy's brain. Maybe we should give him a lobotomy?" V ignored Johnny, giving the old man an amused look as a red glint flickered in his eyes. "What do you think I need?" "Let me guess, it's money, isn't it?" "Oh, you're pretty sharp." Hearing this answer, V couldn't help but let out a sneering laugh in his heart. Money, he certainly needed it. After all, he'd just arrived here, and everything required cash. But what he truly needed most was this world's technology. That, after all, was his main reason for coming here. Still, seeing the way this guy acted, V grew curious himself, wondering what this man was really after. So, a bit perfunctorily, he clapped his hands. "Impressive. So you think I'm short on money, and then what? You want to give me some?" "Oh, that's no problem. Of course, you must understand, we don't hand out favors for no reason." "Favors? Oh, right, for no reason. That's what a favor is, isn't it? Or maybe you'd call it pity? Or perhaps charity." The old white man, hearing V say all this, simply smiled. "Clearly, sir, you're not someone oblivious to how things work. So I'll get straight to the point. My boss has taken a liking to your abilities. He hopes you'll work for him." "Your boss? And who might that be?" A trace of curiosity flickered in V's eyes. Back in Night City, as his reputation soared, nobody dared suggest making him anyone's lackey. At most, when some jobs got too tricky, those guys would grudgingly seek him out, paying dearly, hoping for his help. But here, someone actually wanted to recruit him as a subordinate. He found it odd, but the old white man grew visibly excited. A hint of fanaticism flickered in what had been an otherwise calm gaze, and he spoke with fervor. Who else would it be in Hell's Kitchen? Of course, it's the kingpin of New York's underworld, Mr. Fisk. "Oh, that sounds impressive. And who's Fisk supposed to be?" In stark contrast to the old man's excitement, V looked genuinely puzzled. This made the old man feel not just insulted himself, but as if his boss was being disrespected too. He shouted indignant, "Don't play dumb. You've already ruined one of the boss's businesses, yet he's willing to let bygones be bygones and give you another chance. Don't throw away this goodwill." "Throw away goodwill?" When V heard those words, a smile broke across his face. He chuckled softly, then his expression gradually grew calm. "It's been a long time since anyone dared say that to me. Let me guess, you think your boss is powerful? That he can do something to me?" "Of course. The boss controls the entire New York underworld. His influence runs deep in the shadows of this world. And you're just some upstart, a greenhorn, and yet you dare defy him?" The old white man spoke as if it were only natural. "You think you're strong? But in front of that master, your strength is nothing but—" Before he could finish, his words were silenced. His head was smashed to pulp by a single punch, the remains splattering evenly across the ground behind him. No one knew when V had appeared at the old man's side. Watching the body slowly collapse, V's lips curled into a mocking smile. "So, is your supposedly powerful master able to stop me from killing you?" V gave a wry chuckle and glanced toward the other corners of the room. All right, I've been generous enough to let you surround me. If you don't show yourselves now, I might just leave. Those lurking in the shadows were startled the moment they heard this. The reason, his voice hadn't just echoed in the air. It had come directly into their minds through their earpieces. As that realization flashed through their minds, their bodies responded out of sheer reflex from countless drills. Weapons in hand, they burst from their hiding places, moving to encircle V. A handful of grenades were hurled first, arcing toward V's position. But as blades flashed in the air, the grenades were sliced into pieces mid-flight, clattering harmlessly to the ground without so much as a spark. V's mantis blades snapped open, and as he surveyed the gang members frozen in shock, the red glow in his eyes grew ever more piercing. Is that all you've got? He muttered, and in the next instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind only 2 deep footprints embedded in the concrete floor. In a heartbeat, he was upon a masked man clad in tactical gear. A single slash, and without sparing a glance, V darted toward the next target, weaving between enemies, the mantis blades in his hands striking again and again. Only when V finally stood still did those he'd attacked begin to fall apart, bodies splitting, collapsing to the ground in pieces. To V, these gang members, whose basic abilities were no better than ordinary people, posed no challenge, even with their specialized gear. They were no threat to him at all. In fact, V considered this so-called battle nothing more than a massacre. He showed no mercy. Anyone he deemed an enemy would meet his blade, his iron fist. Within seconds, every enemy lay unconscious. V sheathed his mantis blades, feeling only boredom. He could tell these people, though gang members, had undergone special forces training and wielded the same equipment as elite soldiers. But even so, their combat skills hadn't improved much. In V's eyes, they were still no different from regular people. Boring, he thought, to the point where their provocation wasn't even worth anger. Still, when someone gets right in your face, you can't just let it slide. As for the fury burning in his heart, well, that could only be eased by tormenting his enemies a bit more before finishing them off. V kicked aside the remains blocking his path and continued toward the scene of the deal he had set his sights on moments before. With a swift kick, he blasted the door open and strode in without a hint of hesitation, leaving the gang members inside stunned, their hands instinctively gripping their guns. Who was this guy? So brazen, so fearless. Watching V walk toward the table as if he owned the place, one of the gang members shook off his confusion and hurried over, no longer caring how or why V had shown up. Hey buddy, this place is... V didn't even bother to change his expression, barely sparing the man a glance. After the dull slaughter, just now, V couldn't even muster the motivation to use his combat cyberware on this bunch. After all, they were just regular people. Using cyberware on them would make V seem like he was showing off. As the gang member approached, V's eyes flicked over the structure of the gun in his hand. Then, with a casual punch, he knocked the man down and snatched the weapon from his grasp. The rest of the gang saw the gun now in V's hand and immediately panicked, raising their weapons to fire. But V simply steadied the AK in his hand with a single motion, squeezing off a few rounds in rapid succession, each bullet finding its mark, dropping every gang member in the room with a clean shot to the head. At last, V turned his gaze on the 2 men at the table, who were busily counting out the goods. He spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone. Still thinking about pulling your guns? The 2, who had just reached for their weapons, froze as they saw their comrades cut down in an instant, and dared not make another move. V walked over to the table, leaving the guns lying where they were, and even tossed his own weapon casually onto the tabletop. But the scene from moments before still lingered in the air, too intense for the 2 men to even think of trying anything. V pointed at one of them, and the man jumped up immediately, obediently stepping aside. Sinking into a chair, V glanced at the goods on the table, a look of disdain flickering across his face. Is selling powder really all you know how to do? Don't you people have any ambition? Hearing V's complaint, the 2 gangsters exchanged helpless looks. They were just a criminal gang, not terrorists. If they didn't sell powder, should they start dealing arms? V couldn't be bothered to say more. He ordered the gangster sitting across from him to pack the cash into the case, then turned to the other one and asked, "You know Kingpin?" The gangster's reaction to the name was noticeably odd. Sizing up V, he gathered his courage and replied, "In Hell's Kitchen, Mr. Kingpin's name is known by everyone. No one could claim otherwise." Quite impressive. Johnny appeared, leaning against the wall, puffing on a cigarette from who knows where, his face expressionless as he spoke. V rolled his eyes, not even bothering to respond. He had no idea if the system had caught some kind of virus. It felt as if he'd turned into Johnny from the game, always popping up whenever he pleased just to remind everyone of his existence. Do you know how to get in touch with him? Well, I'm just a nobody. How could I possibly know that? And nobody, huh? V nodded, then grabbed a brick-hard block of compressed powder from the table and slammed it down on the gang member's head. He used so much force that the block exploded into a cloud of powder, covering the guy's face and mixing with the blood. Across from them, the other gang member, who had just stuffed the cash back into the suitcase, shuddered at the sight. V wasn't about to let him off the hook. Do you know how to contact that guy? I don't know, but my boss does. V set down the block. Next time, don't waste your breath, call your boss. The man hurried to pull out his phone, dialed his boss, and set the phone respectfully on the table. The call was quickly answered, and a voice came through. What's going on? Did something go wrong with the deal? V ignored the guy on the other end and stared at the phone on the table, his cybernetic eye glowing red. Following the call, V hacked straight into the so-called boss's phone and started sifting through the messages. This boss was something else. The phone was riddled with viruses. It was a wonder it still worked at all. V casually ran a quick antivirus for him, then scanned the contact list, finally spotting a number saved under the name Kingpin. Found it, V murmured. After analyzing the phone signals in this world, he chose to call Kingpin directly using his own implanted cyberware, both to keep things discreet and to employ a few tricks to trace Kingpin's location. The call connected almost immediately. A deep, rumbling voice answered. Even without seeing the man, you could feel the intimidation radiating from the other end. No wonder, Mr. Kingpin, you become the uncrowned king of New York. With a voice like that, I bet you could command half the city to do your bidding. There was a pause, then the voice replied, Are you the punk who messed up my business this morning? V couldn't help but let out a short, incredulous laugh at the way he was addressed. I'm not sure how many centuries old you are now, Mr. Kingpin, but you still think you can call me kid? V grinned, tracing Kingpin's location through the call, even as he kept the conversation going. Kingpin's voice remained as calm and emotionless as ever. So, you possess strength beyond ordinary men and ruined one of my deals. Does that make you think you're better than me? Not just that. I wiped out an entire, let's generously call those trash a unit of yours. Then I used one of your lackey's brains as paint to create a little graffiti masterpiece just for you. Mr. Fisk, would you like to come take a look? Perhaps you'd enjoy this original piece, crafted by a subordinate ready to spill his guts and brains for you. As V's words echoed, deep within a building in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin let out a scornful chuckle in his office. Those kind of nobodies? I've got as many as you want. Since you seem to like them so much, why don't I send a few more your way? Let's see if you can handle them. With that, Kingpin pressed a button on his phone and abruptly hung up on V. Sitting back in his office chair, he shook his head. He had thought V might be someone worth recruiting, but now he saw only a short-sighted fool. Never mind. Bullseye, you lead the team. Go take care of that pest for me. By tomorrow night, I want his head hanging at the intersection, so everyone knows what happens when you cross me. From the corner of the office, a bald man with a target tattooed on his head rose from the sofa. Without a word, he started toward the door. But just as he was reaching for the handle, all the lights in the office snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room, with only a few computer screens still casting their glow. On every screen, V's avatar flickered into view. No time like the present, right? Why wait? Tonight, I'll bring my head right to your doorstep, Mr. Fisk. Let's see if you've got the guts to claim it. V's voice flooded the room from every speaker, so immersive and chilling it felt as if he were lurking in the very shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Even Kingpin couldn't help but tense up. He locked eyes with Bullseye, their gazes cutting through the dark thanks to their keen senses. Bullseye shook his head, then pointed at the electronic lock by the door, now glowing red, completely sealed off. He's hacked our system. The doors are locked tight. Kingpin's brow furrowed. He'd never seen street punks use tricks like this. Even special ops groups rarely pulled off something so sophisticated. With the world's networks just starting to develop, even V's skills were limited by the times, let alone any local upstart. But this display of power made Kingpin think, for the first time, that he might have picked the wrong fight. No, wait. Wasn't it the other guy who came looking for trouble first? For a moment, Kingpin realized his nerves were getting the better of him. He took a deep breath and faced the computer screens, meeting the red, menacing glare of V's virtual eyes. What is it you really want? He demanded, his voice tense. Nothing much. I just want to grind you into dust, Mr. Fisk. I'm standing right outside. Don't even think about running. V finished speaking with a cheerful smile, and then the screen flickered, transforming into 100 different surveillance feeds. Fortunately, the screen was large enough for Kingpin to see clearly what was happening in every single camera view. But as he took in the scenes, Kingpin's fingers tightened around his cane. These surveillance feeds, there was no mistaking it. They were all from cameras placed throughout his own building. What was the other side trying to say? Was this meant to threaten him, to flaunt the ability to hack into his systems at will? No, it couldn't be that simple. Kingpin's eyes darted restlessly across the many camera feeds, trying to figure out exactly what V was planning. V didn't disappoint. Before long, he appeared within the view of one of the cameras. Let me see. Your building has 18 floors. Take a guess. How long do you think it'll take me to fight my way up from the very first floor? At the entrance to the first floor, V grinned up at the camera, stretching his limbs as he spoke in a tone brimming with excitement. Kingpin's men at the entrance, hearing V's brazen words, raised their guns and closed in, ordering him to get lost. But V ignored their shouts. In a flash, his mantis blades snapped out from his arms, and he became nothing but flickering shadows, slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so gang members at the entrance were hacked to pieces, their bodies strewn about in gruesome heaps. Clear, bold, blood-red letters replaced that camera feed. Then came the next feed, and the next, and the next. Chaotic noises began to echo faintly from the lower floors, and it finally dawned on Kingpin what V was actually doing. V wanted him to watch as he slaughtered his way up, floor by floor, killing every last one of his men, crushing his hope, and then finally coming for him. It was clear the enemy intended to torment him, to grind him down with fear and pressure. And Kingpin had to admit, V was succeeding. He stared at the screens before him. The surveillance windows didn't allow him a clear look at V's face. Whenever V appeared, all he saw were blurred, blood-stained afterimages, swinging lethal blades. Moments later, those afterimages vanished, leaving only spattered blood and the mangled remains of corpses scattered across the monitors. In less than half a minute, every camera on the first floor had been replaced by that ominous, red clear, the signal that it was all over. And then it was on to the second floor. V was a man of his word. He had said he'd fight his way up from the bottom, and he meant it. He wouldn't spare a single floor, a single room, not even a single soul in the entire building. As the number of surveillance feeds dwindled, Kingpin's frown deepened, growing more and more severe. Just as he'd feared, faced with V, who seemed nothing short of a god of death, he truly felt afraid. His fear of V was not simply due to the terrifying power V now displayed, the kind of power that could slaughter his well-trained henchmen as easily as chickens. It was also because of V's ruthless decisiveness, the way he would never hesitate to cut down anyone who dared to stand against him, regardless of who they were. More than strength, Kingpin was troubled by V's cold-blooded resolve. After all, he had seen his share of so-called superheroes. Men and women like Daredevil and others possessed abilities far beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet, when facing them, Kingpin never felt the slightest fear. He knew that, even if he lost, they would never kill him. In fact, if things ever grew truly dire, those self-righteous heroes would probably save his life, patch him up, and then send him off to prison. They were just to a fault. They would never harm his family or those he cared about. Not even if doing so would make their fight against him easier. They would never simply kill him and be done with it. Instead, they'd insist on using the law to bring him to justice. That, to them, was true righteousness. Some even adhered to a strict no-kill policy. Even the most obsessive among them would never consider hurting innocent bystanders. But V was different. V didn't care. He never bothered to judge whether those he killed were guilty or innocent. If you stood in his way, he would end you without a second thought. A man like that, no matter how powerful he was, just knowing you stood in his path was enough to send chills down your spine. And V was more than strong enough to kill everyone in this building, including Kingpin himself. Realizing this, Kingpin clenched his cane so tightly his knuckles cracked. Then, he picked up his radio. Prepare the helicopter for takeoff. Kingpin, the ruler of New York's underworld, a king among the world's shadowy figures, was, in the end, afraid. He no longer watched V's bloody rampage on the screen. He knew time was not on his side. At V's pace, it would take no more than 10 minutes for him to reach this office. If he wanted to escape, he had to move fast. He glanced at Bullseye, who hadn't even noticed what was happening on the screen and seemed out of the loop. Kingpin quietly turned off the monitor and spoke to him. He's coming. Head outside, take my men, and kill him. Bullseye, unaware that Kingpin had already written him off as expendable, drew a custom pistol from his waist. With a single shot, he blasted the lock off the security door and strode out. As Bullseye left, Kingpin wasted no time. He hurried to the wall, opened a concealed panel, and stepped inside, where a secret elevator awaited him. Kingpin strode inside and quickly made his way to the rooftop. There, a custom-built heavy helicopter was preparing for an emergency takeoff. Mr. Fisk, we haven't received approval for our flight path yet, someone reported anxiously. Without breaking stride toward the helicopter, Kingpin paused at the sound of the man's voice. In a sudden, violent motion, he swung his cane and smashed a hole in the man's skull. Ignoring the collapsing body, Kingpin addressed the pilot with icy authority. I don't care about any flight permits. All I need is for you to take off. Right now, this instant. While Kingpin was desperate to escape, V had already fought his way up. He glanced at the sign next to the stairs, level 18. V's face remained cold and expressionless. With a single powerful kick, he flung open the door. What greeted him was a squad of heavily armed mercenaries, and in their midst, a bald man with a manic grin, holding a customized sniper rifle. "You finally made it up here," the man called out. Bullseye had been waiting, his preparations complete. As V advanced, Bullseye pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, slid V's head into his scope, and squeezed the trigger. A high-powered armor-piercing round, propelled by special gunpowder, blasted from the barrel straight for V's head. But in the face of this deadly attack, V simply tilted his head ever so slightly, effortlessly dodging the bullet. This seemingly inconspicuous movement sent a chill down Bullseye's spine. Something was very wrong. "What the hell are you?" Bullseye's expression turned serious. With a sharp gesture, the mercenaries around him unleashed a hail of gunfire at V. Simultaneously, Bullseye kept firing, unloading heavy-caliber rounds at his advancing target. But within V's visual system, every mercenary and Bullseye's own weapon were running ballistic simulations. Red tracer lines stretched from each muzzle, mapping out the trajectories. All V needed to do was weave and step between those scarlet paths, moving steadily toward his foes. For V, it was almost effortless. For Bullseye and his men, it was a nightmare beyond comprehension. To their eyes, V flickered through the corridor like a phantom, his afterimages darting in impossible patterns, dodging every bullet with uncanny grace. And as V closed the distance at blazing speed, the final thing they saw was a flash of steel filling their vision. With a sense of grim release, the mercenaries fell to V's blade, cut down in an instant, leaving only Bullseye standing. By now, Bullseye was on the edge of madness. As Kingpin's top assassin, he had never witnessed anything like this. In the past, no matter who found themselves staring down the barrel of his gun, no matter how they tried to dodge, his bullets would always find their mark, bursting forth in blooms of blood. But this time, his opponent seemed to evade his shots as easily as someone strolling after a meal. Every time he focused all his efforts on aiming, all he managed to hit was the afterimage left by V. How could he possibly accept this? It wasn't until V stepped right up to him that he finally snapped to his senses. He yanked his pistol from his waist, determined to keep shooting. This time, V didn't bother to dodge. A bullet shot out from the muzzle, striking V squarely in the forehead. For a brief moment, Bullseye's eyes lit up with hope. But as he watched the bullet flatten into a tiny steel disc before falling harmlessly to the floor, he was left dumbstruck. V's forehead remained perfectly smooth. Just that one bullet hadn't even managed to break through the subdermal armor beneath his skin. Staring at the little piece of lead on the ground, Bullseye's breath grew ragged. His attacks couldn't even scratch the surface? Then why had V bothered dodging at all? Before he could process any of this, an overwhelming force slammed into him. His vision blurred, and in the next instant, he was pinned face down on the floor. V snatched the pistol from his hand, weighed the weapon that had once belonged to Bullseye, and let out a mocking chuckle. "This? Forget it. Well, since I've got a ready-made target, might as well test it out." A ready-made target? Bullseye was puzzled, but the cold press of the gun against his forehead made everything clear. He was the target. A muffled shot rang out. V tossed the pistol aside, barely worth more than trash in his eyes, not even fit for a collector's shelf, and paid no further attention to the madman's corpse lying on the ground. He pushed open the door to the empty office. A red flash glinted in V's eyes as he scanned the entire room in an instant. He immediately spotted the hidden elevator concealed within the wall, but didn't bother with it. Instead, he looked out the window. A heavily armed helicopter, engines roaring, was flying off into the distance. V tried to hack into the helicopter systems, but unfortunately, the chopper was hopelessly outdated. Critical systems were all manual. What a shame. Even Black couldn't hack that. If only I had a decent gun. He scanned the helicopter structure and, with some regret, realized that even the custom sniper rifle the madman had just wielded wouldn't have been able to pierce the armor on that defense-specialized helicopter. He shook his head. As for chasing it down directly, he couldn't fly. Was he supposed to run after a helicopter on foot? He wasn't exactly a dog chasing a motorcycle. He understood how physics worked. Forget it. Killing him like this would actually be too easy. If I just ended him now, without first making him lose everything, his fortune, his power, his loved ones, it would be letting him off lightly. With that, V's gaze shifted over to Kingpin's desk. The screen that had been shut down by Kingpin suddenly flickered to life, file after file popping up on display. Among these documents were detailed records of Kingpin's underground criminal empire, evidence of his bribery of American officials, transcripts of clandestine conversations where powerful individuals had Kingpin act on their behalf, and, most damning of all, his true identity. New York's high society luminary, Wilson Grant Fisk. One by one, these files were rapidly copied into V's cybernetic implants. Having slaughtered everyone in the building and barely cooled his fury, V now grinned, already pondering his next move, how best to make Kingpin regret his every word and deed today. As V weighed his options, Johnny materialized as well, striding over to inspect the corpses of the armed men, his gaze landing on their weapons. Nothing but junk, not a single usable part among them. V glanced at the firearms, his eyes full of disdain. A master weaponsmith in the era of 2077. How could he have any respect for these ancient relics? To him, these guns weren't even worthy of being dismantled for parts, let alone repurposed into something worthwhile. Watching the armed helicopter receding into the distance, V raised an eyebrow. Looks like I'd better scavenge some parts soon and whip up something with real firepower. Johnny nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something. If I remember right, the headquarters of the most powerful defense contractor in this world is right here in New York. Yeah, we should check it out sometime. V nodded, and as he finished copying the last of the files, the helicopter had finally pulled far enough away to be safe. They're probably about to blow the place. Johnny chuckled, and together they turned to watch the wall beside them. Earlier, during a scan, V had discovered more than just an elevator. He'd also found high-grade explosives planted throughout the entire floor. These charges couldn't be detonated remotely. They were set on a timer. When Kingpin left, he'd already started the countdown. Now, with the helicopter at a safe distance, the clock was nearly up. Time to go. V shrugged, strolled over to the window, let the wind ruffle his hair for a moment, and then leapt out without hesitation. Tom stood holding a briefcase, staring blankly at the building that belonged to the underworld emperor, Kingpin. In Hell's Kitchen, this place was an unmarked yet unquestionable forbidden zone. No matter how fearsome a gang boss might be elsewhere, here, he'd have to keep his head down. Because their status, their merchandise, their people, all came at Kingpin's discretion. And just now, that monster had tossed him here, then marched alone straight into Kingpin's stronghold. Tom stood there, dumbstruck, watching as V unleashed the cybernetic enhancements in his arms. In the blink of an eye, V became a blur of motion, and anyone in his path was swiftly cut down, their bodies split apart in mere moments. The first floor was cleared out in no time. Without missing a beat, V charged toward the second floor, leaving Tom unable to catch even a glimpse of his figure. Even after witnessing such a monstrous display of power from V, Tom couldn't shake the feeling that V was still no match for Kingpin. After all, Hell's Kitchen had suffered under Kingpin's iron rule for far too long. But after waiting for what felt like ages, Tom, who had fully expected V to be crushed by Kingpin's overwhelming force, saw no sign of the legendary crime lord. Instead, an armed helicopter was seen departing from the rooftop, and it suddenly dawned on Tom that the infamous Kingpin hadn't even shown his face before fleeing in disgrace. This realization left Tom stunned for quite a while, until a thunderous explosion jolted him back to his senses. Looking up, he saw the top of the building engulfed in flames, debris raining down from above. Startled, he hurried to find cover in a corner, only for a figure to plummet from the sky and land heavily right beside him. Seeing that the person who had fallen from such a height was completely unscathed, Tom swallowed hard and hastily handed over the briefcase he'd been clutching. V took it without ceremony, his cybernetic arm suddenly expanding in size, as if ready to strike. Just as Tom braced himself, convinced he was about to be turned into a smear by a single punch, V casually swung his fist and smashed a chunk of falling concrete to pieces. Well, what are you waiting for? Get lost. With a calm, almost indifferent tone, V retracted his cybernetic augmentation, picked up the briefcase, and walked away like an ordinary man. Relief washed over Tom. He'd truly believed he had one foot in the grave. But when another piece of debris landed near his feet, he scrambled away on all fours, desperate to escape. V made his way to the entrance of Hell's Kitchen, and this time, no one dared to stand in his way. He glanced at the cluster of fire trucks parked at the edge of the district. Crews clearly wanted to go in, but didn't dare cross the threshold. With a sly smile, V turned to cast one last look at the building that had been Kingpin's symbol, now ablaze. It's not over yet, he said with a cheerful glint in his eye, before pulling up his map and searching for Stark Industries. As he saw the distance between himself and his target, V frowned slightly. That's pretty far. And without a car, how long would it take to run there? Unconsciously, V found himself missing his top-tier, custom-modified Caliban back in Night City. Otherwise, maybe he should just build himself a vehicle? Forget it. It would be too much trouble. Materials science and technology in this world weren't exactly advanced. Who knows how long it would take to find even halfway decent components? He couldn't possibly start from scratch and slowly invent all the necessary tech, could he? Although he did have the ability to do all that, it just seemed like too much hassle. Maybe I should just hail a cab. Johnny, who'd been mulling things over nearby, gave he a big thumbs up. Damn, I forgot about that trick. I've been driving myself for so long, I almost forgot I could just hail a cab. V slapped his forehead, walked over to the curb, and stuck out his thumb. Before long, a taxi pulled up beside him. Where to, sir? The driver, who seemed rather shy, turned to V and asked. Anywhere. V's eyes glimmered, faintly red, and in that instant, the driver's phone lit up. Scoundrel Maps, now navigating for you. Please make a U-turn in 100 meters. The driver froze for a second, then quickly spun the car around and started following the navigation directions. As he drove, curiosity got the better of him. He glanced at V through the rearview mirror. Sir, you don't seem like an ordinary person. What's up? V leaned back in his seat, lazily gazing out at the scenery. After being used to the streets of 2077, with their omnipresent ads and blinding neon glare, V actually found the sights outside pretty charming for a change. Every street corner looked like a scene from a postcard. The driver, encouraged by V's willingness to chat, grew animated. To be honest, as a taxi driver, he really enjoyed a good chat with his passengers, especially with someone as extraordinary as V. Actually, I've got another regular. He always wears this black and red skin-tight suit with a mask, calls himself a mercenary. A black and red skin-tight suit? And a mask? He dresses like that for mercenary work. V frowned slightly. Either your customer is a real badass, or he's just a lunatic with a death wish. Wearing something like that for mercenary jobs, was he asking to be noticed? Well, he seems to have some superpowers. Sometimes I see his mask riddled with bullet holes and smeared with blood, but he's always fine, like nothing happened. It's almost like, immortal? Now that's interesting. V perked up. Johnny had mentioned that this world had a much bigger playing field, with all sorts of rare treasures. But honestly, since V had arrived, nothing had really caught his eye. Well, except for real meat, but that didn't count. While V was mulling it over, Johnny appeared and took a seat beside him. Sounds interesting. Even if that guy's just flesh and blood, his abilities probably aren't much use to you. But still, he's unusual. V nodded, and seeing how easygoing he was, the taxi driver kept the conversation flowing. But the guy seems a little off in the head. He's always talking to thin air, muttering stuff like, this world is so boring, no mutants, no Wolverine to spar with, just endless missions day after day. Hearing this, V and Johnny exchanged a glance. This world, now that's something. Johnny stroked his chin. That guy is either really messed up in the head, or he knows a lot. Someone who can break the fourth wall. Break the fourth wall? Now that's pretty badass. Exactly. And with his immortality, I think you should really get to know him. Yeah, maybe when I have time. V and Johnny started chatting, while up front, the taxi driver began to sense something was off. He glanced in the rearview mirror at V, who was happily talking to thin air, and a puzzled look flickered in his eyes. Is this guy nuts too? 3 hours later, the taxi pulled up in front of Stark Industries. V grabbed a fistful of cash from the case and tossed it to the driver. Wait here. I'll go in and take a look, and I'll need a ride back after. Sure. The taxi driver looked at the wad of bills in his hand, then at the suitcase V had left on the seat. Forget it. I'd better just wait here. He wasn't stupid. Taking a guy like that's money could be a death sentence. A full meal and a lifetime of meals. He knew the difference. V, meanwhile, eyed the nondescript cluster of buildings before him and was already feeling a bit reluctant. Not out of fear, but out of disdain. Sure, Stark Industries might be the most powerful arms company in the world, but V doubted there was anything here worth his while. Materials? Not even worth mentioning, materials in this world were all pretty basic. The only thing that might interest him was the tech. But as a top weaponsmith from the year 2077, would he ever be impressed by their technology? Holy hell, now that's impressive. Staring at the enormous reactor in front of him, V couldn't help but exclaim. Who's over there? A security guard in the lobby looked up, but aside from the glowing reactor, he saw nothing. Am I hearing things? The guard frowned, then relaxed again. Whatever. Shift change is coming up soon. Less trouble is better. Hidden by optical camouflage, V glanced at the utterly careless guard and just shrugged, then strolled slowly toward the conspicuous reactor in the center of the lobby. Activating his cybernetic eye, V scanned the entire reactor at once. Reading the energy output data, V smacked his lips in appreciation. These energy levels would be considered high even in 2077. Looks like this company is actually pretty impressive. Johnny popped up as well, adjusting his sunglasses as he eyed the mighty machine. But even though this thing is awesome, the materials are nothing special. V studied the scan results and gave a helpless shrug. That almost makes it more impressive, don't you think? Johnny chimed in, and V nodded in agreement. At the same time, after staring at this big contraption for quite a while, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Hey, interesting. I've realized we can actually shrink the structure of this thing. Its energy output would drop a lot, sure, but it would still work. Then why did whoever built this thing make it so gigantic? I mean, these buildings around here could never use up all that energy. Who knows? V glanced at the nearby sign. Presented to you by Howard Stark and Tony Stark. Maybe the person who built it just wanted to show off. Thinking of Tony Stark, a name that popped up in the entertainment news all the time, V couldn't help but chuckle. Then, his gaze returned to the reactor. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he had a feeling that this massive device hadn't simply been invented from scratch. It seemed more like it had been reverse engineered. There were several parts of its design that served no real purpose, yet their intent was unmistakable, as if something was supposed to be there. But what was it? V had a vague sense that whatever it was, it might just be one of this world's true treasures. Not far from Stark Industries' munitions plant, a taxi was parked by the roadside. Defined, the usually shy taxi driver, was now completely caught up in the rock music blasting from the radio, thrashing around in his seat in a wild dance. From a distance, the taxi rocked ever so slightly, and given the secluded location, anyone passing by might assume that something steamy was going on inside. Just as Defined was lost in his own little world, so caught up that he was about to take off his shirt, the back door suddenly swung open. His optical camouflage disengaged, and now fully visible, slipped into the back seat and stared in surprise at Defined, who was halfway out of his shirt. What are you doing? V was still puzzled when, out of nowhere, a flashy red sport car pulled up beside them. As V turned his head, his eyes met those of a man wearing sunglasses, a man whose flamboyance was impossible to hide, even behind tinted lenses. The man shot V a quick glance, then looked over at Defined, who was frozen mid-strip, and exclaimed to the burly, black-clad driver next to him, Hey, Happy, check it out, two guys making out. He didn't bother to lower his voice in the slightest, so much so that even with the rock music blaring, both V and Defined could hear him loud and clear. The muscular man, Happy, seemed just as surprised, slowing the sports car down and turning to stare at them along with the flamboyant passenger. V let out a helpless sigh, covered his face with his briefcase, and said to the still stunned Defined, Well, what are you waiting for? Drive. Dopinder snapped back to his senses, hurriedly put his shirt back on, shut off the rock music, and then, in a frantic rush, executed a sharp turn that sent the taxi spinning around. Without missing a beat, he floored the gas and sped away. It had to be said, there was a reason Deadpool considered Dopinder his personal driver. His skills behind the wheel were nothing short of impressive. Meanwhile, in the sports car, they got away. Tony shook his head and turned to the burly man in black next to him. What a shame you missed it. Well, actually, it's probably for the best that you did. The memory of what he just witnessed made Tony suddenly frown. Damn it, why was I even watching those two? Happy, tonight, line up a couple of good-looking actresses for me. I need something to cleanse my eyes. Understood, boss. Happy shrugged, clearly well acquainted with his boss's temperament. He started the engine, and they continued heading in the direction of Stark Industries. Back in the taxi, an awkward silence filled the air. Dopinder drove with extra caution, not daring to make a single unnecessary movement. V casually set down his briefcase, while Johnny materialized beside him, pointing at Dopinder. I think the guy's got decent taste. He's just never heard the real deal. Time to let him experience some actual music. V just grinned. He wasn't the type to get upset over a few words. What did a bit of teasing matter? Thinking back to that showy guy from a moment ago, V's lips curled into a sly smile. Tony Stark, you look pretty pleased with yourself. Just wait until you fall into my hands. You're in for a surprise. With that, V activated his cybernetic implants, selected a few of Samurai's signature tracks, and hacked directly into the taxi's sound system, letting the music blare. 2 hours later, a taxi blasting rock music sped through the streets of New York. The car's thin metal shell did nothing to muffle the thunderous music inside. Even passers-by could hear the deafening rock pouring from within. Eventually, the taxi screeched to a halt outside a subway station. As the door swung open, the music became even clearer to those nearby. Hearing what was playing, people's expressions shifted and their steps faltered just a bit. And who could blame them? Johnny, despite only being a little tougher than the average guy, had become a Night City legend for a reason. His songs were addictive, and he exuded a magnetic charisma that could rally crowds like no other. Shout blow up Arasaka Tower, and people would come running, even big names like Morgan Blackhand. That's how you knew just how formidable this guy really was. If Johnny could conquer Night City in 2077, this world was hardly a challenge. Ignoring the crowd outside, V grabbed his briefcase and slipped out of the taxi. In the driver's seat, Dopinder rolled down the window. Divine's face was flushed with excitement, as if he'd dusted it with rouge, as he called out to V. V, from this subway station, you can reach any place in New York. Of course, if you ever need a ride, just give me a call. V gave him an okay sign, and Divine nodded back, still buzzing with adrenaline. Then, in a burst of energy, he revved the taxi's engine, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke as he shot off into the distance. Johnny emerged from the haze, frowning as he watched Divine vanish. Next time, don't let that kid listen to music before he drives. V nodded in wholehearted agreement. Just moments ago, with that music pounding through the speakers, Divine had been so hyped he nearly flew the taxi. Like a fighter jet. The way he drove made V's stunts in Night City look tame. He didn't drop below 100, not even through the city's busiest streets. There were several times V was sure they'd hit someone, but Divine would always pull off a wild drift at the last second and swerve clear. He handled that taxi as if it were a top-tier sports car, not just a regular cab. Watching the taxi zoom away, a random thought popped into V's head. Bluetooth disconnected. In the distance, a loud bang echoed back, causing V's eyebrows to arch. Did he crash? V shook his head, not bothering to check on Divine. That guy might get a little carried away, but his driving skills were no joke. Rescuing a car wasn't a problem for him. Turning away, V headed for the subway, but as soon as he stepped inside, someone hurried after him. She handed him a business card and introduced herself. Hello, I'm with Absolute Music Company. V frowned, glancing at the company name on the card. What is this? Does this world have its own Arasaka tower that wants him to blow it up? Why would he waste his time singing? If they wanted a musician, they'd be better off asking Johnny. I don't work with corporate lackeys. Johnny, as if reading his mind, materialized nearby. You're just using someone else's face. Don't start thinking you've actually become someone else, all right? V rolled his eyes and shot Johnny a retort. Johnny shrugged and faded away without another word. The agent, who claimed to be from some company, watched V seemingly chatting with thin air, a puzzled look flashing across her face. But she didn't care, so what if he was crazy? As long as he made her money, he was the right kind of crazy. In fact, having an artist with mental health issues might even become a selling point. With a bit of spin, she could make him an even bigger sensation. Her eyes lit up at the thought, and she became even more enthusiastic, trying to help V with his bags as if they were old friends. V shoved her away with one hand, telling her to get lost, but she was so shameless that V almost wanted to punch her right then and there. Just as V was running out of patience and about to make a move, a sudden flurry of gunshots rang out from behind. In an instant, V felt a press of bodies surging up from the rear, shoving him all the way into the subway station. All around him were ordinary people, making it difficult for V to take any action, for after all, these folks weren't his enemies. If he started lashing out at innocent bystanders, wouldn't that make him a monster, a lunatic? As V frowned, more gunshots echoed from behind, and the restless crowd grew even more frantic. Sensing the rising tension, V quickly caught on. Whoever was firing those shots wasn't trying to kill, they were trying to drive the crowd forward. But why force ordinary people to move? What were they planning? While V was caught in thought, he suddenly felt someone grab his arm and tug him forward with all their strength. With a quick glance, he realized it was the same agent from earlier. To his surprise, the agent had managed to hold his ground, not swept away by the throng, and had fought his way to V's side. Mr. V, we need to run. Someone's shooting back there. As the agent pulled him along, V felt a bit embarrassed. Though the agent's intentions for approaching him hadn't been entirely pure, and his motives now weren't exactly selfless, it was still an act of kindness. V had nothing to say against it. He'd always been the type to respond better to softness than to force. That's just how he was. By this point, V didn't care to puzzle over the motives of the shooters behind them. Instead, he let himself be carried by the tide of people into the subway station, and, following the agent's lead, crouched down in a corner to wait for whatever would happen next. After a few minutes of crouching, V's legs were growing numb, and he was just about to stand up and leave when, at last, a group of masked men stormed into the station, clutching automatic rifles. As V caught sight of their familiar masks, his brow arched in surprise. Weren't these the same goons from the other day, the Bigfoot gang that got chased off by those four toughs? It hadn't been long, and now they'd sunk this low? Last time they were robbing goods at the docks, and now they'd resorted to targeting civilians. For all their recent infamy in New York, the Bigfoot gang didn't scare V in the slightest. He was about to stand up and leave, but the young agent, clearly terrified, yanked V down, urging him to stay hidden. But their scuffling caught the eye of one of the gunmen, who strode over, weapon in hand. What the hell do you think you're doing? Hearing the gunman's foul-mouthed bark, V felt a surge of anger and was about to leap up and smash his head in. but the agent quickly stepped in front of him. Sorry, he's got some problems. I'll keep him under control. With the agent shielding him, V had no opening to make a move and could only look on with exasperation written all over his face. The militant looked at V's nonchalant expression and began to feel that the young agent's words weren't without reason. After all, he was holding a gun. How could anyone not be afraid when staring down the barrel of a gun? The militant nodded, put his weapon away to prevent any accidental discharge. If a shot went off and someone actually got hit, maybe not killed, but even just wounded, he'd probably be thrown out to turn himself in. Otherwise, how do you think they've managed to organize so many operations in New York without the government ever sending in the self-defense forces? It's precisely because the authorities feel that sending in the military for this bunch would be a loss of face. So they hold back and instead put tremendous pressure on the NYPD. Keep an eye on him. The militant gave the agent a quick order before turning and walking away. The agent let out a breath of relief. The Bigfoot gang might be nothing more than trash in V's eyes, but to an ordinary person like her, they were still a real threat. She grabbed V, forcing him to crouch down. V sighed, watching this young woman clutching his arm with a desperate grip, and shook his head. If she hadn't shown some basic manners, he wouldn't even bother with her. But since she was at least decent at heart, he didn't have the heart to shake her off. Fina. He'd play along with her for now. Just as V settled into the corner and closed his eyes to rest, a commotion erupted nearby. A militant dragged a woman into the subway station. Put her over there. The Japanese woman in charge ignored the new captive. Their objective this time was crystal clear, and thinking about the monster they were about to face, she was visibly on edge, urging her team to hurry up and set the timer on the bomb. As the beeping of the timer echoed in his ear, V finally opened his eyes, just in time to see them planting the bomb right beside him. He checked the timer. Plenty of time left. He gave the device a quick scan. Seriously? The design was this basic? Any random bystander in Night City could defuse this thing. Was this supposed to scare toddlers? B-bomb. Well, it certainly managed to scare the agent. Watching her stare wide-eyed at the bomb, too frightened to even form words, V rolled his eyes and reached out, giving the device a quick tug. What are you? The agent started to protest, but when she saw the timer flick off, she froze in shock. Maybe this up-and-coming rock singer she wanted to sign wasn't exactly an ordinary guy after all. As she studied him, she caught sight of someone she never expected to see. What was that wildcat doing here? O'Neill clearly hadn't spotted V hiding in the corner. She focused instead on the Japanese woman on the platform, who was scanning the area and repeatedly calling for the 4 great turtles. It looked like they planned to use the hostages to flush those 4 monsters out. Faced with this, even V found it hard to keep a straight face. After all, you've crossed paths with them so many times. You should know your opponents are 4 giant turtles by now. So why threaten them by taking humans hostage? Honestly, if you went to an aquarium and grabbed a sea turtle, it might be more useful than kidnapping people. Looking at this group of so-called armed militants, whose professionalism was questionable at best, V was holding back countless heartfelt words, itching to talk some sense into them. But as voices echoed from the shadows, V's curiosity was piqued. Just as V cocked an ear to listen, a sharp click suddenly rang out. V and the hostages instinctively turned toward the sound, only to spot O'Neill, the eager journalist always itching for a big scoop. Well, for this tigerish woman to pull a stunt like this, V wasn't even surprised anymore. Once O'Neill was discovered, the female leader didn't go easy on her and immediately ordered her henchmen to drag O'Neill forward. Hey, who turned off the bomb over here? At that moment, the same Bigfoot gang member who'd warned V earlier suddenly noticed that the timer bomb near V had been disarmed by someone. Without hesitation, he approached. V nudged the young agent aside to make some room, all the while listening closely to the sounds in the darkness. Suddenly, every light bulb went out, plunging the subway station into total darkness. V immediately switched to thermal vision. Watching the armed thugs before him, he sprang up and delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying down onto the tracks. Right then, a subway train thundered into the station, crushing the thug beneath its wheels. That felt good. Serves the jerk right for yelling at him earlier. V nodded in satisfaction, dragged the young agent further into a corner, and behind him, the 4 giant turtles leapt down from the train. Using the cover of darkness, they began to take down the armed men one by one. Through his enhanced vision, V could see the 4 massive turtles moving with surprising agility. Without harming a single hostage, they sent Bigfoot gang members flying, and one of them, apparently wearing glasses, rushed off to disarm all the bombs. It seemed the glasses had night vision too, because their wearer locked eyes with V for a brief moment. Realizing V could see him, the turtle cried out in surprise, "Over there, there's a... he's mine!" A hulking turtle charged at V, clearly mistaking him for an enemy. "No, that's a hostage." The bespectacled turtle called out in alarm, but the big one was already swinging a powerful kick. "Wait, Raphael!" A deep voice echoed. Donatello, using his glasses, watched as V effortlessly blocked Raphael's blow, and was stunned into silence. Raphael was the strongest of their four brothers, yet this man had stopped his attack so easily, and with such apparent ease. At the very moment Donatello stood frozen in shock, V could feel the weight of the enormous foot he had just blocked, and a look of discomfort flickered across his face. "Damn, that's disgusting. Did you step in something foul?" V cursed, and without hesitation, swung a fist back in retaliation. Raphael instinctively raised his guard, but V's punch sent him flying across the platform, crashing straight into his brother Michelangelo and knocking them both to the ground. "Raphael!" Hearing the commotion, Leonardo called out anxiously. "I'm Phoenix." "Then let's get out of here." Realizing that their opponent was no ordinary person, Leonardo, ever the leader, immediately issued the order to retreat. After all, the Foot Clan, who had declared war on them, had already been dealt with. The lights in the subway station would be coming back on soon, so there was no reason to linger. Knowing it was time to vanish, Donatello quickly scanned the subway with his glasses and found an exit route. "That pipe over there." Donatello led the way, Leonardo close behind, and Michelangelo dragged the still fuming and reluctant Raphael along with them. As soon as they disappeared into the pipe, the station lights flickered back to life. After a brief moment of darkness, the hostages, once held by the Foot Clan, realized their captors had been defeated and the time bomb disarmed. Shocked cries erupted as people rushed in a panic toward the station exits. Meanwhile, V returned to his corner, picked up his suitcase, made sure the young agent was safe, and escorted her outside. "All right, let's go. Next time, try not to get involved in this kind of mess." With that, V turned to leave, but the young agent hesitated, then called out, "Would you consider signing with our agency?" V paused in his tracks. "We don't collaborate with agencies." But she wanted to say more, but her phone suddenly buzzed, drawing her attention. A few files appeared on her phone screen, and the red glow faded from V's eyes. "Here's a song for you. That way, it's not a collaboration. We'll call it even, all right?" Though V sounded as if he were seeking her opinion, he didn't wait for a reply. He glanced at the noisy street, then turned and headed toward a quieter place. The young agent hesitated for a moment, then called out her thanks to V before turning away. V, having just made it to a quieter spot, pulled up a map on his phone, looking for a hotel to stay in, when the hurried sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned and saw April O'Neil, the fierce reporter, climbing up an exterior staircase toward the roof of a tall building. From above, he could faintly hear the excited shouts of several turtles. "What a wildcat," V muttered. V shook his head, but as he remembered the guy who had kicked him just now, a strange glint flickered in his eyes, and he followed after them. Up on the rooftop, the four turtle brothers, well, three of them, were celebrating their recent feat with exuberance. Although it wasn't their first time surfacing or sabotaging the Foot Clan's operations, this was the first time they had appeared before so many humans and confronted the Foot Clan's declaration of war head-on, emerging victorious. For the Turtle Brothers, who had lived in the sewers for so long and yearned for the world above, this was undoubtedly a new milestone. Leonardo, the steady leader, was just as thrilled by their success as his brothers. Yet, unlike them, he didn't dance or cheer. Instead, he stood aside, watching the slightly chaotic street below, waiting for his brothers to calm down. Just as the three were about to high-five in excitement, a sharp click sounded, accompanied by the blinding flash from a camera that some feisty woman had forgotten to turn off. Silence fell instantly. Only then did O'Neil realize her mistake. She quickly scrambled down the ladder, but Raphael rushed over and pulled her back up. Although the four brothers longed to reveal themselves openly and bask in the limelight, they knew this was not the right time to appear before New York's residents. So, the four brothers surrounded O'Neil, hoping to get her phone and delete the photos. They were surprisingly polite about it, even saying please as they asked. Though O'Neil had always been chasing after stories about the four brothers, when the real thing happened, true to the legend of the man who fears his own desires, she fainted on the spot once they surrounded her. At least she finally acts a bit like a lady. The brothers were still frozen in surprise at O'Neil's sudden collapse when V's voice rang out from the side. Leonardo reacted instantly, stepping protectively in front of his brothers, his gaze fixed on V, who had appeared atop the rooftop water tower, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Seeing V's intimidating presence, the brothers couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Donatello, hiding behind his brothers, tried scanning V with his smart glasses. But to his shock, the moment he focused on V, his glasses were immediately hacked, the display turning pitch black. "Hey guys, I can't scan this one." Donatello said nervously. It was the first time his beloved invention had ever failed him, making him feel unusually vulnerable, as if he'd just encountered a natural enemy. V, meanwhile, had casually disabled Donatello's spying attempt, then leapt from the water tower, landing directly in front of the brothers. What are you doing, surrounding that woman? Glancing at O'Neill, who lay unconscious to the side, V spoke with a cold indifference that made the brothers tense up instinctively. Raphael also recognized the voice he had only recently heard. That's the guy I fought with in the subway. Hearing Raphael's words, the rest of the brothers grew even more nervous. Anyone who could drive back Raphael, the strongest among them, had to be a real force to be reckoned with, and this man's appearance alone was enough to confirm it. Facing V's questioning, Michelangelo spoke up cautiously. We just wanted to delete the photos from her phone. All right, I understand. V's response left Michelangelo momentarily at a loss, but V simply waved his hand dismissively. You've saved so many people, which means you're friends to humanity. So why would I harm you? With that, V walked toward the brothers, or more accurately, toward O'Neill, who was surrounded by them. The big turtles instinctively stepped aside as V approached the unconscious O'Neill, scanning her condition. She's just fainted from fright. Nothing more, he concluded. Give her some space so she can recover. As he spoke, V leaned down and pressed a pressure point under O'Neill's nose to help her come to. Leonardo carefully approached V from behind. Could you please hand us her phone? He asked. Her phone? You mean the photos, right? V immediately understood why they cared so much about that picture. Without hesitation, he pried the phone from O'Neill's tightly clenched hand and handed it to Leonardo. Leonardo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly passed the phone to Donatello. Of the four, Donatello knew the most about human technology and was always tinkering with gadgets, producing a steady stream of inventions. Their lair surveillance system, lighting, and even Michelangelo's skateboard, the smallest of the turtles, were all Donatello's handiwork. If anyone was going to delete the photos, it had to be him. He was the expert. Donatello nodded, addressing V cautiously. Excuse me. Without even turning, V grunted in response, prompting Donatello to nod quickly. Could you restore my glasses first? I need them to do this. All right, but next time, don't skin people without warning. Otherwise, I might take it as a declaration of war, understand? As a hacker who could breach cyberware and fry someone's neural implants, V had zero tolerance for people randomly scanning him. The first step to hacking into someone's cyberware and frying their brain was always a scan. Of course, this little turtle couldn't possibly fry his brain. His scanning was just a reflex. V decided he could let it slide this time. Donatello nodded eagerly, and V stopped interfering with his little set of glasses. After realizing he had recovered his prized possession, Donatello hurried to delete the photos from O'Neill's phone. He then overwrote the storage with other files and deleted them again for good measure. This way, he could make sure O'Neill couldn't have someone recover the photos using technical means. With extra caution, Donatello handed the phone back. Right at that moment, O'Neill was waking up, so V casually tossed the phone over to her. Now that the photos were gone, the four brothers saw no reason to linger. They exchanged a brief farewell with the unexpectedly easygoing V and promptly made their exit. Staring at her phone, O'Neill felt as if waking from a dream. She barely had time to wonder why V was there before she hurriedly tried to snap another photo. But the four brothers were already far away, so all she managed to capture was a blurry shot of their retreating backs, just enough to make out the shapes of four turtles. But with the image so fuzzy, no one would ever believe it was real. V had no interest in humoring her, but as soon as O'Neill, ever the feisty one, spotted him, she rushed over without hesitation. Hey V. O'Neill already knew V's name. She blocked his path, urgently asking, Sorry V, but do you have any pictures of them? What do you need pictures for? To run them in the paper, of course. The people of New York deserve to know that there are secret guardians out there protecting them from the Foot Clan. And then what? V looked at the idealistic O'Neill. As he suspected, she was just like Judy, that little fairy, purely a dreamer. Gazing into the night, V saw no reason to hurry off. Instead, he sat down by the side of the building and started to chat with O'Neill. What do you think would happen if you put those four turtles on the front page? The Foot Clan would be more wary, less likely to cause trouble, and New Yorkers would feel safer, right? O'Neill spoke hesitantly, but V just gave a dry laugh. You really think things will turn out the way you imagine? Why not? O'Neill tried to argue, but V cut her off. Do you honestly believe that if humans discovered there was another intelligent species on this planet, a species with enough power, to kick shipping containers across the street, they'd react by saying, Wow, we've got some turtles who can protect us, amazing? With this pointed question, V left O'Neill momentarily speechless, her protest dying on her lips. If you really put those 4 turtles in the newspaper and made it public, I guarantee that no one would care about some small-time gang too. Scared to kill anyone or pull off anything big. No, they'd focus all their strength on capturing and eliminating the 4 turtles first thing. V shattered O'Neill's illusions without mercy, leaving her looking pale and shaken. Looking at the rather dejected O'Neill, V countered, "So what do you think you should do now? Delete the photos and just let this go?" On you replied hesitantly. V nodded in agreement. "That's right. Even though you didn't do anything, at least you didn't make a mistake. But if we just let the Foot Clan run wild like this, won't that make the residents feel unsafe? Well, you can take another approach. You could report that the Foot Clan's activities were thwarted, but leave out the details about the turtles who stopped them. That way, you'd boost morale without fully exposing the turtles' identities." Hearing V's suggestion, O'Neill's eyes lit up. "You mean give the turtles superhero masks?" "Superheroes," V echoed, the words sparking a faint sense of familiarity. He searched his memory, but could only recall a few blurry fragments. With a shake of his head, he looked back at O'Neill and affirmed her plan, though he still offered a few words of caution. "That works, but you still need to be careful. Never reveal the true identities of the turtles." "I understand." "Good." V nodded, then turned to leave. He actually found those turtles quite likable. Judging by their actions, they weren't bad sorts at all. Giving them some protection seemed only fair, almost like safeguarding a rare, endangered species. After all 4 of them were males, so there was no way they could start a population of their own. Besides, V wasn't any kind of speciesist, and to his mind, humans could be even more monstrous than those who merely looked the part. As O'Neill stood lost in thought, V simply turned and walked away. Gazing out at nighttime New York, V stretched lazily. If this were Night City, this would be the hour when nightlife truly began. After all, there was little difference between day and night there. Gang members worked in shifts, prowling their turf around the clock. But New York was different. Things were lively enough during the day, but once night fell, all kinds of strange characters came crawling out of the woodwork. Ordinary folks kept their distance, sticking to the few brightly lit, bustling avenues where the crowds gathered. Everywhere else, the streets were almost deserted. V had no interest in squeezing through throngs of people, so he simply picked a hotel and made his way there. Thanks to a generous tip, he secured a luxury suite. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, V drew back the curtains and looked out at the dazzling lights and the blatant display of wealth in the city's nightscape, a faint scoff in his heart. If he hadn't walked here all the way from the slums, he might have mistaken this scene for some kind of earthly paradise. For V, who had already witnessed the dark side of the city, New York in this world was nothing more than a slightly more restrained version of Night City, a place just as shadowed, just a bit more reserved. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, the first order of business will be to find somewhere to settle for a while, he murmured. V lay back on the king-size bed, his gaze drifting to the suitcase beside him. He had no idea how long he would be staying here. It had already been 2 days, and he had yet to discover anything that could noticeably boost his combat abilities. At this rate, he truly couldn't tell how long he'd end up stuck here. Better to act while he still had funds. Tomorrow, he'd look for a secluded spot and secure it as a base of operations. Besides, he was keen to get himself a decent firearm or 2. The last thing he wanted was to find himself chasing someone and being left in the dust again. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, V let the dim glow of the bedside lamp lull him to sleep. While V slept soundly, over at the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Director Nick Fury stood at the foot of a hospital bed. "Director, we've identified the target codenamed Terminator based on specific characteristics. Should we move in and apprehend him?" asked an agent nearby, holding out a tablet for Nick Fury. Fury glanced at the screen. On it was a figure, clearly visible from head to toe, except for the face, which was nothing but a blur, standing at a hotel front desk. From the way the figure interacted with the staff, it was obvious he hadn't provided any identification, opting instead to hand over a hefty sum as hush money. Even though the surveillance footage couldn't confirm the individual's true identity, their system's database had only one match, someone whose face simply couldn't be captured on camera. This newly emerged V, for his part, never imagined that this facial obscuring cyberware, so common in the era of 2077, would actually make him stand out here. Yet Nick Fury, after a brief glance at the tablet, shifted the conversation to other matters. The Secretary of Defense just sent word. There's been a terrorist attack inside a building in Manhattan, New York. He wants our support on the investigation. Go take a look at the situation over there first. The agent nodded, not pressing for more, and left at once. Once the agent was gone, Nick Fury pulled out another tablet from inside his coat. "I just spoke with Kingpin over in Hell's Kitchen. He claims some lunatic wiped out his entire base, killed hundreds of people, Now he's so spooked, he wants to hide out in prison for a while. What's your take on this? Came a weak voice from the hospital bed. Agent Coulson, who had seemed unconscious until now, slowly opened his eyes and asked Nick Fury, his voice barely above a whisper. Although that guy isn't exactly a good person, his presence alone is enough to keep all the criminals in the United States in check. What's more, he has some connections I can't ignore. That's why I agreed to lock him away in a prison at sea. Facing his most trusted subordinate, a man who had followed him for over 10 years, Nick Fury made no attempt to hide the truth. He tapped the tablet a couple of times and turned it so Coulson could see what was on the screen. And these are surveillance videos I got from him. Coulson, weak and weary, stared at the tablet. On the screen, the figure's face was blurred, but the twin red glows in the darkness could not be concealed. The battle-ready, cybernetic body radiated a chilling, lethal aura. That's him. Code name, Terminator V. Once Coulson confirmed the identity, Nick Fury continued. In this massacre, he killed hundreds. It didn't matter if they were armed men working for Kingpin or just regular janitors. He showed no mercy. And his methods were terrifyingly efficient. Nick Fury kept flipping through the images. One grisly photo after another flashed across the screen, and even Coulson, who was well acquainted with death, felt a wave of discomfort at the sight of so many mangled corpses. During this battle, this slaughter, he demonstrated speed, ruthlessness, and reflexes far beyond normal human limits. Not to mention hacking skills that defy our understanding. So you're saying he hacked into our fighter jets? Not just that. Your entire communications channel was compromised. From the moment you started talking, everything was exposed to him. And when our people inspected the jets and the command vehicles, they found highly sophisticated viruses hidden inside. If we'd connected those devices to our network, our entire database would have been laid bare, handed over to him on a silver platter. As Nick Fury spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. These tactics were simply beyond anything they'd imagined. Their world, just taking its first steps into the realm of digital networks, was like a toddler learning to walk, facing a towering giant. There was simply no comparison. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and replaced the investigators with his group of technologically advanced alien guests, everything would have been lost. Had they followed standard protocol and returned those devices to storage after inspection, it would have been over for all of them. After all, even those aliens admitted the hacking techniques were formidable, so much so that they couldn't completely eliminate the viruses. The only option was to destroy the equipment outright. So, as someone who's had direct contact with this extremely dangerous V, what are your thoughts? Nick Fury put away the tablet and turned to Coulson, waiting for his answer. After closing his eyes and thought for a while, Coulson spoke. I don't think the threat he poses is as great as you imagine. Tell me what you think. From my first impression during our initial encounter, he struck me as someone who, despite possessing immense power, is fully capable of restraining himself. He doesn't use his strength to break the rules recklessly, and he has his own moral boundaries. Besides, he pays for his meals, and even leaves a tip. Recalling how V had mistaken him for a member of some human resistance group, and had even offered to help them take down that Skynet AI, the severely injured Coulson managed to pull a smile onto his face. Nick Fury listened to Coulson's account and suddenly interjected. But after he hacked into the jet, he took direct control and crashed it right at you. Coulson shook his head. I've watched the field agent's mission footage. Just as the jet was about to hit the agents, it suddenly pulled up and gained altitude. No one was hurt. At this point, Nick Fury clicked his tongue twice in disbelief. Suddenly reminded of his own injured state, Coulson hastily corrected himself. No agents were killed. And honestly, if he really wanted to, there are plenty of weapons on that jet. With his hacking skills, he could have used them. To wipe us out, there was no need to go for a crash. From where I stand, it looked more like a cover masking some kind of guidance from him. Nick Fury's eyes gleamed with sharp insight as he listened to Coulson's analysis. Guidance? In what way? Sorry, Director. I'm not sure how to put it. But you and I both know, our jets don't just mysteriously leak fuel and explode. Coulson spoke with deliberate emphasis, and Nick Fury nodded. Get some rest. I'll head back. As he walked back to his office, Nick Fury sat down heavily in his chair, sinking into deep thought. Staring at the emblem displayed on his computer screen, a chill flickered in Nick Fury's eyes. A cat's meow drew his attention. He glanced over at the ginger tabby, watching him intently from its bed. The muscles in his face twitched, but then, unexpectedly, he broke into a smile. Come here, Goose. Let's see how much weight you put on this time. As he stroked the cat in his arms, Nick Fury glanced at the somewhat twisted emblem on his screen, and a sly grin crept across his face. Perhaps it was because he hadn't drawn the curtains, but the light pollution outside left V feeling as if he were back in Night City. That night, V slept soundly. Early the next morning, V pulled back the blanket that covered his navel and gazed out the window. The city of night, now calmer and far less enchanting than it was under the cover of darkness, seemed to be missing something essential. Suddenly, V stretched his arms wide, looked out at New York, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Good morning, New York City." The shout echoed with a touch of madness, but V felt much better afterward. He grabbed his suitcase, enjoyed a hearty breakfast in the hotel restaurant, and, under the wary stares of the other guests who looked at him as if he were a monster, checked out of his room. Walking down the street, V opened up a map, pondering where he might find a suitable spot to use as his base of operations. Given that he planned to tinker with a few gadgets in his base, V preferred to set up camp somewhere quiet, remote, and deserted. That way, even if he caused a commotion, he wouldn't draw any unwanted attention. Yet, despite his clear criteria, no matter how long he scoured the map, he couldn't find a place that met his needs. The main problem was that in a city like New York, where every inch of land is precious, finding a secluded spot with no one around was nearly impossible. Unless V ventured far out into the suburbs, there simply wasn't any truly deserted place to be found. But if he went too far from the city, running errands or handling business in New York would become a real hassle. As for leaving New York altogether and heading somewhere else to start fresh, come on, aside from the wilds of Africa or the Middle East, what place in this world is more chaotic than New York or more reminiscent of the city of night? Besides, for someone like V, who had gotten used to living on the edge, always dancing with danger, settling down somewhere peaceful would be unthinkable. So, for the time being, V decided to stick around New York and make it his turf. That is, unless circumstances changed dramatically or he found a place that suited him even better, in which case he might consider moving. Otherwise, he had no intention of relocating. After searching for so long and finding nowhere that fit his requirements, V's attention inevitably drifted to the mansions of the city's wealthy elite. It was true that land in New York was worth its weight in gold, but for these tycoons, who could practically build houses out of solid gold, size was never an issue. With enough money, their homes could be as grand and spacious as they pleased. Each one of them occupied a vast estate, perfectly matching V's need for privacy and solitude, and still close enough to the city, a definite plus. But if there had been any other option, V really wouldn't have considered targeting the homes of the rich. After all, he wanted to avoid ordinary people because they were troublesome, but the so-called wealthy were even trickier to deal with. Maybe I should just assassinate one of them and claim his house for myself, V muttered, frowning in frustration as a new idea took shape. But that would be a troublesome business as well. After all, anyone who managed to become a tycoon would have connections, and if V killed one, it wouldn't be long before people found out. Take V's personality, for example. He really can't bring himself to kill the innocent at random. After all, even in Night City, there's still some good people. He's a prime example himself. And among all these wealthy elites, surely there are some who count as good people too. Even picking a target takes him quite some time. I really wish the perfect target would just fall from the sky, someone I could take out without a single consequence. V chuckled at his own words, as if life could be that convenient. Shaking his head, he started searching the map and picked out an internet cafe, planning to see if he could dig up anything useful. One search led to another, and before he realized it, the whole afternoon had slipped by. V was sprawled on a single-seat sofa in a private booth at the internet cafe, sipping lazily on an ice-cold cola. A data cable trailed from his wrist, plugged directly into the computer's tower. The computer's fans whirred constantly, clearly running at the edge of their limits. What kind of antique junk is this? Overclocking won't help it, Johnny griped, bored, as he fiddled with a game of Minesweeper. A projection appeared before him, and he started tapping away at it. He marked out the mines one after another, blazing through the hardest custom map in no time. Meanwhile, streams of data flashed in V's eyes, but that didn't stop him from shooting Johnny an exasperated look. If you shut down the game before saying that, it might be more convincing, V retorted. You're using up this computer's processing power with your game, burning resources just to clear Minesweeper, and then you call it useless? What does that make any sense? Johnny, feeling the boredom too, closed the game and plopped down on the chair beside V. Hey, quit drinking already. How long are we going to sit here anyway? V curled his lip, crushed the empty can in his hand, and tossed it carelessly into the trash can in the corner. Got anywhere better to go? Sure, New York felt a lot like Night City in V's eyes, but it's not like there were gangs on every corner ready for him to hunt, nor was there an Arasaka tower lording over everyone just waiting to be blown up for fun. So honestly, if he left here, he really didn't know what else to do with himself. Johnny sighed. This is so damn dull. I mean, you're a merc. Why not just head over to the Middle East or something? Sure, it's a bit dusty and backward, but at least there's work to do. V's response? A single middle finger. Easy for you to say. You don't have a body to worry about. I'm the one who'd be eating all that dust, not you, damn it. V shot back, to which Johnny suggested. Then how about Hell's Kitchen? Screw that. Just a bunch of no-name punks. I can't even be bothered. He wasn't some rookie, after all. He was max level, the legendary V. Did he look like he needed to grind low-level mobs for experience? Besides, why waste the wear and tear on his cyberware for a bunch of small-time thugs? It just wasn't worth it. Even if we try to squeeze some money out of them, that crew doesn't have much to offer, and now their boss, Kingpin, has disappeared. No one knows where he's gone. With no jobs left for them, there's even less profit to be made. Thinking of Kingpin, V let out a sudden sigh. Damn, if I'd known, I wouldn't have scared that fat bastard so badly. It would have been better to just shake him down once a day, or even just ask him a hand over a base. That way, things wouldn't be such a hassle now. V realized a bit late, and spoke with no small amount of regret. But now, that fat bastard has vanished without a trace. Who knows how many people are hanging around in Hell's Kitchen just to watch the show? If I go there, those annoying types might target me, which could be even more trouble than what I'm dealing with now. So forget it. With nothing better to do, the two of them slouched on the sofa, staring off into space. Who knows how long passed before V suddenly frowned. Something's off. What's up? Johnny's interest was instantly piqued, and he asked with anticipation. Someone's tracing my signature code. Huh? Who in this world even knows your signature code, let alone track you across the net? Johnny was a bit puzzled, but V seemed to have figured something out. That little turtle from last night. I hacked his glasses. He's barely passable as a techie. Since I've stayed online, it's not surprising he managed to trace me. V muttered to himself. With a flick of the wrist, he set a trap, making the pursuer bounce between a few false addresses and then effortlessly track them back by their IP. Soon enough, V had hacked into the other party's glasses again, and from there, slipped into all the networks connected to them. A bit crude, just a surveillance system. But it'll do, V murmured, a red glint flashing in his eyes as he dove into their surveillance feed. Through one of the cameras, V finally got a good look at the situation on the other side. A few big turtles were gathered together, and that one from last night, Donatello, was hunched over a computer trying to track him. Behind them, a supersized rat, taller than a man and dressed in clothes, paced back and forth. That lineup's something else, Johnny remarked, genuinely amazed by this bizarre crew. With V's permission, he could sense what V did. V, however, stayed silent, eyeing the group with a nagging sense of déjà vu, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. But then again, in all the entertainment he'd consumed, there were plenty of non-human characters. King Kong, Godzilla, Ultraman, a few mutant turtles thrown and didn't seem strange at all. Still, they don't give off a bad vibe. Probably not the enemy. V muttered to himself, then hacked the computer screen on the other side and projected his own image onto it. So, little turtle, I told you not to snoop around other people's business. It's an invasion of privacy, you know? And what you're doing right now is exactly that, invading my privacy. If you can't give me a good reason, I might just have to take this as a declaration of war. V's words were tinged with a barely restrained excitement. After all, he was genuinely bored at the moment, and ordinary people just couldn't hold his interest. But these big turtles? Just look at those tough shells. They could take a real beating. Oh, Mr. V is here. From the surveillance feed, Donatello saw the screen flicker and change uncontrollably. He shrank back a little and turned to Leonardo beside him. Sorry, Mr. V, but we really have an urgent matter to discuss with you. We need to meet with Ms. O'Neill, but we can't find her. We were hoping you could help us get in touch. Leonardo felt a bit nervous. After all, the pressure this V had shown last night was, in his mind, even greater than their own master. But they truly had no way to find O'Neill. Though Donatello had access to her phone last night, he didn't dare show off his hacking skills in front of V, who was a known expert. He simply deleted a photo and handed the phone back. Now, their only hope was this V, who obviously knew O'Neill, could help them locate her. Why are you looking for O'Neill? V's expression grew a little odd as he thought of a certain King Kong, who climbed the Empire State Building for a human. These turtles, could it be? No, that's impossible. Turtles couldn't. At least, they shouldn't. In fact, it was our master who told us that meeting O'Neill last night might put her in danger, so... Master? You mean the rat hiding behind you all? V was a bit surprised. That strange sense of déjà vu was growing stronger. A rat, turtles, the sewer, a master? Wait, this was starting to sound familiar. While V struggled to recall on the turtle's side, Master Splinter glanced up at the camera in the base, a thoughtful look in his eyes. With a flick of his tail, he moved his students aside and stepped up to the computer, regarding the formidable-looking man on the screen with a silent sigh. He definitely seemed like someone not to be trifled with. My apologies, Mr. V. There are some things I can't discuss here. But I can assure you, we want to find O'Neill to protect her, not to harm her. Despite the rat's somewhat disheveled appearance, No doubt, due to his age, V found himself with a favorable impression of him. Given that persistent feeling of déjà vu, V considered for a moment and replied, "I can help you get in touch with O'Neill, but I'll be coming along too." "Of course," came the immediate response. At this moment, Splinter no longer cared whether the base would be exposed. He simply nodded. In his heart, O'Neill was of utmost importance to them. She was their guardian spirit. "All right, let's agree on a place. I'll call O'Neill from my end," he said. On V's side, after finishing his conversation with the turtles, he immediately dialed O'Neill's number. That night, he had hacked into O'Neill's phone, which was how V had learned her number. After urging her to hurry to the designated location, V stood up. Johnny, watching from the side, remarked with curiosity, "So, you plan to check it out yourself?" "Yeah, I'm bored anyway, and I have this strange sense of déjà vu. Maybe going there will help us understand this world better. At the very least, it won't be a waste." "Fine by me. Nothing better to do anyway." "Right. Boss, I'm logging off." "Hey V, what's so urgent?" O'Neill answered as soon as she picked up. She didn't even have time to ask how V got her number before he told her to rush over to this location. Knowing that V wasn't someone to be taken lightly, O'Neill feared it might truly be an emergency, so she pedaled her little bicycle all the way over. "It's not me who needs you, it's them." When O'Neill finally arrived, V stopped watching the ants fight on the ground and nodded toward the rooftop. A group of turtles, thinking they were masters of stealth, had been hiding up there for ages, unaware that V had spotted them as soon as he arrived. Puzzled, O'Neill looked up and saw several huge shadows leap down in succession, landing right in front of her. "My gosh, it's you guys!" Perhaps because V was present, O'Neill didn't faint at the sight of the giant turtles this time. Instead, she looked on in surprise. Then, as if realizing something, O'Neill quickly waved her hands and said, "I swear, I haven't revealed your identities." She turned to V and explained, "I did manage to convince the editor-in-chief to put them on the front page, but I only mentioned an anonymous superhero. Never said a word about turtles, and not even a single mouse." "How did you know there was a mouse among them?" V raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. O'Neill was momentarily confused, and the turtles, having been overlooked by both V and O'Neill, could only respond with a touch of resignation. "Sorry, Ms. O'Neill. Our master wishes to meet with you, so we asked Mr. V to help us find you." "So, where's your master? Are we supposed to go see him? How do we get there?" O'Neill looked around with curiosity. Seeing this, Raphael quietly produced a sack from behind his back and swiftly pulled it over O'Neill's head. After they finished covering up, the turtles quietly glanced back at V. "I swear, if any of you dare put that disgusting sack, the one you somehow pulled out from God knows where, over my head, I'll beat the crap out of you through your mouths, chop off your heads, and then shove them up your own asses." V spoke in an unhurried, almost indifferent tone, which was enough to make the turtles quickly avert their gazes in fear. "He's terrifying," Michelangelo whispered to his brothers, which explained why none of them had dared show themselves to V earlier. When Master lost his temper, he might smack them around, but he would never actually kill a turtle. But if V lost his temper, not only would he beat them, he'd likely go straight for the kill. Leonardo shot his youngest brother a reassuring look. "Don't worry, I'm here." His words sounded tough, but his shell wasn't nearly as hard. Truth be told, Leonardo didn't relish dealing with V either. Still, as both the eldest brother and their leader, it was his job to set an example and keep his siblings calm. "So, can we get going or what?" Nearby, Raphael chewed on a toothpick he'd found somewhere, his tone laced with irritation. He still remembered the day V had sent him flying with a single blow, a memory that left him both resentful and convinced that V had won unfairly. On the other hand, Raphael was deeply wary of V. That night, in the darkness, he caught a glimpse of V kicking a member of the Foot Clan onto the subway tracks, letting the train run right over him without a hint of hesitation. The kind of ruthless efficiency left Raphael more than a little on edge around V. "Let's move out. Donnie, make sure you keep a good grip on O'Neill." Leonardo took a deep breath, then turned to V and said, "Please come with us." Nodded, somewhat amused. Did these turtles really think they were whispering? He'd heard every word of their muttering just now, clear as day. But V said nothing, simply watching as Donatello hefted O'Neill and the turtles leapt down into a nearby manhole. "The sewers, huh?" V peered down at the entrance. Thankfully, the turtles seemed to have a thing for cleanliness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set foot in a place like this. Maybe it was the turtles' efforts at keeping things tidy, or maybe the area just didn't see much foot traffic, but the sewers weren't filled with filth. V found the idea of going down there surprisingly acceptable. Following the turtles through the labyrinth of tunnels, sometimes having to leap and slide along with them, V watched as his cybernetic 3D map drew a twisting, tangled line. Only after this convoluted journey did they finally arrive at the turtles' base. Surveying the modestly arranged hideout, V felt a flicker of surprise. He'd hacked into the security system here before, so he'd seen a rough outline of the place. But actually being here in person was a different experience altogether. This place belonged to the turtles. In fact, if you looked at it from above, it resembled the shape of a turtle. The head and 4 limbs were the living quarters for each of the 4 turtle disciples and their rat master, each decorated in its own unique style, while the tail served as the entrance and exit to the base. As for the turtle shell, it functioned much like a living room. Judging by the furnishings, this was where the turtles usually gathered to receive lessons from their rat master, or perhaps to practice their martial arts. All in all, though the place was small, it had everything one could need. After taking in the surroundings, V's gaze shifted toward the head of the turtle-shaped base, where a wall made of stacked speakers marked the entrance to the rat master's room. There, standing tall, taller than a person, was a rat, his eyes shining with a mix of kindness and excitement as he looked over. It was hard for V to imagine such an expression appearing on the face of Scruffy Rat, but there was no mistaking what he saw. "Master, we've brought her," Leonardo announced respectfully to Splinter. At the same time, Donatello carefully set April O'Neil down on the floor and untied the hood covering her head. "Phew, where on earth did you get that hood?" The smell was awful. As soon as her head was free, April was the first to speak up, her voice tinged with confusion. In response, Raphael silently tossed the sack onto a hook on the shell. That shell. V remembered seeing the turtles use their shells as skateboards, gliding through the sewers as they came here. Which meant, in a way, that sack must have scraped along the sewer floor with considerable force. Thank goodness these guys didn't shove it over my head. V rubbed the bridge of his nose, watching April, who still hadn't figured out what the sack had been through. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. April's confusion was evident as she asked her question, but the next moment her gaze landed on the giant rat. And when she caught sight of Splinter, she froze in shock. "You're Splinter." Though she'd sensed something was off when reviewing everything last night, April had never dared to believe that these towering, muscular super turtles, who could easily take down Foot Clan members, were the very same tiny turtles she'd once rescued from a fire, turtle small enough for her to scoop up with one hand. Splinter, hearing April call his name, was visibly moved as he answered at once. "April, I'm truly glad to see you again." A little while later, V, Splinter, and April sat around a square table. In a dimension unseen by the others, Johnny materialized as well, taking a seat on the opposite side. And so, now there were people sitting on all 4 sides of the table. "What about the 4 turtle brothers?" you ask. Sorry, they weren't quite qualified to take a seat yet. Instead, they stood off to the side, quietly observing, little more than background characters for now. V and Johnny sat at the table, but neither said a word, content to simply listen. There were some audience members with seats. After listening for quite a while, V and Johnny finally figured out why Master Splinter had sent his 4 turtle disciples to find O'Neil. It turned out that O'Neil had once saved their lives. To be precise, it was a young O'Neil who had rescued them, and though O'Neil herself hadn't remembered this before, Splinter had never forgotten. As the conversation went on, V and Johnny also gained a deeper understanding of the bond between O'Neil and these extraordinary creatures. Simply put, O'Neil's father, a biologist, was the reason these creatures were different from others of their kind. And O'Neil, when they were still young and defenseless, had rescued them from a devastating fire that nearly claimed their lives. In other words, O'Neil and her father had each played the roles of savior and creator for these beings, 2 roles that could be considered almost godlike in their importance. With this, V could understand why the old rat was so attached to and fond of O'Neil. After hearing about the help they'd received from O'Neil and her father, the 4 turtle brothers fell silent for a moment. Then, led by Leonardo, 3 of the turtle brothers bowed to O'Neil in gratitude. Only Raphael, ever the rebellious one, simply stared at O'Neil and, in the end, didn't bow. Listening to the twists of fate between O'Neil and the turtles, Johnny nodded thoughtfully. No wonder that old rat cares so much about O'Neil. So that's the reason. If that was the case, it all made sense to him now. Hearing that Splinter had retained his memories from back then, O'Neil felt a surge of hope. That fire all those years ago, according to the investigation, it was arson. Uncle Sax said it was the work of the Foot Clan. I want to ask, do you know which member of the Foot Clan did it? And, after fighting them in the shadows for so long, do you know the Foot Clan structure and the identities of their members? O'Neil's voice trembled with excitement. For years, she'd been investigating the Foot Clan, but after the fire, the organization had mysteriously gone silent, leaving her with no leads. She'd become a reporter precisely because she wanted to use the profession's keen channels of information to gather news about the Foot Clan. For a long time, O'Neill had believed vengeance was out of reach, but recently, she'd started receiving reports of the Foot Clan's activities again. This stirred her into a frenzy of investigation, but so far, she'd achieved little. But ever since meeting V, it was as though her luck had changed. She kept stumbling upon the Foot Clan's crime scenes, and had even become a victim of their persecution herself. At this very moment, she found herself face-to-face with an eyewitness from that very scene all those years ago. Naturally, O'Neill couldn't contain her excitement. She hurriedly turned to Splinter with a flurry of questions. But as Splinter listened to O'Neill, his brow furrowed deeply. The Foot Clan? But the fire, that was your father. He said it himself. This response stunned everyone present, including the quartet of Turtle Brothers. Wait a minute. Are you saying my dad started the fire himself? But Sax lied. He didn't want too many people poking around into what really happened. At the mention of Sax, Splinter's expression darkened, and his voice grew tense. Ever since that fateful fire, he had followed every report about the incident. He knew that Sax, as the head of the lab, had told the world the Foot Clan had attacked, covering up the real story. But what could Splinter do, knowing the truth? He was helpless in the face of Sax's deception. After all, to humans, he was nothing but a monster. Even if he stepped forward to speak, would anyone believe him? Seeing O'Neill still struggling to grasp the situation, Splinter sighed and began to explain gently. Think about it. If people found out a scientist was willing to sacrifice himself to destroy a research project, their curiosity about that project would only grow. What could be so important that it was worth dying for? But if a terrorist group kills, destroys, and the media spins the story just right, people focus on the criminals, not on what was being destroyed. Though Splinter had spent years hidden underground, he had learned much about humanity through radio and television. He understood the force of public opinion, wielded by a few, able to sway the many. It was something he regarded with particular caution. After hearing this, O'Neill still found it hard to believe. You mean Sax deliberately staged the accident to look like something else, just to stop people from asking questions about the research project? Splinter nodded. Do you remember what your father was working on? O'Neill replied, Nada. They say Sax discovered a powerful virus. He hoped my father would help him use it as a base to create a universal cure, something that could fight every virus and bacteria unknown to mankind. No, that was just a smokescreen. As Splinter heard this well-rehearsed lie, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. The real reason Sax is researching that virus is because he wants to develop the antidote. Once he's succeeded, he'll intentionally release the virus on a large scale. When most people are infected, he'll sell the antidote for an enormous profit. As Sprint finished explaining, O'Neill's face registered utter shock, while V, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. First, study the virus. Then, work on the antidote. Next, spread the virus. Finally, sell the cure. Damn it. Why did this all feel so familiar? V's mind drifted to unpleasant memories, recalling the wave of scandals before he crossed over. Traces of irritation flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, O'Neill thought of that seemingly gentle man and simply couldn't connect him with a ruthless schemer Sprint described, someone who would stop at nothing for money. She found herself struggling to shake her preconceived notions and still couldn't quite believe Sprint's story. After a moment's thought, she hesitantly said, but the Bigfoot gang really did go to the lab back then. After that fire, the FBI sent in a whole team of investigators. Most of them concluded that the Bigfoot gang had stormed into the lab, trashed the place, and then set it ablaze. That was exactly why O'Neill had trusted Sax so completely. The Bigfoot gang did go to the lab, and they definitely made a mess. They left traces all over the scene. Sprint nodded, then shook his head. But what if the Bigfoot gang went there on Sax's orders? What if it was all deliberate? O'Neill was stunned at his suggestion. You mean to say, Sax is the leader of the Bigfoot gang? No, not at all. As O'Neill stared at him in disbelief, Sprint shook his head again. The leader is Schneider. Sax is his protege. The two of them are in cahoots, one in the spotlight, the other behind the scenes. They work together, each playing their own part. No wonder. V nodded thoughtfully, remembering the news report he'd seen that day. The Bigfoot gang was causing chaos, while Sax Corporation was making headlines, publicly pledging support to the NYPD in their fight against the gang. This move eased the fear among New Yorkers towards the Bigfoot gang, restoring a bit of faith in the NYPD and giving both the police and the government the confidence to hold the line, avoiding deploying the military against the group. At the same time, Sax Corporation could justifiably obtain the NYPD's patrol plans, which they could then feed to the Bigfoot gang. And so, the current situation had taken shape. The Bigfoot gang ran rampant, always staying a step ahead of the NYPD, who could never seem to catch them. Meanwhile, the public wasn't. Panicking, which made the government take the threat less seriously, leaving the Bigfoot gang free to continue their activities. Looking back at some of the news reports, It wasn't hard for V to notice that the main targets of the Bigfoot gang's raids were materials used for biological and biochemical research. In other words, the primary motivation behind the Bigfoot gang's activities was to supply Sachs with experimental materials. It all made sense now. Everything came full circle. Piecing it all together, V was able to grasp the whole arc of the story. It all began when Schneider saved Sachs, and the two became partners in crime. Schneider wanted to see his Bigfoot gang thrive, while Sachs aimed to use the gang's power to amass a fortune. Soon, both Schneider and Sachs set their sights on a peculiar virus. They hoped to use this virus to fulfill their ambitions, but realizing their own limitations, they disguised the project and tricked O'Neill's father along with other researchers into working for them. Yet just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, O'Neill's father uncovered the conspiracy between Sachs and the Bigfoot gang. To prevent their scheme from succeeding, he set the laboratory on fire, but foolishly, he ended up burning himself to death as well. As a result, Sachs and his cohorts' plot remained hidden, and they took steps to cover their tracks, successfully deceiving everyone. At the same time, O'Neill's father's drastic action destroyed all the research data, causing Sachs's plan to ultimately fail. On another front, while the Bigfoot gang used the incident as a smokescreen, they themselves became the center of public scrutiny and, feeling the heat, quickly went into hiding. After all, they were still too weak. If they tried to run, they'd risk bringing the wrath of an iron fist down on their heads, ending them on the spot. And that was the story from decades ago. Now, perhaps convinced that the storm had passed, Sachs had re-emerged, unleashing the Bigfoot gang once again to continue their vile plans. As V was untangling the threads of the story, Johnny suddenly called out to him. V glanced at Johnny, who gestured for him to look at O'Neill. Puzzled, V turned to O'Neill and immediately noticed something was off about his expression. Even at a glance, V could tell that O'Neill was uneasy and restless. Yet, the source of this anxiety was a mystery. Split noticed O'Neill's odd behavior as well, and asked with concern, while V opted for a more direct approach. Switching to thermal vision, V saw nothing unusual in O'Neill's body, but when he changed to scan mode, his brows furrowed. In his view, there was something in O'Neill's pocket, something that was actively transmitting a location signal. "What's that in your pocket?" V's brow tightened. Before O'Neill could answer, V had already fully hacked into the signal device. After the intrusion was complete, V immediately shut down the device to prevent it from sending out any more signals. Then, V simply stared at O'Neill, waiting for her to provide an explanation. Splinter also realized something was wrong. He fixed his gaze on O'Neill, while O'Neill, flustered, fished a specially made business card out of her pocket. This was given to me by Sachs. He said I should find you all to help develop a universal cure, and he promised me he wouldn't harm you, because you've protected the people of New York. If it had been before, O'Neill might have wholeheartedly believed Sachs's words. But after hearing Splinter reveal the truth, especially such a well-connected and convincing truth, O'Neill suddenly snapped out of it. No wonder she always felt a strange sense of familiarity whenever she went to interview those docs that had been robbed by the Foot Clan. So that's why the materials stolen by the Foot Clan were all items she'd grown up hearing about in the lab. Is this really the truth? V paid no mind to O'Neill's days. He simply took the special business card from her hand. A micro-radar, simple enough to scan the surroundings. A locator directly linked to satellite positioning. Damn, I've been in this world so long, and aside from that reactor, I haven't seen any real advanced scanning tech. So now I finally run into some, huh? V's expression was full of annoyance. Back in 2077, he'd scan every person he met from head to toe just to be safe. But in this world, where technology seemed so mediocre, he'd let his guard down a little. And the result? That one moment of carelessness, and he got played by a device like this. Interesting. Sachs is it. As it happened, he was in need of a new place. And wasn't this Sachs a notorious criminal, a wealthy man with a property not far from New York? All he had to do was take Sachs out, renovate the house, and spread some ghostly rumors. He doubted anyone would dare set foot there. It was, in fact, the perfect location for a base. As for whether people in this world believed in ghosts, well, even in Night City in 2077, haunted legends were everywhere. Why wouldn't they be here? V's mind was made up. For now, his mission was to find Sachs and take him out. As for how to find him, V glanced down at the card in his hand, and a plan was already forming. He looked up. By now, everyone except himself and Johnny had already started arguing. Once it became clear that O'Neill had exposed their base, Raphael was the first to lash out. This big turtle, although he's always been rather dissatisfied with Leonardo, the nominal leader, and quite rebellious, actually cares deeply for his brothers. But that's precisely why Raphael lashed out. As the oldest and most physically developed among the turtles, Raphael is the strongest. Deep down, he believes that strength commands respect. Although they can't remember the details of that fateful fire, Splinter has always told them about their origins. They know that someone saved them from a blaze, allowing them to survive to this day. However, to prevent these restless turtles from sneaking up to the surface to look for O'Neill, Splinter always referred to her as their guardian spirit. Such a true savior, existing only in their imaginations, naturally took on the form each of them most yearned for. For the other turtles, this was easy to accept. But Raphael, let's just say that the real O'Neill bore absolutely no resemblance to the guardian spirit Raphael had envisioned. So when all the other turtles bowed to O'Neill in gratitude, Raphael stood apart, his eyes appraising, never bowing. He did not recognize O'Neill as a savior. And now, this person's presence had exposed their base, putting his brothers and master in danger. It was no wonder Raphael lost his temper. But aside from Raphael, the others weren't nearly as agitated. Splinter didn't mind. O'Neill's place in his heart was simply too important for the exposure of their base to count as anything serious. The other turtles accepted O'Neill's identity. While still a bit upset about the base being compromised, they managed to stay calm. In the end, it was Splinter's unquestionable authority among the turtles that finally kept Raphael's resentment in check. Once the commotion subsided, Splinter turned to O'Neill, offering her a reassuring look. Then Splinter turned to V. "Sir, would you please destroy that business card first? Destroying it won't help. This thing's been active the whole time. Judging by its internal battery drain, it's never been off. Your base has already been exposed." A red light flickered in V's eyes as he began reconfiguring the device inside the card. Once everything was set, V let out a sly chuckle. "All right then. Do you have anywhere here that's good for an ambush?" Splinter looked a bit puzzled, but Donatello's eyes lit up. "You've rewritten the internal data, haven't you? You're planning to use this as bait to lure Shredder here and take him out?" As fellow tech enthusiasts, Donatello was also capable of pulling this off. He had no doubt that V, who was even more skilled, could do it as well. "Yes, just a simple little gadget. It's only hidden a bit better than most," replied calmly. After all, there wasn't an AI inside this card going head-to-head with him, so naturally, it was no challenge for him. P.S. My hometown had a power outage early this morning, so I couldn't use my computer. I ended up finding an internet cafe that still had electricity, but, for some reason, this machine is acting up. Every time I type a letter, the others disappear. It's raising my blood pressure just trying to get words down. If you spot any missing characters, typos, or misplaced punctuation, feel free to message me, and I'll come fix it. Listening to V's plan, the turtles grew excited, but Splinter remained extremely cautious. "Forgive me, Sir V, but what worries me isn't Sax, it's Sax Master, the leader of the Foot Clan, Schneider." Recalling the man's face, Splinter's eyes showed a hint of unease as he spoke. "I once tried to assassinate Schneider myself, but that man is a formidable martial arts master. I was no match for him, and now the Foot Clan has so many members. With just a few of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't stand a chance." "Wouldn't stand a chance?" V's eyebrows lifted slightly as he glanced at Splinter's lean figure, a faint smile curving his lips. The next moment, Splinter's fur stood on end, and his eyes widened in shock. In an instant, V blurred into a series of afterimages and vanished, reappearing behind Splinter in the blink of an eye. His eyes glowed an unsettling red, and arcs of electricity crackled along the mantis blades on his arms. V simply stood there, staring at Splinter's exposed neck while the rat still faced forward, frozen in place. "I don't know how tough that guy really is," V said quietly, "but I don't think you're particularly tough. So, I doubt he's much to worry about." Retracting the mantis blades, V glanced at the Turtle Brothers and April O'Neil beside him. It was the first time any of them had seen V get even a little serious. They were caught off guard and visibly startled. It took Splinter a moment to recover. His eyes flicked sideways, and when he looked down his own shoulder, he found his clothing had been sliced open, though he himself was unharmed. Still, if V could cut him there, he could just as easily have sliced his throat. In other words, Splinter was no match for V at all. V wasn't surprised by this outcome. When he'd first arrived at the base, he'd given Splinter a quick scan, so he already knew the rat's general physical stats. From the scan, it was obvious that Splinter's age had caught up with him, leading to a decline in his physical abilities. Even the turtles were in better shape. Perhaps Splinter possesses extraordinary combat skills, enough to unleash power far beyond what his stats might suggest, but V is someone who has fought his way through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Back when he stormed Arasaka Tower, he single-handedly crushed all of Arasaka Corporation's elite forces. Those guys, equipped with the world's most advanced military-grade cyberware, still fell before V like helpless chicks before a butcher. It wasn't just raw stats that gave him the edge. After all, sometimes when V was in a good mood, he would even toy with his opponents. But in the end, the result was always the same. He emerged from one bloody battle after another. Though V never formally trained in any martial art, the fighting techniques he picked up were the deadliest kind. So when it came to skill in combat, V simply had nothing to fear. As for real fighting ability, if Schneider were truly that powerful, would he have allowed these four little turtles to sabotage the Foot Clan's operations time and time again, letting his men be bullied without stepping in? Not to say the turtles could defeat Schneider outright, but Schneider clearly wasn't confident he could beat all four of them either. Otherwise, he would have made his move long ago. V had already seen through all of this, so he ignored Splinter's concerns. He turned to Splinter, who still seemed a bit dazed, and suddenly asked, "How much stronger were you in the past compared to now?" V was genuinely curious. He could tell at a glance that Splinter had entered his twilight years, his physical prowess steadily waning. And he was very interested in just how formidable Splinter had been at his peak. Because in Splinter, V saw the shadow of another legend from Night City in the era of 2077, a figure whose status was somewhere between life and death. Morgan Blackhand. That guy had minimal cyberware, but in his prime, he could go toe-to-toe with Atom Smasher and never came off worse for it. Still, Blackhand's reliance on his natural body meant he inevitably aged. His abilities declined over time, and eventually he found a place to quietly enjoy his sunset years. Of course, in the eyes of others, this legend was as good as dead. Meanwhile, Atom Smasher, the one who once fought Blackhand to a standstill, continued to upgrade his cyberware over the years. Not only did he stay active in the world, but his combat prowess also grew with every enhancement. This legend, thanks to his cyberware, never faded away. Splinter listened to V's question, thought for a while, and finally answered slowly. "I don't know. It's been a long time since I even considered that. But if I had to say, perhaps it wasn't that much stronger. After all, while his physical condition was better back then, his martial skills were not as refined as they are now. Still, even in his prime, at the height of his reflexes, he might not have been able to react in time to that move from V." Hearing this answer, V shook his head. He understood what Splinter meant. Flesh and pain. This is why in the era of 2077, people chose the path of mechanical ascension. Because human beings have limits, but by forsaking humanity, those limits can be surpassed. Just like old Vic once said, a third-rate boxer with cybernetic enhancements could easily outmatch a top-tier fighter. Even the most basic subdermal armor implant could instantly boost a person's endurance to inhuman levels, surpassing fighters who had trained for decades in the blink of an eye. That was the power cyberware gave them. Now, having heard Splinter's answer, V nodded. "In that case, it's settled. We take out that Schneider guy, then Sachs. Once that's done, this game is over." After speaking, V glanced at the custom-made card in his hand. "All right, I've uploaded a fake location and traced their signal back to find their real position. Right now, they're wandering around, chasing after that decoy signal." Estimating the remaining battery in the special card, V stroked his chin thoughtfully. "At this rate, the power will probably run out by tomorrow morning. Of course, we could recharge it, but there's really no need. After all, he planned to deal with those guys tonight. Anyone want to come along?" V looked at the others. After a brief silence, Splinter turned away, glancing back at V, his eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. The question V had just asked made him realize he was getting old. Rats, after all, don't live as long as turtles. Originally, with only a 2 to 4 year lifespan, he had already survived well over a decade thanks to the mutagen, defying death for years. But even so, age had caught up with him. He wasn't what he used to be, not just physically, but his courage had waned as well. He turned to look at his turtle brothers, who were clearly eager to act, but still held back out of concern for his feelings. He thought of all the things he had observed in them over the years. In the past few months, the Turtle Brothers had been secretly sabotaging the Bigfoot gang's operations. They thought they were being stealthy, but with such clumsy infiltration skills, how could they possibly fool him? He had simply been watching from the shadows, choosing not to reveal himself. He'd watched as the turtles tossed shipping containers around like pebbles, and saw them punch through armored vehicles with a single blow. Time and again, he watched their missions, knowing these kids had grown up and now possessed strength far beyond his own. "Go on, all of you." Hearing Splinter's words, the 4 turtles erupted in cheers. They were truly fearless, like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. Even the most cautious of them, Leonardo, secretly believed he was quite formidable. After all, back when they fought against the Foot Clan, they had mowed down those thugs as easily as chopping vegetables with a cleaver. How tough could the leader of that gang possibly be? So, none of the turtles paid much heed to Splinter's caution toward Schneider. One after another, they cheered in excitement. Watching his lively apprentices, Splinter could only shake his head in resignation. Hurry up and get ready. With a stern command, the turtles snapped to attention and dashed over to the weapon rack, each grabbing their own weapon. But as V watched the turtles arming themselves, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. These creatures could toss shipping containers around as if they were pebbles, yet they chose to fight with human weapons? Surely, a single punch from one of them would cause more damage than any blade they wielded. In V's eyes, it would make more sense to fit the turtles with heavy armor and arm them with massive hammers to smash their foes. But instead, they fought with the same weapons an ordinary person would use. It was like watching a wizard wield a greatsword. Possible, but a waste of their true talents. It worked, but it just didn't make sense. Still, V had seen plenty of oddities in his time. He was confused, perhaps a bit amused, but ultimately chose to respect their ways. As the turtles finished preparing, April O'Neil came over to stand beside Splinter and V. "I'm sorry, Splinter. I didn't know." "No, it's all right, April. You were simply deceived by that man." Hearing April apologize to Splinter, V glanced over as Splinter looked at her with gentle, fatherly eyes and shook his head, signaling her not to blame herself. Sax is a truly cunning and devious man. As a member of the Foot Clan, he still manages to operate openly, even pretending to support the NYPD just to extract their intelligence. He's deceived the entire city of New York. So many people have fallen for his lies, it's no wonder nobody suspects he's a villain. Splinter let out a heavy sigh. Sax was indeed a master of deceit and manipulation. He had even managed to turn the Great Fire to his own advantage, using that tragedy to make his company more famous than ever. Now, he had smoothly embedded himself with the NYPD, and no one would ever suspect him of wrongdoing. Such skill was truly frightening. After comforting April, Splinter turned to V. "Mr. V, thank you for stepping in and disrupting that tracking device." V glanced at the business card in his hand, arching an eyebrow. "No need to thank me. After all, I've already gotten what I came for. After all, what was his purpose in coming here in the first place? Isn't it just about wanting to understand the background of this world?" When V arrived here and spotted that giant rat, a section of his memories suddenly disentangled itself from the jumble in his mind. This IP was somewhat unfamiliar to V. He never really paid much attention to it before. All he knew was that there was a movie by that name. But wasn't the answer now right in front of him? How complicated could a standalone film running just over 2 hours really be? With everything laid out before him, it was clear the main villains were Sax and Schneider. Take them out, and the whole matter would be settled. And now that he knew which movie this was, V had a grasp of this world's background, because he vaguely remembered someone saying that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was one of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's IPs. Although he couldn't yet pull the Marvel Universe out from that tangled mess of memories, if he ever encountered a related storyline in the future, he could use this as a clue to jog his memory. Even if nothing came to mind, that didn't bother him. He was confident he could handle anything. That was the self-assurance of V Thunderstrike. Now that he understood the world's background, this whole trip already felt worthwhile to V. But wouldn't you know it, just as V was searching for a suitable wealthy villain to target, planning to seize some land for a base, he decided to take a stroll to clear his head. And then, out of the blue, a piece of intel practically fell from the sky. Sax, the wealthy man with a mansion in New York, whom V had already confirmed during his investigation, was the perfect mark. You could say that what started as a casual outing somehow ended up solving 2 of his most pressing problems in one fell swoop. Watching as the turtles scrambled to get ready, V nodded, set his briefcase down on the table, and said, "I'll leave the briefcase here. Keep an eye on it for me. I'll be back after I take care of a little business." With that, V turned and headed out the door. The Turtle brothers glanced at V's departing figure, hurriedly bowed to Splinter, and then, with a chorus of excited shouts, rushed after him. Meanwhile, V studied the New York map and found a promising spot nearby, a park. After being underground for so long, it was nearly dark above. The park was crisscrossed with paths, poorly lit, secluded, and empty, perfect for a fight, and conveniently close. With the location chosen, V quickly altered the data on his business card, changed his GPS coordinates, and lured his targets to the park, while he and the turtles raced ahead to set up an ambush. I wonder if this time those 2, Schneider and Sax, will show up. If they do, great. If not, we'll use the soldiers' gear to try and track down their boss. Then tonight we'll go straight over and finish them off. That'll solve everything. Got it. Once they reached the park, V surveyed the area and found a good spot for the turtles, positioning them to block every exit so no one could escape. Afterward, V laid out the plan for the night in his usual straightforward manner. Listening to this, Leonardo couldn't help feeling uneasy. But, are we really going to kill people? In the past, under Splinter's guidance, they had never dared to actually take a life. Even when facing the Foot Clan, They always focused on knocking enemies out rather than going for the kill. You could say the turtles and the foot were truly a pair of perfectly matched rivals. V looked at the group of nervous little turtles and rolled his eyes. If you don't pull weeds out by the roots, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Unless you're sure you can wipe them all out, I suggest you don't hold back. That was always V's approach back in Night City. Whenever he ran into scavengers or the Maelstrom gang, he'd kill every last one he found. That was how the city's crime rate had dropped so dramatically. As for groups like the Tiger Claws, backed by corporations and impossible to fully exterminate, V changed tactics. He hit them hard enough that they didn't dare set foot outside their turf. It's not that V was too ruthless. It was just that in a place like Night City, if you weren't tough, you wouldn't survive. Seeing the turtles still struggling with their doubts, V rolled his eyes again. Fine, when those guys come in, I'll do the dirty work. You just block the exits and make sure none of them get away. At that, the turtles finally agreed. V let out a sigh. Like this, and they still dared to fight against the forces of evil? If the enemy keeps their numbers, they won't fear you. If you never finish them off, you could be fighting for decades and never make a difference. But if you strike hard and wipe them out, within 2 weeks the enemy will be forced to disband. Watching the enemy's icons inch closer on the map, V made a hand signal. The Ninja Turtles slipped into their assigned positions, while he turned on his upgraded optical camouflage and lounged boldly on a park bench, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Just as they finished getting ready, a convoy pulled up. Several armored vehicles, just like the ones V had seen at the docks that night, slowly rolled into the park. After surrounding the central area, a Japanese woman carrying tracking equipment stepped out of one of the cars. Glancing at the location indicated on her screen and surveying her surroundings, the woman found no sign of her target. With a wave of her hand, a squad of heavily armed militants sprang from the convoy behind her and began sweeping the area. Throughout this operation, V remained seated on a bench at the center of the park. Thanks to his optical camouflage, not a single person could see through the illusion to spot him. After the searchers finished combing the ground, the woman, her appearance somewhat unusual, cast her gaze toward the park's nearby sewer entrances, a flash of cunning lighting up her eyes. Based on the scan results from that special business card earlier, it was highly probable that their quarry was somewhere in the sewer system. Now that they'd come up empty-handed above ground, it stood to reason that their target must be down in the park sewers. "Prepare to enter the sewers," she commanded. At her order, all but a few drivers rushed toward the sewer grates around the park. She fancied herself clever, but V had been sitting right in front of her all along, quietly watching as the enemies, scattered across the park just moments before, now clustered at a few points. "Thanks for making things easier for me." V couldn't help but chuckle softly. The woman's expression shifted, but in the very next instant, a flash of cold steel swept through the air. She was sliced cleanly in two, from head to toe, along with her 2 bodyguards beside her, V's blade decapitating them before they could utter a sound or raise an alarm. The commotion failed to draw the attention of the others. V unfolded his mantis blades, emerging from optical camouflage as it faded away, stepping out of the darkness and advancing slowly toward the remaining enemies. Unlike those amateur Ninja Turtles whose stealth skills left much to be desired, V's mastery of infiltration was unmatched. He made his way silently to the rear of the Foot Clan members, none of whom noticed anyone behind them. It was only when the foot soldiers at the front pried opened the sewer grate and were about to turn and report to the woman that V became a blur of motion, darting into the crowd. In a flurry of blades, every last one of them was cut down where they stood, bodies collapsing to the ground in pieces. With the bloodshed begun, there was no need for further subterfuge. V pressed on at full speed, swiftly reducing the rest of the Foot Clan to a heap of mangled corpses. Only the drivers who'd stayed in the vehicles survived by sheer luck. When those drivers noticed the sudden silence from their comrades, a few cautiously stepped out to investigate, only to have V, who'd appear behind them, without warning, silently slit their throats. Only one driver, glimpsing V's form vanish into thin air in his rearview mirror, stomped on the gas in terror. As the armored vehicle sped away into the distance, V, now cloaked in invisibility once more, followed silently after it. For him, pursuing such an old relic was rather easy. However, he wanted to put the turtles to the test, to see whether those turtles would actually take action. Meanwhile, in the direction where the armored vehicle was escaping, Leonardo was hiding in the secret spot V had told him about. Watching the armored vehicle barreling toward him, he felt a wave of nervousness sweep over him. Thanks to their extraordinary eyesight, he could also make out what was happening inside the park. Leonardo and the other Ninja Turtles were dumbstruck by V's ruthlessness. He left no one behind. For these turtles, who had always played cat and mouse with the Foot Clan, V's actions opened up a whole new world. They realized that battle could be so merciless. Yet, they had fallen into a trap of their own making. They had forgotten that real combat was never a game. Splinter had protected them too well. They had no idea of the malice that humans could harbor. Splinter was also afraid that they would lose themselves, so he always urged them not to go too far, to keep a kind heart. But because of this, the turtles never dared to use their full strength in battle, holding themselves back. And such restraint, one day in the future, might put them in grave danger. V actually thought rather well of these little turtles, so he was curious to see if they could truly be cured. While V watched invisibly, Leonardo stared at the approaching armored vehicle, and just as it was about to burst out of the park, he suddenly dashed out from the shadows. These little turtles could easily toss a fully loaded shipping container, so to them, an armored vehicle was nothing at all. Leonardo charged in from the side like a barbarian king, slamming into the armored vehicle and flipping it clean over. V dropped his stealth, appearing quietly and without warning right beside Leonardo, startling him. Looking at the driver struggling inside the overturned armored vehicle, V flicked out his mantis blades. "Are you going to do it, or should I?" "Sorry, Mr. V, but I don't think we can kill anyone else," Leonardo replied, stepping protectively in front of V. His brothers had arrived by now, standing silently behind Leonardo in solidarity. Why not kill him? He's a terrorist, a threat to public safety. But he might just be a driver. He may not have been involved in any of the fighting. Leonardo tried to reason with V, but V only responded with a dismissive smirk. In Night City's gangs, were there not plenty of pitiable souls? He clearly remembered one time, after cleaning out a gang hideout, he'd found a message log inside. A gang member sent a message to his younger brother, furiously scolding him for neglecting his studies and running off to join the criminal world. He also sent some more money home, telling his brother to take good care of their mother. When V read through that message log, his feelings were a tangled mix, but regret was certainly not among them. The world isn't simply black or white. Many people are like this. Their only reason for joining a gang and harming others is to survive. Is he to be pitied? Yes, but he's also a criminal. He's killed, too. So, V felt no remorse. Even if given another chance, he would still wipe out everyone in that base. At most, he might make their deaths less painful. As the saying goes, V had no right to judge them, but he certainly had the right to send them up to be judged by God. Staring at the turtles blocking his way, V shook his head. Sparks crackled ever more fiercely along the edge of his mantis blades as V slowly advanced toward the turtles, speaking in a low, steady voice. If you let him go today, more people will suffer. One day, someone you see as family might even be killed by them. So, tell me, do you really think we should let him go? Hearing V's words, Leonardo fell silent. He glanced at his brothers and then thought of Splinter, who was less a master to them and more like a father. The thought of them being killed made Leonardo grip his katana tighter, but he still managed to reply. At least for now. Before Leonardo could finish, a burst of static came from the comms inside the vehicle. There's still a big rat in that base. We've caught him. Mission accomplished. How's your situation? None of those present were ordinary people, not just V. The other Ninja Turtles heard the message loud and clear, too. As the words hung in the air, V's eyebrows shot up. He turned to look at Raphael, the most hot-headed of the four turtles, just as Raphael spun around in a flash. With sheer brute force, he drove his two Saiyans straight through the armored van, then tore off the roof in one powerful motion. The driver inside was snatched up by Raphael and hurled straight out. The man slammed hard against the wall and collapsed in a heap. V raised an eyebrow. I like this guy. When it's time to kill, he doesn't hesitate. Johnny popped up from the side, grinning as he spoke. V let out a dry chuckle, glancing at the Ninja Turtles, now pushed past their limits and burning with rage. He nodded in approval. These guys were well and truly furious now. Not only would they kill if needed, at this point, V figured they wouldn't even flinch if someone told them to eat their enemies. Now, that's more like it. As for the so-called code against killing, as far as V was concerned, it was utter nonsense. It's like fighting a war where you know you can't possibly die. There's no way to truly grasp the cruelty, so people end up enjoying the battle. Unless you're truly ruthless, even if you defeat your enemies, they'll never be afraid of you. They'll just keep coming back, wave after relentless wave, and you'll never be able to finish them off. Once V realized those Ninja Turtles clung to this kind of conviction, he honestly just wanted to turn around and leave, not wanting anything to do with them. People who refuse to kill are just like idealists. Nothing but trouble, and getting involved with them brings no benefits at all. But seeing that Splinter didn't seem so rigid after all, V decided to stick around and talk things through with these guys, at least for a bit. Truth be told, if those little turtles had kept blocking his way just now, he would have turned his back on them and never looked back. But now, seeing they weren't so stubborn after all, V's impression of them began to shift. Meanwhile, none of the others objected to what Raphael had done. After all, every one of them was itching to charge straight to the base and see what was really going on over there. After tossing the driver out, the turtles crowded around the communication device, eager for any scraps of intel. But the people on the other end said nothing, only asking about what was happening on their side. The turtle brothers exchanged glances, and finally Leonardo stepped forward. With his thick finger, he carefully pressed the communication button. Everything's going smoothly on our end. How about you? Our side? The people on the other end hadn't suspected anything was wrong, but suddenly, the line went dead. Could it be Master turned the tables on them? Michelangelo was lost in his own wishful thinking, even though he himself knew it was just a daydream. But then the communicator came to life again, shattering his fantasy. "Where's Marina?" A heavy, unfamiliar voice came from the other side, making the turtles tense up. "Lady Marina is overseeing those captured turtles," Leonardo replied, forcing himself to sound calm. "Is that so? Put her on." This is awkward. Judging by the way the person spoke, this Marina must be a woman. And a woman? Well, if they weren't mistaken, she'd just been taken down by V. Though, come to think of it, even if she were a man, she'd have met the same fate. The turtles were at a loss, while V rolled his eyes in the back. "Forget it, I'll handle this." V broke into the communication channel himself, and soon, a burst of static and chaotic noise filled the line. In the background, a group of people could be heard escorting and shouting at something. Every so often, there were 4 heavy, muffled footsteps. Just from the sound, it was clear the creature was massive. Then, amid the astonished gazes of the turtles, a woman's voice rang out. "Master Schneider, may I ask what your orders are?" Seeing the surprised expressions on all the turtles' faces, a trace of pride flickered in V's eyes. Ever heard of voice phishing? Bet you haven't. Even in 2077, scams like this hadn't disappeared entirely. There are always those messages from someone claiming to be Johnny Silverhand, asking you to wire money. And besides scam texts, there were plenty of scam calls. These were fully AI-generated phone calls, sometimes even with synthetic video, making them almost impossible to guard against. But in this era, the internet was still in its infancy, and even banks, the places people kept their money, weren't connected to the network. People couldn't transfer funds quickly, so voice phishing had yet to emerge. For the Ninja Turtles, who had never encountered anything like this, it was only natural for them to be baffled. V, unconcerned with the little turtles' confusion, kept up the conversation with Schneider on the other end of the line. It was lucky he'd been close to the woman earlier and remembered her voice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to mimic it now. Why did he think the other person was Schneider? That woman's status in the Foot Clan seemed quite high. Every time V had run into the clan, she'd been there, clearly in a leadership role. Now, someone was addressing this obviously high-ranking woman in a commanding tone. V reasoned, if it wasn't Sachs, it had to be Schneider. He knew all about Sachs, the typical corporate lackey, never getting his own hands dirty if he could help it, always holed up in his office, and never the type to show up on the front lines. That left Schneider as the more likely candidate. Of course, the main reason was that V simply didn't know many people in the Foot Clan, just these few, so Schneider was his best guess. As luck would have it, or perhaps because the Foot Clan really did have only a handful of top brass, his guess was right. Once he heard what he recognized as Marina's voice, Schneider clearly let his guard down. This relic from decades past was completely out of touch with modern scams and had no clue about voice phishing. After a moment's silence, Schneider spoke. "Marina, we've already caught the rat on our end. How are things on your side?" Everything went smoothly. We found the targets in the park's sewer, 4 turtles and a human. Using tranquilizer darts, we launched a surprise attack and managed to bring them down. However, the enemy's size and physical strength were extraordinary. Even with a powerful sedative, we couldn't put them completely under. The best we could do was weaken them. It's fine. The healthier they are, the more blood we can squeeze out of them. Schneider's tone was especially chilling as he continued. We'll go to their company and use their equipment to draw their blood directly, then inject it into the disperser. With a brief reply, V ended the call. After all, with scams like this, you have to hook your target as quickly as possible. Wait too long, and they might catch on. Having gathered the information he needed, V looked at his restless turtle brothers and stretched lazily. Next, we'll head straight to their company. It's late, so it'll be easier for you all to move around. Considering that his brothers weren't exactly easy on the eyes, V turned and walked towards the park. He took a set of keys from a driver whose demise wasn't all that gruesome, then slid into the seat of an armored vehicle. With a quick scan, V memorized the car's structure and immediately figured out how to operate this old beast. So, this is how you drive it. V slipped the key into the ignition, gave it a twist, and the engine roared to life as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Seeing V's actions, the Turtle brothers caught on to his plan and hurriedly climbed into the armored vehicle. Good thing this thing had plenty of space. Otherwise, it'd be a tight fit for all of them. But watching V operate with a hint of clumsiness, Michelangelo couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Do you even have a license?" "A license? What's that, something you can eat?" V replied offhandedly as he familiarized himself with the controls. Maybe I should drive instead. That might be a safer bet." Donatello didn't look too reassured by V's answer and quickly chimed in. "I'm worried we'll run into the traffic police." V shot down Donatello's suggestion, shifted gears, and stomped on the accelerator. The armored vehicle shot backward, sending the four turtles in the back scrambling to grab onto anything for dear life. "Could you slow down, please?" Amid the chorus of panicked cries, Michelangelo's shaky voice called out, but V just smirked, his eyes lighting up with a three-dimensional model of the entire vehicle. With his blueprint in mind, he could control everything about the car with precision. Then, hold on tight. With a flick of his wrists, the armored car spun in a dramatic drift, pivoting on the spot before lurching out of the park. The gates didn't stand a chance as V barreled straight through them. On the quiet night streets, the engine unleashed a ferocious roar, the armored vehicle darting through corners like a beast unleashed. "Hey V, do you even know which way to go?" Tossed around in the back, the turtles were on the verge of losing it. The human-sized seatbelts were no help at all, leaving them rolling around like marbles in a tin can. "Of course I know. Then why are we taking all these detours?" Michelangelo grumbled, while behind him Raphael and Leonardo kept bickering, their voices carrying forward. One complaining that someone's foot was shoved in his mouth, the other protesting about someone's rear and being pushed into his face. Compared to the chaos in the back, V at the front was enjoying a much more pleasant ride. He watched the neon lights flicker outside, following the winding path mapped out on his screen, making turn after turn. "I just don't want to take the main roads. They get terribly congested at night, and the back streets are a lot quicker. Plus, you won't run into any cops that way." Saks Company was located in a bustling district, right at the heart of New York, where the traffic never seemed to let up. If they stuck to the avenues, who knew when they'd get there? That's exactly why V opted for the side streets, for speed and efficiency. But this meant the turtles in the back were in for a rough time. The constant twists and turns soon had all of them looking decidedly green around the gills. Noticing their predicament in the rear view, V didn't even glance back. Instead, he simply reached out and slid the small partition door shut, leaving them to groan and retch in messy discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, V finally caught sight of a towering building ahead. That was the headquarters of the Saks Group. As he gazed up at the brilliantly lit skyscraper, a glimmer of red flashed in his eyes. He initiated a scan of the building, swiftly generating a 3D model. Then, tapping into the security cameras outside, V seamlessly hacked into the surveillance system. Overlaying the live footage onto his virtual model, he was able to monitor every movement inside the building with ease. Armed with this information, V reached out and slid open the partition again, only to be hit with a wave of nauseating stench from the back. He slammed the door shut at once. With a sigh, V sent the results of his scan through the closed door to Donatello's smart glasses. "All right, your master is being held in a lab at the top of the building. I've mapped out a route for you to get up there and rescue him. Meanwhile, I'll head to Saks' office, take him out, and rescue O'Neill while I'm at it. After that, I'll meet up with you again." "So, does that mean we're starting the mission now?" Donatello's weak voice drifted from the back, and V responded with a quick affirmative. "I'll charge in first, then we split up." "Got it. Charge in directly. It's the fastest way." As he spoke, V floored the accelerator, sending the vehicle hurtling forward. He barreled past several sedans before crashing straight into the Saks Group's building, finally skidding to a halt in the company parking lot. Shouting a quick command to those in the back, V threw open the door, activated his stealth system, and shot forward like a blur. He dispatched the security guards who rushed to the scene, then followed his planned route, heading straight for Saks' office. Time was tight, and the mission was tough. If he hurried, maybe he could still catch some sleep tonight. The train car rocked violently, and after quite a while, a few turtles finally tumbled out, landing flat on ground. Gulping in fresh air, the turtles wore the expressions of survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster. But the moment they caught sight of the mutilated corpse, ruthlessly carved into pieces by V, their faces tightened in horror, and they started retching again. He could easily kill someone with a single punch, so why is he so obsessed with dismembering his victims? Michelangelo grumbled. Just then, Donatello's glasses crackled with V's voice. "This way they can't come back to life. What are you waiting for? Go save your master. I just saw he's being drained of blood. If you don't hurry, he'll be dead before you get there." By now, V had become a veritable demon, cutting a swath of carnage up the stairs. Blood and bodies littered his path, perfect material for an American horror film. Even as he hacked his way towards Sack's office, he communicated with the young turtles without a flicker of emotion. Hearing that their master was on the brink of death, the turtles scrambled upright, forgetting their nausea, and with Donatello leading the way, dashed toward the top of the building along the path V had cleared for them. Meanwhile, V sprang off the wall, launching himself like a hunter from a 4-player video game. He soared over the heads of several security guards in the corridor, landing gracefully on the floor. He paid no attention to the guards collapsing behind him. Fixing his gaze on the door to the office ahead, V strode forward unhurriedly. "You liar. You deceived me. You're the one who killed my father." From inside the office, April O'Neil, bound to a chair, shouted at Sax, the man she had once believed to be her father's friend, a mentor she had trusted. "I'm sorry, April. I was disappointed by what happened back then, too. If only your father hadn't found out, or if, after discovering the truth, he'd chosen to join us, perhaps things would have turned out very differently." Sax spoke as he tapped away at something on his computer screen. "My father would never join your ridiculous scheme. He worked for you only because you deceived him." April shot back, her anger burning as she defended her father's name. But Sax didn't care about any of that. The only thing that had ever mattered to him was money, not honor or reputation. So, unfazed by April's fury, Sax simply flicked his ear, then stepped away from his computer and walked over to her. "Believe what you want. If your father had joined us, our plans would have succeeded long ago. He was a genius, after all. Even without him, you still brought his research right to our doorstep." "Liar." April spat the word at Sax, seething at his betrayal. Watching O'Neill's expression, Sax shrugged. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? If it weren't for you, who knows how long it would have taken for our plan to succeed? After all, geniuses like your father don't come around often." Seeing O'Neill put in his place, Sax became even more animated. "Judging by your face, maybe you still don't realize what you've done, do you? You handed us an incredibly contagious poison, your father's invention, and we're going to unleash it, spread it across all of New York. This poison is highly lethal. It will turn New York into a wasteland. And only we have the antidote. Anyone who wants to survive in New York or enter the city will have to buy the antidote from us. Just imagine, with so many people, how much money my corporation could make." It was as though he could finally tear off his mask of hypocrisy. Sax unleashed his inner malice without restraint. Just as Sax was boasting to O'Neill about his scheme, the office door suddenly swung open. Well, isn't that the oldest trick in a book? Turning New York into a cesspool, just so no one else can compete with you for the scraps. That's so typical of your kind. Sax jumped in fright. After V had hacked into the surveillance system and set it to loop the footage, no one else in the building had any idea someone had broken in, except for those who might bump into V. But what happens when someone crosses paths with V? Simple, they die. And dead men tell no tales. So, with no one on alert to Sax, V's appearance seemed to come out of nowhere. "Who are you?" Sax demanded, fumbling for the pistol at his waist. "Your worst nightmare," V retorted. In a flash, V was behind Sax. "I have to say, your tricks are as tired as ever, and you're still just as naive." Sax couldn't utter a word. His head tumbled abruptly to the floor, while his body remained standing, startling O'Neill into a terrified scream. "Come on, girl, it's just a dead guy. No need to shriek like that," V said, rubbing her ears and rolling her eyes at O'Neill's panic. With a flick of the wrist, V sliced through the ropes binding O'Neill, then casually began rifling through Sax's corpse. She pulled out a wallet and examined its contents. Bank cards as expected. Looks like I'll be paying this world's banks a little visit soon." Muttering to herself, V turned to scan Sax's office. Spotting her target, V strode over to the bookshelf and with a single punch, smashed the mechanism hidden in the wall, revealing a safe behind it. Looking at the seemingly impenetrable safe, V extended 2 monomolecular wires from his hand. After gathering his strength for a moment, he sliced the door clean off. "Now, who has time for your lockpicking games anymore?" V pulled the safe door open with one hand, glanced at the stack of documents inside, and casually stuffed them into a briefcase he'd found nearby. He tossed the loot to April O'Neil, asking her to keep it safe for now, then switched his view to check on the Turtle Brothers. But as soon as he hacked into Donatello's glasses feed, V could hear the brothers. Switching to the elevator surveillance camera, he saw the turtles inside, weapons in hand, beatboxing enthusiastically. One of them even started rapping with a burst of MC Mikey flair, which made V's eyes go wide in surprise. Johnny, picking up on the music, popped up beside him. "These turtles really love their tunes, huh? Looks like they're into this pop stuff." V shrugged and replied to Johnny. "Who are you talking to?" Next to him, April O'Neil tried hard not to look at the body strewn about, her whole body tensing as she watched V apparently talking to thin air. It's nothing. Let's go meet up with the turtles. They just found an elevator and are about to face the final boss, Shredder. V recorded a quick video of the turtles, then led April down a route toward this so-called Shredder. Watching the security feed, V was taken aback by the sight of Shredder clad in full armor. This guy could actually move so nimbly in such heavy gear. Pretty impressive. No wonder that giant rat couldn't beat him. It made perfect sense now. And this wasn't even the old Shredder. Judging by how new the armor looked, it must have been a recent upgrade. That would also explain why the rat was captured this time. Which means those 4 turtles might still be outmatched by Shredder, V muttered, quickening his pace. April glanced at V rushing ahead, then at the bloody trail left behind, swallowing hard but forcing herself to keep up. Meanwhile, on the rooftop as the elevator doors opened at their destination, the 4 brothers instantly stopped their beatboxing jam. All at once, they charged out with a loud battle cry. What they saw was a towering figure in gleaming armor, and Splinter, the old rat, trapped inside a transparent glass chamber, looking weak and drained as his blood was being siphoned away. Bastard! Let our master go! Seeing the scene clearly, the hot-headed Raphael immediately lunged forward. But the kick that he was so sure would land missed its mark. Schneider dodged effortlessly, and with a swift motion, his knife and fork flashed out, slicing straight for Raphael's neck. If not for the other brothers rushing in to break up the fight, there was a real chance that, with just that one move, Raphael would have been killed on the spot. This single exchange was enough to make the Turtle brothers realize the extent of Schneider's skill. No wonder Master Splinter had warned them not to provoke Schneider. Never mind his physique, just his martial prowess alone made him a mortal threat. One careless move, and they could lose their heads. The danger was all too real. Realizing they couldn't take down Schneider in the short term, Leonardo immediately changed his strategy. He glanced at their master, trapped inside the glass box, and whispered to the others, "Let's get Master out first. Donnie, you and Mikey go save Master. Raph and I will hold off Schneider." The brothers nodded. Then, sharing a quick look, Leonardo and Raphael charged straight at Schneider. Raphael led the assault, his twin sai stabbing fiercely at Schneider's joints. But with a quick upward sweep of his clawed blades, Schneider parried Raphael's attack. Then, in a flash, Leonardo leapt out from behind Raphael, bringing his twin swords down hard toward Schneider. Schneider's reaction was lightning fast. He shoved Raphael aside and caught Leonardo midair with a single powerful grip. Seeing Michelangelo and Donatello trying to rescue Splinter, Schneider swung Leonardo like a weapon, hurling him straight at them. Michelangelo was knocked down by the flying Leonardo. Without pausing, Schneider unleashed a volley of throwing knives, aiming them at Donatello, who was still frantically working to crack the door's controls. Raphael saw this and dove forward, using his shell to shield his brother from the flurry of blades. But even their shells, tough enough to stop bullets, stood no chance against Schneider's specially crafted knives. The blades punched through SL, icing into flesh. Raphael cried out in pain, and with a flick of Schneider's wrist, the electromagnet engaged, yanking the embedded knives back out from a distance. The force pulled Raphael off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from the wounds on his back. Leonardo saw Raphael's condition and rushed to his side, spinning his swords to deflect another wave of flying knives. "Get Master out now!" Raphael, pushing past his own pain, shouted urgently at his 2 younger brothers. Michelangelo ran to smash the specialized glass door, while Donatello worked furiously to hack the control panel. While Raphael and Leonardo fought desperately to hold Schneider at bay, Donatello finally smashed the console, and at last, the glass door swung open. Michelangelo rushed inside and quickly freed Splinter, who, already old and frail, had just been drained of blood and had fainted outright. "Come help quick!" With their master rescued, Leonardo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called for backup. Watching these turtles, Schneider's eyes flickered with both surprise and doubt. They had been making quite a ruckus for some time, yet not a single member of the Foot Clan had come to check on the situation. That could only mean there were other intruders in the building. With this thought, Schneider glanced again at these tough-skinned, thick-shelled turtles. To be honest, these turtles were incredibly irritating, resilient as they come. Even though he'd had the upper hand earlier, not one of them had suffered a critical blow. Even when the throwing knife struck Raphael, it had only made him wince in pain, and he'd roared back with surprising energy. Rather than waste time battling foes he couldn't completely defeat in the short term, and risk more enemies arriving to reinforce them, he might as well head straight to the rooftop and release the mutagen, their so-called poison. After all, he'd already injected himself with the antidote. Even if the mutagen spread, it wouldn't affect him, and he could use the chaos to wipe out all his enemies at once. As for whether Sax or the other Foot Clan members had received the antidote, well, He could barely take care of himself. Why bother worrying about them? With this decision made, Schneider lunged forward, shoving Raphael aside and seizing Splinter's blood, the very sample that contained the mutagen. Clutching the mutagen, Schneider spun around and landed a heavy punch on Leonardo, forcing him back. He hurled, throwing knives to keep the turtles at bay, then seized the opportunity to slip into the elevator and head straight for the rooftop. Raphael tried to give chase, but when he forced open the elevator doors, the elevator was already on its way up. We can't let him reach the rooftop. If he manages to release the mutagen, it'll be too late for all of us. Splinter, finally revived thanks to Donatello's efforts, took in the scene and quickly called out to Leonardo. Leonardo nodded. He glanced around, then fixed his gaze on the window. If we can't use the elevator, we'll take the outside. The other turtles didn't object. After moving Splinter to a safe spot, they smashed through the windows one by one and began scaling the building's outer wall toward the rooftop. As soon as the turtles rushed out, a chime sounded nearby. They sure know how to make an exit. V pushed the door open, shook his head with a wry smile at the shattered glass. No elevator here, and not a thought to check outside. Splinter. At his side, April O'Neil, clutching her briefcase, spotted Splinter lying on the ground and hurried over to him. O'Neil, I'm just glad you're all right. Splinter gently patted O'Neil's head with fatherly affection, then turned to look at V. All right, I'm heading up now. V let out a sigh. He really was destined for a life of toil. Still, for the sake of that apartment Sax owned, he was willing to go along with it and send his own master downstairs to keep him company. With that, V glanced at the other side. A flash of red glimmered in his eyes. The elevator doors slid open, and V strolled inside, making his way leisurely toward the penthouse. Meanwhile, outside the building, the Turtle Brothers were scaling the outer wall, quickly climbing upward by making use of every handhold they could find. It didn't take them long to reach the top floor, since the laboratory they'd just escaped from was already quite close to the roof. Once they arrived, they found that Schneider had already made his way to the device. The mutagen had been loaded into the machine, and Schneider was busy working the controls, preparing to release it. The Ninja Turtles didn't hesitate. They rushed forward at once. Hearing the commotion behind him, Schneider let out a weary sigh. Did you really have to chase after me? With a resigned shake of his head, Schneider stopped what he was doing. This machine had the power to spread the substance throughout the entire city, an incredibly potent device. But because of its capabilities, the U.S. government had placed strict security protocols on it. Starting it up directly was a real hassle, so much so that, even after all this time, Schneider still hadn't finished the process. But now, with the Ninja Turtles hot on his heels, he could no longer afford the luxury of time. He inserted the key and switched to the preset mode. 5 minutes from now, the mutagen would be released. In Schneider's mind, all he needed to do was keep the turtles at bay for 5 minutes. If he could hold out that long, everything would be over. He'd fought these turtles before, and he had a pretty good grasp of their fighting abilities. So he was confident, absolutely certain, he could last 5 minutes. With that, Schneider turned around and faced the 4 slowly advancing turtles. Your master skills are impressive, but even he fell before me. Now, let's see what you 4 are made of. Schneider assumed a fighting stance, his eyes blazing with fanatic excitement. His plan was about to come to fruition. The Foot Clan was on the verge of uniting New York. Now, all he needed to do was hold out for a few more minutes. He'd waited decades for this moment. What were 5 more minutes compared to that? He would use this very battle to celebrate the dawn of a new era. The 4 Turtle Brothers saw the determination in Schneider's eyes and understood. Unless they defeated him, he would never let them shut down the machine. One by one, they steeled themselves for the battle ahead. But just as the showdown was about to erupt, V's voice sounded from the tiny headset in Donatello's glasses. So, you guys can't just smash the device, can you? The voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it loud and clear. Schneider, who had been brimming with fighting spirit, gave a visible shudder at the sound of V's words. After a brief silence, Michelangelo asked quietly, if we destroy the device, won't that cause the mutagen to leak? No, the device has several safeguards. It's actually very hard for the mutagen to be released directly. You need a key to activate any preset modes. The moment the device is damaged, even just a short circuit in a single wire, it will instantly shut down. How do you know all that? Donatello asked, curiosity piqued. Didn't you ever check the device's official website? V raised an eyebrow, returning the question with a look of mild surprise. After another moment of silence, Leonardo quickly adjusted his stance and said, the mission's changed, destroy the device. You bunch of... Schneider, finally unable to keep his composure, cursed under his breath. But as he watched the 4 turtles split up and rush him from different directions, he didn't even have time to finish his sentence. In a panic, He flung, throwing knives, doing his best to hold them back. But Schneider, who from the start could only suppress but never truly defeat the four turtles, had no hope of defending himself from all their attacks at once. In no time at all, flustered and overwhelmed, Schneider was outmaneuvered by Leonardo, who cleverly used one of Schneider's own knives to sabotage the device. Sure enough, just as V had said, the moment the device was damaged, it shut down immediately. The Ninja Turtles barely had a chance to celebrate before Schneider let out a furious roar. "You miserable punks! So close to victory, and yet you forced me into such a total defeat." Fueled by rage, Schneider lunged at the Ninja Turtles. Abandoning all defense, he unleashed a burst of strength worthy of a comic book superhero, single-handedly pinning all four turtles to the ground. First went Michelangelo, then Donatello, and then Leonardo. With three brothers beaten and down, only Raphael, the toughest of the bunch, was still on his feet. After flattening the others, Schneider glanced at the staggering Raphael, feeling slightly vindicated. Turning away, he retrieved the mutagen from inside the device. As he looked at the vial in his hand, he took a long, steadying breath. At least the mutagen was intact. That meant there was still hope for a comeback. As long as he could get out of here and find another device, his plan could continue. With that thought, Schneider's mood lightened a little. But just then, with a cheerful chime, V made a dazzling entrance. Schneider, seeing V step out of the elevator, was momentarily confused. But the moment he heard V greet Raphael, his eyes blazed with sudden fury. "It was you, you bastard! You ruined my plan!" Schneider charged toward V, while V, who had just come up, was still talking to Raphael, who remained standing. "Let me be honest with you," V said. "With your build, you're just not cut out for ninjutsu, you know that? That stuff is for those little guys to use for assassinations. With your size, you're not made for stealth. You're built to be a tank, got it?" Watching V trying hard to convince him, Raphael pointed at Schneider, who was charging toward him, wanting to say something. V glanced over his shoulder. "Never mind. Let me deal with him first, and then we'll talk," he said. With that, V spun around, just in time to meet Schneider's fist coming straight for his face. V tilted his head slightly, dodging Schneider's determined punch, and his right hand shot up, grabbing Schneider's arm just as it was about to strike his head. "I've heard you're pretty skilled," V said with a grin. "So today, I'll play with you for a bit." He smiled at Schneider, then suddenly struck backward with his left hand, hammering down on Schneider's elbow. Schneider gritted his teeth through the pain. Instead of clutching his arm like most would, he struck out with his left fist at V's waist. But V brought up his knee to block the blow, using it as leverage to leap high, his right leg sweeping across toward Schneider's head. With a single powerful kick, Schneider was sent flying sideways through the air. As Schneider struggled to get up, V casually tossed the canister of mutagen he'd just taken from Schneider over to Raphael. "Keep that safe. If you drop it, none of you guys are making it out alive." Heh. Never mind whether this mutagen would even work on someone as heavily augmented as he was. If the dispersal device was destroyed, this stuff wouldn't spread nearly as fast as he could run. Hearing this, Raphael instinctively hugged the mutagen tightly to his chest, then turned his full attention to V and Schneider's fight. From the ease with which V had just sent Schneider flying, it was clear that while V didn't use any particular fighting style, his combat skills were masterful and dangerously effective. Take those last two moves. If Schneider hadn't been wearing that heavy armor, he'd probably have been knocked out cold right then and there. Seeing such an imposing display of strength, Raphael, who admired power above all, wasn't about to miss this chance to study V's every move. And as the fight continued, V did not disappoint. Every strike Schneider threw was perfectly defended, and each time, V countered with a punishing response. Even when Schneider tried to play dirty, hurling a throwing knife in a sneak attack, V snatched the blade out of the air and drove it straight into Schneider's arm. Damn it. At last, Schneider, unable to land a single hit on V, finally lost his patience and cursed out loud. But before he could even finish his sentence, V, who had been several meters away, appeared right in front of him in an instant. "I don't mind playing along with you, but you dare use foul language?" V had lost all interest in facing off against Schneider. This guy was just a martial arts master with some technique and above-average strength. Nothing entertaining to him anymore. Since he no longer wanted to play, V decided it was time to get serious. With his gorilla arms spread wide, V landed a punch right on Schneider's helmet, sending him flying backward through the air. A heartbeat later, V appeared in the direction Schneider was flying, pinning him to the ground with a swift kick, then unleashed punch after punch, each blow pounding directly onto Schneider's helmet, brutal and straightforward. Schneider tried to resist, reaching out to shove V away, but V immediately twisted his arm and broke it with sheer force, then continued the relentless assault on his helmet. It didn't take long before Schneider's helmet, no matter what strange material it was made from, was utterly smashed by V, revealing Schneider's face beneath, blood streaming from every orifice. So much for being tough. V muttered to himself. His mantis blade slid out, ready to finish Schneider off for good. But just then, V sensed something, a subtle movement. He looked up, eyes scanning the distant sky as he activated the scanning mode on his cybernetic eyes. There, several stealth fighters appeared in his visual system. What's wrong? Raphael sensed something was amiss too. He turned to look at the sky, but saw nothing. It's nothing. They're here for me. See how your brothers are doing. If they're good to go, get out of here fast. If things get ugly, I won't be able to look after you. And make sure O'Neill keeps my stuff safe. That's my loot. V glanced at the fighters above, and with a slight movement of his hand, Schneider, who had already been beaten into unconsciousness, died in his sleep. Taking the hint, Raphael hurried to help his brothers to their feet. These guys really could take a beating. Schneider had pummeled them for ages earlier, but they recovered in no time. Once the Turtle brothers had all gone, V found a place to sit and watched as the fighters in the sky headed toward him. Think you can hack those fighters? Johnny appeared beside him, lighting a cigarette and eyeing the war machines above with clear annoyance. No chance. These fighters have all been modified. Not a full overhaul, but there's no way to hack into and control them from the outside anymore. V scanned the data, then shook his head, resigned. Unlike the previous jets, the ones now appearing from the so-called Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support Bureau had all been hastily modified. Every operating system was switched to manual, leaving V with only one point of access, the communication channels between the jets. Yet when V managed to hack in, there was nothing but silence. They're clearly prepared for this. So what do you think, fight or flee? I can't fly, and I don't have a decent gun right now. V rolled their eyes. These guys really are like a bad rash, absolutely impossible to shake off. If we can't fight, then I guess we run. Johnny shrugged, but noticed V was still standing in place. What's wrong? Hold on, something feels off. It doesn't seem like they're here to pick a fight. V had hacked these jets before and knew what kind of weapons they carried. These didn't appear to be dedicated combat aircraft. Their only armament was an old-fashioned autocannon. Antiques, really. Even if several of them attacked at once, V was confident they could escape. So, bold as ever, V remained on the rooftop, quietly watching the stealth jets hovering in the sky above. After a long moment, voices finally came through the comm channel. He spotted us. Should we go in guns blazing? Hold on, Barton. Let me try talking to him first. You, sir? Isn't that a bit risky? It's fine. Just stay alert. I'll handle this myself. After this brief exchange, V saw one of the jets slowly approach the edge of the building. The hatch opened, and out stepped a bald man with a black eye patch. As the man strode toward them, Johnny leaned into V and said, You know who he reminds me of? That big guy Dexter. If you slapped a golden prosthetic on him, I swear they'd be twins. V, who had been wearing a serious expression, couldn't help but break into laughter at Johnny's words. What's so funny, Mr. V? Did I say something amusing? Nick Fury walked up to V, his face unreadable as he noticed the sudden laughter. No, not you. Just someone else you reminded me of, that's all. V answered casually, then cast a glance at the jets lined up behind Fury, ready for anything. Quite an entrance. Clearly, you're someone important. So what brings you here? 10 minutes ago, we received a civilian report. Someone had broken into the Sachs group, and there were objects being thrown from the upper floors. We're just here to investigate. Well, I never thought a global organization like yours would bother with such petty matters. Listening to Nick Fury's explanation, V couldn't help but laugh. A minor issue? Heh, the Sachs Group is one of the few companies in New York with a drug dispersal device. If that machine fell into the hands of a terrorist organization, New York would be in real trouble. Nick Fury's expression didn't change. Like a man carved from stone, he fixed his gaze on the wrecked machine behind V. Don't tell me you still haven't realized that this so-called Sachs Group is the terrorist organization? How amusing. You warn people to beware of terrorists, and then hand the machine over to them yourselves. Fascinating. V couldn't help but give Nick Fury a round of applause. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, added with a laugh, Or could it be that your super agent organization actually doesn't know this? Hearing V's words, which were wrapped in curiosity but sharp as a knife, Nick Fury's face finally showed a hint of expression, though it was more a trace of wry amusement. Do you really think we don't know? Or that we haven't had someone keeping an eye on things? As he spoke, Nick Fury gestured behind him. In the next instant, the machine behind V exploded, the million-dollar device destroyed in a flash. Neither of them turned to watch the blast, but V raised an eyebrow in appreciation. Oh, a bomb wired into the system. By weaving the detonator's wires into the rest of the circuitry, you can hide it perfectly, much more discreet than a remote detonated device. Maintenance is a breeze, too. Just send in someone disguised as a repairman. Catching on to the agent's tactics at once, V clapped his hands in admiration. Impressive. That's the mark of a global intelligence agency. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement, his face still unreadable as he accepted V's praise. Then, glancing around, Nick Fury's eyes landed on Schneider's corpse. Looks like you've already handled the situation. Not bad, though your methods were a bit brutal. There were 379 people left in the company tonight. The turtles knocked out 245 of them, and you killed the rest yourself. Oh, so those turtles still refuse to listen. I told them, when you cut the weeds, you have to pull up the roots. V seemed unfazed by Nick Fury's remark about his brutality, shaking his head indifferently. So you really want those turtles to kill people? No, I just want them to survive better. To stay alive, they have to kill. What else? When people are already stepping on your head, and some global organization won't lift a finger to help, what choice do you have but to take matters into your own hands? V's retort made Nick Fury pause, silencing whatever rebuttal he'd had in mind. A heavy silence settled over the room. After a moment, V looked at Nick Fury. All right, let's not waste time. We're all busy people. You can't catch me, and you don't really want to either. You're here to ask me some questions, aren't you? So why don't we just lay all our cards on the table? Hearing this, Nick Fury's expression shifted ever so slightly. He promptly removed the earpiece from his ear. Fine, let's lay it all out then. V's eyes glimmered red, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Nick Fury ignored the strange smile on V's face and got straight to the point. I've spent the last few days looking into what happened. There are some things I just don't understand. You want answers? Sure, but... V picked up a throwing knife from the table, a souvenir left behind by Schneider, and idly tossed it from hand to hand. What do you want? Nick Fury didn't bother with small talk, cutting straight to the chase. Sax's inheritance. I want it all. You can't handle his empire alone. You're biting off more than you can chew. Then I'll just sell it to you. V gestured in a direction, the knife in his hand, landing with a sharp thud in the ground beside them. Leave me the New York property Sax owned. Convert the rest into eddies and hand them over. You're willing to put yourself under our supervision? Nick Fury sounded genuinely surprised, but V just smirked in disdain. Supervision? Please. I'll be leaving a few toys of my own there. If you want to keep an eye on me, be my guest, come try. Just make sure before you do that you're ready, and that everyone in New York City is too. At V's words, Nick Fury's gaze turned icy. You're threatening us? Using New York as leverage. That's right. Though honestly, you should be grateful. If your world weren't so far behind, I could have taken the whole planet down with me. Bartmoss alone could shake the entire globe. Why couldn't V do the same? But this world's networks were just too primitive. Most of his tricks simply wouldn't work here. The thought amused V for a moment. Maybe he should start a company, drag this world's tech all the way to 2077, and really have some fun with his abilities fully unleashed. But no, he shook off the idea. He had no interest in being anyone's corporate puppet. Dismissing the stray thought, V fixed his gaze on the silent Nick Fury. Well, have you made up your mind? Nick Fury's eyes were thoughtful. After a long pause, he looked at V. That's more like it. V nodded, the red light in his eyes flickering. All right, I've sent him the stuff. You can get lost now. Him? Who is he? Nick Fury looked a bit puzzled. V simply tapped his stomach. The person behind you. A look of shock flashed across Nick Fury's eyes, while V chuckled and said, Did you really think I wouldn't scan you? Who are you really? Nick Fury's gaze suddenly darkened, and he tilted his head slightly, glancing back at the many fighter jets stationed a fair distance behind him, his heart full of caution. Thank goodness he'd already activated the scroll signal jammer. If the people behind him heard this conversation, things would get out of hand in no time. Who am I? I'm just... V looked at the anxious Nick Fury, paused for a moment, then said, A mercenary. How did you see through me? Who are you working for? V's answer only made Nick Fury even more agitated. Your disguise isn't half bad, except your average body temperature is 3 degrees Celsius higher than a regular human. If you were in my territory, you'd be thrown into quarantine on the spot. And your heat distribution is all wrong. You got an ear growing out of your stomach, and there's a hollow space in your arm, hiding some weird little handgun. Honestly, it was hard not to notice you. With the scanning mode active, V had easily spotted the differences between this unknown creature and an ordinary human. Compared to a human, this guy had all sorts of extra organs, and their arrangement, well, it was as if everything was custom-built for maximum utility. And then there was that earpiece in his stomach. From the very beginning, V had realized that the creature before him was neither the real leader of some secret human organization, nor even a monster lurking in their ranks. At best, it was just a stand-in. As for who I work for, I work for myself. I only take jobs that interest me. If you run into trouble, bring enough payment, and maybe I'll consider helping you. There was nothing more to discuss with a decoy. V flashed a smile at the man, then turned and leapt off the rooftop without hesitation. Up on the roof, Nick Fury's expression flickered with uncertainty until a voice crackled from the earpiece, lodged in his stomach. That's enough. Come back. I've received the intel. Somewhere else, another Nick Fury stood before a holographic projection, watching the video V had just transmitted, a recording from not long ago. He watched as several agents knocked out their own comrade and staged the scene. A cold glint flashed in Nick Fury's eyes. Interesting. With that, Nick Fury turned and headed out, his gaze falling on a green-skinned individual waiting outside the door. Seal off this room, and don't let that computer connect to the agency's network. After speaking, Nick Fury shoved his hands in his pockets and walked toward the other rooms. On his way, Nick Fury recalled V's reply. Medicine at Eve? Not bad, he's got some real style. Meanwhile, V didn't leap straight off the building, mainly because this high-rise stood in a bustling downtown area with plenty of people below. Their attention had already been drawn by the commotion upstairs, heads craned as they stared up at the building. If he were to jump down now, he'd probably be surrounded and interrogated by the crowd. Talk about a hassle. So after dropping down a few floors, V used his monomolecular wire to latch onto the Sachs Group's building and swung himself inside. A few minutes later, V appeared, silent as a shadow, on a street several blocks away from the Sachs building. He found a clean manhole and slipped down into the sewers. New York's sewer system was incredibly extensive, and V easily located a route that led directly to the Ninja Turtles' base. He hurried in that direction without pause. Half an hour later, the Turtle brothers carried the weakened Splinter back to their base. Each of them scrambled in a panic, bringing out food, hoping it would help Splinter recover. But Splinter simply couldn't eat a thing, leaving the Turtles and O'Neil anxiously circling around him. Come on, guys, if he wants to sleep, let him sleep. Don't you know older folks need their rest? V emerged from the side, watching the noisy crew with a touch of helplessness in his eyes. O'Neil hadn't expected it. V had been behind them, yet somehow managed to get to the base first. But now wasn't the time for questions. She just looked at V, worry etched on her face. Do you know what's wrong with Splinter? He lost so much blood. Of course he's weak and unconscious. Isn't it obvious? V shook his head, gently pushing aside the frantic Turtles who were practically jumping out of their shells. He gave Splinter a close scan. Yeah, nothing serious. He's just extremely weak, which is why he's out of it. As he spoke, V glanced at the pizza one of the Turtles had produced from who knows where. Still trying to feed him this? O'Neil, head to the hospital and buy some glucose solution or something similar. He's too weak to even open his mouth. Just give him an intravenous injection. Having figured things out, V's worries faded. These guys all had extraordinary constitutions. If it were anyone else, losing that much blood would have been fatal. For them, it only left them a bit drained. Hearing the calm in V's voice, the Turtles began to settle down. Mikey, you and Raphael go with O'Neil to pick up the supplies. Make sure you get back as quickly as possible. All right, we're on it right now. The two Turtles rushed out, but before long, they came running back. What happened? V was already rummaging through the documents in the briefcase he'd asked O'Neil to retrieve. Seeing them run back, he looked up a bit puzzled. Do you have any money? V hesitated for a moment, glancing at O'Neil with an embarrassed expression, then finally pulled out a bundle of cash from the suitcase beside him and tossed it over. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, V hurriedly climbed up from a manhole. Thinking back to the night before, which felt like a nightmare, V rubbed his arms vigorously. Damn it, I should never have slept down there last night. He wrinkled his nose, casting a look of disgust at himself. After O'Neil had brought back things like glucose solution, V had hooked it up to Splinter and was ready to leave. But when Leonardo invited him to stay the night, V knew perfectly well how awful it smelled in the sewers. Still, on a whim, he'd agreed to stay. Their base didn't even have a decent bed. The only low cot was reserved for Splinter, so V had to make do, laying whatever clean cloth he could find on the ground and trying to get some sleep. The result? Now V felt like he reeked of sewer stench. Climbing out now, the world above felt almost unreal, as if he'd traveled through time. No need to see me off. V sniffed and called down to the four Turtle brothers below. There was a brief silence. Then Michelangelo, cautiously raised his hand. Can we come see your place? Yeah. We've never been to a human's home before. Donnie chimed in eagerly, nodding his head in anticipation. V looked at their hopeful faces and sighed. Guess I owe you guys for last night's games. Out of boredom the night before, he played video games with the four Turtles in Donnie's room, using a computer Donnie had cobbled together from parts stolen at the junkyard. All in all, it had been pretty fun. Even Johnny had joined in, linking up through a data cable and acting as a relay, creating a character to battle with him a few rounds. So, inviting these four to visit his sky-fallen apartment didn't seem like a big deal. Besides, after a night's rest, Splinter was almost fully recovered. All right, come on up. Careful now. V glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then beckoned them forward. With that, Mikey, Donnie, Raphael, and Leo all scrambled up out of the sewer, bouncing with excitement. But as soon as they emerged, they saw a human standing right in front of them. Mikey immediately shrank behind V, not considering his bulk in the slightest. There was no way V could actually shield him. Don't worry, this guy's from, that agency. What agency? I mentioned to you yesterday that there are also organizations made up of non-human beings. Mikey instantly relaxed, without even considering whether V might be lying to them. The four turtles simply stared at the man in front of them, dressed in a black suit, who looked every bit the secret agent. Our organization is called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. But you could just call us SHIELD. Standing before them, Agent Coulson, whom V had met once before, smiled as he addressed the turtles. Then he turned to look at V. However, I had no idea we had any non-human agents within our ranks. You didn't know? Oh dear, it seems I may have accidentally let your director's secret slip. Just to be safe, maybe I should give you a little memory wipe. Don't worry, a bit of dizziness is perfectly normal. As he spoke, V revealed his gorilla-like cybernetic arm, giving Coulson a look that was at once gentle and intimidating. Oh, there's really no need for that. I'll keep my mouth shut. After all, it's better I don't go around leaking the director's secrets. Good. Then this will be our shared secret. I do hope you won't do anything to upset me. Otherwise, I might just spread word of what you know about your director's secrets. Is this blackmail? Coulson looked as though he might burst into tears. Always known this one wouldn't be easy to deal with, but it didn't seem like things had to get this complicated. And now, just like that, he had leverage held against him. What did that even mean? These are the documents our director asked me to deliver. With them, you are now the legal owner of this land. And here's a bank book with the Sachs Group's assets converted into US dollars. All right, thanks for your trouble. V nodded, taking everything from Coulson's hands. I'll be on my way then. Take care. V saw no need for pleasantries with Coulson and set off for his new base, the four little turtles following close behind. At the entrance, V glanced at the security system and narrowed his eyes. A red light flashed. V promptly replaced the security system with a new set and registered himself as the sole owner. Now then, let's see what the future base looks like. With that, V snapped his fingers and the doors swung open, revealing the scene beyond. Mikey couldn't help letting out a gasp of amazement at the sight, and the other turtles were equally spellbound, staring at the view inside. Beyond the door was a dense coniferous forest, forming a living wall that shielded the area from prying eyes. Further ahead stretched a vast plain, carefully maintained, giving off a sense of tranquility and ease. Next came a sprawling mansion, standing alone in the middle of the plain, clearly destined to be his future home. Unlike the turtles, V wasn't interested in the scenery. Instead, he took measure of the land size. When he realized it covered the area of around 10 soccer fields, V nodded in satisfaction. The place was almost in the suburbs of New York, but not too far from the city itself. Few people ever came out here, which suited V perfectly. It was secluded, yet still close enough to the city for convenience. And then, of course, there was the sheer size of it. With this much space, V could tinker with all sorts of gadgets, and if he needed to evade satellite surveillance, he could always build his base underground. After all, with so much land, he could dig as deep as he wanted without any trouble. Still, digging it all himself sounded exhausting. There was no Delamain to help out in this world, either. Back in Night City, he could just whip up some smart machines and have Delamain control them for the heavy lifting. But here, forget machines, he hadn't even managed to get AI up and running yet. As he thought about this, V glanced over at the turtles beside him, and suddenly his eyebrow arched. With bodies that size, wouldn't it be a shame not to put them to work? That thought lingering, V raised his brow and sidled up to Mikey. So what do you think of this place? Oh my God, it's perfect. I've never seen such a beautiful house, and the sky is so wide open. Mikey answered with excitement. For as long as he could remember, he'd spent most of his life in the sewers. Even when he sneaked up to the surface, he was always in the city, never on such a vast plain. The sky, usually hidden behind the city's towering buildings, now stretched out before him in all its glory. In that mansion, so luxurious it looked straight out of a dream, completed a scene he'd never dared to imagine, even in his wildest dreams. Want to move in? Huh? What? At those words, not just Mikey but all the turtles couldn't help but turn and look at him. See, it's such a big house. Living here alone would be inconvenient for me. Even cleaning is a hassle. But if I had a little help. Hearing V say that, the turtles instantly lit up with delight. Seeing how easy they were to persuade, V gave a satisfied nod and tossed an international sign of friendship to Johnny, who was flipping him off nearby. With the base in hand, V had successfully coaxed the turtles into doing free labor for him. All he had to do was offer them a few unused rooms and a steady supply of pizza, and the 4 turtles would transform into turtle-powered bulldozers, quickly excavating a massive underground space beneath the property. Of course, there was also the matter of being grateful for Sax's earlier renovations to his own house. He had dug a few basements beneath this plot of land, though no one quite knew what he intended to use them for. Anyway, after S.H.I.E.L.D. had swept through and cleaned everything up, the place below was spotless. V simply had the turtles expand the underground space further from the existing basement, saving himself a great deal of trouble. Naturally, digging alone wouldn't suffice. V also used some of the funds he'd gotten at a discount from the Sax group to purchase construction materials and reinforce the underground space. Otherwise, with all that digging, who knew when the whole place might collapse? As for where to buy such a large amount of building materials? Who else but that global intelligence agency, S.H.I.E.L.D.? Whenever V set out with cash to find someone for a job, a few agents would suddenly appear out of the shadows nearby. Once they learned what he needed, they'd take the money and handle everything directly for him. In V's eyes, this was probably that bald, dark-skinned S.H.I.E.L.D. director's way of making his presence known. There were plenty of messages hidden in this, like, "I'm watching you," or "Don't stir up trouble," and so on. But V couldn't be bothered to care about any of that. After all, that bald, dark-skinned director only dared to observe from the outside and wouldn't dare to come in. As for V, he treated those agents with nothing but the utmost friendliness. After all, who wouldn't like a group of tireless workers constantly at your beck and call, ready to handle any task? Everything perfectly guaranteed, absolutely no questions asked, and all at cost price? What's more, these guys were truly impressive. Whatever equipment V needed, no matter how expensive, they could get it for him. Even if it was something exceedingly rare, so long as it was available on the market. Even uranium for an atomic bomb, they could get it to him by the very next day. This purchasing power, this efficiency, it put all those other online marketplaces to shame. With S.H.I.E.L.D. as his go-to errand boys, V was able to gather all the machines and materials he needed from around the globe in just a week. Though none of these items quite met his technical standards, they were good enough for the initial stages of his plan. At the same time, as the underground base became more and more complete, V's funds were quickly depleted. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't running a charity. They weren't going to give anything away for free. At best, he'd get things at cost. And while the Sax group seemed impressive, in a place like New York, it barely ranked among the big players, and its assets were nothing compared to the real supercorporations. Plus, the machines V bought, even if they didn't quite meet his exacting standards, were still top of the line for this era, and their prices were sky high. So it wasn't long before V found himself staring at all the equipment in the underground base and feeling sorry for his empty pockets. And since he didn't have much money left to buy anything else, the turtles could finally stop digging for a while and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Lying on the sofa, several turtles munched on slices of fresh pizza, the steam still rising from the cheese, and for a moment, the world felt strangely distant, as if they were living in another lifetime. "Leo, do you think we've been tricked?" Mikey grumbled, his exhaustion clear as he lounged limply on the sofa, pizza in hand. "He told us all we had to do was tidy up. His room, do a few odd jobs, right? But as soon as we got here, it was digging, and more digging. I swear, I feel like my shell is packed full of dirt by now." After being worked to the bone by V, Mikey could barely muster the energy to grumble, his pizza tasting a bit less delicious than usual. Day after day, spent digging underground had left Mikey frazzled, so much so that even pizza was losing its magic. Leo felt much the same. He glanced at the slice in his hand, and he couldn't help wondering if he'd simply eaten too much pizza lately. Could he really be tired of pizza? How could pizza ever taste bad? No, it must be that they just had too much of this one flavor. Next time, they have to try something different. With that thought, Leo shook his head and turned to Mikey, his voice weary. "Well, the good news is we're almost done expanding the underground base. We probably won't have to dig much longer. But I still think we need to bring up a few things with V." Donatello chimed in, sitting up, his mind on the pile of radioactive material V had left down in the basement. "Especially making sure all that radioactive stuff gets stored somewhere safe." According to V, he'd planned to use that uranium for building a nuclear bomb, but then his plans seemed to change, and he just left the stuff lying around. For V, leaving uranium in the basement was a way to ignore it and not worry. But for the turtles who spent every day digging underground, that pile of nuclear material was terrifying. Every time they heard the Geiger counter down there clicking away, a chill would run through them, even as their bodies felt uncomfortably warm. Well, at least until Donatello explained that the stuff actually did make you feel hot. Before that, it had just been the chills. Thinking about it, Leo nodded in agreement. He had no idea how V could be so nonchalant about nuclear radiation, so calm, You'd think he'd survived a blast himself. But for them, it was the ultimate nightmare. All right, we'll bring that up. Anyone else got feedback? Nope. That's it, Donnie replied, glancing at Raph, who was tearing into his pizza as if nothing could dampen his appetite, then turning back to Leo. Okay, I'll go talk to V in a bit. Do you guys know where he is? Leo looked around, but didn't see any sign of V. He's probably upstairs in the meditation room, talking with Master. Raphael, who had been focused on devouring his food, suddenly looked up and said something, then buried his head right back into his meal. Watching Raphael behave this way, Leo nodded in agreement. All right, once we're full, let's go find V together. Nearly half an hour later, the four turtles had tossed almost 100 empty pizza boxes outside the door. Someone would come by to collect the trash later. Then, together, they made their way to the meditation room upstairs. What do you think Sensei and V are doing in there? Staring at the tightly closed door before them, Leo suddenly asked his brothers, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Well, one thing's for sure, they're not playing video games. Donatello shared his thoughts plainly. And they're definitely not singing or dancing. Mikey chimed in right after. I bet they're sparring, testing their skills. Raphael offered his guess, which earned nods of agreement from the others. Holding on to this idea, Leo knocked on the door. Moments later, the keypad by the door flickered from red to green, signaling the lock had been opened. The four turtle brothers exchanged uneasy glances, swallowed hard, and slowly pushed the door open. What greeted them was a room filled with billowing white steam, making all the turtles widen their eyes in surprise. Whoa, this is spicy. Did you put in too many chili peppers? Nah, I think you're just not great with spicy food. Through the swirling mist, V and Splinter sat at a low table, a bubbling hot pot set before them, surrounded by plates of fresh ingredients. V dipped a tender slice of beef tripe into the pot, rolled it in sauce, and popped it into his mouth, chewing with obvious delight. Seeing the group of turtles frozen in the doorway, V swallowed his bite. What's the matter with you guys? What are you doing in here? Leo asked in disbelief. He could hardly accept what he was seeing. His usually calm, monk-like master sharing a private feast with V, both of them eating with such gusto. This is a new form of meditation. Looking at his bewildered students, Splinter, spotless, his fur clearly well-groomed, calmly put a piece of tripe in his mouth without so much as a blush. What kind of meditation involves cramming into the meditation room for hot pot? Mikey's eyes were wide with disbelief. Oh, this was my idea. If you meditate alone with no distractions, what's the point? Real growth comes from being able to meditate even when there are all kinds of outside disturbances. Exactly. Clearly, my kung fu still needs work. Splinter nodded in agreement, then went back to competing with V for the last few pieces of tripe. The turtles listened, watching V and Splinter squabble over the food. For a moment, it all seemed to make sense, and yet, something about it just felt off. After a brief, confused silence, Leo remembered why they'd come. Oh right, V, we have something we want to talk to you about. V realized what was happening, quickly stuffed the last piece of tripe into his mouth, and wiped his lips. I know everything you just said, don't worry. I've already asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to build a radiation-shielded room. Later, you guys just need to sign for the delivery. I've also picked out a spot. When the time comes, just dig out a room there. We still have to dig. Mikey groaned, looking a bit put out, but V just smirked at him. This is the last batch of work for the expansion project. Once we finish the room for storing uranium, you'll finally get to do something for yourselves. The turtles exchanged surprised glances, as V chuckled slyly. For example, you could dig out a room to use as a karaoke lounge. You guys can sing your hearts out in there. Mikey's eyes went wide with excitement. Or carve out your own arena, so you can spar whenever you like. I'll even drop by now and then show you a few moves. Training our martial arts? Raphael's eyes lit up at the thought. And relocate the kitchen downstairs. Then you can bake your favorite pizzas right there. The kitchen? Now, that's interesting. Leo rubbed his chin, clearly tempted by the idea. Donatello, watching his brothers fall under V's spell so quickly, felt a little indignant. Even without thinking too hard, he knew. V was just loading them up with a mountain of digging work, and in the end, only giving them a tiny bit of space to call their own. He finally saw right through V's little schemes. By the way, I'm also planning to build a server room. I'll be making some new, top-notch machines and getting rid of the old junk. Donnie, want any of it? If not, I'll just toss it. What? Those are all the latest machines. You can't just throw them out. That's such a waste. Donnie nearly jumped to his feet, looking at V like he just threatened to toss out a treasure trove. Sorry, but I need to clear some space for the new equipment. V shrugged, and Donnie shot him a resentful look before grabbing his brothers. Come on, let's get digging. Yeah, let's go. All four brothers dashed toward the basement, not looking the least bit reluctant. Watching how easily V had his students running in circles, Splinter could only shake his head. Try to be a little kinder to them. Splinter looked at his pupils with a touch of helplessness. But after all, it was he who had chosen V as their future guardian, a matter he and V had discussed openly. Of course, V hadn't exactly agreed to be their guardian, but he had promised to teach the turtles how to survive better in this world, as long as they helped him out now and then. So, in a way, he was like a teacher. Like Splinter? Not quite. V figured he was more like a kindergarten teacher. Don't worry, I'm not tricking them. I'm just giving them a chance to develop their own hobbies. Aren't I? If you go through life without a bit of fun, then what's the point of living at all? V smiled as he spoke, fishing another piece of meat out of the pot. Splinter nodded in agreement. Those turtle brothers with their long lifespans probably didn't understand yet, but for someone like him, who could already see the end of his own journey, he truly knew the value of life. He knew the meaning of living in the moment and enjoying it while he could. With a sigh, Splinter shared his thoughts, then joined V in the friendly scramble for food from the pot. After a satisfying meal, V grabbed a toothpick between his teeth and headed off to check on the turtles' progress. Sure enough, motivation makes all the difference. After his little pep talk, the turtles were working harder than ever, heads down, digging away with great energy. It didn't take long before they had carved out a decent-sized space. Keep it up. Here's the layout for your assigned areas. Once you're done, you can have a break. Go for it. V stuck the plans he'd drawn up on the wall. Needless to say, the sections assigned to the turtles were right up against the edges. It wasn't that V truly meant to exploit their labor. He simply had a lot on his plate, and he needed as much space as possible for his own projects. With that, V turned and made his way to the area he'd set aside for his laboratory, rolling up his sleeves to tinker with some equipment. Looking at the gear currently available, not a single piece met his high standards. Fortunately, as a top-tier cyborg in 2077 and a master engineer to boot, V was more than capable of crafting all the equipment he needed by hand. The devices he had right now were just stopgaps, tools to help him build what he really wanted and speed up the process. Now that he had all the necessary materials and tools, it was finally time to get started. No one knew how much time passed before V received a message from the entrance. Switching over to the surveillance feed, he saw O'Neill waiting just outside, so he opened the door remotely. Seeing the entrance unlock, O'Neill turned to her partner and gave a nod. Fenwick, I'll head in first. Thanks for bringing me here. No problem. We're partners, after all. Fenwick nodded, watching O'Neill walk inside before the doors slid shut. And honestly, there's nothing better than escorting a beautiful woman to a billionaire's place. Fenwick quipped to himself. Of course, he knew O'Neill wasn't the type to chase after wealth. She was far better than that reporter who interviewed Tony Stark and ended up in his bed. Glancing around, Fenwick also noticed a few men in black suits standing nearby. Oh, so you're the security guards here? My goodness, the owner won't even let you stay inside the house, or bother to build you a pavilion? O'Neill gazed at the mansion before him, still a little stunned, even though he'd been here multiple times. After all, someone who'd been asking him for money just a few days ago, desperate for a place to stay, now suddenly owned a house that 99.9% of people on Earth could only dream of. There was nothing more unbelievable than this. But the truth was right in front of him, and when he remembered V's abilities, O'Neill suddenly felt it wasn't so shocking after all. Hey. As he stepped inside, O'Neill glanced around. Upstairs, Splinter poked his head out and greeted him. Oh, Splinter, you're looking much better. The food here's not bad. Certainly beats what we had in the sewers. Splinter looked at O'Neill with a gentle warmth. Despite being younger than O'Neill in years, his appearance made him seem older, and he naturally carried himself with the air of a mentor. Thanks to his looks, O'Neill never felt there was anything odd about this dynamic. I'm not sure I want to know what you ate down there, but at least life's improved, right? Haha, it actually wasn't so bad. You folks throw away a lot of food, just wait outside a few restaurants, and, sooner or later, something decent falls our way. Splinter chuckled, completely unassuming. V and Leo are both in the basement. Go on down. All right, you take it easy. O'Neill nodded and headed straight downstairs. Hey, V. Leo and the others seem to be in good spirits today. In the basement, O'Neill found the four turtles hard at work, then made his way to V, who was busy polishing something. At the moment, V's palm was open, revealing a collection of tiny tools. It was reminiscent of Night City's best Ripper dock, Old Vic, only with even more instruments, and of a higher quality. After finishing a part in his hand, V set on the table, then turned to face O'Neill. So, our star reporter, what brings you here? After the events a few days ago, O'Neill had used her first-hand experience to break the story about the Sachs group and the Bigfoot gang. Sachs had confessed his whole scheme right in front of her, and with some documents V had grabbed from the office. Papers V had thought useless and tossed aside. O'Neill had all the proof she needed. No one doubted the authenticity of her article. Because of all this, O'Neill had become one of the most formidable journalists in New York practically overnight. The other one is that reporter who ended up in Tony Stark's bed and managed to publish a pretty good story about it. It's nothing much, just that in a couple of days I'll have to make a trip to Afghanistan. I thought I'd let you all know, and if anything comes up, just reach me on the satellite phone. Afghanistan? What are you going there for? He was a bit curious, while O'Neill just looked resigned. It's because of a certain playboy who ran off to Afghanistan and then disappeared. The Stark group tried to cover it up, but eventually the news leaked out anyway. You mean the guy who got in bed with the reporter? V also remembered that flashy man with the red sports car. That's right. Lately, this story has been the hottest thing in New York, and as the unlucky soul who just got promoted to senior reporter, naturally I have to go over there and eat some sand. O'Neill didn't really expect to find any real information about Tony Stark. After all, the place was crawling with agents and American military personnel. If they couldn't find him, why should she expect to? Be careful. I hear it's pretty chaotic over there. It's fine. I'm just going through the motions, not planning to wander into anything dangerous. Watching this fearless woman, V recalled some of his earlier encounters with her and couldn't help feeling a little skeptical. Well, safe travels. If anything happens, just call me. I'll see if there's any way I can help you from here. If things got really bad, he could always tip off the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside, telling them O'Neill had found something but was in danger. Surely, a global organization like that could pull off a rescue. After all, from V's perspective, that organization was the most impressive pack of workhorses around. Once O'Neill left, life didn't change much. The four Turtle brothers kept digging away, chasing their dreams. Splinter had now started focusing on his health, sometimes working out with V, using an intense meditation technique. As for V, he spent every day holed up in the basement, poring over the data stored in his cybernetic implants, and started building all kinds of advanced gadgets by hand. Sure, these homemade devices couldn't compare to the top-tier tech of 2077, but compared to what was available in this time period, they were light years ahead. Time passed slowly. By the time the Turtle brothers finished their digging, Splinter was back in good health, and V had completed his gadgets. Looking at how much roomier the underground base had become, V nodded in satisfaction. All right, next up is a massive shopping spree. Only problem is, I'm almost out of cash. That's going to be a headache. He'd built the machines, but without raw materials, there was no way to craft any new gear. On top of that, since the Turtle brothers had completed all the tasks he'd assigned them, he really owed it to them to keep his promise, to set up that KTV, the arena, the kitchen, and even a little room on the side. Setting all this up wasn't going to be cheap. Looking at the balance in his account, which could barely cover a couple of rounds of pizza deliveries, V found himself missing Kingpin again. Where on earth had that wretched dog run off to? Why wasn't he showing up to cough up some cash? If he kept hiding, V was going to have to pull out the dirt he had on Kingpin's shady deals with those bureaucrats and go public with it. That would shake things up. Grinding his teeth in frustration, V started thinking about S.H.I.E.L.D. Why not just hand over the information to S.H.I.E.L.D., ask them for a little favor, and let them play the role of middleman to squeeze those guys for some cash? After all, he had no intention of doing it himself. People who'd gotten involved with Kingpin probably didn't have deep pockets anyway. The real money was in big league operations, arms smuggling, and the like. Only those who couldn't get their foot in the door or couldn't find any profit to skim would end up hanging around Kingpin. So, how much could he really milk from those people? Probably not even a tenth of what the Sachs group could offer, and V couldn't even be bothered to get his own hands dirty. But if S.H.I.E.L.D. agents handled it, there was no downside. Besides, the agents were right outside the door. It would hardly take any effort. And anyway, there was no need to get greedy all at once. Steady gains were the real secret to lasting profit. With the secret in hand, he could keep squeezing those guys for a lifetime. And if they ever ran out of cash, well, there was always Kingpin to go back to, wasn't there? He didn't have time to track Kingpin down himself, but those guys certainly did. So, whether directly or indirectly, he'd still end up making Kingpin pay him protection money, wouldn't he? The thought cheered V up, and he hurried outside, standing by the front door to wait. Before long, a squad of top-tier S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, real model workers, came running up to him. Once they'd learned what V wanted and received a set of neatly organized information from him, they left without delay. It didn't take long for that intel to land on the desk of Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps even V didn't realize just how seriously Nick Fury took his information. Every single interaction between V and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents was carefully documented and delivered straight to Fury's desk. Until recently, the only files on Fury's desk were about missing nukes and extraterrestrial life. Now, examining this newly delivered report, Nick Fury read through it several times, making sure there were no hidden meanings, and then rubbed his brow in thought. Lately, the disappearance of Tony Stark had consumed almost all of his attention. After all, Stark was the head of America's leading arms company, and it was no exaggeration to say that the livelihoods of 1 million workers depended on him. What's more, in a capitalist country like the United States, Stark Industries holds considerable influence in both political and military circles. Lately, high-ranking officials have been piling on the pressure. On top of that, given Tony Stark's close ties to the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., tracking him down has become the agency's top priority. But Tony Stark's disappearance is anything but simple. There's a lot going on beneath the surface. Nick Fury has already dispatched his 3 most capable agents, Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, yet none of them have managed to dig up any useful information. The fact that even these elite agents have come up empty-handed is already a sign that something is off. After all, the locals in Afghanistan are known for being rough and careless. Most things are handled in a slapdash way. But for 3 top-tier agents to find absolutely no leads? That's unheard of. Nick Fury simply can't believe that no major players are involved behind the scenes. But when it comes to people at that level, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. can just launch an investigation on a whim. As much as S.H.I.E.L.D. is touted as a powerhouse, in reality, it's just a glove, pushed forward by various nations to handle dirty work discreetly. And a white glove can't just turn on its own masters whenever it pleases. Ahem, at least not out in the open. So for the moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. is at a loss about how to proceed. However, maybe there's someone else who could help solve this problem. Nick Fury glanced at the report on V lying on his desk, and an idea began to take shape. V had already proven his combat skills and quick thinking in the incidents involving Kingpin and the Sachs Group. And his near takeover of SHLD's network only underscored how formidable and technically gifted V really was. Looking again at the evidence V had provided, meticulously organized, thoroughly analyzed, and accompanied by several new leads painstakingly uncovered, Nick Fury couldn't help but acknowledge V's remarkable intelligence gathering and analytical abilities. Frankly, even if V's combat skills didn't measure up, his core competencies already far surpassed those of top agents like Coulson. And with this current situation being something S.H.I.E.L.D. can't get directly involved in, this mysterious newcomer, V, fits the bill perfectly, a stand-in who can do what they themselves cannot. It's almost too convenient, Nick Fury muttered under his breath. But as he glanced at the owl by his side, he felt reassured by the other cards he still held. Even if V's motives are less than pure, Fury was confident he could keep this blade firmly in his grasp, without fear of being stabbed in the back. All right, that settles it. Get in touch with Kingpin. Give him all this material, and let him name a fair price. Then, contact V. I have something to discuss with him. To be honest, when V saw Nick Fury show up at his front door, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even though, of course, this Nick Fury at the door was still not actually human. All right, spit it out. What does the guy behind you want with me? How did you see through me this time? Sitting across from V, Nick Fury immediately frowned. Last time, he could chalk it up to underestimating V or underestimating the technology on Earth, so he hadn't disguised himself well enough. But this time, he had staked the honor of the Skrulls on his transformation. It was flawless down to the last detail. But faced with Nick Fury's question, V just shrugged. Take a guess. This guy's out to be a fool. What kind of boss would walk into someone else's turf without any backup or precautions? Johnny popped up nearby, pointing at Nick Fury and then tapping his own head. Hey, don't give him away. V grinned, flashing a secret gesture. The Nick Fury, sitting across from them, thought V was mocking him and immediately pouted in protest. Humph, don't you think it's a bit immoral to use someone else's face for this sort of thing? Looking at the Nick Fury in front of him, lips pursed in a comically aggrieved expression, V felt a shiver run down his spine. The first time they met, that Nick Fury, even though he wasn't the real thing, had acted with authority in front of so many underlings, showing a personality not too far from the original. The contrast made the current act almost painful to watch. And honestly, when a nearly 60-year-old black man gives you that kind of look, who wouldn't get goosebumps? Apparently realizing just how awkward he looked, the Nick Fury in front of V closed his eyes and, in a blink, transformed into a voluptuous red-haired woman. Now that's more like it. Strike a pose for me, will you? V nodded approvingly, and Johnny whistled from his side. Too bad this shapeshifter, whether Mystique or a male version, couldn't hear a thing. Good taste. She's one of the real beauties in S.H.I.E.L.D. and a top-tier agent to boot. She's... The red-haired stunner's eyes sparkled, just about to launch into the details of her current disguise, when a few coughs crackled through her earpiece, snapping her back to reality. She wasn't a pimp. What was the point of oversharing? Back to business. Earlier, you said you were a mercenary, right? Oh, so you're here to hire me? Fair warning, my rates aren't exactly cheap. When V heard this, he immediately understood why they had come looking for him. He kept up with the news, and lately, a particular name had stuck in his mind, Tony Stark. This guy, a billionaire, a playboy, and the king of arms dealers not just in America, but across the globe, had recently become the center of attention for many. And for S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek him out at this crucial moment, It was obviously about this very matter. As for why a global intelligence agency wouldn't just handle it themselves, the answer was simple. Either the problem was too tricky for them, or it was something they couldn't get involved in directly. So, turning to him meant they were either out of options, or more likely, it was the second reason. They needed someone to act outside their usual playbook. Personally, V leaned toward the second answer. Payment is negotiable. As long as you get him out, you can ask for whatever you want. Oh, then how about you hand over a few $100 billion for me to splurge first? That's not what I meant. I was just being polite. You're taking it seriously? On the other end, the woman with the big blonde curls was a little puzzled. She glanced at V, listened to something in her earpiece, then turned and asked him, "So, what kind of reward do you want?" "Oh, look at that, treating us like a magic lamp. Asking what we wish for now." Johnny, listening in from the side, couldn't help but laugh, and chimed in immediately. V shot him a glance. "Shut it. I've already thought this through. Let's give them a fair price for this job, just to show what we can do and maybe make a friend. Next time they come around with something they can't handle, that's when we'll up the price. Besides, these folks are just high-class mercenaries when it comes down to it. If I'm going to make a move, it's better to target someone like Stark." Thinking back to that flashy guy in a red sports car who tried to slander him, V's lips curved into a sly grin. "Well, it looks like he's fallen right into my hands." "All right, we'll do it your way." Johnny nodded in agreement. Back in Night City, before they made a name for themselves, this was exactly how they operated. After all, as a newcomer, how could you expect a high fee? Did you really think those fixers were so easy to negotiate with? V turned to face the woman with the blonde curls. "Let's not play games. For this first job, let's just call it a gesture of goodwill, eh? Full set of IDs for anywhere in the world, some materials that aren't especially rare, and $100 million. How about it?" $100 million sounded like a lot, but compared to the assets of the Stark Group, it was a drop in the bucket and still less than what V would charge later on in Night City. But that was the principle. This first time was for making friends. Once they realized just how good this mercenary was, the price would have to go up. Besides, V was already planning to fleece that flashy leading man for a hefty sum. Once he had enough cash, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to trade him some rare and hard-to-price treasures instead of money. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. actually had such goodies, considering that stealth jet from the other day, the non-humans standing before him now, and the fact that his hacking attempt had likely already been detected despite his efforts, there was no question they definitely had some impressive stuff stashed away. The blonde with the voluminous curls paused for a moment, then nodded as well. A fair price. In other words, they were willing to accept V as a friend. Hearing this, V nodded with satisfaction. Maybe Nick Fury still viewed him with deep suspicion, but as V had said himself, he was just a mercenary. Sure, he sometimes acted on impulse, and made things tricky for the intermediaries, but compared to the others who'd turn on you in a heartbeat, V's professional ethics were top-notch. "All right, I get the picture. You can head back now. I'll let you know when I have news." "Do you even know what this is about?" The blonde looked at V in confusion. V just rolled his eyes. "That guy behind you hasn't said a word. Why are you in such a rush? Besides, there's only one thing in New York lately that's been making headlines. You really think I don't know?" "Oh, I was overthinking it." Realizing her mistake, the blonde shrugged. Maybe she'd been on Earth too long. After so many days spent tricking Earthlings, she'd grown used to it, and now her own intelligence was starting to blend in with theirs. Then, the blonde stood up, shifted her appearance back to Nick Fury, and strode out. Johnny, now seated where she'd just been, asked, "So what's our next move?" Don't worry. I've already got a lead. Don't forget, I'm V, and I used to be a corporate V." V tapped his temple, and a red light flashed his eyes. True to his word, V had once been a corporate V. In the era of 2077, corporations had grown into monstrous entities, so powerful that even governments didn't faze them. But that didn't mean life inside the companies was any better. In fact, corporate employees suffered even more ruthless exploitation than those on the outside. Sure, regular folks were squeezed by the corporations too, but as long as they kept their distance, try not to get involved, they had at least some chance at a decent life. Even as an ordinary person, there was still a measure of fun to be found. Inside the corporations, though, even being a receptionist meant you couldn't die easily, and even if you did, the company would still find ways to wring value from you. Only a tiny fraction, those perched at the very top, ever truly got to enjoy life. But those seats were few, and the number of people longing for them was countless. Thus, the internal struggle within the company was unimaginably fierce. If you were to throw the so-called stars of palace intrigue dramas into this environment, they wouldn't even last a few hours. After all, when it came to their own colleagues, these corporate hounds showed absolutely no mercy. Insults and fistfights were simply part of daily life. Issuing threats and throwing down challenges, that was just standard procedure. As for the likes of murder, arson, kidnapping, and extortion, None of them would hesitate to cross those lines. And yet, in the midst of such terrifying battles, V had clawed his way up from an ordinary employee to become the second in command of the company's vital intelligence division. That position was already high-ranking within Arasaka Corporation, eyed by countless ambitious rivals. Yet V succeeded in seizing it. From this alone, you could see just how formidable V's skills truly were. Although, in the end, he still became a casualty of the power struggle. Compared to those who failed and vanished without a trace, V's fate was far kinder. He merely lost his high-end cyberware, his wealth, and his luxury vehicle. To walk away from such raging currents more or less unscathed was itself a testament to how deep V's cunning ran. His downfall was simply the result of an unreliable boss who betrayed him in the end. Otherwise, with V's abilities, he could have climbed even higher within the company. Of course, that V, the corporate V, was already a thing of the past. Now, V was someone new, carrying the memories of his corporate self. Yet from those memories, he understood just how treacherous company politics could be, and he'd gained some valuable experience. And now, with the disappearance of Tony Stark, V immediately caught the scent of corporate intrigue. A red glint flickered in his eyes as he scanned through a mountain of information about Stark Industries. Among all that, one person stood out to him. Obadiah Stane, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, and a close friend of Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark. After Howard Stark's death in a car accident, Stane took over his responsibilities at Stark Industries. Later, as Tony Stark came into his own, Stane handed the company back to him and retired into the background. So you suspect him? With V's permission, Johnny was also able to see the information V had gathered. But as he browsed through it, Johnny couldn't spot anything particularly odd. He's too well known, V said calmly, taking a sip of water. As the company's number 2, he shouldn't be such a public figure. With someone like Tony Stark, so flamboyant and attention-grabbing, taking center stage, how does a man who supposedly retired into the shadows still enjoy such widespread fame? And it's not just that he's famous. His reputation is spotless, nothing negative at all. That just doesn't add up. You're saying he's putting on an act? V nodded, perhaps guided by some instinctive sense his company had instilled in him. Just looking at this man's file made him inexplicably sick to his stomach. It wasn't just that he suspected this guy of masterminding Tony Stark's kidnapping. He even wondered if Howard Stark's car accident had been orchestrated by him as well. The thought made Johnny draw a sharp breath in shock. He might be a system, but with his memories sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person. Add to that the fact that he was running Johnny's personality module, so he was a bit naive. Listening to V's explanation, Johnny felt his scalp prickle. So, according to you, this Obadiah Stane is a prime suspect? Yeah, we can't be certain yet, but his behavior is extremely odd. He doesn't act like someone who wants to retire into the shadows. Instead, he looks like a dog that's grown tired of being a pet and now wants to be the master. Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but laugh. It was true. If Obadiah Stane really was willing to hand Stark Industries back to Tony Stark after seizing control, then even someone like Johnny, who despised the rich and loathed corporate types, would have to give him some credit. But if this guy was nothing more than a hypocrite, then as far as Johnny was concerned, he wasn't even as good as a dog. At least dogs are mankind's best friends. So, how do we go about investigating? It's simple. Go to his house, or to Stark Industries, and just take a look around Obadiah's office. That's all it takes. It really was that straightforward. If V's suspicions were correct, all it would take was a little digging, and he'd be able to pick up on the clues. Seems like you're pretty experienced at this. Want to call in those turtles? What for? Their specialty is acting as tanks, not as assassins. If we tried stealth with them, we might as well just have them charge into Stark Industries and take what we want by force. At the mention of those turtles, V couldn't help but curl his lip. Those turtles were so loud when sneaking around that even the lowest level thugs from the Foot Clan could spot them. But this time, they'd be infiltrating the lair of a billionaire. There would be surveillance, bodyguards, far more than what the Foot Clan could muster. So V dismissed the idea without hesitation. Still, if it came down to a full-on assault later, those turtles might just come in handy. All right, let's get moving. That $1 billion has been missing for ages. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid something's going to go wrong. With that, V stood up and went to his room to grab a pair of sunglasses. They weren't anything special, just something to shield his eyes from the sun and, conveniently, to hide the red glow in his eyes from outsiders. Plus, they'd let him turn invisible along with the rest of him. Because the technical requirements for this were pretty low and it didn't require much in the way of materials, V decided to build it first. He really had no other choice. The world he was in now was nothing like Night City in 2077, where cyborgs with glowing eyes roamed the streets. To keep a low profile, V had to cover up his own eyes. As for why he didn't just modify his cybernetic eyes to stop them from glowing, come on, eyes that can glow red are seriously cool, aren't they? When it came to deciding where to go first, V had his own thoughts. He'd managed to find an address for one of Obadiah's houses online, but from what he'd gathered about Obadiah's public movements, the guy might not visit that place even once in a whole year. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These billionaires understand the game better than anyone. With all that money, it's no big deal for them to buy houses they never live in. Sometimes it's just a way to find a bit of peace and quiet. As for the other houses, V hadn't found any useful information about them on the internet. Clearly, they took their privacy seriously. After that, V didn't bother wasting energy digging into Obadiah's other properties. There just wasn't any info online, and knowing that much was enough for V. So what's next? Go to S.H.I.E.L.D. and ask them for intel directly. Johnny sounded a bit frustrated. V was great at gathering information, but most of his strength came from his skills on the net. If the network wasn't robust, V's abilities would take a hit and wouldn't be nearly as effective. It's a shame the paparazzi in this world aren't so relentless. If they were, things would be much easier. V muttered to himself. Back in Night City, the paparazzi were fearless, reckless, really. Forget big shots like Saruo Arasaka or Hanako Arasaka. They'd even dare to tail and snap pictures of him. Sometimes, death just isn't scary enough to keep people away. In the end, V had to hack all their websites, making their photos useless and finally driving those daredevils away. As for asking S.H.I.E.L.D. for help, better not. It's our first job. We shouldn't let anyone look down on us. Besides, even if we did ask, it probably wouldn't do any good. The whole reason they came to outsiders like us is because they don't want to get involved themselves. If you go to them for help, you're just pulling them right back into the mess, aren't you? Plus, I doubt Obadiah would keep anything important at home anyway. V had run into plenty of guys like this back in Night City. For most people, home is a safe harbor, a sanctuary that never fails. But for the big players, home, it's just a familiar environment, nothing more. Familiarity does not equate to safety. Some people have to let their bodyguards sweep through their homes inch by inch before they walk in, and even then, they can only fall asleep if someone is watching over them. And you expect them to keep classified documents at home? That's simply impossible. Let's check out his office. V pondered for a moment and thought of a place. Obadiah's office, right at the Stark Industries headquarters, the same place he'd visited last time. The last time V sneaked in, he hadn't really taken a close look around. He'd spent most of his time wandering through the production workshop and the grand lobby, sizing up the level of technology on display. In the end, aside from the reactor in the lobby that caught his eye, nothing else truly impressed him. Sure, the rest was cutting edge for this era, but still not quite enough to pique his interest. As for the offices, V had never bothered poking around unless he had a reason. I'll call Defend and have him take us there again. 2 hours later, V returned to the headquarters of Stark Industries. But this time, he didn't have Defend park right at the entrance. Instead, he had him pull over by the outer perimeter wall. When I go in, if you hear an alarm from inside, wait 3 minutes. If I haven't come out in 3 minutes, you get out of here on your own. Got it? Hearing this, Defend leaned out from the driver's seat. So you're on a job this time? They hadn't seen each other for a while, but that wild night of rock music was still fresh in Defend's mind. V was hard to forget. And V had told him before. He was a mercenary. This is the biggest arms company in America. If you get caught, I'm afraid. Defend hesitated, clearly nervous. V just shook his head. This is what I do for a living. Besides, I wasn't caught last time, and I'm confident I won't be this time either. I'm just giving you a heads up in case something unexpected happens, like some other clown with less skill sneaking in and stirring up trouble. Bottom line, keep your wits about you. Stay sharp. Since Defend was an outsider, V couldn't help but repeat his instructions. After all, he'd need Defend to drive him back later. Best if the guy stayed out of trouble. Otherwise, he couldn't exactly just walk all the way home, right? After his reminders, V simply activated optical camouflage. Defend watched a cloud of dust scatter on the ground and immediately realized V was gone. Oh, so I'm an accomplice now? Think I could get a cut of the profits. Defend muttered to himself as he settled back behind the wheel. But whether it was nerves or something else, Defend suddenly felt there was movement nearby. He glanced around anxiously, worried that someone might have their eyes on him. However, his worries were unnecessary. V had carefully chosen this spot. It was a blind spot for the security cameras, set away from the main roads, and was very unlikely to be discovered. Doughfinder was simply scaring himself out of extreme nervousness. Meanwhile, after V entered Stark Industries, he got his bearings and strode confidently toward the office building. His upgraded optical camouflage was almost impossible to see through, even in the year 2077. In this era, it was nothing short of overwhelming. As expected, nothing happened along the way. Everything unfolded just as V had anticipated. While making his way through the building, V also noticed a certain tension hanging in the air at Stark Industries. It seemed that Tony Stark was indeed crucial to the company. V saw many people with troubled expressions. But this didn't affect V's movements in the slightest. He slipped into the main building of Stark Industries without a hitch. After confirming the location of Obadiah's office from a directory on the wall, V glanced around. Taking advantage of a moment when the nearby security guards weren't paying attention, he pressed the elevator button. "This job's a breeze compared to gigs in Night City," Johnny remarked, clearly surprised at how smoothly things were going. But then he remembered that the people around here were just ordinary folks, not like in 2077, where everyone had undergone some form of cybernetic enhancement. Their basic abilities couldn't even compare to those corporate security guards back in Night City, so it wasn't all that strange after all. Moments later, the elevator doors slid open and V stepped inside. The security guards glanced over. But seeing no one there, they looked a bit puzzled, but in the end, decided not to make a fuss. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Maybe someone upstairs had pressed the button and then changed their mind. So, they calmly turned their attention elsewhere. V's journey remained completely unimpeded. He soon arrived at the floor where Obadiah's office was located. As the elevator doors opened and V prepared to step out, he noticed two people standing right outside. "Thank you, Obadiah. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have become of Stark Industries while Tony's been away," said a woman with a weary face, speaking to the large, affable man beside her. "It's nothing, Potts. I'm not retired yet. Now that Tony's missing, I can't just stand by and watch the company fall apart. Someone has to step up, right?" Obadiah replied, his expression tinged with resignation. At the mention of Tony, he looked toward the saddened Potts. "Don't worry, Tony will be fine. They haven't found his body, have they? That means he's still alive, just been taken by someone. Once those people call with their ransom demands, we'll pay them, and that'll be that." "Let's hope so." Potts let out a sigh. She shared that same hope, yet Tony had already been missing for nearly a month. With no word at all for such a long time, it was almost impossible for her not to fear the worst. "Tony will be all right," she said, more to herself than anyone else. Seeing that Potts was still so worried, Obadiah could only sigh as well, offering her a few more words of comfort. Potts realized she couldn't let herself sink into despair forever. She forced herself to rally her spirits. "I'll pull myself together," she said. "Yes, live well, and don't let your mind wander to dark places. There are plenty of people looking for Tony in Afghanistan right now, and we've sent quite a few of our own as well. It's just a matter of time before Tony comes home. And keeping Stark Industries running smoothly, that's the best thing you can do for Tony right now." "I understand. I will," Potts replied. Seeing her regain her composure, Obadiah nodded approvingly. "That's good. If you need anything, just come to me. I'm not old yet." Potts nodded, then stepped into the elevator. With the way clear at last, V seized the opportunity. Slipping past Potts, V exited the elevator without drawing any attention. Thanks to V's exceptional stealth, even brushing right by Potts didn't give away the presence of the invisible intruder. Obadiah felt only a brief gust of air, nothing more, noticing nothing out of the ordinary. He paid no mind to the unexpected breeze, gave Potts a reassuring smile, and the elevator doors slid shut. "Back to work," he murmured. Obadiah's smile faded as he rubbed his brow in resignation, heading toward his office, with V trailing quietly behind. "What do you think? Does he seem suspicious?" Johnny's voice appeared beside V, his eyes fixed on the figure ahead. Based on the conversation they'd just overheard, Johnny still couldn't decide whether this Obadiah was friend or foe. "No need to rush. You can know a face, but not a heart. We've only watched him for a moment, far too soon to judge." Watching Obadiah make his way to the office, V followed. When Obadiah opened the door and went inside, V silently reached out, held the door, and slipped through behind him. Maybe the door felt a bit odd as it closed, because Obadiah turned around with a puzzled look, only to see the door closing gently by itself. He glanced around, saw no one, and walked over to inspect the latch. "Maybe it needs some oil," he muttered to himself, perplexed. Then he went to his desk, sat down, and began tackling the day's work. All the while, V stood silently behind him. As Obadiah started working, V quietly slipped a data cable from his palm and connected it to the computer's mainframe. In the blink of an eye, V had already gained control of Obadiah's computer. Without interfering with Obadiah's work, V swiftly skimmed through the files stored on the device. Lines of data streamed past V's eyes. After thoroughly checking everything, V still didn't find anything useful. "Is this guy really clean?" Johnny crouched nearby as well, watching Obadiah, who remained focused on his work, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. V, having found nothing, frowned. Could be he was wrong about this. Was Obadiah truly a good man after all? Now, this was getting interesting. Since he hadn't found any incriminating evidence on Obadiah, V was about to leave. But since he was already here, he decided he might as well seize the opportunity to see if Stark Industries held any other valuable intelligence. With that thought, V followed the connection from Obadiah's computer and hacked directly into Stark Industries' internal network. Seeing the sheer volume of data stored there, V let out a sigh. Well, nothing for it but to take it slow and comb through everything. After a moment's consideration, V set the server to filter all data added since Tony Stark's kidnapping. That way, only the most relevant files would show up. This shrank the workload considerably, and V began to sift through the filtered data. As he searched, V suddenly noticed some peculiar records. They weren't files, but access logs. After Tony Stark was kidnapped, his computer still occasionally accessed the server. Now, that's interesting. Johnny raised an eyebrow as he examined the irregular, seemingly random access logs. There was one instance, right after Tony Stark was kidnapped, when his computer made a request to access the server. There was a huge spike in data transfer. A lot of files were moved over the internal network to this machine. I'd guess Obadiah did that to temporarily take over Stark Industries and make his work easier by transferring everything from Tony's computer. Oh, let's just hope that flamboyant playboy remembered to delete his browsing history. Otherwise, his reputation's going down in flames, Johnny quipped with mischievous amusement. V rolled his eyes. Come on, he's a billionaire. If he wants to see something, he can just hire someone to do it live. Don't underestimate him like that. After rebuking Johnny, V returned to the data, continuing. And ever since then, right up to now, Tony's computer keeps accessing the internal network from time to time, almost as if someone's still using it. So, unless that flashy guy has some kind of magic portal to let him commute back from Afghanistan to do his work, someone else must be using that computer. The real question is, who? That's the key issue here. Smiled. When he entered earlier, he'd noticed a notice posted at the entrance. Tony Stark's office had been sealed off. In other words, no one would be wandering into that office for no reason anymore. Given that, the computer there should be out of use for now. So why were there still records of someone accessing the server? Maybe that's where the information we need is hidden. Unplugging the data cable from the mainframe, V got to his feet. Glancing at Obadiah, who remained oblivious the entire time, he shrugged at Johnny beside him. So, how do we get out of here? Johnny looked at the immovable Obadiah and, puzzled, said to V, this guy isn't getting up anytime soon. Are we supposed to keep him company like we're at work? Or should we just knock him out and slip away? There's still a secretary outside, you know. If you just open the door and walk out, wouldn't you scare the poor woman out of her wits? Then why not knock her out too? Johnny, ever the hothead who believed in solving everything with his fists, replied without missing a beat. V slapped his forehead, exasperated. Forget it. I'm done arguing with you. As for actually following Johnny's suggestion, yeah, right? Most of the time, you were better off doing the opposite of whatever he proposed if you wanted perfect outcome. Let's just wait for the secretary. Secretaries in companies like this are always busy. They'll pop in every now and then to report. When the opportunity comes, we make our move. Seriously? You know their routines that well. Yeah. Don't forget what this V used to do. Oh, I get it now. With that, Johnny and V exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Just as V predicted, it wasn't long before his secretary entered, expertly balancing a thick stack of documents in one arm and a cup of coffee in the other. Johnny raised an eyebrow at her steady stride, even in high heels. Gotta hand it to her. She's got some strength. After spending so long here, Johnny had almost gotten used to the comparatively frail bodies of people in this era. Watching the secretary carry so much while walking so gracefully in heels, he couldn't help but look at her with genuine admiration. That's her livelihood, you know. What did you expect? V rolled his eyes, watching as the secretary finished briefing Obadiah, then quietly falling in step behind her. Of course, the secretary had no idea V was there. V simply watched as she pushed open the door, ready to slip out at just the right moment, when suddenly Obadiah called out to her. What is it? The secretary whipped her head around so suddenly that, if V hadn't dodged in time, her face, caked with makeup, would have collided right into him. Meanwhile, Obadiah took a sip of his coffee and, without even looking up, said, there seems to be something wrong with that door. Maybe it's out of lubricant. The way it shuts just doesn't feel right. Make sure to have an engineer come and fix it. The secretary felt a pang of confusion. After all, when she'd opened the door just now, it hadn't felt any different from usual. But when the boss gives an order, the secretary's first instinct isn't to argue, but to comply. Turning around, she pushed open the door and walked straight out. V, right behind her, reached out and gave the door a little extra push to widen the gap. Otherwise, there was no way someone his size would have squeezed through that narrow opening. This scene, however, left Obadiah, who suddenly looked up and caught this perfectly timed move by V, momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd seen it wrong, and couldn't help but stand up and go over to try the door for himself. Something wasn't right. This door didn't have any sort of assist mechanism. So how had they managed to open it so easily? Was he just imagining things? Perplexed, Obadiah pushed the door open and back a few times, but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Outside, the secretary watched him in bewilderment, utterly clueless as to what had gotten into him. After a few more tries, Obadiah asked, his voice tinged with confusion, "Doesn't this door feel off to you?" "I think it's fine," the secretary replied, exasperated but honest. "No issues?" "Right, no issues at all." Obadiah grew even more puzzled and stepped out into the hallway, staring blankly at the main entrance. Then, glancing to the side, he noticed the elevator doors slowly closing. "Did someone just go up or down?" he asked. "No one," the secretary replied. Obadiah's confusion deepened, shading into something almost like dread. A billionaire like him. Truth be told, he'd never believe in ghosts or spirits. He'd spent most of his life without a guilty conscience, so why would supernatural forces come after him now? Still, all these strange happenings today sent a chill creeping up his spine. He fixed his gaze on the elevator, not seeing anything unusual, until across the dozens of meters between them, he realized that the elevator seemed to be heading upwards. What was up there? That spoiled playboy Tony Stark had commandeered the entire top floor, turning it into his personal office. He wouldn't even let Obadiah, his right-hand man, keep an office up there. Remembering that, a jolt of unease shot through Obadiah. He strode quickly toward the elevator and pressed the button for the lower floor. The elevator paused on the upper level for a moment before finally descending. "Did someone just go up?" he muttered. This discovery instantly put Obadiah on high alert. Of course, he knew exactly what was inside the office on the 5th floor. That office had been thoroughly searched by all sorts of agents, with every file copied and removed. He himself had ordered it sealed, using the excuse that it should only be unlocked by Tony Stark in person when he returned. Right now, it was one of the safest places in the world. Because there were absolutely no clues pointing to this location, hardly anyone would think of it again. That's why he had moved all his unsavory business dealings into the sealed office on the 5th floor. Every day, he would sneak up there when no one was watching to take care of his affairs. Naturally, he knew better than anyone else what was on that computer. "Call security." The thought struck, and Obadiah spun around to bark at his secretary. "I said call security. As many as you can. Get everyone up here to the top floor." Obadiah roared in anger, startling the secretary, who quickly grabbed the phone and began making calls. Watching the elevator doors slowly open in front of him, Obadiah didn't dare go up himself. If there really was someone up there, he wasn't sure he'd be able to handle them. He had to wait for security. With that in mind, Obadiah personally stepped in and sent the elevator down to the 1st floor, so the guards wouldn't have to wait for it to arrive. Meanwhile, on the top floor, V and Johnny stood before the office door, which was marked by nothing more than a single sign as a barrier. They exchanged a knowing glance. With a warning like this, even if someone got inside, no one would ever notice. "Looks like we were right," V murmured, pushing the door open without hesitation. "Let's see what secrets they're hiding here." Pressing the power button, V watched as the old computer slowly whirred to life and couldn't help but sigh. A relic from ancient times. The startup speed is unbelievable. Plugging in a data cable, V immediately began rifling through every file created since Tony Stark's disappearance. After digging around, he uncovered quite a few transaction records between Stark Industries and terrorist groups in the Middle East. Well, fighting terrorism on one hand and backing terrorists on the other. Classic move, Johnny chuckled, while V was unfazed. Did he not know what America was really like? If the top was rotten, the bottom would be too. Stark Industries was an arms dealer. After all, of course there would be dirty business going on. That much was obvious. As he continued searching, V found a special email, one with an encrypted attachment. It came from somewhere in Afghanistan. Interesting. V's eyes lit up at the sight of the file. Afghanistan, wasn't that the place where that flamboyant guy went missing? Let's see what secrets are hidden here. Although the file was encrypted, for V, it was nothing more than a slightly fancier wrapped gift. V decrypted it with ease and began to play it. At the very start, the footage showed a group of terrorists surrounding a man in a suit whose head was covered. A scene so typical it felt almost theatrical. Soon, one of the men nearby started rambling about something. V activated the translation feature built into his cyberware, quickly grasping what the man was saying. "You deceived us. You never told us the man you wanted to kill was the great Tony Stark." Hearing this, V's eyes lit up with surprise. So the man trapped in the center of the crowd was none other than Tony Stark, missing for nearly half a month. "Looks like he's had a rough time this past month," V nodded, just about to skip ahead in the video when the screen suddenly went black, catching him off guard. Power outage? No. Remember the reactor? With that thing running, this place won't lose power, not for decades to come. Retracting his data cable, V switched on his thermal vision and glanced toward the door. We've been discovered. With a thunderous crash, the main door was kicked open and a squad of security guards stormed in. But V had already activated optical camouflage, rendering himself invisible to them. Following close behind the security team was Obadiah. He strode into the office, scanning the room, but aside from his own guards, he saw no one. Everyone, form a line and walk through the room. If you bump into anything, shout immediately. Obadiah, struck by a sudden thought, barked out the order. Though confused, the security team complied, carefully sweeping every corner of the office. After a thorough search, they found nothing. What's going on? Obadiah was baffled. Was he just being paranoid? Had he made a mistake? He paced around the office, finding nothing out of place, unsure of what to do next. Could he really have let his nerves get the better of him and made a false alarm? Obadiah couldn't help but ask himself again. Then his gaze landed on the computer sitting on the desk, and realization struck. Everything he cared about was inside that machine. As long as the computer was safe, everything else could be dealt with. With that thought, Obadiah touched the computer, but since V's usage had been so brief, the device was barely warm. Relieved by this, Obadiah instructed someone to turn the power back on. Once the electricity was restored, he anxiously pressed the computer's power button. After a tense wait, he noticed that the media player displayed a record of a recently opened file, and he froze in shock. He slammed his hand down on the desk, startling the remaining security guards in the office. Obadiah had no time to worry about those people now. He realized that his secret had been discovered. He just didn't know how much had been found out. Seeing that the file had been opened only moments ago, Obadiah understood. Someone had indeed been in the office just now, only hidden from sight by some means, which was why they hadn't been seen. As for why the security staff, who had formed a line to sweep the room, had missed anything, Obadiah slowly raised his head and noticed a gouge in the ceiling, a mark left by a sharp blade. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to build an office this big? Clenching his fist, Obadiah now understood how the intruder had slipped past the human barricade. Thinking back to what had just happened, it hit him. Earlier, when he had sent someone to switch on the power, that person must have given the intruder the perfect opportunity to slip out unnoticed in the crowd. The realization made Obadiah furious. He bellowed at the surrounding security guards. Seal off the entire compound now. We have a corporate spy inside. Don't leave any corner unchecked. Even if it looks empty, I want you to comb through it. Make sure there's no one hiding anywhere. Obadiah's roar echoed across the top floor, and moments later, alarms blared throughout the compound as teams of security personnel poured out of the office building. But by that time, V had already reached the edge of the compound. Eyeing the wall ahead, V gathered momentum, leapt, and with a second jump, vaulted over the wall, landing with precision right next to Defend's taxi. Revealing himself and slipping into the cab, V glanced at Defend, who was sweating bullets in the driver's seat, and spoke in a calm voice. Startled by V's sudden appearance, Defend yanked the handbrake, sending the taxi speeding off in an instant. What are you doing there? Why are the alarms going off? It's nothing, just a little hiccup. I didn't expect that guy to be so sharp. Although V had let his guard down a bit, he hadn't expected that even the slightest touch would be noticed. It made V feel that Obadiah's perception had to be at least a 7, almost on par with an elite boss. Defend dared not ask further. He floored the gas, and what should have been a 2-hour drive, he managed to finish in just 1. When they arrived outside the house, V spotted an agent already waiting and called out to him. The agent walked over without a word and handed V a set of identification documents. That's better. Finally, I have a legitimate identity. V accepted the documents with a grin. Give me a jet. I need to make a trip to a certain part of Afghanistan. And tell your boss to keep a very close eye on the high-ranking officials at Stark Industries, especially Obadiah. Watch him like a hawk. Although the video clip V had seen didn't reveal the mastermind's name, he was pretty sure it was Obadiah. The main computer is located in Stark's office, a place only accessible to people of considerable rank. Obadiah's sensitivity regarding the computer led V to this suspicion. Of course, V still kept a backup plan. He had the dark-skinned, hard-boiled agent keep an eye on all the top officials, just in case any unlikely scenarios occurred. As for that agent, V's instructions remained straightforward and clear. Just 2 simple words. Understood. Discovering the wonders of AI-generated images, V couldn't help but upload a cyberpunk-style mercenary picture for fun. With everything in hand, V stepped out of the car. Glancing at Defend, who still looked a bit nervous, he let out a sigh. It seemed he had overestimated this taxi driver. He had originally thought the guy might be the exclusive driver for some extraordinary colleague, and thus would be braver than most. Shaking his head, V called the agent over turned to Dauphin and said, "We're heading to Stark Industries today to investigate Tony Stark's disappearance. It's an official assignment. This guy's a government agent. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself." Hearing V's words, the agent blinked and cooperatively pulled out an FBI badge, flashing it for Dauphin to see. V couldn't help but notice he had one of those too, freshly issued and still warm. As V looked at the badge in the agent's hand, he realized there was an identical one among the pile of IDs he'd received. Apparently, too, that hard-boiled agent. This badge was no different from any other form of identification, and he'd casually arranged one for V as well. The moment Dauphin visibly relaxed while looking at the badge, V understood. This badge might not mean much to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but for an ordinary person like Dauphin, it definitely carried an impressive air of authority. Realizing this, V nodded to himself without letting it show. Seems that hard-boiled agent was useful after all, quite a thoughtful guy. Next, V dashed back inside the house, grabbed nearly 10 grand in cash, tossed it to Dauphin as hush money, and after a round of intimidation with the FBI badge, carrot, and stick both in play, sent him on his way. Looks like I'd better get my own car after all. The issue, as always, is money. Vmaterd. Still, now that he had a lead on that flashy guy, once he brought him back, he could have S.H.I.E.L.D. gather some materials for him. Then, after forging weapons, he'd see if he could put together a car as well. As these thoughts ran through his mind, V sensed something else. Looking up, he spotted a stealth jet arriving overhead. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had at least one base not far from New York. Otherwise, there's no way they could have dispatched a jet this quickly. V made a mental note of this, something that would come in handy later when investigating S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, the agent beside him pressed his earpiece. Though he couldn't see the cloaked jet, he'd received the message all the same. "The jet's here. You can board now." Thanks to the plot of land that originally belonged to Sachs, which was large enough, the jet landed directly. Since V was resting inside the house, it was the Turtle brothers, who hadn't shown themselves, who exchanged a few words with the agents, then boarded the jet and set off for the other side of the world. The level of technology at S.H.I.E.L.D. was impressive. You could tell just by looking at their cloaked jets. This jet was different from the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft V had hacked into before. Its internal systems were entirely unlike those of the previous ones, clearly showing that even within S.H.I.E.L.D., jets came in different grades. And this one, without a doubt, was top tier, the kind they probably didn't have many of. The technology on board went beyond simple stealth or communications, things V had already mastered back in 2077. Even the engine alone featured black tech that V had never encountered, even in his own time. From the moment he boarded the jet, it took only 4 hours for V to arrive in Afghanistan, on the other side of the globe. A quick calculation revealed that this cloaked jet cruised at nearly 3,000 kilometers per hour, an average of Mach 2.45. Compared to the Mach 2.8 speed of the latest fighter jets revealed by his home country before V entered the cyberpunk world, this speed didn't seem too outrageous. But when you considered the jet's shape and the sheer distance it had flown, it was still astonishing. The aircraft's design was nothing like a conventional fighter. It completely defied aerodynamics. In other words, this thing could fly only because it was powered by sheer, brute technological force. And after crossing most of the planet, it still had plenty of fuel. Can you even believe that? Never mind calling it black tech. V would believe you if you told him it was using an alien nuclear engine. Looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. had a lot of good stuff tucked away. Turning these numbers over in his mind, V's eyes sparkled with anticipation, already plotting how to get his hands on some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s treasures. "We've reached the target area. Do you need to land?" Just as V was lost in thought, the pilot, who had barely spoken to him the whole trip, suddenly broke the silence. "Just give me a parachute and a communicator. If I find anything, I'll let you know. You can pick me up then." For S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, it seemed that simple and clear were the only instructions they ever needed. Everything about this operation looked remarkably professional. If he had known that S.H.I.E.L.D. was already compromised by unknown forces, he might have been fooled himself. The pilot opened the hatch, and without another word, V strapped on the parachute, stepped to the edge, and leapt straight out of the jet. High above the ground, V looked down at the terrain below. The landscape here was fairly simple, a stretch of desert, and right beside it a range of mountains. At first glance, the ground below seemed to be nothing but desert and mountains, but V knew the target was somewhere within this area, so he didn't bother considering anywhere else. Given that the vast desert offered little in the way of hiding spots, V headed straight toward the mountain range below. Since opening a parachute from such a high altitude would make him an easy target, V waited until he was much closer to the ground before pulling the cord. Because he deployed the parachute so late, his landing was rough, enough to kill an ordinary person outright. But for V, whose body was exceptionally strong, it was nothing more than a bit of turbulence. He quickly stashed the parachute in a hidden corner, scanned his surroundings using thermal vision to make sure no one had spotted him, then activated his optical camouflage and began searching the area. He moved with remarkable speed, scaling several hills in short order, checking every nook and cranny where someone might be hiding. Meanwhile, in the air above, the pilot of the S.H.I.E.L.D. stealth jet watched as V disappeared from sight on the ground, his signal lost to jamming. The pilot immediately reported this to Nick Fury. The target's actions are clear. He definitely found something inside the Stark complex. Sitting in his office, Nick Fury listened to the report from the pilot and nodded. He had already been informed that Obadiah had ordered the Stark complex locked down, forbidding anyone from leaving, and was now searching the ground for someone. Combined with the report from the agent stationed outside V's home, Fury quickly deduced that the person Obadiah was after was none other than V. V had simply taken a cab to visit the Stark complex, discovered something, and was now on his way to rescue Tony Stark. And as for the sealed-off Stark complex, so Obadiah, was this all you're doing? Nick Fury stared at the report on Obadiah in his hand, and after a brief pause, made several phone calls. V, for his part, couldn't care less what those office-bound men were scheming. Right now, he was lying low atop a hillside, his entire body covered in sand and gravel, half buried in the earth, utterly still. Not far ahead lay a modest-sized water source. Yes, he had given up on actively searching for people. The area might look small on a map, but being here in person, V realized just how endless these hills could feel. More than enough to exhaust even the hardiest traveler, not to mention that the whole place was nothing but mountains and treacherous terrain. Although the email had given him a rough location, it was far from precise. The area was simply too vast. Searching it alone was an enormous hassle, so he decided to pick a spot and wait in ambush, hoping his quarry would come to him. As for bringing S.H.I.E.L.D. in to help with the search, he genuinely worried that their agents might not be up to the task. What if they got spotted and the whole operation ended with the hostage being killed on the spot? V simply couldn't trust the agent he'd encountered at the restaurant that day. After all, those guys couldn't even persuade a chef to leave the kitchen. Rather than risk everyone ending up staring helplessly at that showy guy's corpse, V figured it was better to maintain his lone wolf approach. That way, he alone would bear the consequences. So V circled through several mountain regions before finally settling on this particular water source. Typically, animals would gather around a watering hole to drink, but this one was peculiarly deserted. V had checked it out himself. The water was clean, not contaminated at all. Given that the natural conditions were fine, yet no animals came to drink, it piqued his curiosity. After ruling out environmental factors, V muttered to himself, so that only leaves human interference, doesn't it? With that, V set up an ambush at the watering hole, and ended up waiting the entire day. Luckily, thanks to his extensive cybernetic enhancements, his remaining flesh probably wouldn't even be enough to cook up 2 dishes. Otherwise, there's no way he could have endured squatting there for so long. After a lengthy wait, during which V had lost track of how many games he'd played with Johnny through his internal cyberware, something finally stirred below. At last, they're here. He immediately paused the game. Johnny, ever the show-off, placed one foot on a rock, whipped off his sunglasses, and glanced downward with a cocky grin. The bastard was always so nonchalant. V shot him a look. Good thing only he could see Johnny, or else would he dare to stand there so brazenly. Turning his attention to the valley below, V focused on the water-collecting team. His cybernetic eyes zoomed in, enhancing his perspective until he could see the scene in detail. Terrorists, plain and simple, Johnny remarked, shaking his head at the way those people walked, giving his verdict. V nodded, then scrutinized their gear. They're wearing military camouflage from this era, and damn, are those infrared scanners and mountain bikes? Their equipment's pretty top-notch. They sure don't look like your average terrorists. V couldn't help but comment as he took in their gear. But as for the infrared scanners in their hands, he wasn't worried in the slightest. After sitting here in silence all day, his cyberware didn't emit much heat, certainly not like muscle tissue would. Plus, he'd barely used his systems all day, so his body temperature was hardly different from the surroundings. There was no way the infrared scanners would pick him up. Just as he expected, the group swept the area thoroughly with their gadgets, and found absolutely nothing. Most likely, that flea inside Stark Industries supplied them with the gear. That sounds about right. Johnny and V were thinking the same thing. Since these guys had been hired by someone within Stark Industries to kill Tony Stark, it wasn't surprising that they'd been given some equipment. And to make sure the job got done, the insider had probably handed over quite a lot of high-tech gear. But as far as V was concerned, these gadgets were little better than what cavemen might use. Let's go. We'll follow them quietly. Watching the heavily armed group head for the water source, V also understood why no wild animals dared to come here to drink. Any creature bold enough to approach had probably already been taken out by these men and turned into the main course at one of their barbecue feasts. Then, like a snake, V slipped silently from the earth, not even disturbing the dust and grit on his body, and began to crawl slowly toward the group, blending in as he moved. These terrorists might have decent equipment, but their military skills left much to be desired. So when V activated his optical camouflage, he easily infiltrated their ranks, watching as they collected enough water to fill 2 all-terrain vehicles before heading back to their base. They even went through the motions of erasing their tracks, never suspecting that someone had already snuck into their midst. Trailing the water-fetching team, V smoothly tracked them to their hideout. There, he saw a mass of terrorists waiting obediently, under camouflaged tarps, with plenty of lookouts hidden in the shadows. It was clear now why this place had remained undiscovered. Their tactics might be sloppy, but their arsenal was nothing to scoff at. In the corners of the camp lay piles of man-portable anti-aircraft missiles and RPGs. Short of missiles and tanks, they seemed to have everything you could imagine. Even if the American military found them, these guys could probably put up quite a fight. V surveyed the camp's layout as he made his way deeper inside. On either side, he noticed stacks of guns and ammunition, with crates marked Stark Industries. Johnny couldn't help but mutter, "Looks like that guy really went all out to take down that flashy playboy." Or if you think about it, maybe they've always been strategic partners. It's just that this time Tony Stark walked right into their arms. Grumbling under his breath, V reached the heart of the camp, where a cluster of tents had been set up. One tent in particular caught his eye. 2 guards stood outside, and the entrance flap was tightly closed, making it impossible to see what was happening within. "Let's check it out. Who knows, maybe that guy's inside." V walked straight past the guards, who remained completely unaware of his presence. But V wasn't foolish enough to simply lift the tent flap and walk in. Instead, he moved to the side of the tent and quietly tore 2 small slits in the canvas. He and Johnny peered inside through the gaps. "Your location has basically been exposed. Do you understand? You could be discovered at any moment, so I want you to kill Tony Stark and then get out of there fast." Inside the tent, someone's voice rang out, brimming with frustration and anger. Hearing this, V and Johnny exchanged a glance. Well, that settles it. The mole was indeed Obadiah Stane. "He really is a damn dog," Johnny muttered under his breath. V gave a subtle nod, his face unreadable, and the 2 of them continued to watch the scene unfold within. "You deceived us. Did you really think a few truckloads of weapons could buy the life of the infamous Tony Stark? This guy is no low-level officer or bureaucrat. Both you and I know exactly how valuable he is." A bald man, marked with tattoos, stared fearlessly at the bald man on the screen. He was a terrorist to the core, harboring deep hatred toward high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen. So why would he fear them? On the screen, Obadiah was starting to lose his cool as well. He ran a hand irritably over his bald head. "Fine. Name your price. I'll pay. $5 billion, plus 10 truckloads of weapons. And I want 10 Jericho missiles. $5 billion, 10 trucks of weapons. That's doable. But the Jericho missiles? They're too powerful. I can't give you those." Selling weapons to terrorists was a dirty secret in the arms industry, a rule everyone followed, and even the government mostly turned a blind eye. But even if the authorities ignored it, there were certain red lines every arms dealer knew not to cross. Losing a few soldiers, even an officer or 2, was one thing. But if anyone dared sell high-powered weapons to terrorists and the American forces in the Middle East suffered a disastrous defeat, well, then the government would definitely step in. Not to mention, the Jericho missile was a weapon Stark Industries had only recently unveiled. If, after a major defeat, someone discovered terrorists wielding Jericho missiles, Stark Industries would be under immediate investigation, no doubt about it. That was a scenario Obadiah desperately wanted to avoid, so he refused without hesitation. "Then there's nothing left to discuss, my friend. You'd better think hard about this, Jericho missiles, or your future." The tattooed bald man let out a cold laugh and cut the communication, leaving Obadiah on the other end cursing furiously. With the call ended, the tattooed man stepped outside. "Let's go. Let's see if that genius has finished making what we want." Casting a fierce look at his men standing on either side, the tattooed man gave the order. Everything he said was instantly translated by V's built-in cyberware, allowing V to fully understand. "We found our target. Let's follow him." V glanced at Johnny, and without a word, the 2 of them slipped after the group. The tattooed, bald man clearly hadn't noticed he was being tailed. With 2 subordinates in tow, he led the way into the deepest part of the camp, disappearing into a mountain cave. But instead of heading down the left tunnel, where Tony Stark was being held, he first veered right, into a makeshift surveillance room, to check on the situation. At that moment, inside the crude security room, one of his most trusted henchmen was holding up a photo of a Jericho missile, trying to match it to the contraption Tony Stark was working on in the surveillance footage. "Do you think that's really a part of the Jericho missile?" "I think it's the tail fin." Doesn't look like it to me. Flip it upside down, it'll look just like it. The three uneducated terrorists stared blankly at the heap of gadgets Tony Stark had assembled, completely at a loss. After comparing the photo and the footage for quite a while, none of them had the faintest idea what Tony Stark was actually building. This scene made V and Johnny exchange a look from behind, both struggling to stifle their laughter. Are the standards for terrorists really this low? This is how it is these days. Shrugged. That's just how things were with these Middle Eastern tough guys. Even with something as basic as a revolver, which anyone would think is simple to use if you don't show them, they might end up shooting themselves by accident. The tattooed, bald man looked at his group of henchmen, a look of exasperation crossing his face. He barked an order, and the bickering terrorists finally snapped to attention, stepping aside obediently. The tattooed man strode to the monitor, his eyes fixed on Tony Stark's handiwork. As the only man in the village who'd actually finished elementary school, he tried to make sense of what he saw, but his gaze quickly hardened. What on earth was this thing? He hesitated for a moment, then, annoyed, shouted at his men, "I want to see Tony Stark. Now!" His men, startled by the outburst, immediately scurried off toward Tony Stark's holding cell. The tattooed man let out a relieved sigh. He still didn't understand what he'd seen, but at least he'd managed to keep up appearances. Being the boss, especially the boss of a bunch of terrorists, meant everything depended on how your men saw you. If your crew thought you were clueless, who would bother following you? With that, he marched off after his men, and V silently followed behind. The group moved at a brisk pace, quickly arriving at the cell where Tony Stark was being held. The deputy, who had arrived a step ahead, eyed the two guards loafing by the heavy iron gate and thought to himself that his chance had come. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, landing a resounding slap on each of their faces. He then slid open the small window in the iron gate to take a look inside. After putting on a show of carefully inspecting for safety, he finally pulled open the gate, standing respectfully aside and inviting the boss to enter first. Damn, isn't this guy a bit too over the top? Johnny, unable to contain himself as he watched the performance, leaned over onto V's shoulder and burst out laughing right by V's ear. V's face also showed a hint of awkwardness, but after 3 years as the city's most feared killer, his heart was as cold as a fishmonger's blade. Ahem, mainly, he couldn't let himself laugh out loud. Otherwise, they'd be exposed. V couldn't help but envy Johnny, who was the only one able to see him. Just like earlier, when they were lying low on the hillside, V was the one eating dirt, while Johnny got to look cool. Bringing his attention back to the present, the tattooed, bald boss watched his deputy's maneuvers with a sense of deep satisfaction. No wonder he was his right-hand man, always thinking ahead. After confirming the coast was clear, the tattooed boss stepped into the prison cell. Inside, he saw a tense Tony Stark and another man, half-bald, clearly a scholar of some kind, but without a famous name. As the boss spoke about some story he'd read in a book, he slowly walked over to the table, picked up one of Tony Stark's schematics, and examined it closely. He didn't spot anything unusual. It really did look like a component for a Jericho missile. Still, he felt a bit puzzled. Why did the casing's design twist and turn so oddly, with none of the smoothness you'd expect from a missile shell? But, knowing nothing about such things, the bald boss kept his thoughts to himself. After all, what if this really was how it was supposed to look? He'd only embarrass himself by questioning it. So, instead of saying anything, he simply walked forward with an air of menace until he stood before Tony Stark. "You've disappointed me." Of course, Tony Stark didn't understand a word he said. The unnamed scholar next to him did, however, and he quickly spoke up. "We're working. We're trying our best." The moment he opened his mouth, he caught the boss's attention. The boss turned and fixed the man with a cold stare. "I spared your life. We're working, it's just that the Jericho missile is too complex, too precise, so..." Realizing things were going south, the scholar hurried to defend both himself and Tony Stark. "Kneel him." But the boss had heard enough. He ordered his men to force the scholar down onto the iron anvil, then slowly reached into the fire with a pair of tongs and pulled out a glowing, red-hot coal. Holding it in the tongs, the bald boss advanced toward the scholar. At this point, even a fool could see what he intended to do. Johnny turned to V for his opinion, and once V activated his cyberware and got ready, he signaled Johnny to stay calm. The nameless man was still trying to defend himself, but the bald boss kept moving forward, the red-hot coal drawing ever closer to the nameless man's mouth. The tension in the air kept rising. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the pale, desperate attempts of the nameless man to explain himself. Just as the coal was about to be forced into his mouth and V was preparing to act, Tony Stark stepped forward. "What exactly do you want?" Tony Stark's sudden move snapped the already tense terrorists to attention. One after another, they grabbed their guns, shouting at Tony in a language he couldn't understand. Watching the chaos unfold, V finally understood. The people here couldn't even speak the same language. When he glanced back at the bald boss, he noticed a sly, satisfied smirk curling at the man's lips, and the pieces fell into place. This guy is probably just putting on a show to scare people. Once he's done with this poor scapegoat he picked up from who knows where, he'll be the only one in the camp who speaks English. There's no way he'd volunteer to be a translator. Besides, someone as rough as him would never actually help Tony Stark build anything. He probably wouldn't even understand what anyone was asking. So, chances are, he's not really going to harm the scapegoat. He'll just rough him up a little at most. My thoughts exactly. Johnny let out a sigh of relief, and finally turned to take a good look at Tony Stark. Damn, the flashy guy isn't looking so flashy anymore. Looks like he's been through a lot, V replied over the team comms, but he hasn't broken down yet. I'm starting to respect the guy a little. I used to think he was just another run-of-the-mill capitalist, but he's got some guts after all. Seeing Tony Stark step up for his companion, Johnny found himself grudgingly raising his opinion of him. Yeah, not too bad. V nodded, a small sign of approval for Tony Stark. Although, from what he and Johnny had observed, the megacore of this world seemed to be heading in the same direction as those in 2077. Things weren't quite as extreme yet. Some people were still reasonable, so he and Johnny weren't entirely hostile toward the corporations here. Of course, that didn't mean they trusted them, either. After Tony Stark was forced to sign an agreement with the bald boss, promising to deliver a Jericho missile the next day, and managed to get the boss off his back for the moment, V nodded in approval. Not bad. I don't know if he can actually build a so-called Jericho missile in a single day, but he held up well. This way, at least, he's bought himself another day. So what's your next move? Let's not show ourselves just yet. Let's see how things unfold. I want to know what that guy plans for tomorrow. After all, if he really has the nerve to escape, how am I supposed to blackmail him? Oh, so you mean if he does try to make a run for it, you'll trip him up a bit? Johnny caught on quickly. This flashy guy had finally landed in V's hands. There's no way V would let him off that easily. A sly grin curled at the corner of V's mouth, though he quickly wiped it away. Glancing at the security cameras tucked away in the corners, V paid no mind to the two still rattled men. He decided to deal with the cameras first. But these cameras were ancient, old-school, wire models, so hacking them directly was out of the question. Instead, he grabbed some leftover scraps that Tony Stark had discarded and started soldering together a signal receiver, planning to modify the cameras himself. Maybe the tension from earlier had been too much. Even as V picked up bits and pieces in plain sight and headed to the corner to tinker, neither Tony Stark nor the unlucky guy reacted at all. And what about the robbers and the security monitors? V had been watching the feed in the control room earlier and honestly couldn't tell whether it was the cameras or the monitors that were so terrible. The resolution was so low, V almost pitted them. Forget about the scrap he was holding. Even the chest plate sitting on the table, which was instantly recognizable by its shape, looked like a blurry mess. As for the bit of metal in his hand, on that monitor, it would probably show up as nothing more than a single pixel. If those guys could spot something that tiny, V would have to admit they had sharper eyes than any cyberware. Once he'd cobbled together 4 signal receivers, V quickly went around and retrofitted all 4 cameras. With the job done, he hacked the feed, so the monitors now looped a video of Tony Stark hammering away at metal. Only then did V finally take a breather. Well then, let's see what our great genius is up to. V wiped away some imaginary sweat from his brow and strolled over to Tony Stark. Standing by the table, V sized up the various parts scattered across its surface. Honestly, none of this looks like a missile to me. If anything, it looks more like something out of the Middle Ages, like a suit of plate armor. Johnny couldn't help but poke fun as he eyed the components. Seriously, do those terrorists really not recognize any of this? That chest plate over there has such a distinctive shape. How can they not put 2 and 2 together? You think Jupiter and Venus are unique? Jupiter and Venus? Come on, you're not going to find anything else like them in the whole solar system. Someone actually mistook that thing for an enemy spy drone and kept a close eye on it for months. V said this in an indifferent tone. Johnny blinked as he listened. And then what happened? They told him, if he had the guts, to shoot it down himself. Did he manage to shoot it down? V glanced at Johnny, who looked like he was just here for the laughs. He said it was flying too high, so he couldn't. Johnny burst out laughing on the spot. It took him a while to compose himself. Then he said slowly, he's got a screw loose, but at least he's honest about it. With that, Johnny couldn't hold it in anymore and went off to the side to laugh some more. V watched Johnny laughing so freely and could only shake his head helplessly. Turning back to the table, V noticed a stack of blueprints. That bald, tattooed guy from earlier had checked them out too, but given his mental horsepower, it was no wonder he couldn't make heads or tails of it. V walked over and simply swept over the blueprints with his cybernetic eye, immediately spotting a tiny mark at the edge of each sheet. Among the stacked blueprints, a few had their marks oriented differently from the rest. Looks like that's the trick. For some reason, V felt as if he were playing a puzzle game. He glanced over his shoulder at Tony Stark and the Nameless One, both still busy fabricating parts, then reached out to organize the blueprints and pick them up. Holding the sheets to the firelight, V overlaid them one by one. As the images merged, what finally emerged was a suit of metal armor. Interesting. This thing must weigh nearly half a ton. Without any cybernetic upgrades, there's no way someone could move in it. But judging by these spots here, I'd say it's got some sort of power unit. And that thing on the chest must be the power source. Johnny walked over, took a look at the blueprints, then shot a glance at Tony Stark, who was so busy hammering away he didn't even have time to look up, and whispered to V. V did a quick scan of the glowing device on Tony Stark's chest. That device is basically a miniaturized version of the reactor in the main hall. Tony Stark stripped out all the flashy, useless stuff and kept only the core energy unit, then recreated a smaller copy. Sure, it's a lot less powerful, nowhere near what the big one in the hall can do, but it still packs enough juice to run this exosuit for a good while. An exosuit, huh? Alright, V, remember that edge runner we met, Lucy? Didn't she say one of her friends got snatched up by Arasaka for experiments, and ended up in some kind of cybernetic armor too? That's right, but strictly speaking, that wasn't external mechanical armor. That pilot, David, he was completely stitched into it. His cybernetic enhancements replaced his limbs. It became a part of his body. A memory seemed to surface for V. He nodded, then shook his head. Johnny nodded in understanding, then leaned over to glance at the blueprints in V's hands. So what do you think? With this thing, could he actually break out? Judging by the strength of these materials, if he really manages to build this thing, its defensive capabilities should be enough to withstand rifle fire and similar weapons. But outside, there are still RPGs and the like. There's no way he could stop those. So it's pointless, then? Johnny curled his lip in disappointment. He had truly thought this Tony Stark, like V, could just cobble together some high-tech miracle and take down all those guys outside. But this guy knows that, too. That's why he isn't planning to fight them head-on. Look at the apparatus on the back. It's a fuel system meant to launch several light anti-aircraft missiles. He's gathered it all up to use as a booster. Most likely, his plan is to blast out of the cave and then fly straight out of there. Well, at least he's got some brains. As Johnny kept chiming in, V rolled his eyes. But, you see, since they've only built one suit, only one person can escape. The other would have to be left behind. Watching Tony Stark hammer away at the metal, V's gaze turned scrutinizing. He glanced at the parts laid out on the workbench, then looked over at Tony Stark's progress. Pointless. They've only managed to build half the suit. At best, it could block frontal attacks, but if someone shoots him from behind, he wouldn't stand a chance. So, V spent a long moment running the calculations in his head, then shrugged. Unless this guy's flesh is bulletproof, there's no way he's breaking out. Not even one of them could make it out alive. The suit could only defend against bullets coming from the front. Anything from behind would be fatal. That alone severely limited its combat effectiveness, restricting its use to the confines of this cave. Once outside, in the open, just two people lying in wait behind him could gun him down. That would be the end of it. And with incomplete armor, the built-in shock absorption system for landing wouldn't work either. Even if he managed to fly up and escape, once the fuel ran out and he fell, he'd be nothing more than a mangled heap. After a moment's consideration, V had already figured out most of Tony Stark's escape plan. However, V still had no idea how many suits this guy had intended to build from start. Perhaps, at first, he had intended to build two sets, one for himself and one for this somewhat cultured, ill-fated companion, so that they could each don a suit and make a break for freedom together. But now, Tony Stark was forced to face a harsh reality. He hadn't even managed to finish a single suit. The hammer in his hand rose and fell relentlessly as Tony worked the alloy, but his thoughts drifted far away, lost in anxious speculation. Time was running out. He had already seen through the bald man's intentions. The man desperately wanted Tony's latest masterpiece, the Jericho missile, a single warhead capable of leveling an entire mountain. It wasn't nuclear, so it skirted the restrictions of international treaties. Tony could sense the man's burning desire for the Jericho, which made him bold. Even when Tony slacked off or delayed, the bald man never dared push him too hard. Because the man dreamed of becoming a Genghis Khan, a conqueror of vast lands. Without the Jericho missile and its formidable power, that ambition was nothing more than fantasy. And so, for the sake of his dream, he would tolerate Tony Stark's delays, resorting only to threats, never real violence. It was this knowledge that Tony relied on. He planned to secretly forge two suits of armor, and then escape with Insun, the man who had saved his life. Yet, for reasons unknown, the bald man had grown uncharacteristically impatient these past 2 days. In just 48 hours, his attitude had shifted dramatically. Yesterday and the day before, he had stormed in, spouting confusing demands, insisting they hurry up and deliver. Although Tony had sensed something amiss and doubled his efforts at the forge, time simply wasn't on his side. Now, the bald man had delivered an ultimatum, and Tony hadn't even finished the first suit. The naive hope that both men could escape unscathed was cruelly shattered by reality. Tony stared at the hammer in his grasp, and the unfinished metal plate he'd been pounding on the anvil. The long, monotonous rhythm of hammering suddenly ceased, causing Insun, who was soldering wires with his surgeon's hands nearby, to look up. He eyed Tony with concern, sensing something was wrong. "Stark? What's the matter?" Under Insun's gaze, Tony abruptly hurled the hammer aside, glancing at the unfinished armor plate in his hand. "What's the use of this?" With a sudden toss, Tony flung the plate to the ground and strode toward the cluttered workbench, littered with spare parts. Seeing this, Insun quickly set down his tools and hurried to Tony's side. "Damn it, Insun, my plan has failed." Tony Stark gazed at the man who had saved his life, who had stayed by his side these past days, comforting and encouraging him. He hadn't noticed before, but now his eyes were bloodshot with exhaustion and strain. "I had everything planned out so perfectly. As long as things went according to plan, we could have escaped this place. But now, damn it, I can't even guarantee we'll survive until tomorrow." He kept moving, striding to the table as he spoke, his hand reaching out as if to upend it in frustration. But there was too much piled on the table: tools, scraps, the remnants of desperation. In his weakened, battered state, Tony Stark couldn't even manage to turn the table over. "I can't even flip this damn table." Rage and helplessness burned through him, making it clear to Insun that this genius inventor, billionaire, playboy, after days of torment and the shadow of death looming ever closer, had finally reached his breaking point. Realizing this, Insun hurried to pull Tony away from the table, worried he'd hurt himself in the process. "Calm down, Tony. Trust yourself. You can do this, I know you can." Insun gently guided Tony aside, his words a constant stream of reassurance. But Tony just stared at the iron mask lying on the table, the one he had built with his own hands, lost and uncertain if Insun's words even registered. A long silence settled before Tony finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "But I don't trust myself." It was almost impossible to believe. The same Tony Stark who filled gossip columns, who always faced the world with a cocky smile and a careless laugh, now stood here so broken, confessing to another that he had lost faith in himself. In this moment, Tony Stark understood. What billionaire, what playboy, what super genius. He was nothing. He was just an arrogant, selfish, incompetent fool, so full of himself and so utterly lost. "I can't build 2 suits of armor in half a day. I can't even finish one. Insun, do you understand what I'm saying?" At last, Tony tore his gaze away from the iron mask and looked at Insun, his eyes brimming with pain. "I am sorry, Insun. We're not getting out of here, not even one of us." Only a few days ago, Tony's worst fear had been that either he or Insun might make it out alive, but never both. Now, fate had revealed just how capricious it could be. The future staring Tony Stark in the face now was one where neither he nor Insun would survive. Death was creeping steadily closer, and he could do nothing to stop it. He was utterly powerless. "So what?" Insun suddenly spoke, snapping Tony from his despair. "At least we're still alive right now." Tony turned to him, startled, as if seeing Insun in a new light. At this moment, what he saw was no longer the witty, humorous Ethan who could still smile and encourage him even in the darkest times. Instead, Ethan looked aged and weary beyond his years, lowering his head. "Have I ever told you about my family? You remember, don't you? Yes, you miss them deeply. You always hoped that one day you could get out of here and see them again," Tony Stark replied, nodding absently, while Ethan managed a smile, one that, to Tony, seemed filled with more sorrow than joy. "That's right. I did say I wanted to see them again, but I meant after I'm dead." Tony Stark's brow furrowed instantly, but Ethan just shrugged as if it were nothing. "They've been gone for a long time, killed by some terrorists from who knows where." Tony Stark fell silent. He understood all too well that these so-called terrorists were probably the very ones outside this cell. After all, wasn't Ethan also in their hands? But what made it even harder for Tony to breathe was the realization that the weapons those men carried, they were his own inventions. It was his technology that had led to the death of Ethan's family. After a long, heavy silence, Tony Stark finally spoke, his voice low. "I'm sorry, Ethan. It's all right. You saved my life, and yet Then don't waste it." Ethan cut off Tony's words of guilt. He looked Tony in the eyes. "You know, as a doctor, if there's one thing I understand, it's that being alive is always more valuable than being dead." Tony stared at Ethan, stunned, wordless. Ethan went on, "I watched my family die right before my eyes, but I never thought of taking my own life. I never even considered it, because I know living serves a greater purpose than dying ever could. Sure, I could have given up and ended it all, but what would that change? Would it help this country? Or make the world any better? Ethan turned away as he spoke, then turned back, fixing his gaze on Tony Stark. That's why I fought to survive. I kept telling myself that one day, I'd be able to make a real difference. And then I met you. Tony Stark, you're nothing like me. You're someone who can truly change the world. The moment I saw you brought in, I understood instantly. You were a sign from God, a chance for me to fulfill my greatest purpose. That's why I risked everything to save you. Ethan walked up to Tony, pointing at the miniature arc reactor Tony had implanted in his own chest. I saved your life so you could do what you were meant to do. Even if it's only for an hour, or just a minute, I want you to make every second count. Ethan looked at Tony, his words brimming with emotion that could not be put into words. So, don't waste your life. Not even for a single night, all right? After a brief silence, Tony Stark closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again. Then let's get back to work. At the very least, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Seeing Tony Stark muster his resolve, Ethan nodded. He was just about to return to his own work when, suddenly, applause rang out in the small space that was supposed to hold only the two of them. To turn a battered body into a blazing fire, that's badass. The sudden sound startled both Tony and Ethan. They turned around, only to realize that, at some point, a stranger had appeared beside the table. I like this guy's spirit. He's got character. Johnny looked at Ethan, admiration lighting up his eyes. Couldn't agree more. V chimed in, clapping and nodding enthusiastically. But to Tony Stark and Ethan, V's behavior seemed just a bit too exuberant, almost unhinged. After all, in such a dangerous environment, someone suddenly popping up, applauding and talking to thin air, anyone witnessing this scene, psychiatrist or not, would probably want to haul V off to the nearest asylum on the spot. V, however, couldn't care less about the looks Tony Stark and Ethan were giving him. He strode toward Ethan, his eyes bright with excitement. Hey, what are you doing? Tony Stark watched this stranger move toward Ethan and quickly stepped forward, intent on blocking V's path. But with a casual sweep of his hand, V brushed aside the very man he was supposed to save, pushing Tony out of the way. Standing before Ethan with a grin, V delivered a line that countless people would never forget. So, Mr. Ethan, would you rather live quietly and die unknown, tubes in your veins in some hospital bed, or would you rather make history, even if you don't make it past 30? I can't believe you actually said it out loud. Impressive. Johnny laughed from the side, his tone mocking, but his eyes mirrored V's as both of them waited eagerly for Ethan's answer. Ethan glanced at Tony Stark, still struggling to get up after being pushed aside, then considered V's question. After a moment's thought, he replied carefully, but I'm already in my 30s. Johnny couldn't help but cough a few times, while V's face colored with embarrassment. Whoops, got a bit too carried away and missed that detail. V cleared his throat, determined to power through the awkwardness. All right, let me put it another way. Do you want to stay a nobody, or do you want your name to ring out across the world? Ethan fell silent at that, and Tony Stark, finally back on his feet, made his way over. No, seriously, who the hell are you? V shot Tony Stark a sidelong glance. Why do you care? I'm waiting for him to answer me. Tony Stark frowned at this stranger who had suddenly appeared, finding him more irksome the longer he looked. Especially that insolent sideways glare. Even if he had been kidnapped and was down on his luck, did that mean just anyone could look at him like that? Even the leader of those terrorists treated him with nervous caution. Thinking of this, Tony Stark grew even more indignant. He glared at V. I don't care who you are. Get out right now. If you don't, I'll tell your boss that you're interfering with my work on the Jericho missile. Perfect timing. He figured that guy would be back tomorrow demanding the Jericho missile, threatening to kill him if he refused. Maybe he could just throw this troublemaker under the bus, stall for time, and buy himself a little more breathing room to finish the suit. Tony Stark's mind was working overtime, but V merely shot him another sideways look. Do you really think you can fool that idiot, let alone me? Turning his gaze to the parts scattered on the table, V sneered. With all these materials and ready-made weapons, and all you're planning is a metal suit? That's just pathetic. Hearing this, Tony Stark's expression instantly changed. Not only had V exposed his plan, he'd insulted him too. For a moment, Tony Stark wasn't sure whether to be angry or afraid. Ignoring Tony Stark's inner turmoil, V kept his attention on Insun, waiting for his reply. After a long silence, Insun glanced at V and spoke slowly. To turn my frail body into a blazing fire? I'd like to, but with what strength? At best, I'm just a wisp of kindling, a stray weed that catches flame. He looked at Tony Stark as he said this. Clearly, Tony Stark was the one he'd chosen, the one who would become the blaze ignited by his little spark. So, to put another way, if you had the chance, You'd want to make a name for yourself, to leave your mark on history. A chance? Of course, if I had the chance, I'd seize it without hesitation. A hint of determination flashed in Inson's eyes. Seeing this, both V and Johnny nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, to their eyes, the light radiating from this man, called Inson, shone far brighter than that of the genius Tony Stark beside him. Excellent. Then I'll give you that chance, V declared with confidence, extending his right hand to Inson. Let's get reacquainted. My name is V, or you can call me V Thunderstrike. I can handle it. Inson shook V's hand, still a bit dazed by the strange name. It hardly sounded like something a terrorist would call himself. Then all of a sudden he snapped back to his senses and gave V a once-over from head to toe. Wait a second. Aren't you one of the terrorists here? When did I ever say I was a terrorist? V looked at Ethan, equally puzzled. Just because I think you have potential doesn't mean you get to smear my name. Even in Night City, I'm a straight-up edge runner, never a terrorist. As he spoke, V shot Johnny a quick, casual glance. Johnny just rolled his eyes in reply. Johnny, who once lugged around a nuke for a terror attack, was now just a digital ghost. If there was anyone to blame for that, it was Johnny, not him. Nearby, Tony Stark, overhearing their conversation, finally caught on as well. So, if you're not a terrorist, who are you? FBI? CIA? MI6? KGB? Oh, I could be any of those. As he spoke, V pulled out matching credentials for each agency, leaving Tony momentarily at a loss for words. Tony Stark stared at V, feeling like his brain cells were running dangerously low today. Hold on, what exactly are you here for? Whether V was a triple agent or something else, Tony decided to shelve that question and pressed on. Oh, I took a job to rescue you. Tony Stark and Ethan exchanged glances, then both instinctively looked toward the security camera in the corner. Only just now thinking of that, huh? V rolled his eyes. Relax, I hacked the surveillance ages ago. These systems are so outdated. If I hadn't whipped up a few wireless receivers from your leftover armor scraps and hooked them up, even I would have had a harder time hacking in. Wait a minute. You're here to rescue me. So why'd you shove me earlier? Tony finally caught on. This guy was here to save him. So why rough him up? The job only said I had to find you. Whether you're alive, dead, missing a limb, it's all the same. As long as I find you, my work's done. So if you think my methods are rough now, I can always be rougher. That way, you won't have to worry about me going soft on you. V flashed Tony a mischievous grin, sending a chill down Tony's spine. All right, whatever you say. Tony Stark took a cautious step back, deciding not to argue. V then turned to Ethan. But don't worry, you're the one I've got my eye on. I'll get you out of here safe and sound. Wait, who exactly is he here to rescue? Tony Stark now had 100 more questions bouncing around in his mind, but seeing how unbothered V was, he kept them all to himself. Ethan, watching Tony's silent frustration, felt a bit lost himself, momentarily unsure how to react. In this place, he had always been a nobody, barely noticed. Now, suddenly, someone cared enough about him to put Tony Stark aside, and he found himself a little unaccustomed to this attention. So, how are we getting out of here? Getting out? That's easy. V turned his head to look at the heavy iron gate. To ordinary people, that thing was like the wall of size, impossible to pass. But to him, it was nothing more than something he could punch right through. Easy, huh? You said my armor was useless. Well, now I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. How are you planning to get us out? Though he felt a little uneasy inside, Tony Stark couldn't hold back the retort. This guy just can't keep his mouth shut. Johnny watched Tony, a trace of annoyance in his eyes, then turned to V. So what's the plan? We just fight our way out? Of course we're fighting our way out. V clenched his fists, warming up his arms, then turned to glance at Tony Stark and Ethan. Anything you want to take as a memento? We're about to leave. I don't really have anything to bring, Tony replied. But are you seriously planning to fight your way out? He stared at the confident V, struggling to keep his composure. I built a suit of metal armor, and even I wouldn't dare claim I could break out. By force. At best, I'd fly out as soon as we clear the cave. But you? Just flesh and blood. And you're talking about fighting your way through? A thunderous crash rang out, rattling the eardrums of the two guards stationed behind the iron gate. They rubbed their ears, exchanging uncertain glances, wondering if that idiot Tony Stark had messed up with another bomb and set it off inside the cave. But when they turned around, they saw something shocking, a huge, unmistakable fist imprint stamped right into the iron gate. What the hell is that? Before the two guards could process what they were seeing, another deafening blow landed, leaving a second fist imprint on the gate. This blow made the heavy door quake violently, the iron bolts anchoring it deep into the rock twisting under the force. The two guards stared dumbfounded. After all, if they remembered correctly, wasn't this iron gate solid all the way through? Every time they opened it, it took all their strength. And now there were fist imprints? Something was seriously wrong here. Instinctively, they gripped their rifles, useless as they probably were, and began edging backward. The next moment, another crash echoed through the cave. The iron bolts holding the massive gate finally gave way, snapping apart. With a tortured groan, the heavy door toppled forward, crashing down onto the guards. There were no unstoppable robots, just ordinary men. Before they could even scream in terror, the 2-ton iron gate slammed them to the ground, ending everything in an instant. Behind the collapsed gate, V calmly retracted the liberated gorilla prosthetic, his now bulkier arms returning to their original shape. Turning back, V addressed the 2 men behind him, both of whom were still covering their ears. Wait, did he just punch this heavy door down in 3 hits? Tony Stark shouted in disbelief at Ethan beside him. I'm not sure, but it looked like his arms had some kind of upgrades. Ethan yelled back, just as astonished, while V rolled his eyes at their noisy exchange. I told you both to cover your ears, didn't I? And now you complain. Who's to blame? Calling out to them, V led the pair toward the exit. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the commotion had attracted attention. Several armed men, one after another, rushed toward the noise. As V emerged from the depths of the cave with the other 2, the armed men's eyes widened in shock. After all, they didn't know V, but they certainly recognized Tony Stark and Ethan, 2 prisoners who were supposed to be locked away deep inside. Realizing the prisoners had escaped, the terrorists quickly raised their guns, shouting at V and the others in a dialect none of them understood. Seeing the growing threat, Ethan and Tony Stark grew nervous, but V didn't even break stride. With a flick of his wrists, the mantis blades sprang from his arms, and he darted forward in a blur of motion. In the blink of an eye, V had cut through the crowd. A moment later, heads rolled from shoulders and thudded heavily to the ground. The terrorists fell one by one, their bodies littering the floor, while V stood amidst the carnage and waved to the stunned Tony Stark and Ethan. Swallowing hard, Ethan and Tony Stark picked their way through the scattered corpses, finally making it across, while V was already pressing forward, cutting down anyone in his path. They fought their way onward, and soon found themselves at the cave's entrance. Stay here. I'll clear the area outside. Once it's safe, you 2 can follow. The terrorists outside were likely prepared by now, and they were armed with heavy weapons. If you try to break out with these 2 liabilities in tow, one stray bullet or explosion could easily kill them. So V found a safe corner, settled the 2 men there, and, right before their eyes, activated his optical camouflage and slipped out toward the open. By now, the entire camp was on high alert. Everyone had picked up their rifles and taken up defensive positions. Yet V strode boldly out of the cave, his figure invisible to the watchful terrorists outside, who continued to stare tensely at the cave's entrance, totally unaware of the danger moving among them. After all, even in the era of 2077, when company employees have swapped out their eyes for hypersensitive, ultra-clear artificial ones, and their bodies are covered in cybernetic modifications, it's still nearly impossible for them to spot V cloaked in optical camouflage. So how could these terrorists, whose weapons may be advanced, but whose physical abilities are utterly lacking, possibly notice him? Yet, as V looked at the dense crowd of nearly several hundred people before him, he shook his head. It wasn't out of fear, just a simple calculation. With so many people, how long would it take to cut them all down with a blade? How exhausting would that be? With that thought, V turned ever so slightly and caught sight of some terrorists on the other side who had just activated a batch of slightly more advanced, Stark Industries-made lightweight anti-air missiles. Yes, that's more like it. After all, humanity invents ever more powerful weapons for one reason alone, to make killing more efficient. And these lightweight anti-air missiles were among the most advanced, most efficient killing tools of this era. Of course, what counts as advanced nowadays still felt rather primitive to V. But at least these things were wireless now. Tony Stark, that flamboyant show-off, never concerned himself with the cost of his weapons. He made them smart, capable of being activated by all sorts of methods. And now, that worked out perfectly for V. V wirelessly connected to the missiles, breezed through the firewalls, disabled all safety measures, and immediately redirected their targeting systems toward the encircling terrorists. A few of the ones standing nearby noticed something was off. Fearfully, they swallowed hard and were just about to alert the others when the warheads ignited. One by one, the missiles originally designed to take out machinery shot off their racks with a fierce burst, trailing fire and smoke, unleashing a nightmarish shriek as they swept through the crowd in an instant, engulfing the terrorists around them. These terrorists, never properly trained, lacking any real military discipline, bunched up together, believing the more people, the safer they'd be. 8 anti-air missiles easily blanketed the majority of the terrorists. On top of that, other shells caught in the blast radius began to detonate in rapid, thunderous succession. In a single instant, Over 100 people were brought down by scorching flames and flying shrapnel. As for those unlucky few who hadn't been caught in the initial onslaught, but had been thrown into chaos, V's lips curled into a slight, healthy smile. "Go join them," he shouted. With a powerful kick, the mantis blades sprang from his arms. V dropped his optical camouflage mid-air, revealing himself in the terrified gaze of a nearby terrorist, and in a flash, both blades punched through the man's body, tearing him to bloody pieces the next second. But V didn't stop there. The mantis blades danced through the air, leaving afterimages as he shredded the remaining enemies to bits. 3 minutes later, the chaotic battlefield finally fell silent. Now, the only sound that could be heard was the fire-scorching flesh, crackling and hissing like oil sizzling in a hot pan. "It's over. Come on out," V shouted toward the cave. A moment later, Tony Stark and Ensign slowly emerged from the darkness, their eyes sweeping over the scene before them, a living hell on Earth. There. Gazes then fell on the man standing amidst the sea of flames, his body smeared with blood and grime, methodically retracting his mantis blades. A chill crept into their hearts. Even Ensign, who had grown numb to the terrorists' mindless slaughter, found himself shaken by the infernal battlefield that now lay before them. Not far from the valley where black smoke still billowed, V sat atop a sand dune with Ensign and Tony Stark, basking in the harsh desert sun. "Well, haven't you managed to get through to your people yet?" Tony Stark, wrapped in a strip of white cloth that had survived the fire, did his best to shield himself from the relentless sunlight. V didn't bother to reply. He simply tossed over a water bottle. "If you're hot, take a shower. Quit whining." As he spoke, he kept working on the communicator in his hands. Yes, the communicator was broken, casualty of the recent battle. During the chaos, shrapnel had flown everywhere, and fire had raged unchecked. For someone like V, whose body was extensively cybernetically enhanced, the whole ordeal was little more than sunbathing on a beach. But for this ancient little gadget, it was like being subjected to every torture device in history, one after another. So, when V finally walked off the battlefield and pulled out the communicator, he found it was little more than scrap. A piece of shrapnel had stabbed straight into the circuit board, and the force of the blast had warped its innards beyond recognition. It was completely useless. With no other choice, V had to hurry back to the still-burning battleground, pry a few parts from a barely damaged armored vehicle, and return to start repairs. Tony Stark unscrewed his water bottle, took a swig, then poured the rest over his head, letting the makeshift shower wash away the heat. Beside him, Ensign showed more restraint. He simply sipped his water, then turned his attention to V, watching him tinker with the communicator. Feeling refreshed, Tony Stark crouched down next to V. "Come on, how hard can it be? You've been at it forever. Let me take a look." V had mocked him not long ago, calling him useless. Now, seeing V struggle with something as simple as a communicator, Tony couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction. If he could fix it right away, wouldn't that be a slap in V's face? "Stop barking," V shot back. He stared intently at the little communicator in his hands, a glint of inspiration flickering in his eyes. Although this gadget may look primitive in its craftsmanship, it actually holds a surprising amount of advanced technology. From V's perspective, if this communicator isn't broken, it could do far more than just connect the two poles of Earth. Even if you were on the moon and I was on Earth, pressing the call button would let us communicate instantly. This kind of communication technology is leaps and bounds ahead of what people had in 2077. Damn, S.H.I.E.L.D. really is packed with great stuff. Almost too good to be true. This technology is sophisticated enough to be used by a civilization spanning an entire star system. Even if you tossed it back into the world of 2077, it wouldn't be possible to fully unleash its potential. Moreover, while V was inspecting the communicator, he noticed it shared a particular trait with the massive reactor displayed in Stark Industries' main hall. Both were the result of reverse engineering from some mysterious object or device. Some of the structures and principles involved simply couldn't have been invented or developed using the current state of technology. So how did he figure this out? Well, he couldn't make heads or tails of those futuristic theories, but the device in his hands was definitely made by humans of this era. He might not grasp the science behind it, but he knew people, especially those of this time. And if something this extraordinary could be reverse engineered and built with such relatively low-level human technology, just how powerful must the original have been? V's thoughts raced, filling him with growing excitement. But for now, he pushed those questions aside. The priority was to understand what was right in front of him. To study and repair the device, V's cybernetic hand came fully to life. Each finger split into multiple delicate probes, which began to weave and work inside the communicator circuitry. As for Tony Stark, he wandered over to take a look, but soon fell silent. He had a discerning eye, But this communication tech was already beyond his ability to understand or fix. He simply crouched nearby, hoping to pick up a trick or two while V worked. But without cybernetic eyes or neural implants, how much could he really learn just by watching? Maybe he'd get a sense of the communicator's internal layout? The repair took half an hour. At last, V looked down at the communicator in his hands, no longer brand new, but perfectly functional, and let out a long, relieved breath. That should do it. His internal storage was already filled with who knows how much collected data, waiting to be sorted once he had the time. For now, V glanced at Tony Stark, took a few steps to the side, and pressed the communicator's button. So, Mr. V, have you made any discoveries? Nick Fury's voice came through loud and clear, making V raise his eyebrows in surprise. He turned to glance at Tony Stark, surprised that Nick Fury seemed so concerned about him, even taking it upon himself to handle the contact personally. Could there be some hidden connection he didn't know about? How could someone as dark-skinned as Nick Fury have a white son in just one generation? We found Tony Stark. Do you want to come pick him up? Is he badly hurt? No, he's still alive and kicking. He just has a light bulb in his chest now. V cast a sidelong look at the glowing device embedded in Tony Stark's chest. He'd already scanned it thoroughly with various tools, figured out its structure and materials, and understood its function. The purpose was simple: to power the electromagnet nestled deeper inside Tony's body, the one keeping several tiny shards of shrapnel from traveling through his blood vessels and piercing his fragile heart. Well, in V's view, this wasn't much of a problem. Just a minor surgery would set things right. After all, back in 2077, installing a neural implant was commonplace. Connecting each strand of neuron perfectly with cyberware circuits was far trickier than removing a few stray metal fragments. And even for surgeries that complicated, small-time street gangs could pull them off without a hitch. What better proof could there be of how advanced medicine had become by then? V had learned just about everything there was to know about the science and technology of 2077. Procedures like this? Child's play. After researching cyberware to new heights, he'd even started performing his own upgrades. Aside from Victor, he didn't trust anyone else to touch his body. So now, V had a hold over Tony Stark, a trump card, you could say. Tony had effectively fallen into his hands. But V wasn't about to reveal that just yet. He intended to play the long game, to slowly make this man, who had once mocked him, pay for it. And Tony Stark? That guy went home that day and really did call up a few starlets, completely forgetting about V. Someday, though, Tony would realize just how many enemies he'd made through his arrogance. As for Nick Fury, learning that Tony Stark was out of immediate danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. We've relayed your location to the local military base. It won't be long before they come and pick you up. You guys aren't coming yourselves? This isn't the right time for us to meet. You know what he's like. Any unnecessary contact would only make things worse for everyone. All right then, we'll leave it at that. Good. Keep the communicator. Get in touch if you need anything else. No problem, but just so you know, my appearance fee is going up next time. Hearing this, V immediately caught on to what Nick Fury was implying. His eyes suddenly lit up. I've been waiting for you to say that. On the other side, Nick Fury stared at the aerial view of the valley on his computer screen, thick black smoke billowing up relentlessly. His eyes reflected a deep, inscrutable expression. No problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. can pick up the tab. Meanwhile, Tony Stark watched as V walked off to the side. He stretched his neck, trying to eavesdrop and figure out exactly which organization V belonged to. Unfortunately, V was far too vigilant, leaving Tony with nothing for his efforts. As V glanced back, Tony Stark immediately pretended he had just walked over and asked, "So, how much longer before someone shows up?" V shot a look at Tony, clearly aware of his attempt to listen in, but didn't even bother to call him out. In fact, V could tell that Stark had already forgotten about him. Retaliating now seemed pointless. Better play it cool and get back at him in a subtler way. While turning things over in his mind, V replied half-heartedly, "I've contacted the military. They're sending someone soon." "The military? Are you with the military?" Tony Stark sized V up, recalling the tech he'd seen in action earlier. He frowned, suspicion clouding his face. "No way. With that kind of tech, you sure don't look like any military grunt I've ever seen." "I never said I was with the military," V retorted, rolling his eyes. He couldn't understand why people were always so eager to slap a label on him. First, they called him a terrorist in the cave. Now outside, he was supposed to be military. Honestly, these people's logic was baffling. "Then who are you?" Tony asked, a bit at a loss. He thought maybe V was some kind of agent, but nothing about his behavior fit that mold. And the military theory didn't add up either. The tech level was worlds apart, and besides, V had flat out denied it, as if it was beneath him. Noticing Tony's confusion, V shrugged. "I'm just a mercenary passing through. Someone hired me to find you. And that's all." "A mercenary? Tony scrutinized V from head to toe. Suspected human augmentation, advanced tech mastery, even remote hacking into wireless devices. This was a mercenary? Since when were mercenaries this hardcore? So, which organization hired you? And how much did they pay? Can't say who it is. As for the fee, friends and family discount, 100 million. Not bad. That's about what I'm worth. Tony nodded in satisfaction, not pressing the point about the organization. He knew V wouldn't indulge him, and pushing would only backfire. Just as he was about to ask more, V lost interest in the conversation. Instead of grilling me with these pointless questions, maybe you should start thinking about what you're going to do once you get back. V rolled his eyes and ignored Tony Stark, turning instead to walk over to where Ethan was standing. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on that flamboyant show-off. With that time, he'd much rather check how Ethan was doing. After all, just from that one sentence Ethan had said, V could tell the guy was born to be a mercenary. If Ethan had been born in Night City, the city would probably have another living legend on its hands. Behind him, Tony Stark heard V's comment and glanced over at Ethan as well. Once he got back, there were indeed some things he needed to take care of. Ever since the day he was captured and brought here, he'd been thinking about this constantly. After waiting half an hour atop the hill, an armed helicopter from the nearest mold base arrived overhead to pick them up. Thanks to the power of money, by early next morning, they were already back in New York. At a New York airport, Tony Stark was forcibly pressed into a wheelchair by his good friend Rhodey, who pushed him out of the heavy military helicopter. Standing outside was a woman V recognized. Well, to be precise, V knew her, but she had no idea who V was. Virginia Pepper Potts, the same woman V had seen in Stark Industries' office building that day, talking with Obadiah. On the company's publicity board, her photo was right next to Tony Stark's. Rumor had it she was Tony Stark's personal assistant, and not just for work, she managed even his daily life. What surprised everyone was that, despite all this, there'd never been a single tabloid rumor linking the two of them. No one knew if it was because Playboy Tony Stark refused to date someone so close to home, or if there was some other reason. Either way, he'd never made a move on his secretary. But that was all in the past. From what V could see now, that particular rabbit wouldn't be able to resist the grass right at his own doorstep for much longer. After all, the moment they got off the plane, Tony Stark was already whispering intimately with Miss Grass at home. Meanwhile, V and Ethan stepped off the plane together. So, what do you say? Are you coming with me? Or going with Tony Stark? Can I go on my own? Ethan wanted to say that. As a skilled doctor, he might not be quite on the level of that genius surgeon Stephen Strange, but he was fairly well known in New York. Or, put another way, he trained and made his name right here in New York. Afghanistan might have had plenty of patients, but there was no realistic way to study medicine systematically there. So even if he walked away right now, he didn't have to worry about starving on streets. Whichever hospital he went to, as soon as he presented his credentials, there was no way they'd turn down his application. Ethan thought for a long time, then turned to glance at Tony Stark and then at V. He once had a happy family, but a trip to Afghanistan for business ended in disaster. He was caught in a terrorist attack that shattered his life and took away his loved ones. For him, simply returning to normal life was out of the question. After the death of his wife and daughter, he knew he couldn't just let the rest of his days slip by. Every moment left to him should be spent doing what truly mattered. This was also the belief he tried to share with Tony Stark. Don't waste your life, dedicate yourself to what you're meant to do. After a brief hesitation, Ethan looked at Tony Stark and nodded. If what you said is true, I'm willing to go with you. Don't worry, I have high hopes for you. You're destined to become a legend. V thumped his chest in reassurance. With Ethan's unwavering resolve and clear sense of purpose, it would be a shame if he didn't walk the path of an edge runner in this lifetime. With things settled between Ethan and V, Tony walked over to join them. So, have you both reached an agreement? Tony Stark gave him a knowing smile. Their decision didn't surprise him at all. After all, V had tried more than once on the plane to persuade Ethan to join him, promising to help him gain the power to chase his dreams. Ethan nodded, and Tony Stark fell silent for a moment. All right then, since you made up your mind, I won't say anything more. But remember, if things don't work out with V, come find me. You don't need to worry about that. Just take care of your own business first. V rolled his eyes. This guy was still trying to sneak in a jab at him. V wasn't having it, especially since Tony's own house was practically on fire. He shot back without missing a beat. Oh, and what business do you think I need to handle? V had said something similar back in Afghanistan, but this time, Tony Stark caught a different note in his words. Do you really think it was just bad luck that a gang of terrorists, armed with weapons made by your own company, happened to capture you? V's face was all mockery, and Tony's smile faltered. What do you mean? There are empty rooms upstairs. Pick whichever you like. V opened the front door and spoke to Ethan, who was still a bit tense behind him. With a house like this, are you really a mercenary? Ethan looked around at the grand mansion, and then at the sprawling grounds, hardly able to believe it. Owning a place this big in New York, V's net worth had to be at least 9 figures in Ethan's mind. But with that much money, why choose the life of a mercenary? This house wasn't mine to begin with. I killed a man and took it from him. V paid no attention to the astonished look on Ethan's face. Casually, he set the billion-dollar check from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent down on the shoe cabinet by the door, then shouted upstairs. V, you're back. A delighted voice rang out, and in an instant, 4 enormous turtles sprang out from all corners, gathering around V. Not bad. The place looks pretty clean. Good job, guys. V nodded approvingly, then gestured to Ethan standing behind him. This guy here is going to be one of us from now on. Just call him Ethan. Then V turned to the stunned Ethan. These big turtles are all good folks. Have you heard of the Foot Clan in New York? Yes, I have. It's because the Foot Clan made such a mess of New York that I went back to Afghanistan, hoping to check on some relatives. At that thought, a trace of sadness flickered in Ethan's eyes. The Foot Clan forced you to go back to Afghanistan? That's hard to believe. V was a bit surprised, while Ethan could only give a helpless sigh. It's connected to the Foot Clan. Those guys were always stirring up trouble, which made public safety worsen. Once that happened, all kinds of $0 shopping started. People looting and stealing left and right. Even my hospital got ransacked, tables, chairs, everything was carried off. In the end, we had no choice but to shut it down. Hearing this, V immediately understood. This $0 shopping. Even though he hadn't been in this world long, he'd already heard of it. It was a local phenomenon whenever public order slipped even a little, crowds would gather to loot, making things spiral further out of control and fueling more crime. Now, V understood why Ethan, a skilled doctor, had ended up fleeing to Afghanistan. These turtles here were the main force fighting against the Foot Clan. They stopped a whole series of the Foot Clan schemes. Without them, New York would have become a wasteland. At least a few million people would have died. Hearing that, Ethan looked at the turtles with newfound respect. He never judged others by appearance, but seeing these inhuman figures, he had been a bit uneasy at first. Now, knowing what they'd done, the turtles seemed heroic and formidable in his eyes. As V finished his introduction, Mikey scratched his head, a little embarrassed. We only managed to hold those guys off. The real credit for taking down Shredder and Sax goes to you. Don't be modest. If it weren't for you guys blocking them from gathering all those materials for their experiments, Sax would have finished his plan long before I showed up. V was telling the truth. After all, although O'Neill's father did destroy the research data back then, he wasn't exactly a super genius. He might not have been able to pull it off, but there are plenty of other scientists who could fulfill Sax's ambitions. So many years have passed, and now that Sax has the Foot Clan back in action, he's essentially restarting the whole project. Compared to before, Sax now has enough manpower and resources to keep the research going indefinitely. From the documents V found in the safe, it was clear that this second round of research was progressing smoothly. If it weren't for the constant shortage of certain materials, Sax's plan might have already succeeded. And the reason those materials were always in short supply was because the Ninja Turtles had been working in the shadows, thwarting the Foot Clan's crimes time and again. Of course, if Sax really did manage to develop the virus, S.H.I.E.L.D. might show up and put a stop to it. But that's another story, and V didn't mention it just now. I'm going to take a shower first. You pick out a room, see what's missing, make a list, and then just come find me in the basement. V handed the $10 billion check to Mikey without a second thought, telling them to jot down anything they wanted as well, so everything could be bought and set up together. In a way, this was V's way of keeping the promise once made to the 4 hard-working turtles. The turtles all crowded around Mikey, staring curiously at the check in his hand, something none of them had ever seen before. And when they finally made out the amount written on it, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. Whoa, $10 billion. Just imagine how much pizza that could buy. Wait, let me see. I need to check that number one more time. Hey, don't tear it up. If you ruin it, none of us are getting anything. Raphael, Mikey, and Donnie ended up in a tangled heap, each trying to get a better look at the check. Meanwhile, Leo, ever the calm one, was a step too slow and couldn't squeeze in. Spotting Ethan, who the others had overlooked, he quickly cleared his throat and said, "Sorry about my brothers. They could get a little carried away." "Yeah, right. I hatched 10 minutes before you did, so I'm the big brother." Raphael shouted back at Leo before diving in to join the scramble for the check. Leo didn't respond. He just looked at Ethan, a little embarrassed. "Well, that's how it is. I get it." Watching the rowdy turtles, Ethan couldn't help but feel they weren't bad guys at all. He nodded in agreement. Far more emotionally intelligent than a certain show-off, he chose not to mention that Leo had tried and failed to squeeze in earlier. Instead, he turned to Leo and said, "So, would you mind showing me around upstairs?" "Of course you can. I suggest you take the room on the left, since my brothers and I all stay on the right, and the rooms on the left are much brighter. Our master also lives over there. Your master? Yes, he's a rat. But he's as big as we are. He raised us from childhood. A rat? It seems there's a lot about this world I still don't understand. Ethan and Leo headed upstairs, while V retreated to his own room and stripped off every stitch of clothing. Setting aside his now exposed original organs, V's body gleamed with the sheen of metal. His cybernetic enhancements were extensive, so extensive that in Night City, only a handful of people surpassed him like Atom Smasher. But when it came to fighting ability, even 100 Atom Smashers wouldn't last a moment before V's glare. After all, combat prowess isn't just about how much chrome you've got grafted onto your body. Take Morgan Blackhand, for example. His cyberware upgrades were barely half as extensive as Atom Smasher's, yet he could still go toe-to-toe with him in a fight. V's intricate modifications were all the result of careful calculation and planning. After all, V's physical strength, reflexes, and willpower were on par with someone like Morgan Blackhand. Simply chasing after more cyberware would only undermine his combat effectiveness, so every implant was chosen with the utmost care, every incision precisely mapped out. The result was V, a cyber psycho whose prowess was honed to perfection in every possible way. Simply put, V's muscle strength was off the charts, and his explosive power was downright terrifying. Of course, this was thanks in no small part to the advanced technology and brutal techniques of 2077. Without those, even with his natural talent, V could never have reached such heights. Yet, technology and tough training weren't all bad. V took the best, discarded the worst, and forged a body that was powerful and free from side effects. Still, while his physical strength soared, his defense was another matter. In the era of 2077, where high-tech weaponry ruled the streets, even the strongest body was only good for taking a couple extra bullets. So V scoured for materials, working tirelessly with his own hands to craft subdermal armor that covered his entire body. The material for this armor was something V painstakingly developed himself, surpassing even the finest defensive tech of 2077. Once fashioned into subdermal plating, its astonishing protective power was fully unleashed. Combined with V's subsequent cybernetic upgrades, his skin became bulletproof, fireproof, waterproof, shock-resistant, corrosion-resistant, you name it. He even had optical camouflage, making him nearly undetectable. Even the best cyber eyes would struggle to spot him. Now, things were really looking up. V had gone all in, boosting both his defensive strength and stealth abilities in one go. With these life-saving attributes maxed out, V then turned his focus to enhancing his offensive capabilities. Setting hacking skills aside for the moment, V made sure to improve his combat prowess for situations where hacking wasn't an option. He crafted new weapons, customized his cyberware, and eventually replaced all his internal organs with high-performance implants boasting incredible effects. Take that time in the restaurant, for example. V managed to eat plate after plate of steaks simply because his stomach had been replaced with 2 sets of cybernetic organs, one primary, one auxiliary, giving him extraordinary digestive power. He could easily break down the meat, which is why he kept going for a dozen servings without missing a beat. This upgrade was designed for rapid energy recovery, ensuring V was always ready for a fight at a moment's notice. Now, with his body armored by cybernetic plating, his insides enhanced beyond belief, and muscles more formidable than some engines, V had become a walking beast, even without resorting to hacking skills. He combined agility and power, embodying the perfect human weapon. With just his physical body, he could reduce Atom Smasher to nothing more than debris. And when you added his hacking expertise and other abilities into the mix, V became the ultimate one-man army of 2077, the living embodiment of death itself in that era. At that point, it wasn't just Night City that dared not cross him. Even the world's other major cities, or the Crystal Palace floating in orbit, wouldn't dare provoke V at will. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that, when V confronted the AI and Bartmoss directly, the New Magnesium government stabbed him in the back. As memories of New Magnesium surfaced, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in V's eyes. When he got back, New Magnesium, he'd smash it into New Magnesium. After a quick self-check to confirm his body was in perfect condition, V headed to the bathroom and washed off all the dust and grit caught in his cybernetic seams. After all, back at the moldy base, wherever V and Ethan went, a squad of grunts followed them everywhere, to the point that V didn't even feel like taking a shower. Now, at last, he could feel truly refreshed. He pulled on some loose underwear and pants, leaving his upper body bare as he headed straight for the basement. Thanks to Dona's efficiency, all the top-tier equipment V had discarded had already been hauled to a corner, leaving his research space a bit more open than usual. But this emptiness wouldn't last long. He'd already instructed S.H.I.E.L.D. to gather the materials he needed. Because of their earlier agreement, Nick Fury had promised him a massive supply of rare and expensive resources. When those arrived, V would be able to forge several new weapons. No more charging in a melee every single time. With weapons like that, his killing efficiency would soar to a whole new level. And so, he decided it was time to build a car for himself. This was something he had considered before. Although defined was a skilled driver and always available at a moment's notice, it still had its inconveniences. Settling into a chair, V opened up the computer on the desk, intending to catch up on the latest updates. As a mercenary, it simply wouldn't do to be out of touch with recent developments. Otherwise, you might step outside one day and find yourself completely lost in a conversation when someone comes to discuss business with you. While V was browsing the latest headlines, Ethan had finished choosing his room, taken stock of the furniture, and made his way down to the basement to find V. Seeing how spacious it was down there, Ethan couldn't help but be a little surprised. Still, he didn't pause, walking right up behind V. He also noticed the cybernetic enhancements on V's body. As the metallic sheen caught his eye, Ethan's astonishment only deepened. Want to check out the latest news about Tony Stark first? Sensing Ethan's presence, V spoke to him without even turning his head. At the same time, he clicked open a video. And so, effective immediately, I hereby announce the shutdown of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division until I can find a new future for the company. The video opened with Tony Stark at a press conference, making his statement in front of countless reporters from around the world. Hearing this, a flicker of excitement appeared in Ethan's eyes. If Tony Stark really does shut down the weapons division, then over in the Middle East, it's not like things will calm down there just because of that. Even without Stark Industries, aren't there plenty of other arms manufacturers? Isn't there one in New York? What's it called? Hammer Weapons Industries? At V's words, Ethan snapped back to reality. Stark Industries' weapons were certainly top-notch, but terrorists in the Middle East couldn't always afford them. After all, the flashy weapons built by Tony Stark were as effective as they were expensive. So, most terrorists still made do with inferior guns from other manufacturers. It was just that after being in Ten Rings captivity these past few months and seeing their arsenal stocked exclusively with Stark weapons, he'd momentarily forgotten that fact. Ethan's mood grew a bit downcast, while V, watching Obadiah push Tony Stark aside on the screen, couldn't help but let out a cold smirk. Does this genius really think he has Stark Industries completely under his control? Or is this just another one of his experiments? What do you mean? I told you before, there's a traitor inside Stark Industries, right? Yeah, but... Ethan recalled the conversation between V and Tony at the airport. Back then, V never explicitly revealed who the mole was. He only said that if Tony Stark, the billionaire, was willing to pay $1 billion, he'd take care of the problem himself. But at that time, Tony Stark was furious. He refused the offer, determined to investigate on his own. V didn't mind either way. He was just a mercenary, after all. And as for Tony Stark, he was merely another VIP someone had hired him to save. In 2077, V had taken on plenty of jobs like this. If he hadn't rescued 100 VIPs, he'd certainly rescued 80. It was all routine to him by now. Once the job was done and the money paid, there was nothing left between them. V never thought he had any special relationship with Tony Stark. At most, they'd exchanged a few words. If the guy wanted to hire him, V would consider it. But since Tony didn't accept his terms, they simply went their separate ways. At this point in his career, V was far beyond scrambling for every job that came his way. Would Tony Stark come looking for his help again in the future? That would be a whole different price. Thinking back to that moment, Ethan couldn't quite see how it connected to what Tony Stark was doing right now. Noticing Ethan's confusion, V smiled and, drawing on his corporate experience, analyzed Tony Stark's situation. Don't be fooled by how angry he seemed when we left. My guess is the moment he got into the car, he'd already cooled off. Now he's just putting on a show. Whoever tried to kill Tony Stark, the mole, must have been after some big reward. After all, nothing motivates people quite like profit. So here's what we know. Tony Stark stands in the way of the mole's interests. Now that Tony's back, the mole's profits are threatened. You can bet he won't let this go and will keep looking for another opportunity. As he spoke, V brought up another screen, displaying Stark Industries' stock performance since Tony Stark announced the shutdown of the weapons division. And with the mole searching for his next chance, Tony Stark makes an announcement. And suddenly his company's stock takes a nosedive, nearly losing half its value. Just like that, every shareholder's interests take a serious hit. Now Tony Stark has become the thorn in everyone's side. At this point, V glanced over his shoulder at Ethan, who looked stunned. If you were the mole, what would you do right now? Rally everyone to oppose Tony? V clapped his hands and continued. Exactly. Whoever steps up at this moment is most likely our mole. With an opportunity like this, It would be a real shame to let it slip by, don't you think? I've looked into your corporate system. As long as the majority of shareholders join forces, there's a special provision that allows them to temporarily remove the largest shareholder from the board, even if they hold less than 51%. That is, without absolute control. Stark Industries has been around for a long time, and its shares are spread among many people. Tony Stark doesn't have an absolute majority. As these thoughts came to mind, a glint appeared in V's eyes. So, I can predict what's coming next. Someone's going to step forward, rally all the shareholders, kick Tony Stark off the board, and then try to force him out of the project entirely, triggering a special provision to buy up Tony Stark's shares at a bargain. Wouldn't that be the end for Tony? Ethan swallowed hard, stunned by the idea that a single sentence from Tony Stark could drive a billionaire to ruin. That's usually how it goes, but Tony is no ordinary man. Don't forget that glowing arc reactor in his chest. Seeing Ethan's confusion, V explained further. You're not a professional, so you wouldn't know, but that thing is worth far more than any weapon. Don't be fooled by how small the reactor he built for himself is. If he wanted to, he could make a much bigger one, with even greater power. A reactor of the same weight can produce tens, or even hundreds of times more energy than something like oil. To give you an idea, the total energy in a full rocket fuel tank is just enough to send a rocket up and down once. But with a reactor of the same weight, you could send that rocket on dozens of trips and still have energy left over, all while taking up even less space. At that, V recalled the SHIELD helicarrier. Its engines were cutting edge, but probably still couldn't compare to the power of Tony's reactor. He clicked his tongue, wondering if he should try building a few reactors himself, since he already knew their structure and components. At most, he'd just have to pay Tony Stark a little in patent fees. So, that thing could absolutely spark another energy revolution. The market that reactor could open up is worth at least tens of trillions. That's outrageous. Ethan was so shocked by the number that his jaw nearly hit the floor. And I'm actually being conservative. What did you expect? V rolled his eyes and continued. Tony Stark is the only one with this technology. With a market worth at least tens of trillions, if nothing unexpected happens, he's the only one who can develop it. That's his trump card. The reason he's not afraid of his stock price crashing. I even suspect that this guy anticipated the stock plunge all along. He's probably planning to seize the opportunity to buy up shares in bulk, become the sole owner of Stark Industries, and take the company private. So, when he unveils this technology, he won't have to share the profits with anyone else. In V's eyes, Tony Stark was playing his card with absolute confidence, knowing he held the ultimate trump card. With this thought, the corners of V's mouth curled up as he leaned in to tempt Ethan. So, let me tell you, if you've got some cash on hand, this is your chance to buy up Stark Industries stock. I guarantee Tony will pay top dollar to buy them back from you. You can make a killing off him. What do you say? Want to go for it? I can even lend you the money. Interest won't be high, just a little markup. You'll definitely make way more than that in the end. If you got money, why don't you do it yourself? Ethan wasn't taking the bait. On the contrary, he retorted, with all your analysis and experience, I think you're the perfect candidate. Who knows? Maybe Tony will even ask for your help when the time comes. No thanks, I'm not about to get mixed up with all those corporate types. V pursed his lips. Just recalling those company memories gave him a headache. He had no desire to return to a place where the battles were fiercer than any war zone, even if there weren't bullets flying. I'll pass, too. Tony's gone so far as to shut down the weapons division. I don't want to break his heart. There was a touch of emotion in Ethan's eyes. In his view, this was proof Tony had been guided onto the right path. Look at you. Flat broke, yet worrying about whether a billionaire is doing okay. V scoffed, lost interest in the news on his computer, snapped it shut, and turned to Ethan. I've been talking about Tony Stark. That guy's holding all the cards, and he's got someone powerful watching his back from the shadows. The outcome's clear as day. It's safe, no need for us to meddle. But you, what about me? Ethan was a bit puzzled, not sure why V suddenly turned the conversation toward him. V stood up. All the combat augmentations in his arms came online, his whole body cybernetics activating at once. As his systems powered up, waves of heat radiated from V, his eyes glinting with a fierce red light. His presence was overwhelming. So what do you think? Want to become a cybernetic maniac like me? Ethan was clearly tempted, but in the end, he shook his head. I'll have to decline. Not bad. You've got some real willpower. V wasn't surprised. After all, this world hadn't reached the era of 2077 yet. In that time, people had no psychological barriers left when it came to cybernetic enhancements. Except for a handful of monks who stubbornly stuck to a no-modification principle, almost everyone else had undergone at least the most basic neural implant procedures. If you told someone back then, let's cut off a part of your body and replace it with a top-of-the-line cybernetic limb, they'd probably throw up all 4 limbs in support without hesitation. But in this era, people were much more reserved. Forget about cyberware. There was still heated debate about even artificial organs. So noted. All right, let's change the plan. No more swapping your parts out for new ones. Wait. Ethan saw V turn around, already starting to work on a second plan, and hurriedly called out to stop him. There's something I don't get, V. Why are you helping me like this? That's a question you should have asked me back at the airport. As for the reason, V fixed Ethan with a steady gaze. It's simple. Because I want to. Ethan paused for a moment. Are you messing with me? How did you guess? Unable to hold it in, Ethan turned away, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to calm himself down. Watching Ethan's reaction, V quickly added, Hey, don't give yourself high blood pressure over this. Seeing how easily Ethan got flustered, V shook his head. All right, I'll be honest. I'm basically Night City's angel investor, always backing those bold enough to shake things up. Even though there's no official mission for that here, when I see someone as exceptional as you, I just can't help myself. He'd actually gone to the world of 2077 on a mission to spark the flames of rebellion. But how could one person light a fire? Alone, what kind of blaze could he kindle? So, the system tasked him not just to rebel himself, but to ignite that spirit in others. The goal was for countless small sparks to build into a roaring wildfire. Panam, Judy, River, the Prophet, even many others in that world, had that spark inside them, in varying degrees. And V, he'd invested in them while their rebellious hearts still burned, giving them the power to truly defy fate. He wanted them to turn their battered bodies into fire, burning away the corporate stooges who'd lost all humanity, and those who tried to rule over everyone else. Even though he wasn't in the world of 2077 anymore, seeing someone as promising as Ethan, V just couldn't resist. No matter what, he had to light his spark. Angel Infestor. Night City? Where's that? That was a place steeped in oppression, where a handful of corporations, grown to monstrous proportions, no longer even feared the government. They fancied themselves masters of humanity, treating people's bodies, minds, and even souls as their possessions, intent on rising above all others. But I, for one, refused to bow to their tyranny. I gathered a group of comrades, and together we brought them down. Those megacorporations, like Arasaka, were as tenacious as a centipede. Even after I leaked their secrets and wrecked their equipment, they still wielded terrifying power, refusing to die even when mortally wounded. Yet in the end, the spark that V ignited caught flame and spread across the globe, burning those damned parasites to ash, leaving nothing behind. As V spoke, Ethan couldn't help but feel a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Night City, companies that even the government feared? He'd never heard of any of this before, but looking at V's gear, it certainly didn't seem like a fabricated tale. That made it all the more puzzling. Still, although these details mystified Ethan, he could sense that V was telling the truth. It was the way V spoke, the expression, the gestures, the aura. No ordinary mercenary could fake that. Pushing these unfamiliar terms aside, Ethan decided to set the question aside for now and turn to V. So, how do you plan to help me? That depends on what you want. V turned, looking directly at Ethan, holding his gaze. If you want to rebel against fate, then tell me, what is the fate you wish to defy? In Night City, people like Panam, Judy, and River all had a rebellious streak, but what each wanted to fight against was different. And what V gave them was always tailored to their needs. The right medicine for the illness. Only then can the cure work. Ethan pondered these words for a long time. When he watched his wife and daughter die before his eyes, what he wanted most in that moment was the power to kill those terrorists outright. But afterward, because of his medical skills, he was captured and forced to work for the terrorists, and his resolve faltered. Among the terrorists, there were those who had been coerced, parents whose children were taken hostage, forced to become terrorists themselves. To Ethan, those people were just as pitiful as he was. Some didn't even know if their wives and daughters were alive or dead. Clinging to a sliver of hope, they slaved away for the terrorist leaders, desperately hoping their families might survive. V, on the other hand, could bring himself to act against them. As he'd said before, even knowing how tragic their stories were, the most he could do was make it quick, at least let them die without too much pain. After all, they had become terrorists. No matter how tragic their stories, that fact could not be ignored. But for Ethan, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Perhaps it was out of a doctor's professional ethics. Ethan didn't want to kill these poor souls who, in his eyes, shared something in common with him. In that case, the power to kill wasn't what he truly desired. So what was it that he really wanted? Ethan glanced down at his own hands. For a moment, it was as if he could see his wife and daughter dying before his very eyes, utterly powerless to help them. After a long pause, Ethan finally spoke. The fate I wish to defy is actually the fate of death. because in my eyes, death is the most meaningless thing there is. It puts an end to all possible futures. So what I want is the ability to refuse the fate of death. In other words, the power to save lives. Is that possible? To save lives, is it? V listened to Ethan's request, looked down at the cybernetic implants on his own body, and gave a helpless, wry smile. Did you know? Prosthetics were originally invented to save people. But once it was discovered that they could make people stronger, one healthy person after another was willing to cut off their own limbs just to replace them with prosthetics. An invention meant to save lives, in the end, became a weapon for killing. Isn't that ironic? Having said that, V didn't bother to look at Ethan's reaction, but simply turned away. All right, I've got a clear idea of what you want. I'll start designing an external prosthetic for you. Once the materials arrive, I'll build it for you. No need to dismantle your own parts. You'll just put it on like clothing. He switched on his computer and transferred a host of confidential data about cybernetic arms and other advanced prosthetics from his internal neural implant to the workstation. A holographic projection cast all of the information into the air, while V connected to the workstation and began making constant adjustments. For an entire day, V holed up in the basement, tirelessly working at his station, tweaking and modifying his designs. A day later, a message came from S.H.I.E.L.D. at the door. The materials that V requested had arrived. Maggie called V up from the basement. He came to the entrance, saw several trucks from S.H.I.E.L.D. pulling up, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Well done. Thanks, you're free to go now. He had the trucks driven up to the villa, then promptly sent the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on their way. As for the trucks, now that they were all in the yard, they were naturally V's property. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents showed no surprise at V's blatant act of commandeering. They seemed to have expected this, and simply left the premises without protest. Watching the agents obediently file out of the yard, V activated his scanning eye, sweeping back and forth over the road and all around the trucks, and managed to fish out a good dozen or so bugs and tiny surveillance devices. Looking at these devices already in operation, V hacked indirectly, launching a counter-trace. Unfortunately, it seemed like the other side had some understanding of V's abilities. He only managed to find one isolated terminal connected to the network and nothing else. How interesting. Who's stirring up trouble this time? The first person V thought of was Nick Fury, but he quickly dismissed that idea. Back when he'd first spoken to Nick Fury's decoy on the rooftop, he'd been very clear. If Nick Fury dared to sneak a peek into his yard or do anything to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to flatten New York with a nuclear bomb. He really did know how to build a nuke, and he'd even bought some of the materials needed to make one. Of course, in the end, he never actually assembled a bomb, but just the shopping list alone should have been enough for Nick Fury to realize he truly had the skills. Sometimes, when dealing with smart people, telling them what you can do is far more effective than telling them what you have. V was confident that Nick Fury wouldn't risk provoking him. He was even more certain that someone like Nick Fury, who had plenty of aces up his sleeve and knew some of V's methods, would never resort to something so crude, simple, and riddled with flaws to spy on him. So, was there a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? At that thought, a small smile crept onto V's lips. He snapped a photo of the surveillance equipment in his hand and uploaded it to the same computer he'd hacked during his first encounter with Nick Fury. He even added a little message. Looking for some excitement. Moments later, an agent by the door waved him over. When V approached, the agent produced a check on the spot, written out for a cool $1 billion. Now, that's more like it. With the check in hand, V snapped his fingers and left another message for Nick Fury. The boss is generous. Next time, come again. After giving Nick Fury a taste of his own medicine, V crushed the surveillance gear in his hand and tossed it out onto the street, leaving it for the agents to clean up. He didn't bother worrying about how Nick Fury would handle those agents who'd rolled up in trucks. Instead, he turned and called out to a few of his turtles to come help move things. One of the trucks held exactly what the turtles wanted. Nothing more than a pile of stuff worth maybe $10,000, not nearly as valuable as a single canister in the other trucks. After all, Donatello was the one with the most expensive tastes, but what he wanted were machines to tinker with for his inventions. The collection of top-tier manufacturing equipment that V had previously bought and discarded now became Donatello's most prized treasure, and he eagerly hauled it all into a corner. Once everything had been moved into the underground base, V simply dumped the trucks in a corner of the yard, threw some random covers over them to keep out the wind and rain, and left them there, figuring he'd deal with them if he ever needed them again. Upon arriving at the underground base, V glanced over the piles of materials, flexed his fingers, and embarked on his journey of crafting new gear. Thinking back to the time when he watched Kingpin escape by plane, powerless to shoot him down, V made an immediate decision. First, he would craft a weapon with unmatched penetrating power. Everything else could wait. After sifting through the arsenal of weapon blueprints at his disposal, V finally settled on a weapon renowned for its formidable penetration. The electromagnetic sniper cannon Breakthrough. This gun didn't use gunpowder, nor any miniature propellant. Instead, it harnessed electromagnetic force, accelerating a specially designed armor-piercing round to devastating speeds. Its ability to pierce through targets was legendary, even in the year 2077. When used against heavily armored foes, its power was so overwhelming that rounds often punched straight through, sometimes passing clean through the target. Of course, this meant that if the shot didn't hit a vital spot, the destructive force could be underwhelming. Still, there was no denying the sheer excellence of its penetration. In 2077, the Breakthrough wasn't hailed as the strongest weapon, primarily because elite enemies often sported top-tier cyberware. Unless the shot found its mark on their head, the round could pass through without causing enough damage for a one-shot kill. But in this era, forget about advanced cyberware. Most people didn't even have basic augmentations. Back in 2077, if your cyberware was good enough, you could survive a hole the size of your head blasted through your body. In this era, even a fist-sized wound could be fatal. So the Breakthrough's old flaw, its occasional inability to kill with a single shot, vanished entirely. In this time, it stood as the world's premier sniper rifle. Against this weapon, cover, that was nothing more than a joke. Having settled on his weapon of choice, V pulled up the schematic for the Breakthrough and got to work at his bench. Before long, a heavy sniper rifle with a distinctly futuristic aesthetic took shape on the work table. V hefted the oversized electromagnetic sniper cannon with one hand, connected the handcrafted chip via a data line, and ran a quick diagnostic. He inspected the weapon's design one more time. Satisfied that everything was in perfect order, he picked up a custom armor-piercing round, examined it from all angles, then marked a target on an empty canister, once used for supplies, now cleared out, and placed it at the edge of the base. With a clear target in sight, V braced the heavy sniper rifle, took aim at the makeshift bullseye on the distant canister, and after a brief moment to steady his sights, squeezed the trigger. With a deep, resounding gunshot, an armor-piercing round shot through the electromagnetic acceleration chamber, reaching the can 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. It struck the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy, then mercilessly pierced straight through the can and buried itself deep into the rock wall behind it. A perfect hit. With the rifle slung over his shoulder, V walked up to the target. He eyed the can, which had barely changed shape, due to the sheer speed of the bullet's passage and the pitch-black hole left in the rock wall behind. One nodded in satisfaction. The penetration power was up to standard. Next, V carefully examined the markings at the center of the bullseye. After a thorough check, V confirmed that there was still a slight deviation in the trajectory. At close range, it might not matter, but at a distance, a kilometer or two away, he might not be able to reliably hit a headshot. Wait, why was he still so hung up on headshots? With a weapon of this power, wasn't enough to take someone down with a single shot in this era? Thinking of this, a faint smile played at the corner of V's lips. Still, he returned to the workbench to fine-tune the rifle's trajectory, running several more tests until he was sure that within a 3-kilometer range, the bullet would go exactly where he aimed, no exceptions, before he finally stopped. Once finished, V looked over the sniper rifle he'd named Breakthrough, giving it a few more test presses in his hands. After all, as a heavy sniper, this gun was hardly easy to carry. So, once he'd gotten his hands on the blueprints, V had made some improvements. Compared to its original design, this version of Breakthrough featured a substantial upgrade in both ammo capacity and rate of fire. V had also added some new structures, allowing it to fold down into a suitcase-sized component for easier transport. With the project complete, V glanced at the leftover materials, considering making a few more guns. After all, Breakthrough was perfect for sniping single targets, but for crowd control, time to bring out the smart weapons. He spent another day holed up in the basement and managed to assemble several more guns. Among them were the Pistol Comrade's Hammer, the highest damage charging sidearm, and Amnesty, a kinetic revolver with lower stopping power but blazing speed. Given that in this era, just about anyone could go down with a single shot, high or low damage hardly mattered anymore. Besides, Amnesty looked fantastic, so V went ahead and built it anyway. Beyond those two, V also recreated Four Seasons Treasure, his beloved chatty, smart pistol. Although the AI was newly installed and thus lacked the memories to banter with V as it once had, V had a special fondness for this pistol. Its original had a place of honor in his collection room, and every time V entered, it would strike up a conversation, truly the perfect warehouse manager. Lastly, V put together a shotgun, none other than the legendary Atom Smasher's 8-star cannon. This was a smart shotgun, and its destructive power was in a league of its own compared to other smart weapons. Other smart weapons fire intelligent bullets equipped with thrusters, but this gun unleashes rocket rounds instead. Just imagine being able to launch 8 rockets at once. each one capable of locking onto an enemy's position and then soaring toward them to detonate simultaneously. The sheer terror of that is hard to put into words. For every gun he made, V didn't just follow the original blueprints. Drawing on his own expertise in Project 20, he improved each weapon, boosting their ammo capacity and overall performance. Once the guns were finished, V stopped right there. After all, when it comes to firepower, having enough is what matters. Carrying too many weapons is cumbersome, and if they're not suited for the current situation, they're better off displayed in the collection room. Looking at the pistols on the table, V tucked the Comrade's hammer and the Amnesty into his waistband. The rest, being bulkier, would have to wait until the need arose. With the firearms complete, V eyed the leftover materials and decided to build a vehicle, something he'd been planning for a while. Seeing that he still had plenty of parts, V pondered for a moment, then settled on constructing an Excalibur. The Excalibur was a supercar from the era of 2077, famed for its blazing speed and stunning looks. But what truly drew V to this car was its self-driving capability. That's right, the Excalibur could drive itself, as noted in the data archives. However, in the tangled chaos of Night City, where unexpected hazards lurked around every corner, the AI driving mode was disabled. In quieter, more peaceful cities, like some in the East District, the AI could operate without restriction. Of course, even with these limitations, once V found an Excalibur hidden in a cave, he easily hacked its system, removing all restrictions. While he was at it, he upgraded the AI and installed a few autocannons, transforming the car into something straight out of a superhero's arsenal, a ride worthy of someone like Batman. After these modifications, even if V wasn't behind the wheel, the car could break through riot police blockades with ease, or even turn the tables and wipe them out entirely. When putting the Excalibur together, V muttered to himself, eventually deciding to swap out the car's power source for a reactor designed by Tony Stark. Of course, the reactor he installed was much larger than the one Tony wore in his chest. Given the Excalibur's size, it took V a whole day to assemble the beast. Once everything was finished, V let out a long, satisfied breath. At last, he could finally take a well-deserved break. After leaving the underground base, V returned to his room for a shower, then decided to check the fridge in the kitchen. As he reached the kitchen doorway, a wonderful aroma greeted him. "Hey V, make some room." Leo, wearing an oversized apron, wobbled out of the kitchen, balancing several trays of pizza in his hands. V instinctively stepped aside, watching Leo, a little puzzled as he asked, "Oh, you're?" Having spent so long in the basement, V had almost forgotten where he was. It took him a moment to remember that he wasn't living alone here. "You've finally come up from the underground base. Done with work. I just made some fresh pizza. Want to try some?" Tempted by the delicious smell, V immediately abandoned his plan to raid the fridge. After all, who would choose cold leftovers when there was hot, fresh food on the table? Following Leo into the dining room, V found Ethan, Splinter, and the 3 other Turtle brothers already seated. Apart from the Turtle brothers and Splinter, who seemed to be in good spirits, Ethan looked rather downcast. V frowned and pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Finally, he said to Ethan, "Ethan, I'm out of spare materials at the moment. The gear I promised you will have to wait until I've got the time to make it." Ethan nodded in response, then continued to sit there in a daze. So that wasn't the reason. What could it be then? "V, here's yours." Before V could work it out, Leo set a plate of sliced pizza in front of him. "Oh, thanks." V replied, then took a bite. This is really good." His eyes lit up. Maybe it was because these turtles had much stronger physiques. Their sense of taste was keener than a regular person's. When it came to flavor, they had a natural talent. They could whip up delicious food with less effort than a human chef, and the pizza in front of V was far tastier than any he'd bought for the turtles before. Hearing V's praise, Leo's eyes sparkled. "I'm glad it suits your taste. Since you like it so much, I'll make more over the next few days. Let's enjoy it while it lasts." More pizza for several more days? At these words, Ethan, who had already been eating pizza with the turtles for days, stared at the slice on his plate. He finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed face first onto the table. "Someone's fainted. Where's the doctor?" Ethan's sudden collapse startled Mikey, who blurted out instinctively, before pausing in confusion. "The doctor's the one who fainted." P.S. For readers unfamiliar with Cyberpunk 2077, here's a brief introduction. Tech weapons are those with exceptionally high single-shot damage. They can be charged up to deal even greater damage, and some models are capable of shooting through walls. Kinetic weapons are designed so that their bullets can ricochet off surfaces. With careful calculation, you can use these rebounds to hit enemies hiding behind cover. The bullets themselves pack moderate power. Smart weapons fire rounds that can intelligently lock onto and track enemies. However, Each shot deals relatively low damage, so it usually takes quite a few rounds to bring down a single opponent. It's also important to note that in 2077, AI technology is extremely common and widespread. However, after the net crash orchestrated by Bartmoss, countless AIs were left in a broken, uncontrollable state and became unusable. Now, functioning AIs are extremely rare and hardly ever seen in the game. After realizing Ethan really couldn't stomach another bite of pizza, Leo smacked himself on the forehead and hurried into the kitchen to whip something up. Fortunately, the kitchen was spacious, and thanks to some modifications made by these turtles, it could actually accommodate someone of Leo's size. Otherwise, a kitchen designed for humans would have been far too cramped for him. After a bit of bustling around, Leo brought out a simple fried egg sandwich, the kind that most stores would never bother to sell. But for Ethan, who was on the verge of getting sick from eating too much pizza, this sandwich was pure heaven. He wolfed it down in just a few bites. Watching Ethan bounce back to life almost instantly, V could only shake his head in resignation. It was only after some investigation that he learned Leo and the others actually made pretty good pizza, and these guys could never get tired of eating it. The problem was because they ate it every day, it was almost always the same kind. Cheese pizza. If they'd mixed up the flavors, perhaps Ethan wouldn't have gotten so fed up. After all, there are plenty of pizza varieties out there, some lighter, some even topped with fruit to cut the grease. But Leo and his crew only craved cheese pizza, and it nearly made Ethan sick. With no other choice, V gave Leo a sum of money, officially promoting the turtle from grunt to chef, and tasked him with ensuring that every meal was different and plentiful. As for the turtles' love of pizza, well, they could just bake it themselves. V's always had a hearty appetite, no offense meant, and the turtles were the same, without exaggeration. Even Splinter could eat. Enough for several people. Except for Ethan, every one of them could easily polish off an entire table's worth of food on their own. In other words, they could each eat at their own table, choosing exactly what they wanted. Of course, if everyone ate separately, you'd need several chefs just to keep up with all the cooking. Luckily, Leo actually enjoyed cooking, so V naturally handed this daunting task over to him. Leo was thrilled to receive the assignment. After all, among the four brothers, he was the first turtle to land a proper job. Without delay, he rushed into the kitchen and started cooking according to V's requirements. Although he had only bought ingredients for pizza and was sure of other supplies, which meant V had to settle for pizza again, it wasn't a problem. This was only the first meal, and V wasn't tired of pizza yet. As for what to do about ingredients for future meals, naturally, that was a job for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stationed at the door. They'd have to deliver fresh groceries. V found these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents increasingly convenient to employ. Not only were they quick, but their reliability was an added bonus. Everything V had asked them to buy so far had been of excellent quality. Without their help, finding suitable materials for V's projects would have been a real headache. After finishing his meal, V turned and headed down to the basement. Seated at the workbench, he picked up a few gadgets and busied himself tinkering with some little toys while booting up his computer to check for any new information worth knowing over the past few days. The first thing that caught his eye was, unsurprisingly, news about Stark Industries. After all, when a giant corporation undergoes a sudden upheaval, everyone wants to gather around and see if there's any juicy gossip to be had. Who knows? Maybe there's something truly sensational waiting to be discovered. A quick search told V that Stark Industries stock had been on a continuous decline these past few days. Even though the board had publicly announced that, through a special protocol, they had temporarily removed Tony Stark from the board and vetoed his proposals, they still couldn't stop the downward spiral. It was obvious to anyone paying attention. The reason Stark Industries was the most formidable weapons manufacturer in America, if not the world, was because the Stark family was simply extraordinary. Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, had been the largest supplier of weapons to the U.S. and the Allies during World War II. Those massive military contracts had turned Stark Industries into a true behemoth. Standing on his predecessor's shoulders, Tony Stark went on to invent a series of immensely powerful and highly sought-after weapons, securing Stark Industries' place at the pinnacle of the global arms industry. The company's best-selling weapons today were either Tony Stark's inventions or those of Howard Stark. These two men alone had propped up the entire Stark Industries empire. As for the board, what had they ever accomplished? Other than Obadiah, who had some recognition, most of the board members had scarcely appeared in the news at all. Granted, that was partly because these tycoons prefer to keep a low profile, but the public still knew full well who the real backbone of Stark Industries was. Now that the backbone had left, just how long could Stark Industries maintain its lead? Stocks, by their very nature, are a reflection of people's trust in the companies they represent. So once doubts began to surface about Stark Industries, its shares started plunging with no end in sight. To reverse this downward spiral, the only solution would be for the board of directors to prove themselves, to show the world that even without Tony Stark, they could still produce cutting-edge weapons. But did they really have what it takes? V found himself genuinely curious. While V was surfing the net, a video call popped up through his built-in neural implant. He accepted the call and was greeted by the face of someone he hadn't seen in quite some time. "O'Neill, what's up? Is something going on over there?" V had assumed O'Neill might have run into terrorists in Afghanistan and needed him to call in some SHIELD agents for backup. Yet, judging by the background behind O'Neill and the sounds coming from her end, it didn't seem like she was in any immediate danger. "Oh my God, V, you'll never guess what I just saw." O'Neill sounded absolutely fired up, making V arch an eyebrow in surprise. "What is it? Did you spot a firecracker with Chinese characters stamped on it?" "Chinese? You mean from China? That country hasn't gotten involved here." "No, what I saw was something else entirely." As she spoke, O'Neill called over her partner. Fenwick looked a little worse for wear. His clothes were dusty, and the camera slung over his shoulder bore a few dents and scratches. "Are we really not leaving yet? I know that Red Tin Man took care of a bunch of terrorists just now, but I still don't think this place is safe." Fenwick's nerves were frayed, but the ever-gutsy O'Neill was practically vibrating with excitement. "You have no idea what we just caught on film. This is going to be an absolute blockbuster story." She grabbed a data cable and connected Fenwick's camera to the laptop she was using to contact V. "I'm sending you the video. Take a look quick." Seeing how excited O'Neill was, V figured this wildcat must have stumbled onto something big. He opened the video file O'Neill sent and played it directly on his workbench. News about Stark Industries was pushed aside on his display as Fenwick's footage began to roll. "We're reporters, do you understand? Look, here's our press pass. We're here to cover the story. Reporters, interview, you get it?" The video opened in a cacophonous setting, with O'Neill's voice trying to explain herself to someone off-screen. Perhaps the situation was tense at the time, because Fenwick hadn't dared to raise the camera for a proper shot. Instead, all V could see was the dust-covered ground. Amidst the commotion, V could also hear someone speaking in Afghan nearby. "Reporter, yes, I know, but you'd better delete the video." "The video? Delete it, understand?" It was clear that O'Neill and the other speaker couldn't understand each other's language. Both of them were struggling to get their point across. But no matter how they tried, neither managed to understand what the other was saying. Since there was nothing substantial in their exchange, V began to focus on the chaotic background noises. Amidst the din, V picked up the sounds of guns being loaded and the muffled thuds of explosions. There were also people being rounded up. V could hear shouts, threats, and the desperate pleas of those being caught. Judging from the background sounds, O'Neill was still the same old O'Neill. She'd clearly forgotten her own warnings and wandered into some dangerous place once again. And whether it was luck or misfortune, they had run right into the middle of a terrorist raid. If those terrorists hadn't been holding back for some reason, if they hadn't hesitated to harm O'Neill, V figured he might never have seen O'Neill alive again. Who knows what happened next, but somehow O'Neill and Fenwick managed to escape this ordeal. V kept listening. It sounded like a commotion was breaking out. He heard a child shouting, and then the person who'd been negotiating with O'Neill walked over. "A bunch of useless fools. Get rid of this one. Hey, what are you doing? Are you executing civilians now?" O'Neill's voice rang out, and Fenwick, summoning his courage, lifted the camera a bit. He didn't dare raise it all the way, but finally, V could see something different. There was someone lying on the ground, and on the edge of the frame, the foot of a terrorist appeared. Fenwick's camera was angled low, so that was all he could capture. O'Neill, reckless as ever, seemed ready to step in and stop them, but a terrorist blocked her path. V heard the clicking of a gun being readied. Unless something unexpected happened, the person on the ground was about to be executed. But the unexpected arrived in a flash. A sudden whoosh cut through the air, and two red legs landed heavily on the ground. With a deep, resonant voice, the terrorist poised to execute the civilian was sent flying. Chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out. Screams pierced the air, and Fenwick's camera shook wildly until, after a moment, it steadied and he lifted it high. O'Neill and Fenwick were huddled behind cover, and out in the street, a red, armored figure was locked in fierce combat with a group of terrorists. Sparks kept flying off his body. Those were caused by bullets scraping against his armored suit. The terrorists were unleashing a wild barrage at the man in red iron, but their shots couldn't even scratch his defenses. From V's perspective, the armor had to be made of some kind of high-strength alloy. Otherwise, how could such a thin layer withstand that kind of firepower? V kept watching the battle between the Red Iron Man and the terrorists. Since the terrorists couldn't break through his defenses, things suddenly seemed much simpler. The man in red iron didn't even bother dodging. He charged right into the hail of gunfire, unleashing high-energy pulses from both hands, knocking down the terrorists one after another. Even when the terrorists tried to use hostages as human shields, the Red Iron Man responded with precision-guided smart bullets, picking out each terrorist and taking them down with a single, clean shot to the head. Well, that's impressive, V murmured. A professional knows the craft. While O'Neill and the others might not catch the subtleties, V could instantly appreciate the level of technical skill required for such precise attacks. There must be an AI system embedded within that red iron armor, helping to identify and lock onto enemies. The principle wasn't so different from the smart weapons of 2077, but who knew which was more powerful? After pulling a terrorist out from inside the building, the red Iron Man simply took off and flew away. Of course, the process wasn't entirely smooth. Fenwick, carrying his camera, chased after and managed to catch the moment on film when a shell struck the red Iron Man in midair, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing that, V almost wanted to applaud the tank driver. To hit such a fast-moving target with that level of precision, there was definitely some serious skill involved. But even that wasn't enough. The red Iron Man's armor was like a turtle shell. The shell couldn't be penetrated by the shell, and its shock resistance was maxed out. The pilot inside was probably just fine. The tank was blown up by a missile. The red Iron Man took off again, and after triggering a massive explosion behind a hill, he cut twin contrails through the sky and vanished from the video. V, what do you think? O'Neill couldn't help asking as soon as V finished watching. This is major news, isn't it? Absolutely. If you put this video out there, Stark Industries stock wouldn't be falling nearly as hard. Huh? What do you mean? O'Neill looked puzzled. How could a video Fenwick shot in Afghanistan affect the stock of Stark Industries all the way on the other side of the world? If I'm not mistaken, that red iron armor is the handiwork of that flamboyant Tony Stark. He really can't help himself. Had to paint it that flashy red. V's comment left O'Neill momentarily stunned. Wait, are you saying that thing is a new weapon developed by Tony Stark? Weapons? That guy just announced the shutdown of the weapons division. There's no way it's a weapon. V saw through it immediately. Although shutting down weapons manufacturing was part of Tony Stark's plan, he was dead set on closing it for good, with no intention of ever reopening. So if anyone claimed it was a weapon, that guy would definitely argue back. Then if it's not a weapon, what is it? O'Neill looked out at the litter-strewn street and the hills still spewing black smoke, confused by what V meant. Well, maybe it's a prosthetic suit. A prosthetic? You mean there's someone inside? O'Neill had worked with V for a while. Even if not long, she understood what a prosthetic suit was. Exactly. I bet it's Tony Stark himself. That guy's got guts. V glanced at the metal figure, recognizing the familiar glowing circle on its chest, and grinned. No matter if it's 2077 or this world, every rich man clings to life. But Tony Stark? Who knows if it's confidence or arrogance? He just puts on some armor and thinks he can take a hail of bullets. How can you be sure that's Tony Stark? O'Neill had no idea about that. She knew Tony Stark had been found and had watched the press conference that sent Stark Industries stock plummeting, but Tony had kept the reactor on his chest hidden, so the public was still in the dark. We didn't waste words and simply sent over a photo. What's this? Wait, is Tony Stark in a cave? Is he forging iron? O'Neill was stunned. Where did you get this photo? Took it myself, of course. I've even got the full, uncut video of this playboy at the forge. Want a copy? V lounged back in his chair, asking lazily. Hold on. Are you saying you're the one who found Tony Stark? O'Neill nearly shouted. She was here chasing a big scoop, and now the headline story she'd been hunting for was actually with V all along. Wait for me, I'll be right back. O'Neill smacked her forehead and whipped out her phone to make a call. Watching her scramble, V chuckled. Huh, you'd better hurry. By the way, do you have a grudge against your company? Huh, why do you ask? If you leak that video, Tony Stark will probably buy your company on the spot and file for bankruptcy. So, if you're holding a grudge, this is your chance. Smirket. Tony Stark would do anything right now to keep his reactor technology under wraps. If the public found out about it this soon, all his future plans would be ruined. So, if O'Neill really did send out that video, Tony Stark would absolutely buy out her company on the spot. O'Neill didn't fully understand all the ins and outs, but hearing V put it that way, she nodded in agreement. In that case, I won't send it out for now. After all, she'd finally become the top reporter at her company. If she crashed the whole business with a move like this, wouldn't she be crying her eyes out? Ending the video call, V stretched lazily and glanced at the little gadgets in her hand, letting out a low whistle. That'll do for now. She gathered a few turtles and handed out the earpieces she had prepared. I've rigged these up with some high-tech stuff. If all goes well, no matter where we are on Earth, we'll be able to communicate with each other. The only catch is they use up a lot of power, so I've given you two. Just remember to switch and charge them regularly. Whoa, that's awesome. Mikey immediately grabbed a pair, popping them onto his ears. Because the turtle sizes were far from ordinary, and they even differed greatly among themselves, V had each earpiece custom-made. Each one was a different size, so there was no need to worry about mixing them up. There were 3 smaller pairs left in her hand, set aside for Ethan, Splinter, and O'Neil. These 3 were the people V felt most familiar with in this world. When she handed Splinter's earpiece, he had just put it on when Mikey's voice crackled incessantly through the channel, calling out over and over, "Hello? Hello." Even with Raphael and Donnie standing right beside him, Mikey just kept shouting into the comms. Splinter was quickly irritated by the noise and simply smacked each turtle upside the head. None of the turtles dared make a racket in front of Splinter, so they slunk off to different rooms, pretending to talk about serious matters. In reality, they were just yelling and goofing off, treating the comms like walkie-talkies. Helpless, V simply muted her own earpiece for the time being, letting Mikey and the others get their excitement out of their system. Once the novelty wore off, she knew they'd quiet down on the channel. Once all the earpieces were handed out, V returned to the basement, dug out Ethan's mech suit blueprints, and got back to designing and refining her work. Another day slipped by like this, and finally, V finished the design. She called S.H.I.E.L.D. to help her source the necessary materials. Time passed quietly. On the 3rd morning, bright and early, O'Neil rang the doorbell. "Hey, V. You're pretty quick." As soon as the door opened, O'Neil greeted her eagerly. V nodded, noticing the somewhat nervous Fenwick standing behind O'Neil. "Come on in." V glanced at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents pretending to be passers-by nearby. There were some things she couldn't say in front of these walking surveillance cameras, so she ushered O'Neil inside. Fenwick followed, offering V an awkward smile. V didn't pay him much mind, instead looking to O'Neil, who let out a weary sigh. "Sorry, when I was video chatting with Mikey and the others earlier, he happened to see it. But don't worry, he'll keep it a secret," O'Neil assured V with a confident nod, while V glanced at Fenwick, who looked a little embarrassed. "Sorry to intrude. You journalists are all the same. Can't keep a secret to save your lives." V grumbled, but didn't pay Fenwick any more mind. He actually had a pretty good impression of Fenwick. The first time they met, the guy had the guts to stand in front of O'Neil. Even in the video O'Neil had sent, V could tell Fenwick was always trying to shield her, even though he was scared out of his wits himself. All things considered, this guy had real backbone. As for secrets, V couldn't be bothered to care anymore. Stepping into the mansion, O'Neil immediately spotted several massive turtles squatting in the living room. They were all gripping custom-made, oversized metallic game controllers, furiously battling each other in a video game. Tempers flared, and every now and then, they'd use their controllers to bonk another turtle on the head. Good thing their shells were tough. Otherwise, with the way they kept whacking each other, they'd probably be out cold before their game characters ever hit the ground. Fenwick, who'd followed O'Neil inside, also caught sight of the turtles. He muttered prayers to God under his breath as he edged closer to get a better look, and nearly got knocked over by a sharp elbow from Mikey. Seeing Fenwick's complete lack of fear, O'Neil finally relaxed. True, she'd spent plenty of time preparing him psychologically, but knowing that there were other humans besides herself who weren't terrified of the turtles made her feel a whole lot better. "I'm going to say hi to Splinter," she called out to V, then dashed upstairs, only to run right into Ethan. "This is Ethan, our family doctor," V said by way of a quick introduction. O'Neil, ever friendly, held out her hand. Monil a rapporte. "I'm Ethan, a doctor. If you ever feel unwell, just let me know. Are you sure it's not too much trouble?" "Not at all. I may be their family doctor in name, but you know how it is. I'm not exactly swamped with work here." After a brief exchange, O'Neil hurried on toward the meditation room upstairs, where Splinter was usually found. Ethan, meanwhile, didn't find O'Neil all that unfamiliar, since V had already filled him in about her. Once O'Neil had greeted Splinter, V led her down into the underground base. "So, you're the one who saved Tony Stark?" The moment they arrived, O'Neil couldn't wait to blurt out her question. "That's right. An organization approached me. They want me to bring Tony Stark back." O'Neil listened as she pulled out a notebook, ready to jot something down. But then she looked up and asked, "Is this something you're allowed to talk about?" V considered how S.H.I.E.L.D. typically operated. Probably not. All right then. O'Neil could be a bit reckless at times, but she knew when to take advice. After all, she didn't want her own company to go under because of a slip of the tongue. Of course, if there ever came a day when she wanted out, maybe she'd just do exactly that. But for now, better play it safe. Strangely enough, O'Neil found herself enjoying this feeling, the fate of her company resting entirely in her own hands. A secret sense of satisfaction bubbled up, and O'Neil turned to V. "So, is there anything I'm allowed to say?" A video of Tony Stark forging metal in a cave, plus intel on someone who stayed by his side the whole time and even saved his life. "Wait, are you saying Tony Stark nearly died, and someone rescued him?" O'Neil was visibly shocked by the news. In her mind, someone as important as Tony Stark, even if kidnapped, would still be treated well enough by his captors, if only to maximize the benefit they could extract from him. But she hadn't considered that no matter how powerful someone seems, when it comes to life and death, they're just as vulnerable as anyone else. On this point, as Night City's own Grim Reaper, V had plenty of experience. Whenever he took down those corporate lackeys, they acted no different from ordinary people, sometimes even worse. Watching O'Neill's wide-eyed disbelief, V just shrugged. Exactly. And there's an even bigger name involved behind the scenes, guaranteed to grab attention. Thinking of the tangled web between Obadiah and the Stark family, V couldn't help but smile. There's the prodigal son redeemed, the mask of hypocrisy torn away, the love and hate among the super-rich, a playboy's awakening, and the scandalous tales of a certain lady close to home. Take a look. Plot twists, intrigue, suspense, climaxes, and that all-important ingredient, romance. It's a surefire recipe for a blockbuster on Dubon. If this were written up as a news story, who knows how many people would be drawn in? So, is any of this actually airable? O'Neill asked, curious. V nodded. Of course. I even have matching videos and photos. V tapped at his eye. His cybernetic eye was basically an ultra-high-definition camera. Snapping photos or recording video was the easiest thing in the world. It even had instant playback, letting users relive every exciting moment, just like the ad slogan said. Cybernetic eyes, capturing the beauty of life. Hearing that there was finally a piece of news worth broadcasting, O'Neill could hardly contain her excitement. But V didn't hand it over right away. He looked at O'Neill and tapped his fingers on the table. I can give you the information, but you have to agree to a few conditions first. Having already had her appetite whetted by the promise of a big scoop, O'Neill agreed without a hint of hesitation. First, anything I give you must only be released with my permission. Until I give the go-ahead, you can't tell anyone. Not even those 4 little turtles, or your partner. In short, keep your lips sealed. All right, that's no problem. It wasn't an unreasonable request, so O'Neill nodded right away. Second, from now on I'll be giving you news from time to time. Whatever I give you, you must publish it. No exceptions. Is that absolutely necessary? Hearing that, O'Neill hesitated a little. Don't worry. What I give you will be real, hard-hitting news. I won't have you posting anything like terrorist manifestos. It's just about exposing the truth to the public. Of course, that might put you on some people's radar. It could even be dangerous. But I promise I'll keep you safe. Well, all right then. With V's assurances, O'Neill agreed. Third, I'll add more conditions later if needed. O'Neill looked at V in surprise, but V just shrugged. I haven't thought it all through yet. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. You fine. For the sake of a big story, O'Neill relented once more. All right then. Here's the prepare material. Keep it safe. And take this headset. If you run into any trouble, use it to contact us immediately. The Turtle Brothers have one too, and they'll come help you if needed. V handed O'Neill a USB drive and the headset he prepared for her. Got it. O'Neill tucked the USB drive into the inner pocket of her bag, but still felt uneasy. When V handed her a cord, she looped it through the drive and wore it around her neck like a necklace. As for the headset, after hearing what V had said earlier, O'Neill took it very seriously. Knowing that this was her lifeline in a crisis, she put one earpiece in right away. Testing. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. What's up, V? Before O'Neill could reply, Mackie, upstairs on the first floor, gaming, shouted into the channel. I've added O'Neill to the group. Everyone, keep your headsets on. If anyone runs into trouble they can't handle, the rest of us need to go help. Understood. XN. Hearing everyone respond, V nodded in satisfaction. As long as he could train O'Neill, then when facing those who held the megaphone, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. The Marvel Universe was already the third world V had arrived in. His experiences in the previous 2 worlds had taught V just how crucial it was to have a voice to command the power of discourse. When your strength is on par with others, when you haven't gained an overwhelming advantage and can't act recklessly, the ability to shape the narrative becomes an invisible blade. If others possess this power and you do not, you might find yourself in a situation where your opponent can berate you mercilessly, and there's nothing you can do about it. Before he ever crossed worlds, that was exactly the case in the first world he knew. When we were vigorously developing our industry, others advocated for carbon emissions reduction, so we followed suit. Only after we finally achieved carbon neutrality did they suddenly start talking about the issue of meat consumption. In the world of 2077, it was all tied to the creation of the black hole. When the net collapsed, rogue AIs from major corporations began, threatening their creators' safety, so the corporations brought in a netwatch company to build the black hole, shutting the AIs out. But the black hole didn't just isolate the AIs, it trapped tens of thousands of hackers as well. During the creation of the black hole, if any hacker happened to be logged into the net from outside the secure zone, they too would be stranded on the other side, cut off from access. In that cyber realm, where AIs roamed freely, Most of those hackers were likely to have their brains fried by the AIs in a heartbeat. From that moment on, the area inside the Black Wool belonged solely to the corporations. The power to control the narrative was firmly in their grip. Even if a few fearless reporters tried to leak sensitive information, it would be wiped from the gateways almost instantly, with the leakers suffering a fate worse than censorship. To challenge the corporation's monopoly on discourse, V braved countless hacker attacks and managed, through sheer grit, to establish a website that became the voice of rebellion. He brought out a system modeled after Johnny, and, together with surviving members of Samurai, played the anthem of resistance loud and clear, finally shattering the corporation's stranglehold on the narrative. Now, in this era where the internet was still in its infancy and only a handful of news agencies held any sway, V's plan was to make O'Neill the nation's #1 reporter. With her help, he would topple those who controlled the loudspeakers of this world. V didn't hide his intentions from O'Neill, and after hearing his plans, she nodded in agreement. She was, after all, a woman driven by a passion for justice. Exposing darkness and fighting oppression were nothing short of her lifelong dreams. Once we had finished speaking, O'Neill reached in her bag and pulled out a USB drive. By the way, V, Fenwick, and I found something in Afghanistan. Do you want to take a look? Is there any other intel? V was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected O'Neill to keep surprising her like this. It seemed this tigress really did have some skills. Look, she explained, when Fenwick and I heard Tony Stark was back and planning to come to New York, we accidentally discovered that some weapons were being quietly shipped out of the international airport. When I realized there were Jericho missiles, Stark Industries' latest tech, in that batch, Fenwick and I secretly tailed the convoy. That's how we ended up at that village and got caught up in the terrorist attack. O'Neill's face was flushed with emotion. Those weapons, Stark Industries sold them to the terrorists. They betrayed America, betrayed humanity. I have to expose them. Calm down, V soothed the agitated O'Neill. This is connected to Tony Stark's kidnapping. I've already included the relevant info on the USB drive I gave you. Take it home and look through it. Don't publish anything for now. Wait for my go-ahead before you release the story. It's connected to Tony Stark's kidnapping? O'Neill was confused, having trouble following the twists and turns. Meanwhile, V was recalling what she and Johnny had overheard. The terrorist leader, a heavily tattooed bald man, threatening Obadiah and demanding 10 Jericho missiles. If she guessed right, those weapons were handed over as part of Obadiah's plan to silence the tattooed boss. Well, this just got interesting. V wrapped her fingers on the table, signaling the end of the conversation. She and O'Neill headed downstairs to the first floor, where Fenwick was already having fun with the 4 Turtle brothers. Watching him, V felt a flicker of surprise. He was both timid and courageous, a strange mix of contradictions. Still, what did it matter? She found herself liking the guy. Clapping her hands, V called out to Leo. All right, since everyone's together today, why not throw a barbecue? I'll get the SHIELD agents to prepare the food. A barbecue. Mikey's eyes widened with excitement. Can we grill pizza? I think cheese pizza tastes amazing, with extra grilled meat on top. Raphael chimed in with a nod. All right, whatever you all want, just tell Leo. He'll make a list and get the SHIELD agents outside to handle it. Wait, I have a question. Fenwick suddenly raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. So, those people outside are all agents? Aren't you guys worried? After a brief silence, the group burst out cheering again, paying no mind to the SHIELD agents lurking outside. O'Neill walked over to the bewildered Fenwick. Don't worry about those agents. They're just a bunch of grunts. Hold on a second. Agents doing the heavy lifting. Doesn't that seem a bit off? Fenwick wanted to protest further, but before he could get the words out, Maggie simply hoisted him up in one swift motion. Come on, let's go. Time for a barbecue. Hey, are you planning to barbecue me? Fenwick shouted at the top of his lungs, but everyone else ignored him, carrying him out as if he weighed nothing at all. V chuckled to himself. Hanging out with these folks reminded him of those gatherings back in Night City with Pan Am and the crew. Back then, they'd just foiled a corporate scheme, and everyone's spirits were high. It was proof that their rebellion had made a difference. Drinks flowed freely that night. He missed that feeling, truth be told. Even though he'd always been something of a lone wolf, he couldn't deny how much he enjoyed moments like this. The SHIELD agents certainly lived up to their reputation as workhorses. Even though V's idea for a barbecue party came out of nowhere, they managed to gather all the necessary ingredients and supplies right on time. Impressed, V gave him a big thumbs up, then called the turtles over to help carry everything. Just as the barbecue party was reaching its peak and laughter filled the air, an unexpected phone call came through. Seeing the unfamiliar number, V had a pretty good idea who it was. A sly grin crept across his face. Hello, what's up? V, was it you who hacked Stark Industries? Tony Stark's voice crackled through the line, agitated and on edge. Clearly, he'd stumbled onto something both infuriating and baffling. And with good reason. After returning to Stark Enterprises and poking around, Tony had found that the prime suspect was none other than the man who'd watched him grow up, Uncle Obadiah. Originally, he'd planned to flush out the mole with a well-timed explosion, but to his shock, the trap had caught his own uncle. Who was he supposed to complain to about that? Tony Stark had always respected Obadiah. Not only was the man a close friend of his father's, but he'd also looked out for Tony ever since he was a child. After Tony's father died in a car accident, it was Obadiah who single-handedly kept Stark Industries afloat before eventually handing it back to Tony. Because of all this, Tony saw Obadiah as the only true elder he had left in this world. And yet, after digging deeper, he discovered that the one person he'd regarded as a mentor was also the most likely to have ordered his death. Anyone would have a hard time coming to terms with that, especially someone like Tony Stark, who'd always been the golden boy. What happened? Just answer me. Yes or no. Tony's tone was sharp and demanding. V's face fell. What's that supposed to mean? Are you interrogating me now? $100 million. You think I can be bought off that easily? $8 billion. A certain billionaire from above immediately raised the offer by 10 times. Hearing this price, V's lips curled into a cold smile. Yeah, it's me. So what? Ahem, it's not that he's obsessed with money. This is just another part of his plan. After all, with S.H.I.E.L.D. keeping a close watch on Obadiah, the guy can't stir up much trouble. So, while he still has some value left, why not cash in and sell him off now? Tony Stark paid no mind to the $1 billion he'd just thrown into the pot. After all, once he launched his arc reactor technology, even $10 billion would just be pocket change to him. So, what did you discover that got Obadiah so worked up? Ever since Tony Stark learned that Obadiah had joined forces with the other shareholders to force him out of the board, he'd sensed that his old mentor had changed. Once his trust in Obadiah was shattered, Tony began to investigate every single thing Obadiah had done while he was held captive. With the help of his own creation, the AI Jarvis, Tony quickly pieced together all of Obadiah's activities during that period. He discovered that Obadiah had locked down Stark Industries for a time, just to catch a spy who had broken into Tony's own office. Tony knew exactly what was in his office. He barely ever went to the company anyway. He worked almost exclusively from his villa at home. There was nothing on his office computer worth all this fuss from Obadiah. Unless Obadiah had planted something in there that was worth all the effort. With that thought, Tony considered asking Miss Grass by the Nest to sneak into his office and copy the files for him. But she came back with some very odd news. Under the guise of investigating corporate espionage, Obadiah had actually taken Tony's office computer away, and even she didn't know where it had gone. After all, she was just a secretary, though a special one assigned exclusively to Tony Stark. When Obadiah took over Tony's duties, he'd quietly shifted her into a decorative, powerless role. At the time, Obadiah claimed it was to ease Pepper's workload, so she wouldn't have to bear both the burden of Tony's disappearance and her usual duties, a gesture to spare her from overwork. Pepper, touched by his concern, hadn't noticed anything amiss. In fact, far from suspecting anything, she'd even thanked Obadiah for his thoughtfulness. But looking back now, it was strange. She, the chief secretary, hadn't caught wind of a single thing happening at Stark Industries during that period. Tony Stark sensed something suspicious from Obadiah's actions. He knew there must be something on that computer that Obadiah desperately wanted to keep hidden from the world, but he couldn't find the machine anywhere. The time span was just too great. It wouldn't be surprising if Obadiah had already destroyed the computer in secret. With no other leads, Tony turned his attention to the possible industrial spy. After a bit of thought, he concluded that V was the most likely candidate, so he came looking for V. And once Tony dropped 100 million coins as incentive, V confessed without hesitation. That's right, I was the one who broke into Stark Industries that time. I also uncovered Obadiah's little secret. Did you make a copy of the files? There wasn't time. The guy just yanked the power cord right out. All I know is that he'd received an email from somewhere in Afghanistan, so I tracked it as far as I could go. You know the rest. What was in that email? It was a blackmail letter. Even at this point, Tony Stark still harbored a sliver of hope for Obadiah. But V let out a cold laugh. It was blackmail, all right, but not for money, for weapons. It was a threat demanding arms from the big boss, to buy someone's silence. V didn't say who that someone was, but Tony already understood. He was the target. It was all painfully clear now. Obadiah was the mastermind behind everything. He'd sold Stark Industries weapons to a terrorist organization to serve his own interests, then tried to have Tony killed. What Obadiah hadn't counted on was that the leader of that terrorist group recognized Tony and wanted even more powerful weapons from him. Even more unexpected was that the group had a doctor with an international reputation who managed to save Tony's life under such harsh conditions. So many twists of fate had completely unraveled Obadiah's plan. and ensured Tony Stark's survival. Damn it, that bastard. Tony cursed furiously, and V could hear the sound of something being smashed on the other end. After venting, Tony's voice came through, weary and spent. Forget it. I guess I misjudged the guy. I was actually thinking of giving him some shares. That alone showed just how highly Tony had once regarded Obadiah. He was willing to share trillions in market value with Obadiah, but now all of that was gone. If Obadiah ever found out, he'd probably regret it bitterly too. V, I want that guy out of my company. I want him behind bars. Can you make it happen? After a moment's thought, Tony Stark made his request to V. After all, the computer containing evidence of Obadiah's crimes had vanished without a trace, and as the only person who'd ever had access to that incriminating device, V was currently his best hope. V, the top mercenary, listened to Tony Stark's request and simply smiled. Don't just talk about sending him to prison. If you want me to, I could kill him outright. No, I want him in prison. I want him to watch everything he's lost slip through his fingers. Stark's voice was cold, but V could tell that beneath the billionaire's icy demeanor, there was still a flicker of reluctance. After all, Obadiah had once cared for him deeply. Tony Stark, at his core, was a stubborn tsundere, projecting coldness and ruthlessness on the outside, but with a heart far softer than he'd ever admit. He couldn't bring himself to have his old mentor killed, so he sought V's help to send Obadiah to prison instead. 8 billion. That's my price. Well, if it were just about killing him, that would be simple. But with your conditions, things are going to get a little complicated. 1 billion won't cut it. Fine. 30 billion. Tony Stark tripled the number without a second thought. He didn't even think it was a particularly high price. After all, Obadiah was worth nearly 10 billion himself. Getting him out of the picture would benefit Tony Stark most of all. Even if he couldn't take over all of Obadiah's assets, as the victim, he'd still walk away with a sizable chunk. V couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It wasn't every day you met a client this generous. Deal. I'm just having lunch right now. As soon as I finish, I'll get to work. Just wait for my good news. With that, V polished off a skewer of meat, mumbling through a mouthful, then called over to Leo, who was busy at the grill, for a few more skewers. In stark contrast to the lively, bustling atmosphere around V, Tony Stark sat alone in his cavernous mansion, a space of 10,000 square feet that felt colder than ever. He gripped a bottle of wine, worth over $1 million, that he'd opened by smashing the neck clean off. Seated on a luxurious sofa, he gazed at the expensive piano he'd accidentally wrecked during a test flight in his multi-million-dollar suit. Obadiah, after a feast fit for royalty, the group managed to polish off every last ingredient the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had delivered. Once everyone was full and satisfied, V called O'Neill over. I just got word. You can publish some of the information now. O'Neill's eyes lit up with excitement. She hadn't found any big stories during her time in Afghanistan, and, upon returning, discovered that a woman notorious for sleeping her way up the ladder was now about to surpass her. To O'Neill, the thought of a woman with no real talent becoming the top female reporter was the ultimate humiliation, a disgrace to herself and to women everywhere. But now the time was right. It was finally her turn to sound the call for a counterattack. So, which part of the news are you talking about? The USB drive I gave you contains evidence of Obadiah dealing with terrorists, 10 Jericho missiles, along with a cache of weapons, handed over so the terrorists could silence Tony Stark for good. When you get back, organize everything, combine it with your findings in Afghanistan, and write up a story to publish. Obadiah, of all people. Got it. Looks like we really have a major scoop this time. After a brief moment of hesitation, O'Neill nodded enthusiastically, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Watching as O'Neill dragged Fenwick back to the office, clearly intent on an all-night writing session, V felt entirely satisfied with his little helper's performance. Now those $3 billion from Tony Stark were as good as in the bank. What else needed to be done? With all the evidence in hand, it was just a matter of choosing the right moment to release it. Tony Stark wasn't an idiot. He'd follow the thread straight to Obadiah, sending him right to prison. The reason for letting O'Neill handle the story was to boost his reputation. After all, if O'Neill didn't become a heavyweight reporter, no one would pay attention to him in the future. After watching O'Neill and Fenwick head out, V signaled a few turtles to tidy up the scene, then headed back to the underground base to check what else was needed, or maybe build something new. Meanwhile, O'Neill and Fenwick rushed back to the office in the dead of night. Competition in New York was just as fierce as anywhere else. Even at such a late hour, there were still plenty of people burning the midnight oil at the company. Of course, thanks to the presence of the union, overtime here actually paid off. As O'Neill and Fenwick hurried in, several colleagues greeted them. After all, O'Neill was now the top reporter at their company. He carried enough weight to make an impression. Before long, the editor-in-chief called them over. The editor-in-chief was a short, stout black woman, and O'Neill genuinely respected her. She was nothing like those who climbed the ladder by relying on their looks. She'd reached her position entirely through her own abilities, a truly capable leader. So, did you find anything in Afghanistan? With V's blessing and a bombshell story in hand, O'Neill spoke with newfound confidence. Information about Tony Stark in Afghanistan, the power struggle inside Stark Industries, the truth behind the kidnapping. Take your pick. What do you want to know? Hearing these names and topics, the editor-in-chief paused for a moment. Once she realized O'Neill wasn't exaggerating, she immediately stood up and closed the office door. All right, let me see if your story has enough punch. If it's good enough, we'll overhaul tomorrow's front page tonight. At that, O'Neill and Fenwick exchange a glance. Then let's show you what we've got. A few hours later, a brand new newspaper layout was sent to the printing press. Hey, listen up, everyone. We need you all to work overtime tonight. We have to print enough newspapers before 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you'll get triple pay for your extra hours. Let's give it our all. The workers at the printing press were especially excited. They knew that a major scoop had just broken, which was why overtime was needed. As long as the overtime pay was generous, they were more than happy to put in the extra hours. When the first batch of newspapers rolled off the press, one of the employees glanced at the headlines. Oh my God, this is absolutely... Not long after, in a villa on the outskirts of New York, Obadiah was jolted awake by a phone call. What's going on? Seeing that the call was from his trusted right-hand man, and knowing he wasn't the type to make pointless calls, Obadiah didn't get angry and went straight to the point. I'm not sure how to say this, boss, but I've sent you an email. Still groggy, Obadiah opened his inbox for a look and was instantly wide awake. Damn it, which newspaper is this from? Channel 6 News. Buy out that newspaper. Don't let them distribute a single copy. Damn it, it's too late. Burn the whole printing plant to the ground now. Obadiah shouted into the phone. His subordinate hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After hanging up, Obadiah found it impossible to fall back asleep. Damn it, where did those guys get these photos? Obadiah could hardly believe it, but the evidence was staring him in the face. There was no way to ignore it. After a long time spent thinking, he finally gritted his teeth, put on his suit, and headed out the door. Hours later, a phone call woke V from sleep. Hey V, are you there? Tony Stark's anxious voice came through the line. Hearing the urgency, V frowned. I've just started making my move. You'll see results tomorrow. Just be patient, all right? Damn it, that's not it. Obadiah ambushed me. He stole my reactor, and he even hurt Pepper. Wait, what? How did Obadiah even get into your house? I forgot to delete him from the security system. Never mind all that. The nearest hospital is over 3 hours away, and Pepper can't hang on that long. Get over here with Insun now. You really are a fool. Make sure you pay me well for this. Whatever you want, I'll pay it. Tony Stark shouted into the phone. At that moment, he was wearing an old arc reactor strapped to his chest, clad in his Iron Man suit, with several black-suited bodyguards lying unconscious around him. But he didn't even turn his head, his gaze fixed anxiously on the little Pepper in his arms. She'd been shot in the abdomen and was nearly unconscious. So desperate, he looked like he might explode on the spot. Got it, I'm on my way. V wasted no time. He threw on a jacket, then dashed straight into Ethan's room. Before Ethan could react, V scooped him up in his pajamas and hauled him off to the underground base. Moments later, a silent supercar shot out of the driveway, heading straight for the address Tony Stark had provided. Outside, an agent on surveillance relayed the news to Nick Fury. Nighttime in New York, some neighborhoods were still lit up, as lively as if the night had never come. But most of the city was swallowed by darkness, concealing whatever monsters or mischief might be lurking within. And while all sorts of shady dealings unfolded under cover of night, a speeding car shattered the silence, its dazzling headlights illuminating street after street, only to fade away just as quickly. V, where are we going? Ethan, still not quite clear on what was happening, asked from the passenger seat in a daze. Something's gone down at Tony's place. We need to get over there, fast. V replied, all the while arranging several large weapons he'd stashed inside the car. Watching V's movements, Ethan had a sudden realization. If V was busy organizing weapons, who was driving? Ethan's eyes went wide. Sure enough, the steering wheel was turning itself, and the sleek sports car beneath them was gliding smoothly around corner after corner, taking the shortest possible route toward their destination. Even on New York's narrow streets, this modified Excalibur was pushing nearly 200 miles per hour. Autopilot. Not too shabby, huh? V glanced at Ethan's astonished face and grinned. As he spoke, he rummaged through the compartment and pulled out some emergency medical supplies. Pneumatic injector, 3 Malawian Quatches inhalation therapy device. With all this, as long as Miss Pepper's still breathing, I can keep her stable. Then she's all yours, Ethan. But I don't have anything on me. Ethan protested, spreading his hands. V had dragged him out of his room so fast, he hadn't brought a thing. V just raised an eyebrow. Excalibur, bring out the med kit. The central computer responded, and the small console between V and Ethan popped open, revealing a trove of medical instruments. Come on, I'm a pro. Have a little faith, will you? V grinned with pride. In Night City, he'd handled every kind of job there was, and, as a jack-of-all-trades mercenary, he was always prepared for anything. With that, V pulled a monocle out of the kit. Take this, a portable medical scanner. With it, you can directly scan a patient's vital signs. There's a basic medical AI inside as well, which will guide you step by step through the rescue. Ethan took the monocle from V's hand, then glanced at the medical kit sitting on the center console. Wait, but you know how to save people too. Why are you asking me to do it? It's just in case something unexpected happens. If we have to fight, I can't exactly patch someone up and take down enemies at the same time, right? Truth be told, V could probably manage, but he couldn't be bothered to multitask like that. As the two spoke, Excalibur had already sped past the city limits and surged onto the highway. Here, Excalibur's power was unleashed in full. A crushing force pinned Ethan to his seat, pushing him back hard. He struggled to turn his head toward the heads-up display, only to see the speedometer hurtling past 400 kilometers an hour and still climbing. Hey, don't you think this is a little too fast? Ethan managed to shout, but V just shook his head. This AI's been fine-tuned by yours truly. Trust me, nothing's going to go wrong. Sports cars in 2077 were nothing like the ones in this era. For example, Excalibur's exterior was fitted with multiple adjustable panels that could open or close on the fly, reducing drag and increasing downforce as needed. Combined with ultra-high-strength materials, this machine could pull off moves that would seem impossible, like a fighter jet on wheels. In fact, if it weren't for the rough condition of the roads, Excalibur could go even faster. At this breakneck speed, it took less than an hour for V and Ethan to arrive at an opulent villa. That guy really is loaded. Gazing at the sprawling estate before him, V couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He grabbed the medical kit and jumped out of the car, while in the passenger seat, Ethan opened his door and practically spilled onto the ground. Fighting off waves of nausea from the ride, Ethan stared at the imposing front gate. So, should we ring the doorbell? Screw that. V strode over, hoisted Ethan up, and leapt cleanly over the wall. With Ethan in tow, V charged straight into the villa, gave a quick scan, and immediately detected someone in the basement. Racing down with Ethan, V found Chaos, Tony Stark, and Miss Potts, both on the floor, blood everywhere. V, you're finally here? Hurry, Pepper's lost consciousness. Tony Stark shouted, his hands never leaving the wound as he tried desperately to staunch the bleeding. Taking in the scene, V sprinted over, sized up Pepper's injury, and without hesitation, pulled a hemostatic spray from the medical kit, applying it liberally to the wound. After waiting for a while, when it looked about right, V gave Tony Stark a shove, pushing him out of the way. Seeing that the wound wasn't bleeding much, V nodded in satisfaction. Ethan, come over here and take a look. V scanned Pepper's wound and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the injury wasn't too serious. It was mostly blood loss. Ethan, his face pale, rushed over. At V's signal, he put on the monocle, and instantly, the situation became clear to him through his augmented vision. Damn it, she's gone into shock from blood loss, and the bullet's still inside her. That spot is incredibly dangerous. Her internal organs might be damaged, maybe even ruptured, and it could affect her spine. Ethan stared at the wound, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Hearing this diagnosis, Tony Stark's face turned white as a sheet. What should we do? Both men started to panic, but V just rolled his eyes. Can you two calm down? It's just a wound. What's there to be scared of? V opened the medical kit. The monocle Ethan wore automatically connected to the kit, giving him a rundown of the available medical tools. Injury assessment complete. Medical equipment detected. Treatment plan is being generated. Please follow the instructions step by step. What the heck? While Ethan gaped in surprise, the monocle had already analyzed a suitable treatment plan and began guiding him through the rescue process for Miss Pepper. Just follow the steps. Don't panic, got it? Medical technology from 2077 was leaps and bounds ahead of anything in this era. So it seemed like a dire injury to Ethan was, in V's eyes, nothing to worry about. First, V grabbed a pneumatic injector, tore open a small part of Pepper's shirt, and pressed it firmly to her chest. Then, he placed in 3 Malawian Quatch's inhalation therapy device over her face. There, she's not in any immediate danger. Just follow the steps and take your time with the treatment. V patted Ethan on the shoulder, then dragged Tony Stark off to the side. She'll be okay, right? Tony Stark was so anxious he could barely speak, but V just rolled his eyes again. Please, With those 2 meds I just used, even if you were on your way to heaven with God opening his arms to you and Satan tugging at your heels, I'd still drag you back. So relax, will you? As he spoke, V glanced back, seeing Ethan had already set up the regional sterilization lamp and was using all sorts of unfamiliar, user-friendly medical devices on Pepper. V nodded approvingly. Tony Stark turned around to take a look as well, but V blocked his view with a smack. The doctor's at work saving someone's life. What's a grown man like you trying to sneak a peek for? Tony Stark looked like he was about to say something, but remembering that he and Pepper were still just boss and secretary, he resigned himself to silence. Relax, V said. Even if something really does happen to her, I won't let anything bad happen. Worst case, I'll just give her a couple of cybernetic implants. Those are way more effective than regular biological tissue anyway. As she spoke, V sized Tony Stark up and down. Maybe Tony thought hiding inside his suit of metal would keep others from seeing through him. But as far as V was concerned, that tin can was no shield against her scrutiny. In fact, she didn't even need to scan him to guess at Tony Stark's condition. His situation was even more serious than Miss Wubian's. The analysis was simple. The arc reactor's energy output was off the charts. What could possibly be powering it? Only a handful of materials could generate that kind of energy, and most of them were at least slightly radioactive. Not to mention that Tony Stark had installed the reactor inside his own body. Wasn't that practically the same as cutting yourself open and exposing your organs to direct radiation? From V's perspective, Tony Stark's predicament was much worse than Miss Wubian's. But the guy had money, loads of it, and spared no expense buying elements that could suppress radiation and actually use them. Let's see, was that effect from chlorophyll? V tilted her head and noticed a glass on a nearby workbench, the rim stained with some sickly green liquid. Just as she suspected, nothing else could explain why he was still standing. V understood Tony Stark's situation, but she wasn't about to admit she could fix his problem. Not yet. After all, he'd mocked her earlier, and she hadn't forgotten. If she didn't let him stew for a while, she couldn't really call herself the Grim Reaper. Casting another glance at the black-suited bodies sprawled around the room, V asked, curious, "So, what exactly happened here?" "Fuck, I almost forgot to tell you," Tony Stark said, agitation clear in his voice. With Pepper unconscious, he'd been too distracted to explain what had happened. "Obadiah, that bastard, he just lost it. In the middle of the night, he shows up at my villa with a bunch of guys, tried to steal my arc reactor. Luckily, I had a backup, or I'd be dead already. I was about to suit up and fight back, but as Obadiah was leaving, he ordered his men to kill us. So a bunch of guards pulled their guns and tried to shoot me and Pepper right then and there." Remembering the chaos from earlier, Tony Stark still sounded furious. Little Pepper led me down to the basement and swapped in my old reactor. Meanwhile, the bodyguards shattered the bulletproof glass and opened fire on me. Dum-Dum managed to block a few bullets, but several still struck my armor. Seeing this, Little Pepper didn't hesitate. She threw herself in front of me, shielding me with her own body. The rest goes without saying. At the last moment, Little Pepper took a bullet for Tony, buying him precious seconds to suit up. Then, Tony managed to turn the tables and win. After all, this armor is impervious even to tank shells. What could a group of bodyguards with handguns possibly hope to achieve? "So what's your next move?" V glanced at the big boss, who was fuming with anger, and asked curiously, "How did the job I gave you turn out?" "I sent his incriminating evidence to a reporter. If all goes as expected, by tomorrow the whole city will be buzzing with his scandals." V smiled, but just then his earpiece crackled to life. "Hey, is anyone there? Someone's pounding on my front door, and they definitely don't look friendly. Plus, my editor just told me the printing plant went up in flames. The newspapers about Obadiah have all been burned to ashes. I think I'm being targeted. Can someone come help me?" "Well, that's unexpected." Hearing this, V sighed helplessly and turned to Tony Stark. Then, on the comms, he called out, "O'Neill, see if you can buy us some time. I'll contact someone to help you." No sooner had V finished speaking than Maggie and her crew joined the channel. "Got it, we're on our way. Hey, Raphael, that's my weapon." Listening to the chaos on the other end, V sighed again. Clearly, sending the little turtles to protect O'Neill had been a mistake, so he turned and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. "All right, I've reached out to S.H.I.E.L.D. They should be there soon. O'Neill, block the door with whatever you can find and try to hold them off." Inside the small apartment O'Neill shared with her roommate stared anxiously at the door as it shook under heavy blows. "O'Neill, what did you get yourself into?" "Oh my God, I have to call my mom tomorrow and move out as soon as possible." "Well, that'll have to wait till tomorrow. Right now, come help me." Rolling up her sleeves, O'Neill dragged the shoe cabinet over to the door and started piling up any heavy furniture she could move. Her roommate, though muttering complaints under her breath, knew this was serious and quickly came to help. After a flurry of activity, a stack of furniture now barred the door. O'Neill and her roommate each gripped a kitchen knife and a frying pan they'd found in the kitchen, staring anxiously at the door, bracing themselves for what might come next. A moment later, as if realizing they couldn't break through the main door, the attackers outside switched tactics. After a brief lull, some noises came from outside O'Neill's window. She turned to look, and to her horror, saw that the exterior fire escape had been lowered. Several masked men in black suits had already appeared outside her window. Staring down the barrel of the gun pointed straight at her, both women let out shrieks sharp enough to shatter glass. Then gunshots rang out. With each shot, the women's screams grew even more piercing, and this time, the intact glass truly began to tremble. But as O'Neill watched the bodyguard who had been aiming at her suddenly collapse backwards, she froze in confusion. "Is someone here to rescue us?" While she stood in a daze, a burst of gunfire erupted outside, but it lasted only a moment before everything fell silent again. As O'Neill and her roommate clung to each other, trembling with fear, a fully armed agent in a black mask suddenly appeared outside the window. "April O'Neill?" O'Neill nervously raised her hand. "I'm with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. The threat outside has been neutralized. Please come with me." He produced an ID badge, and seeing that it was identical to those the black-suited men outside had carried, O'Neill finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We're safe now. Let's go," she said to her roommate, grabbed a few USB drives, and climbed out the window. Her roommate followed close behind, stepping onto the fire escape. Looking down at the open space below, where two armored vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns and dozens of fully armed agents stood guard, O'Neill's roommate couldn't hold back a curse. And when she saw the bodies lying on the ground, she swallowed hard in fear. "O'Neill, who are these people?" O'Neill shook her head, signaling for her to stay quiet. Several agents escorted O'Neill to an armored vehicle and opened the door for her. "Please get in. We'll take you somewhere safe." Just as O'Neill hesitated, wondering whether to get in, a thunderous roar exploded nearby. "Unidentified object approaching. All units, be on guard." A voice shouted, and the two agents flanking O'Neill immediately pushed her and her roommate aside to take cover. The next second, a gigantic object came crashing down, smashing the supposedly sturdy armored vehicle flat, leaving it as nothing more than a crumpled shell. O'Neill was hustled toward a corner. Around her, agents shouted orders, but she was so panicked she couldn't make out what they were saying. Soon after, a distorted voice blared from the speakers. "April O'Neill, having been brought to safety." April heard her name called out again. Startled, she poked her head out for a look. There she saw a massive armored behemoth standing atop the armored vehicle, completely ignoring the warnings and questions from the special agents around it, scanning the area for something or someone. And just as April peered out, the armored giant spotted her. "Found you." The armored behemoth stepped down from the vehicle, advancing toward April, each footfall making the ground tremble and even cracking the pavement beneath. Seeing their target ignore all warnings and press forward relentlessly, the agents ceased their shouts. At a single command, one agent after another squeezed the triggers of their rifles. Bullets flew from the barrels, streaking toward the target, only to be stopped cold by the creature's impenetrable armor. Rifle fire is useless. Realizing this, several agents signaled to their comrades. One of them quickly dove into an armored car, manning the heavy machine gun and opening fire on the armored giant, unfazed by the rifle rounds. The heavy machine gun unleashed its devastating power, its large-caliber rounds punching through several layers of the behemoth's armor. Though more layers of armor inside managed to stop the bullets in the end, those inside could still feel the mounting pressure. No longer holding back, the armored titan decided it had nothing left to fear from the agents. Fixing its gaze on the armored car, the behemoth raised its arm. The rotary cannon mounted there began to whir, heating up. Seeing this, the agent atop the armored car swore under his breath, but before he could jump to safety, the rotary cannon roared to life. A hailstorm of metal tore through the armored vehicle, shredding it from end to end. The agent inside, decked out in layers of ballistic armor, was obliterated in a crimson mist. Witnessing this overwhelming firepower, one of the agents near April cursed, calling to his team to find cover. He spun around, shouting at April and her roommate, "Run! Get out of here!" As the agent unpinned a grenade from his belt and lobbed it ahead, April and her roommate exchanged a nervous glance, swallowing hard. Amid the relentless gunfire and explosions, they fled towards safety. Gunshots echoed behind them, but the sharp staccato of rifle fire was growing noticeably fainter. It seemed that, even for well-trained agents, this armored monster was an opponent beyond their means. Dodging through alleys in their desperate escape, April and her group suddenly found themselves bursting onto a relatively busy main street. Glancing at the bustling crowds around them, April wore a look of concern, while her roommate finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, as social animals, humans instinctively seek the safety of their group when danger arises, finding comfort in the company of others. But that sense of security was quickly shattered by the armored behemoth. Just as the two of them stood uncertain, unsure of what to do next, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. A passerby nearby seemed to notice it too, and, puzzled, muttered to his companion, "Wait, is that an earthquake?" "No idea." Suddenly, O'Neill shouted at the two of them, startling them out of their hesitation. As they stood frozen, O'Neill's instincts flared. She glanced back and saw the armored giant looming at the far end of the alley. "Run! Hurry, run!" she yelled. Realizing the creature was after her, O'Neill gave her roommate a shove, glanced frantically around, and dashed toward a quieter corner with fewer people. The two passers-by caught sight of the armored beast in the alley and froze in shock. As the monster stepped closer, the tremors in the ground growing stronger, fear finally jolted them into motion. They turned and fled down the street. O'Neill's roommate, sensing that O'Neill had gotten involved in something truly dangerous, fumbled for her phone as she ran, dialing emergency services for help. Inside the armored giant, its operator realized things were taking a bad turn. Now that O'Neill had made it to a busy street, any move against her would draw even more attention. But the thought of the damning evidence in O'Neill's hands made the operator grit his teeth. If worst came to worst, he could always pin the blame on Tony Stark. After all, Stark kept a suit of armor down in his basement. And besides, this armored beast was just a modified version based on the blueprints for Stark's first-generation suit. He could claim that Tony Stark built this thing, a rogue super robot that went out of control. Afterwards, he just dumped the suit somewhere no one would think to look. As long as he could get rid of O'Neill quickly. What happens when a massive, fully armed armored behemoth suddenly appears on the streets of New York? Well, judging by the terrified screams erupting from the crowd, it's safe to say nothing good. The armored giant strode out of the alley, ignoring the stunned bystanders on either side, scanning the area for any sign of O'Neill. When he finally caught sight of O'Neill sprinting away dozens of meters ahead, the operator inside the suit couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, she's fast. O'Neill, of course, had no idea what the armored beast was thinking. As a seasoned reporter, she'd honed her speed from years of chasing stories. Now, in her flat shoes and driven by pure adrenaline, she pushed herself harder, racing forward for her life. Meanwhile, the armored behemoth wasn't idle either. He had initially intended to finish O'Neill off with his rotary machine gun and rockets, but the street was still filled with pedestrians. If he hurt any innocents, things would quickly spiral out of control. So, after a brief hesitation, the armored behemoth charged after O'Neill. He leapt straight onto the main street, his massive legs pounding the pavement, each stride covering several times the distance O'Neill could manage. The gap between them closed rapidly. "Where do you think you're going?" "Hand everything over." It was a chase of predator and prey, and within just a few minutes, O'Neill was caught. A parked autonomous car on the roadside was sent flying through the air, landing right in front of O'Neill and cutting off her escape. The armored behemoth breathed a sigh of relief, stretching out his hand to seize O'Neill and search her for the information. But just as his claw was about to grasp her, a blaring truck horn split the air. Instinctively, the armored behemoth turned his head, only to be greeted by the sight of a huge semi barreling straight at him. With a thunderous crash, the cab crumpled inward. Against this tank-like opponent, the truck was far too fragile. The front end caved in completely. Yet all that momentum transferred perfectly to the armored behemoth, knocking him clean off his feet and slamming him to the ground. "Run, O'Neill!" While O'Neill was still frozen in shock, the small car behind her was heaved aside by the combined strength of Mikey and Raphael, clearing a path. "We'll handle things here." Drawing his weapon from behind his back, Mikey shot O'Neill a cheerful grin. Then, with his brothers, charged at the armored behemoth as he struggled to rise. On the other side, the armored behemoth shoved aside the wrecked truck, glaring at the two giant turtles rushing toward him, and cursed in annoyance. "Where did these freaks come from?" "Freaks? Your mother's the freak," came Leo's voice from above. He dropped down from the sky, turning himself into a living missile, and smashed into the armored behemoth's freshly lifted arm, knocking it down. Then, the three brothers launched a relentless assault from the front, battering the armored behemoth. But faced with armor of such impenetrable thickness, their attacks seemed to have no effect at all. The armored behemoth ignored these little turtles, who posed no real threat to him. Bracing himself, he tried to get back up. Seeing this, Raphael finally retracted his nearly broken weapon and lunged forward, locking down the armored behemoth's arm to keep him from rising. The other two turtles exchanged glances and followed suit. Just as V had said, Their skills and weapons were relics long abandoned by humanity. They worked well enough against petty criminals with thin skins, but when it came to facing humans head-on, even a tank could send them running. And now, faced with this iron monstrosity whose armor was even thicker than a tank's, there was no way these weapons would be enough to bring him down. Fortunately, not all of them were just brawny fools with muscles for brains. So Donnie, when are you going to fix this? Raphael held on to the armored behemoth's arm with all his might, trying to keep it from rising. But faced with this terrifying machine's power, how could their fragile bodies possibly hold their ground? It wasn't long before Raphael's muscles began to ache with exhaustion, while the armored beast, watching O'Neill make his escape, was finally driven to fury. The engine inside the suit roared to life at full throttle. In the next instant, it threw off Raphael's restraint, surging upright and flinging him aside. Turning to Leo and Mikey, the armored giant bellowed, "You're courting death." Both massive arms lifted, ready to smash the two turtles into pulp. Yet at that moment, the armored beast sensed something moving at the back of its head. "That's it." Donnie's voice rang out. While his three brothers kept the armored monster distracted from the front, Donnie had quietly slipped around behind, pried open the weak spot in the armor at the back of its neck, and uncovered a nest of wires underneath. Seeing his brothers were about to be crushed, Donnie didn't have time to figure out what each wire did. He simply grabbed a handful and yanked hard. "Aya!" Both the armored beast and Donnie screamed in pain. Donnie was thrown clear off the beast's back. "Donnie, are you all right?" Seeing Donnie fall, Leo rushed over in concern. "Ow, that was some serious voltage." Donnie's whole body was steaming, and he spoke through gritted teeth, clearly in pain. He wasn't sure if he grabbed the wrong wire, but he'd just received a brutal shock. If not for his tough physique, he might have been fried on the spot. Meanwhile, inside the armored beast, the operator was faring no better. Donnie's wild grab had torn through the main power conduit, and the surge of electricity had arced through to the operator as well, jolting him ferociously. Thankfully, though the armored beast tech wasn't exactly cutting edge, it came with plenty of fail-safes. The main power line was immediately cut, and backup systems kicked in, allowing the machine to recover, barely. "You monsters! I'll see you all dead." With so many wires ripped apart, some of the armored beast systems were malfunctioning. Even its voice modulator failed, and the operator's real, unfiltered voice burst out in rage. "Wait, doesn't that voice sound kind of familiar?" Mikey remarked, helping Leo support Donnie as they made a hasty retreat. The armored beast's strength was simply overwhelming. There was no way they could take it head-on. Fortunately, their mission this time was to protect April O'Neill, and by now she had probably already made it to safety. That meant they could finally retreat as well. But the armored behemoth was far from satisfied. Staring at the deserted street, it slammed its fist onto the ground, smashing a deep crater into the pavement. "So, you let her get away." Even the slowest of the turtles could sense the fury in that voice. "I think we might have made it mad," Mikey said nervously to Leo, glancing over his shoulder. Leo shot a quick look back. Ever since Donnie had damaged its main power line, the armored behemoth had switched to its backup system just in time, though parts of it still needed to reboot. The only way to avoid facing its wrath was to escape while they still had the chance. "Take Donnie and get into the sewers first. I'll go find Raph," Leo ordered, dashing off in the direction where Raphael had last been seen. A moment earlier, Raphael had been grappling with the armored giant. He'd managed to stall it, but the effort had drained the last of his strength. Now, he lay on the ground, utterly spent and unable to move. Seeing this, Leo rushed over and glanced at the armored beast, whose eyes were slowly flickering back to life. Gritting his teeth, Leo hoisted Raphael onto his shoulders. "I'm getting you out of here." With Raph slung over his back, Leo sprinted toward the nearest manhole cover. But just then, the armored behemoth rose to its full height. Tried to escape now. With April's whereabouts unknown, the armored monster was furious. It cared nothing for the empty street around it. Raising its arm, the rotary machine gun attached at the end began to spin up, readying to fire. Hearing the ominous were behind him, Leo quickened his pace. But the gun was ready in seconds. "Die!" The giant roared, and the thunder of gunfire erupted. Instinctively, Leo set Raphael down, preparing to shield his brother from the hail of bullets. But the expected impact never came. Surprised, Leo glanced back. He saw Mikey and Donnie, straining with every ounce of strength, pinning the behemoth's arm to the ground. The machine gun continued to spit bullets, chewing up the pavement and carving out another crater. Mikey gritted his teeth, holding on. Seizing the moment, Leo reached the manhole, pried open the cover, and tossed Raphael down to safety. He was about to rush back to help his brothers when the armored giant shook them off, sending both crashing to the ground. Lifting a massive foot, it prepared to stomp them flat. With its enormous weight, even the tough Ninja Turtle shells wouldn't survive that blow. They'd be crushed in an instant. But at that critical moment, April O'Neil suddenly burst from a nearby corner. The armored behemoth was stunned. He hadn't expected April to dare show herself again. O'Neil held the flash drive in her hand, staring at the armored behemoth, and summoned her courage to shout, "What you want is right here. If you want it, let them go." Is this the only backup? The person inside the suit didn't bother with the malfunctioning voice modulator and spoke directly. "This is the only copy I have." O'Neil nodded. She wasn't lying. After all, she'd gotten the data from V, and it truly was her only copy. The person inside the armored beast smiled. "Good. Throw it over here. You let them go first." O'Neil tried to bargain, but the armored giant had no intention of negotiating. Its foot slowly descended on Donna, pressing down with increasing force. Crushed beneath the enormous weight, Donna cried out in pain, and fine cracks began to spread across her shell. "Hand it over, or I'll crush her." At this point, O'Neil had no choice. She tossed the flash drive at the armored beast's feet. Gazing at the flash drive, the beast lifted its foot off Donna, only to stomp the device into the ground with a single, heavy blow. There! Now it's all over. A breath of relief came from within the armored suit, but then the pilot raised his head, locking eyes with O'Neil. "But you have to die." With that, he raised his arm toward O'Neil. The rotary minigun began to whir, spinning up ominously. Leo shouted at O'Neil and lunged toward her, but before he could reach her, a thunderous crash erupted. A shadow from above plummeted straight onto the armored giant's head. "Get the hell off." Landing atop the armored beast was V, riding in on a humanoid hoverboard, Tony Stark at her side. While still airborne, V had activated her gorilla arms. Spotting the armored beast bullying the little turtles below, she'd launched herself down, delivering a devastating punch straight onto the monster's head from high above. The clang of metal against metal echoed down the street, shattering nearby windows with the force of the blow. The tremendous impact reverberated inside the armored helmet, leaving the pilot's ears bleeding, and the hulking suit toppled to the ground. Collapsed on the pavement, the armored beast rang with the agonized howls of its pilot. At that moment, Tony Stark landed, repulsor cannons glowing as he aimed directly at the down Titan. The pilot, is that Obadiah? Seeing the reactors glow on the armored beast's chest, so similar to the one on Tony Stark's own suit, V curled her lip in disdain. Who else could it be? Looks like his armor has something to do with you. Are those the blueprints you left in the cave? Damn, now I remember. Tony Stark slapped his helmet in frustration as the realization hit him. I already told you. If there was anything you wanted to take, you should have taken it with you. If you didn't, who else is to blame? Looking at Tony Stark, V shook his head. Then, seeing the armored behemoth rise to its feet and glare at him, V called out to the nearby little turtles, "Go on. I'll handle this guy." Maggie nodded quickly, hurrying away with the injured Donna, while Leo took O'Neil and ran off as well. As the armored behemoth raised its hand and the rotary machine gun on its arm began to whir and heat up, V spoke in an even tone. "Just so you know, I have no intention of letting this guy live anymore." "Me neither. He dared lay hands on me, and hurt Pepper too. I'm not letting him off." Tony Stark's anger flared. This attack from Obadiah had finally shattered the last remnants of goodwill he'd harbored for him. "So, is this an official commission? Hey, I've already given you over $3 billion. Murder comes at a different price." As the rotary machine gun on Obadiah's arm spun faster and faster, V remained utterly at ease. Tony Stark took one look at the situation and didn't argue further. "Fine, how much? How much of Stark Industries' shares does this guy own? Just convert that into cash for me, deal?" The external prosthetic V had designed for Ethan was no simple matter. It was expensive, too. If he didn't find a way to scrape together some serious money, who knew when he'd be able to finish building it? And in any case, this was still within Tony Stark's realm of acceptance. Of course, the fact that V had come all this way to save Pepper's life was already a huge favor in itself. Now that Tony Stark had agreed, V hesitated no longer. Staring at the rotary machine gun, which looked like it might open fire in the very next moment, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Impossible, Zavarudo. Everything around him slowed to a crawl. V locked his gaze on the rotary machine gun, drew his comrade's iron hammer from his belt, took aim, and pulled the trigger. A thunderous blast erupted. The handgun in V's grip roared louder than a cannon, echoing with an earth-shaking fury. A large-caliber bullet tore out, smashing straight into the rotary machine gun, punching through it in an instant and reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. With the shot fired, V deactivated Sandevistan, watching as the world sped up again. Casually, he blew the smoke curling from the barrel of the iron hammer. "I might not have brought the breakthrough with me, but trust me, the iron hammer packs a punch you won't soon forget." The most powerful hand cannon of 2077. Did you really think your decades-old antique could compete? As the last wisp of smoke drifted from the iron hammer's barrel, Obadiah, hiding within the armored behemoth, still hadn't managed to react. Not only Obadiah, even Tony standing beside V hadn't caught V's movements. All they heard was a thunderous bang, and then the rotary machine gun on the armored behemoth's arm was instantly wrecked. Tony turned his head in astonishment, his eyes landing on the unusually shaped hand cannon in V's grip. Wait a second, you fired that shot? Did you make this thing yourself? What's the matter? Realize you're outmatched and feeling insecure now. The corners of V's mouth curled with a mocking smile. He spun the iron hammer in his hand a few times before slipping it back onto his belt. No helping it. While the hammer packed a punch, it just couldn't pierce through. This armored beast followed the design logic of Tony's first-generation Iron Man suit. If the material falls short, make up for it with sheer thickness. That armor was thicker than two walls put together, forged from special steel. The hammer could maybe leave a few dents, but breaking through? Who knew how many rounds it would take? Rather than waste his hard-earned custom bullets, it was better to use other weapons. Tony gazed down at the hand cannon holstered on V's belt, and then noticed a few other gadgets as well. Tisk, tisk, I'm not weaker than you, you know. V glanced at Tony Stark with a skeptical look. You sure about that? While the two were still bantering, Obadiah realized he was being completely ignored. He could feel his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. With electrical burns across his body and blood trickling from his ear, Obadiah quickly lost hold of his temper. He was desperate to smash something to vent his frustration, so, I'm going to kill you both. Grabbing a brand new car nearby, Obadiah didn't even bother to look. He simply hurled it straight at them. Seeing the car hurtling their way, Tony Stark immediately took off into the air, while V stood his ground, unmoved. Whose precious car? Still under loan. Are you ruining like this? As the car flew toward him, V lowered his center of gravity, bent slightly to dodge the impact, then braced a hand against the undercarriage. With a practiced flex, he redirected the car smoothly onto the ground. Brushing off imaginary dust, V shot the armored behemoth a taunting look. Obadiah couldn't take the insult. He charged the armored monster straight at V. Hey V, get out of the way. From above, Tony Stark shouted, firing pulse blasts at Obadiah while warning V. Not in the mood to run. V shouted back, answering Tony Stark. As Obadiah barreled through debris, charging straight for him, a spark of excitement lit up in V's eyes. Been here so long without a decent fight. My bones are practically growing mushrooms. Hope you can finally give me a thrill. With a wild yell at Obadiah, V didn't back down. Instead, he strode forward to meet him head-on. Watching Obadiah draw closer, V unleashed the full power of his gorilla arm cyberware. His already muscular arms swelled, even larger, veins bulging beneath the chrome. Seizing the perfect moment, V stomped hard, smashing right through the concrete beneath his feet. Using that force, he launched himself forward, swinging a devastating punch at Obadiah. Thanks to his size advantage, Obadiah was quick to react. He threw his own punch at the same time as V, and the two fists, one massive, one smaller, collided with a piercing, metallic clang that echoed through the room. The force of the clash brought Obadiah's advance to a dead halt. He couldn't take another step forward. V, relying on a lifetime of life-or-death fights, shifted his weight expertly. The power of his punch traveled down through his body and into the ground, sinking him deeper into the concrete floor. Yet aside from being driven down a notch, V remained unscathed. He hadn't retreated an inch. He had perfectly absorbed the brunt of Obadiah's tank-like charge. Now, face to face with Obadiah and wasting not a second, V sprang up from the ground, landing on the armored behemoth's arm. He drove another mighty punch straight into the creature's chest plate. In the world of 2077, this blow could have shattered Atom Smasher's skull. The armored beast's chest, however, was built for war. V's punch left a massive dent in its thick plating. The armor was so dense that Obadiah himself wasn't hurt by the blow. Still, the force sent both him and his armored giant crashing to the ground. Following the ruthless creed of strike while the enemy is down, V charged forward, planted his feet on Obadiah's chest, and hammered a punch down onto the beast's helmet. This strike might not have had the sheer drama of his aerial assault, but the bone-rattling impact sent fresh waves of pain through Obadiah's already battered ears. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Obadiah swung his arm up, aiming to swat V away with a single brutal punch. But V was ready. With a flick of his wrist, a monomolecular wire shot out, slicing clean through the steel arm at its base. When it came to cutting power, the monowire was sharper than any mantis blade. If not for the sheer bulk of Obadiah's armor, his whole body hunched deep in the belly of the armored beast, That monowire might have severed Obadiah's arm entirely. Finally realizing he was hopelessly outmatched in close combat, Obadiah forced himself to set aside his fury. Reason returned, cold and clear. He glanced at the readouts on the screen before him, showing the extent of the armor's damage. Even though Obadiah was a businessman with little real combat experience, he understood one thing. If this fight kept going, there was no way he could win. While he was in a complete panic, watching as V began to try brute-forcing the armored helmet open with those gorilla-like arms, Obadiah suddenly caught sight of Tony Stark flying overhead. Flight system. Of course, the flight system. Obadiah took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Tony Stark's very first suit had a flight system built in. Since he'd ordered his men to adapt those blueprints, the Ironmonger, the colossal armored beast he now piloted, should have that very feature as well. He fumbled around the control panel for a good while, just as V's face twisted into a snarl, and he prepared to rip the helmet open and deliver a hefty smack. Obadiah finally found the flight system switch. With a silent scream in his mind, Obadiah slammed the button. A billow of thick smoke erupted from the back of the armored giant. Perched atop the Ironmonger, V immediately sensed the machine was about to take flight, and he didn't like it one bit. Back in Night City, whenever he wanted to fly, he simply sat in Delamain's floating cars. He'd never felt the need to install any flight-capable cyberware, so this was a problem he hadn't prepared for. If the Ironmonger really took to the skies, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. Remembering that Tony Stark's armor could also fly, V muttered to himself that he'd need to come up with some aerial combat options soon. Then, with a sudden motion, he stomped hard on the Ironmonger's head. The force of his kick drove the armored giant's upper body sharply downward, and the momentum carved a deep trench across the road as the Ironmonger plowed forward. At that moment, the Ironmonger was like an ox tirelessly plowing a furrow right down the street. V, meanwhile, kept a low center of gravity, standing firm atop the machine, looking for all the world like a surfer riding a wave. The ground beneath him was the rolling surf, and the Ironmonger was his board, slicing through the street at his command. Obadiah quickly realized that with V still riding on top, there was no way he could achieve liftoff. Gritting his teeth, he forced the Ironmonger to flip over with a violent maneuver. Where before the armored giant's back was scraping the ground, now it was its face. If he stuck a couple of metal horns on it, it'd make a pretty convincing mechanical ox, plowing the earth with grim determination. It was a rough move. Obadiah ate a mouthful of dirt and ended up looking utterly disheveled. But it worked. V was forced to execute a mid-air flip and finally leapt clear of the suit. Seizing the opportunity, Obadiah immediately pulled the controls back, trying to angle the Ironmonger skyward and take flight. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who'd been circling above, unable to intervene while V pinned down the Ironmonger, saw his moment at last. His chance to make a move had finally come. Without even glancing at what V did after landing, he fired 2 pulses from his repulsor cannons at the Ironmonger. When he realized he couldn't break through its defenses, he simply followed V's lead, turning himself into a human cannonball and hurled himself fiercely at the Ironmonger. Relying on the impressive shock absorption of his suit, Tony Stark unleashed his full firepower. He accelerated straight into a Mach ring and slammed into the Ironmonger with thunderous force. In an instant, the 2 steel titans tumbled across the ground, rolling together and gouging 2 deep furrows into the earth. When they finally got back up, Obadiah glared at Tony Stark with eyes blazing with vengeance. The sight of his hated rival made his fury burn even hotter. "Tony Stark, I'm going to kill you," he roared. Obadiah raised his only functional arm. With a sharp hiss, a miniature missile, manufactured by Stark Industries, blasted out, homing in on Tony. Seeing the incoming missile, Tony instinctively let out a curse, then fired a repulsor blast off to the side. Using the recoil, he flipped himself into a somersault, narrowly dodging the missile. The missile smashed into a car behind Tony, blowing it to pieces and leaving nothing but a hunk of twisted metal. Watching the heroic little car meet its end, Tony called out from inside his armor. "Jarvis, note the license plate of that car and send the owner compensation. Make it 5 times the value." Jarvis promptly acknowledged Tony's request, then issued a warning. "Infrared lock detected. Please be careful." Tony whirled around to see the Ironmonger's arm-mounted missile rack open, revealing a cluster of warheads inside. There was no time to think. Tony raised his hand and blasted 1 missile out of the air with a repulsor shot. But through the fire and smoke, several more missiles streaked toward him. With so many missiles incoming, and unable to pull off V's Sandavista maneuver, Tony changed tactics and soared straight into the sky. The missiles, guided by their infrared locks, followed Tony up into the air. Ironmonger, unwilling to let Tony escape, fired up his own flight system. With a belch of thick smoke and a burst of thrust, He launched himself after Tony Stark. At that moment, V joined the chase. Spotting Obadiah rising into the sky, he instantly activated his Sandevistan and shot upward. Just as Ironmonger was about to leave the ground, V leapt onto his massive frame, scrambling up toward the villain's head. I really need to get myself a flight-grade cyberlimb, V grumbled, watching the ground fall farther and farther away. Obadiah soon noticed V clinging to the Ironmonger and began hurtling through the air in wild spins, trying to shake him off. But, no matter how hard he tried, V held on tight. The two of them tangled midair, still steadily closing in on Tony Stark's position. At this moment, Tony Stark, who was at the very front, had no time to worry about what was happening behind him. Staring at the missiles rapidly closing in on his radar, he cursed himself. Why had he made their range so long in the first place? As Tony frantically tried to escape, he suddenly realized they were already flying over the Hudson River, the mother river of New York. Looking down at the great river below, Tony gritted his teeth and dove sharply, dragging several missiles with him as he plunged downward. Clad in his Iron Man armor, Tony was the first to break through the river's surface, holding his breath as he fired up his thrusters to keep moving. Underwater, the missiles followed close behind, slamming into the river and triggering their impact fuses, causing massive explosions right at the surface. These missiles were Tony's own creations, the pride of Stark Industries, and a signature of their technological prowess. The powerful shockwaves from the detonations rippled through the water, rocking Tony so hard that his head spun as he tried to stay oriented. Struggling to find his bearings in the murky depths, Tony pushed his thrusters to their limit. Just as he was about to lose consciousness from lack of air, he finally burst through the water's surface. He tumbled onto the nearby shore, immediately flipping open his helmet to let the river water pour out, gulping down fresh air in deep, desperate breaths. Just then, a thunderous roar split the sky. Tony looked up to see Ironmonger crashing down from above like a meteor. Tony's instincts kicked in. He rolled away, barely dodging the massive impact in a move that was anything but graceful. Ironmonger slammed into the ground, carving out a deep crater, but the damage was more than just cosmetic. Earlier, while Ironmonger was airborne, V had tangled with him mid-flight, blasting open his fuel tank. Fuel had been leaking ever since, and with his reserves finally depleted, Ironmonger's flight system had completely shut down, forcing him into a brutal crash landing. Combined with the damage V had already inflicted, Ironmonger was now shedding parts with every movement, looking as though he was about to fall apart. He was truly at the end of his rope. Seeing Ironmonger motionless beside him, Tony finally let out a sigh of relief. He was running on the old arc reactor he'd swapped in after escaping from the cave. Although he hadn't used it with the original armor, so it still had some power left, its output was never as high as the one Obadiah had stolen. Today, that reactor had gotten him and V all the way from his mansion, and through a lengthy battle with Ironmonger. Now, its power was nearly spent. If he had to keep fighting Ironmonger, it would only take a few more moves before the reactor ran dry. Even if Ironmonger didn't crush him, without the magnetic field to hold the shrapnel at bay, the metal lodged near his heart would finish the job for him. But just as Tony Stark let out a sigh of relief, Ironmonger, as if sensing his thoughts, suddenly shuddered. "Tony, Stark!" A broken, faltering voice came from inside the Ironmonger armor. Obadiah, that old fox, having endured electrocution, shockwaves, and even a high-altitude fall, was finally reaching his limit. This nearly 70-year-old man couldn't take much more. Yet, the dream he had nursed for decades, to replace Tony Stark and become the true master of Stark Industries, still gave him one last ounce of strength. Driven by this desire, he managed to regain control of Ironmonger, shakily pushing himself back to his feet. For crying out loud, why aren't you dead yet? Tony Stark was starting to lose it. This guy was almost 30 years older than him, yet his resilience seemed superhuman. He was in better shape than Tony himself. Still, Tony knew this was no time to trade barbs. He scrambled up from the ground and made a run for it, heading as far from Ironmonger as he could. The energy left in his arc reactor was no longer enough to power his flight. Even running was a struggle. Tony could only stumble forward, weighed down by hundreds of pounds of armor, forcing himself onward step by grueling step. Meanwhile, Ironmonger was in much better shape. After all, it didn't need stamina or willpower to function. As long as it had energy and the pilot could press the buttons, any working system inside could still operate. Ironmonger rose to its feet and started closing in on Tony, step by relentless step, while Tony's own speed had hit rock bottom. He couldn't go any faster, not even a little. Gritting his teeth, Tony pushed himself to run a few more steps, but he was completely spent. He could only watch helplessly as Ironmonger drew ever closer. Just as Ironmonger reached out, ready to crush Tony's unprotected head, someone suddenly leaped into the fray. With a single, powerful move, they locked Ironmonger's arm in place, stopping it cold. Big deal, so you can fly. V glared at Ironmonger and, without missing a beat, landed a punch that sent the massive suit crashing to the ground. Where'd you pop up from? Tony stared at V, who'd appeared out of nowhere, and couldn't help but ask. I just followed him here. V jerked a thumb at Ironmonger. He'd been clinging to the armor all along, while Ironmonger desperately tried to shake him off, spinning wildly high above the ground. But there was no way V was getting thrown off that easily. After all those wild spins, V felt nothing, but Obadiah couldn't take it anymore, and eventually brought the suit to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, V combined the mantis blades with the fully charged monomolecular wire, tearing Ironmonger's armor to shreds midair. To top it off, he punched several holes in the fuel tank of Ironmonger's flight system. Eventually, Ironmonger ran out of fuel and came crashing down. Of course, unlike Ironmonger, V didn't just plummet straight to the ground. While still airborne, V launched himself off Ironmonger with a powerful, coiled leap. His formidable physique allowed him to defy gravity for a moment, propelling himself slightly upward. The result? Ironmonger hit the ground with even greater force. Still think you can fly? V strode over and landed another solid kick on Ironmonger, but the machine didn't budge. Tony, weak and exhausted, sat on the ground. Gazing at the motionless Ironmonger, he asked wistfully, "Shouldn't we open it up and take a look?" V glanced at the Ironmonger, which he had nearly dismantled midair, and casually started prying it apart. Because V had already compromised the integrity of the machine, and that brutal crash landing had pushed it to its limits. Ironmonger's armor was barely holding together. It took almost no effort for V to drag an unconscious, heavy-set man out from inside. He tossed the man in front of Tony Stark, drew his pistol, and asked, "Got any last words for him?" Tony Stark shook his head. Without hesitation, V pulled the trigger, and Obadiah's head exploded like an overripe melon. Witnessing it, Tony Stark nearly lost his dinner. "Did you have to go for the head?" "It's the safest bet." V rolled his eyes and holstered the gun. In 2077, if you really wanted to silence someone, the most foolproof method was a bullet to the head. After all, in an era where anyone could install cybernetic organs, it wasn't unusual for the paranoid to have multiple artificial hearts and lungs. Even if one set got damaged, the others could keep them alive. That's why, to be thorough, V made a habit of finishing off his enemies with a headshot after every fight. Tony Stark, unaware of the world V came from, watched Obadiah's lifeless body and breathed a long sigh of relief. At least now, Pepper's been avenged. As Tony Stark spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, where's Pepper? Just now thinking of her. V shot Tony an exasperated look. She's already been taken to a hospital Ethan recommended. Ethan says she's out of danger and has started to recover. That fast? Tony Stark asked in surprise. Back when he was kidnapped, he'd also been gravely injured, and according to Ian's son, it had taken several hours standing at the operating table just to save his life. But Pepper's wounds were far more serious than his, and yet in less than half an hour, she was out of danger and already beginning to recover? You really have no idea. Back in 2077, those wealthy tycoons desperate to stay alive were pouring unimaginable sums into the medical industry. That's why V believed that the medical advancements of 2077 might even surpass those of cybernetic prosthetics. Otherwise, how could those folks, who hardly ever went in for body modifications, casually break the limits of human lifespan, strolling around healthy at the age of 180? Compared to that kind of technology, Pepper's injuries were practically nothing. She didn't even need to go to the hospital, a few doses of nanomedicine, and she'd be back to full health. All right, I've sent you the hospital's location. Go on your own. I'm heading back to bed. And don't forget to drop off that check later. Wait a minute. Take out the reactor from that thing for me. Mine's about to run out of power. You sure are a handful. P.S. I've been dealing with insomnia lately, which has left me a bit out of sorts. Sorry if I'm not quite myself. The next day at noon, V came downstairs, stifling a yawn. Hey V, your food's ready. It's on the table. Leo had already finished his tasks for the day. He'd cooked lunch, and now he and the other brothers were in the living room, playing games. V glanced around, but didn't see any sign of Raphael. Where's Raphael? V walked into the kitchen, surveying the spread laid out on the table, and nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday's fight with Ironmonger might not have been the most thrilling, but it had burned through a lot of energy. Time to refuel. One plate of meat after another quickly disappeared as V devoured them. The cybernetic organs inside him kicked into gear, breaking down, absorbing, and converting the food into nutrition and energy for his body, or storing it for later. While V was enjoying his feast, Leo turned around. Raphael's upstairs, working out in the gym. V considered this for a moment, but soon shifted his attention back to the meal in front of him. A feast made entirely from real ingredients, untouched by synthetic substitutes. Back in 2077, only those at the very top of the world could afford meals like this. And even then, they had teams of people to serve them. Though V was known as the Grim Reaper, he hardly ever had time for such luxuries, usually subsisting on synthetic food. Now, with a real meal in front of him, he was determined to savor every bite. He wiped his mouth and let out a contented burp. All right, I'll go upstairs and check on Raphael first. V reminded Leo to tidy up the table, then dashed up the stairs 2 steps at a time, quickly making her way to the gym. It had to be said that Sax had really put a lot of thought into this house. There was a room for just about every purpose. But V had never bothered to explore those areas, simply out of laziness. After searching upstairs for a while, V found the gym, and inside, Raphael, who was using 2 fully loaded barbells as makeshift dumbbells, lifting them with ease. Well, starting your workout, I see. Watching Raphael's focused expression, V's lips curled into a smile as she walked into the gym. Raphael looked a little surprised to see V come in. What made you suddenly decide to work out? It's just, I feel like I'm still not strong enough, Raphael replied, falling quiet for a moment as he recalled last night's battle. Not strong enough? If you're not strong enough, what hope is there for the rest of us? Honestly, even among Raphael's brothers, he was the strongest by far. But Raphael shook his head, his mind replaying the fight he'd witnessed yesterday between V and the Iron Overlord. To say nothing else, that punch exchange between V and the Iron Overlord was something he couldn't even dream of matching. If he tried to go toe-to-toe with the Iron Overlord, the best he could hope for would be getting sent flying with a single blow, let alone being able to stand his ground. Maybe V didn't realize just how much it shook Raphael when he popped his head out of the sewer and saw V halt the Iron Overlord's charge with a single punch. Your weakness isn't a lack of strength, it's your lack of fighting technique. If strength and stamina are like bullets, then fighting skill is the gun that fires them. You can have the best bullets in the world, but if your gun is faulty, it won't do you any good. Fighting technique? I don't get it. My martial skills are actually quite good. I can whittle a log down to shavings with my twin Sai in no time at all. Even the so-called masters might not be able to pull that off, right? Raphael was genuinely puzzled. V shook her head. You're going down the wrong path. Ninjutsu. It's a style those little guys use because they can't win head-on, so they sneak up and attack from behind. I'm not saying ninjutsu is useless, but I'm saying it doesn't suit you. If an average person's stamina is like a few dozen bullets, then using a rifle is plenty. But for beings like Raphael, with monstrous strength, it's like having tons of ammunition. With that many bullets, why stick with a rifle? Wouldn't you be better off with a Gatling gun, or something even heavier? Now, that would really pack a punch. That was the case with Raphael and the other turtles. Their strength and stamina far surpassed Splinter's. They didn't need to study the stealthy combat techniques of ninjutsu like Splinter did. What they truly needed was to learn straightforward, hard-hitting martial arts. V had told Raphael and the others this many times before, but the turtles had always shrugged it off. Yet today, these words seemed to finally strike a chord with Raphael. He looked down at the pair of barbells in his hands, loaded with iron plates, and for a moment considered. Smashing someone with these would no doubt be far more effective than hacking away with a sword that might snap in the heat of battle. So what should I do? Raphael looked at V, hoping for some guidance. V stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Since he had chosen O'Neill to be his mouthpiece, he naturally needed to ensure the man's safety. Previously, he planned to have the turtles protect O'Neill, but their strength hadn't quite measured up to his standards. Now, though, perhaps a bit of intensive training would make all the difference. All right, forget about all this human training gear. You're already much stronger than they are. What's the point of using their routines? With Raphael in tow, V headed to the underground base. He took Raphael's measurements and collected some data before finally letting him go. Good, that'll do. He carefully recorded all the data, making it easier to craft weapons for Raphael in the future. Then, V led Raphael to the more spacious section of the underground base, an ideal spot for training. This is the place. Come on, attack me. Raphael looked puzzled, but V just limbered up, ready for action. To be honest, I don't know any formal martial arts. What I have is a lot of fighting experience. So you attack me, I'll counter, and you pay attention to what you're doing wrong. Fix those mistakes, and that's all there is to it. On hearing this, Raphael didn't hold back. He charged straight at V. There's no faster way to improve than through real combat, and V was the perfect teacher for it. He wasn't worried about hurting V. After all, he didn't have the ability to. So without hesitation, Raphael lunged. But within just a couple of moves, V had knocked him to the ground. Don't think you always have to dodge. There are times when I'm not strong enough. Just take the hit and counterattack. Stop worrying about dodging everything. And don't jump around for no reason. You're huge, what are you bouncing for? Try to make yourself an easy target. Why not use your shell? It's got incredible defense. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of it? In the underground base, Raphael was knocked down by V again and again. Yet every time, he would grit his teeth, climb back to his feet, and continue sparring with V. Through battle after battle, some of his bad habits were quickly corrected by V. While Raphael was lost in his obsession with improving his martial skills, little did he know that Leo, Mikey, Donnie, and even Splinter were quietly peeking from the stairwell, watching the two of them train for a while. 2 hours later, V emerged from the underground base, feeling refreshed and invigorated. At that moment, Raphael was sprawled out on the ground, thoroughly beaten by V and unable to get up. After all, even though V had been holding back, he still used some force to help Raphael remember the lesson and rid him of those bad habits. Otherwise, if there was no hardship and only lecturing, who could say when Raphael would ever change? V certainly didn't have endless time to teach others. Having used Raphael as a turtle-shaped punching bag, V had satisfied his own craving for a good fight. When he reached the first floor, he encountered a few little turtles who were watching TV but were clearly absent-minded. V, how's Raphael doing? Leo couldn't hold back any longer and was the first to speak. Raphael? He's fine. He might be a bit sore, but with your physique, he'll recover after half a day's rest. He's just exhausted, so just get him something to eat. All right, I'll go right now. Leo turned and headed straight for the kitchen. Meanwhile, Mikey jumped up from the oversized custom-made sofa. I'll go check on Raphael. Without another word, the lively turtle dashed off toward the underground base. Donnie, still sitting on the sofa, found himself at a loss for what to do. V picked up a towel, wiped his fists, and, seeing Donnie's confusion, called out, if you want to help Raphael, you could make him a weapon. At the moment, he was teaching Raphael how to fight barehanded, mainly to change his combat habits. But there's a world of difference between fighting with a weapon and without one. Eventually, Raphael would definitely need a new weapon. To be honest, V already had a lot on his plate. He wanted to craft a set of prosthetics that would let him move swiftly, and there was also Ethan's external prosthetic. The priorities for those were quite high. Compared to those, Raphael's request would have to wait. However, seeing how much Donnie enjoyed inventing and tinkering, maybe this task could be handed over to him. Donnie looked a bit surprised and pointed at himself. That's right. I've seen your staff and Mikey's flamethrower skateboard. Those are your handiwork, right? They're pretty impressive. With a bit of extra study, I'm sure you could handle this mission too. Since V had spoken with such conviction, Donna, who was eager to help from the start, nodded without hesitation. So what do I need to do? First, make sure you understand all these materials. V sent a stack of files directly to Donna's smart glasses, and Donna glanced over the table of contents. A complete guide to cyberware, principles of cyberware functionality, new weapons manufacturing techniques. Looking at this long list of titles, all of which were completely new to him, Donna couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Then I'll start reading them right away. With that, Donna dashed off to his room, clearly planning to dive into his studies without delay. Watching Donna race upstairs, V could only shrug, a wry smile on his face. He's in such a hurry, but those things aren't something you can just rush through and understand. Back in 2077, those materials would have been considered standard reading for an average engineer, but in this era, they were obscure and difficult texts. Without a solid foundation and enough technical ability, there was no way to make sense of them. V mused silently when he noticed Splinter peeking down from upstairs. Tell Donna he won't get anywhere just by reading. He needs to head down to the underground base, use my equipment, and learn by doing. Otherwise, there's no way he'll master it. Splinter nodded his understanding, then glanced at V and said, Thanks, V. No problem. I got my own reasons. There was plenty on his plate. If he didn't find people to share the burden, how long would it take him to finish everything on his own? Back in 2077, he mostly operated as a lone wolf, but that didn't mean he did everything himself. Intelligence, supplies, even all sorts of tedious tasks. He'd hand those off to others when needed. Otherwise, there was no way he could handle everything alone. And as for these little turtles, though he'd given them some resources, the amount of energy they saved him made it more than worthwhile. Splinter turned and left, while V was about to head to the underground base to prepare a cyberware upgrade for quick movement when a familiar name drifted from the TV. Now, Mr. Tony Stark is about to make a statement. He will not be taking any questions. Thank you. Tony Stark? V turned to the television and saw a scene inside Stark Industries, a setup much like a press conference. And there he was, that flamboyant man, leaping onto the stage, clearly ready to say something. Let's hear what kind of story this guy is going to spin for those fools. V glanced over at Johnny, already sprawled out on the sofa, and grinned before flipping himself onto the couch as well. Long time no see. Where have you been keeping yourself these days? Try getting in touch with HQ. See if I could wrangle some perks. Johnny rubbed his eyes, looking a bit weary. Earlier, when V was holed up crafting weapons, he found himself with nothing to do. So he decided to head over to headquarters and see if he could get something out of it. But they gave me a few things, but I don't think you'll have any use for them. So I'm planning to take those and see if I can talk to the big boss of this world. Maybe I can trade them for something really good. V nodded, then sat with Johnny as they both turned their attention to the television. When Tony Stark stepped up on the stage, he glanced at the sea of reporters below, all packed in tightly. With his signature charm, he raised an eyebrow. It's been quite a while since we last met, everyone. Given how the last press conference went, I think I'll stick to the script this time. His witty opening drew laughter from many of the reporters, and Tony took the opportunity to pull out the lengthy statement prepared for him by that government agency with the impossibly long name, and began reading word for word. But he'd barely gotten through a few lines of the official statement before a woman in the front row interrupted him. This strikingly attractive reporter, dressed to impress, was none other than O'Neill's top rival, someone O'Neill always considered a disgrace to the profession. With her notebook in hand, pen resting thoughtfully against her lips, she leaned forward in an irresistibly alluring pose and asked Tony Stark, "So, are you saying that the person piloting the small suit of armor who fought Chairman Obadiah in his Iron Man suit last night wasn't you?" Tony looked at the woman, one of his many past entanglements, but managed to keep his composure, silently praying that Pepper hadn't noticed her in the crowd. At that moment, all Tony wanted was for this press conference to be over as soon as possible. "Sorry, but at that time I was..." Tony faltered for a second, glancing down at his cue card. "At that time, I was on a flight to Hawaii. I'd just been kicked off the board of directors, so I was feeling pretty down and decided to take a vacation. So, according to you, it wasn't you? But as far as I know, you don't have a double or a long-lost brother." With that, the reporter flipped her notebook around, revealing a blurry photo of Tony Stark, fresh from climbing out of the water, lifting off his helmet to gulp in fresh air. Seeing the photo, Coulson backstage could barely keep a straight face. He shot an apologetic look at Pepper, then stepped aside and pressed a button on his earpiece. "So who was supposed to sweep the scene last night? How did we miss that there were still photos left behind?" He'd told Tony and Pepper everything would be fine as long as they stuck to the script, but now this reporter had just produced a photo from the scene? Damn, this is so embarrassing. Coulson looked rather helpless, but since everything had already happened, even someone as even-tempered as he was could only sigh and accept it. He simply reminded the agents to write an extremely detailed report when they got back, and let the matter rest without further comment. Returning to Pepper's side, Coulson offered an embarrassed apology to her as she sat in her wheelchair. "I'm sorry. This was a failure on our part. It's all right." Since S.H.I.E.L.D. had entrusted V with Tony Stark's rescue, Coulson hadn't met any resistance from Pepper and her group this time. In fact, Pepper's impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. was quite positive. Even though there were obvious mishaps, she still reassured him that it was fine. The two of them stayed backstage, watching the live feed from the front as it was relayed to them. By now, the scene out front had grown much livelier. All the reporters had their attention riveted by the photos produced by the female journalist. For a moment, the atmosphere at the venue became especially heated. Reporters from every major outlet scrambled to photograph both her and the images she held. Knowing she would make the headlines in every major paper the next day, the female journalist was visibly smug. She glanced at O'Neill, who stood nearby, head down, absorbed in his phone, whispering to someone she couldn't see. "So, you still think you can compete with me?" But O'Neill paid her no mind, waiting patiently for Fenwick's reply. When he finally saw Fenwick's, "I'm here," a smile broke across O'Neill's face just as the doors swung open. Fenwick hurried in from outside and joined him. Fenwick handed O'Neill several newspapers. After a quick check, O'Neill turned to the female reporter with a winning smile. "Sorry, but the game changer has arrived. Mr. Tony Stark, I'm a reporter from Channel 6 News. Last night, one of our printing presses was set on fire, and all the newspapers we managed to print were destroyed." O'Neill's question came just in time to rescue Tony from a rather awkward moment on stage. Seeing O'Neill speak up, Tony Stark replied, "My apologies. If Obadiah was recklessly firing a weapon at your printing press last night and accidentally set it ablaze, you should probably contact our relevant department. We'll make sure to look into it and give you a satisfactory answer. Well, according to our investigation, Obadiah Stane is indeed connected to this incident, though perhaps not in the way you're thinking." Tony Stark looked puzzled, while O'Neill rose to his feet and unfolded the newspaper in his hands. "When you were kidnapped and taken to Afghanistan, as reporters from Channel 6, we also traveled to the region to investigate leads related to your case. At the airport, we unexpectedly discovered a shipment of weapons from Stark Industries being handed over to local terrorists. We followed the trail and, to our shock, found out that the one making deals with these terrorists was none other than Obadiah. As O'Neill spoke, he pulled out a portable speaker he had brought with him. Then, the recording made by V outside the tent, capturing the conversation between the terrorist leader and Obadiah, began to play. The previously noisy scene fell instantly silent. Every reporter held their breath, listening intently to the recording, afraid to miss even a single word. When the recording ended, O'Neill turned to Tony Stark and said, "This was meant to be the headline for today's paper. But last night, we discovered that one of our employees had leaked information to Obadiah in exchange for payment, and then someone deliberately set fire to our printing plant." Tony Stark immediately understood. No wonder Obadiah had acted so erratically last night. His secrets were about to be exposed, so he'd taken desperate measures. With this revelation, Tony Stark looked at O'Neill and quickly said, "I hope no one was hurt. My apologies for what happened." O'Neill glanced at the stunned reporters around him, especially the female reporter by his side, and continued, "Fortunately, there were no casualties. But let's get back to the point. What we discovered is that Obadiah, a top executive at Stark Industries, has been secretly selling the company's most advanced weapons to terrorists, plunging the region into chaos. Is this the real reason you want to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division?" Looking at the newspaper in O'Neill's hand, Tony Stark quickly pieced things together. This information could only have come from V, and the female reporter was clearly connected to him. Hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up. Was O'Neill trying to back him up? "That's right," Tony replied, seizing the opportunity. "I invented these weapons to protect the legitimate interests of our country and ensure the safety of our soldiers. But when I learned my inventions are being used against our own troops, I was furious. That's why I decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division." Tony rode the wave, announcing his decision once more, this time with a reason that left the board with nothing to say in response. In truth, the board had no room to argue. After the recent stock plunge, Tony Stark had quietly bought up large amounts of shares, securing absolute control over Stark Industries. Now, the company was entirely under his command. "Is that so?" O'Neill nodded, and, as he spoke, he pulled out a fresh copy of the newspaper. "And after you were rescued, we also conducted a thorough investigation in the area. As a result, we discovered that many weapons manufactured by Stark Industries had been left behind and were being used by terrorists against civilians. During our investigation, we also found a figure identical to the small humanoid armor that fought Obadiah's Ironmonger last night, destroying the remaining Stark weapons in that region." O'Neill spread out a newspaper, revealing a photo of Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit, confronting the terrorists. Was this the person from last night? Tony Stark sensed that something was wrong. Yet, with things having gone this far, he could only nod his head. "So is that person you?" "Well," Tony Stark fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. O'Neill didn't wait for an answer. "I have a photograph here, found on one of the defeated terrorists. It shows you inside a cave, building in armor suit. In this picture, we can see a glowing, circular device on your chest, remarkably similar to the one on last night's armored figure. So, tell me, was that you?" The photo in O'Neill's hand was the ultra-high-definition shot V had taken of Tony in the cave. The glowing arc reactor on his chest was impossible to miss. Compared to the blurry photo held by the female reporter beside O'Neill, it was obvious, if not identical, then unmistakably the same. Faced with such undeniable evidence, Tony Stark was at a loss. His confusion wasn't due to nervousness, but rather a strange, indescribable feeling. It was as if admitting the truth in front of so many people would force him to confront something within himself. Tony Stark looked at the photo in O'Neill's hand, then at the one held by the reporter next to him, and took a deep breath. Standing on the stage, Tony gripped the podium tightly. "If that was me, how would you judge me?" O'Neill glanced at the stack of documents in his hand, then smiled at Tony Stark and said, "You shut down your weapons division for the sake of peace. You risked your own safety to protect regional security. You went out of your way to confront Obadiah in an armored suit to prevent him from silencing witnesses. Oh, and I remember you compensated for the car Obadiah destroyed, at 5 times its value, no less. I don't see any of that as a bad thing, so I would rate you very highly." Tony Stark paused, taking in O'Neill's words. After a moment, he glanced at the female reporter standing beside O'Neill. "In the past, people used to call me the Merchant of Death. I always shrugged it off because my old man believed that peace simply meant having a bigger stick than everyone else. So I never felt any guilt." After rambling on with what seemed like a string of unrelated anecdotes, Tony fixed his gaze on the female reporter who had once interviewed him. After a brief pause, he turned his attention back to O'Neill. "And last night, I realized that someone had given the title of superhero to the person who stopped Obadiah from killing on the street, the pilot of that suit of armor. They even gave him a name, Iron Man. Now, You're drawing a line between me, the so-called Merchant of Death, and Iron Man, as if you're saying I'm a superhero too. Do you really think that makes sense? Why not? O'Neill raised an eyebrow, her reply leaving no room for argument. Batman acts just like an ordinary businessman by day, and at night, he puts on the bat suit to fight for justice. No one seems to think there's anything odd about that. Is that so? I would have thought you'd find such an idea far-fetched, or even absurd. I mean, clearly, I'm not cut out to be a superhero. I've got a mountain of character. Flaws. Made plenty of mistakes. Mistakes I made right in front of everyone. There's an old saying from China. Where does it go again? Something everyone knows. The meaning is... Tony's words trailed off, his speech becoming more hesitant. As he spoke, his eyes slowly drifted to some distant spot in the air, as if he were staring into space, lost in thought. Rhodey, standing nearby, noticed Tony's unsettled mood. He leaned in and whispered, "Just stick to the script." Tony snapped back to attention, nodded at Rhodey, and picked up the sheet of paper with his prepared remarks. He studied it for a moment, but then his eyes wandered again to O'Neill, focusing on a newspaper she held up. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." As if determined to prove something, Tony Stark finally spoke these words. The crowd of reporters erupted in excitement. All at once, they surged forward, thrusting their microphones toward Tony Stark, eager for any comment he might give. Anything at all. The scene threatened to spiral out of control. Security moved in quickly, forming a protective barrier around Tony Stark and ushering him toward the exit. Along the way, it seemed as if Tony had finally found a sense of release. He called out over his shoulder, "And by the way, I think the name Iron Man doesn't quite fit. So, can we maybe change it?" The reporters scrambled to jot down his every word, O'Neill among them, eager not to miss a single detail. She wrote that sentence down in her notebook. After making sure there was no more news, she stood up and glanced at the female reporter next to her, who had been awkwardly holding a photo, relegated to background scenery, for half the day. "Sorry to have kept you busy for so long, but to thank you for the information you provided, I'll leave these newspapers with you. Consider them a token of appreciation." With that, O'Neill turned on her heel and strode out of the hall, hopping into the old van driven by her longtime partner, Fenwick, and left without looking back. The female reporter looked down at the stack of newspapers in her hands and cursed under her breath. Damn it. And just like that, the press conference came to an end. As expected, the content of this event would soon send shockwaves through the online world. People everywhere would be talking about it, and the topic was guaranteed to become the key to viral traffic for a long time come. But that had nothing to do with V. He shrugged, while Johnny, standing beside him, quipped, "That guy never stopped showing off," admitting his identity in front of such a huge crowd. Sure, superheroes could reveal their identities if they wanted, but exposing yourself like that always brought trouble. Just look at Batman. Wait a second, this guy's just like him. Both are filthy rich, aren't they? Well, in that case, getting beaten up by a superhero or crushed by a megacorporation makes a little difference. Villains know better than to mess with them. V just shook his head and said to Johnny, "He can't help it. He doesn't have much time left. Don't forget about his reactor. That thing's basically a death sentence." V got to his feet and watched Tony Stark on the screen, being escorted out of the press conference by bodyguards. He's realized that everything he did in the first half of his life was wrong. Now he's trying to make up for it with what little time he has left. Admitting his identity in public today is probably his way of proving something to himself. With that, V headed down to the underground base. He still needed to upgrade himself. Otherwise, if he ran into another flying iron giant like Ironmonger, he'd be left in the dust, and that wouldn't make for much of a fight. Behind him, Johnny raised an eyebrow on the couch, waved his hand to switch off the TV, and followed V down to the underground base. He glanced at Raphael, who was still resting nearby, and Maggie, who was giving him a muscle-relaxing massage. V, meanwhile, went straight to his own workbench and began sifting through his database, searching for anything that could boost his mobility. "So, what kind of upgrades are you planning for yourself?" Johnny leaned against the workbench, eyeing the massive database with curiosity. A sly grin tugged at V's lips. He pulled up several sets of cyberware schematics, items he'd salvaged from some abandoned facility. As he studied them, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. "Have you ever played Ghost Runner?" "Ghost Runner? It's a game," V replied, casually, then pulled up the schematics of his own cybernetic implants, starting to tinker and experiment with a new design, something that could be added on top of the jumble of tech already built into his body. He ended up staying in the underground base for another 2 days. If he wasn't poring over the details of his cyberware, he was training Raphael, a bit of exercise to keep himself active. But over these days, V made little progress with his cyberware research. It was Raphael who showed the most improvement in his combat skills. Of course, Raphael was learning from scratch, so he made quick progress at the beginner stage. That's just how it goes. As for V, every implant in his body had its own purpose, each one meticulously designed to maximize power while taking up as little space as possible. After countless rounds of redesign and modification, the arrangement of V's cyberware had reached an optimal state. Adding more meant either removing something to make room for new hardware or enlarging his own frame, which would only hinder his fighting ability. After all, a bigger body means a bigger target and a whole new set of combat techniques to master. Who knows how long it would take to get used to all that? Watching V struggle fruitlessly to improve his setup, Johnny let out a helpless sigh. Why don't you just build an external rig, like Ethan's armor? At Johnny's words, V turned and gave him a look, half amused, half exasperated. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Johnny rolled his eyes and turned away, immediately firing up a game of Minesweeper on a nearby computer. Fair point. V gave him a thumbs up, then studied his own streamlined mobility implant, flexing his fingers thoughtfully. External cyberware was far less troublesome than internal mods. All he needed was a way to secure it to his body. Glancing at his full-body schematic, then at the external cyberware, V dove straight into the design process. The optimization process was already complete, so converting the designs for external use was simple. Before long, V had drawn up the blueprints for these external versions and set straight to forging. He worked late into the evening, but at last, V completed the new set of cyberware. Taking inspiration from Jack's gear in the first world game, Ghost Runner, V crafted a set of implants modeled after it. All in all, this new set had the following features. A grappling arm bracer, mounted on the hand, for quickly closing distances or knocking down foes. Wall-running shoes, designed to let V move effortlessly along vertical surfaces. A short-range jetpack, worn on the back, gives V a certain degree of maneuverability in the air. Of course, as long as there's enough power, it can also be used for long-distance flights. However, relying solely on the energy it can carry, it can't stay airborne for long. Installing a reactor would provide more power, but there are concerns about safety. After all, reactors are formidable, but their defensive capability is lacking. Unless a special protective layer is designed for them, they're far too easy to target and destroy, rendering the whole system useless. Though V hasn't yet faced an opponent who could put up a real fight, he never forgets the old family maxim. Treat the enemy with contempt strategically, but with caution tactically. When it comes to unknown adversaries, V refuses to design an easily exploitable weakness. As a living Reaper, he can have strengths, but never fatal flaws. So, what to do when long-lasting flight is needed? Simple. Why not keep a few compact reactors inside Excalibur? During combat, leave them off, and when needed, just have Excalibur brought over to install one. Having completed this set of cyberware, a trace of pride flickers in V's eyes. Now, he can finally replicate the feats of a Ghost Runner, can't he? Of course, the Ghost Runner skills also include bullet time and the art of striking in a single, decisive blow. But with Sandevistan and his wealth of combat experience, V doesn't need to invent those anew. With the gear now ready, it's only natural to get accustomed to it. After all, in a real fight, the enemy won't wait for you to figure out your equipment. Fully suited up, V began testing out his new gear inside the underground base. Before long, once he'd grown familiar with its functions, he took it off with satisfaction and set it on the workbench. Now, even when facing high-mobility foes like Iron Tyrant, I finally have the means to give chase, he remarked. As he tidied the workbench, sweeping away the leftover scraps, V couldn't help but frown at the now-empty supply bins. Sigh, out of materials again. Who knows when Ethan's external cyberware will be finished, and there's still Raffi's weapon to make. He'd left the weapon forging to Donna, but the materials were still his responsibility. No, this won't do. He's still short on cash. Counting his funds, V realized he now had only 2 checks left, each worth 200 million eddies. That's enough to make some standard weaponry, but creating a set of external cyberware packed with advanced features and cutting-edge tech would be a real challenge. In fact, any single component from the set he just finished is worth more than 200 million on its own. After all, these cybernetic implants were all new models he had personally modified and optimized, using his own engineering skills based on the original ones. In terms of technology, they were at least 30 years ahead of anything produced by other companies, a true leap forward. Of course, it was out of the question for V to dismantle his own implants and sell them. Not to mention whether people in this era would even recognize their worth. Just the fact that these implants were made with machinery from 2077, with materials craftsmanship, and a level of advancement that his current shabby little base simply couldn't match, meant that once he took them out, even he wouldn't be able to use them again. When it came to his own abilities, V always put them as his top priority. Would V risk weakening himself just to boost someone else's strength? That was simply impossible. Absolutely out of the question. So, all he could do was wait for the next round of funding. Just as he was nursing his headache over this, V suddenly remembered a certain flashy guy. Damn it, why hasn't that show-off transferred the money yet? Let me think. How much does that guy owe me? First, when he asked for intel, Tony Stark casually threw 10 billion credits his way. Then, when he was asked to deal with Obadiah, Stark threw another 30 billion. After that, for killing Obadiah, Stark rewarded him with the equivalent of Obadiah's own net worth. At that time, Obadiah was worth about 80-something billion. Round it up and drop a zero, and that's a solid 100 billion, making a grand total of 140 billion. That's basically like he'd rescued Tony Stark 140 times. Honestly, working with rich, clueless clients like him is pure bliss. V couldn't help but mutter, while Johnny rolled his eyes beside him. Sure, it's great and all, but you have to actually get your hands on the money. The guy hasn't paid up yet. Don't tell me he's thinking of stiffing you. Ah, that guy dares to owe me money? You better not make me blow up his mansion. V's money was not so easily stolen. As V was weighing whether to approach Tony Stark with tact or just demand the payment outright, he heard Leo calling him downstairs, saying that Ethan had returned. V clapped his hands. Damn, I left Ethan over at Tony Stark's place. That night, he'd come back here in the Excalibur, but Ethan wasn't in the car because there had been a problem with Pepper. Ethan had taken Pepper to a private hospital. Unlike in the East, private hospitals in America weren't out to scam you. Their technology and service were top-notch, though the price was, well, just a touch astronomical. Of course, for someone like Tony Stark, flush with cash and happy to spend, it was mere pocket change. Still, given the limitations of the era, no matter how advanced that private hospital was, it was hard for their medical standards to compare with what was available in 2077. It's just like this. If you took a random box of antibiotics from our era back to the Middle Ages, it would be a miraculous cure for 99% of deadly diseases. The medical technology of 2077, placed in this time, has a similarly astonishing effect. Because of this, the doctors at that private hospital were completely unsettled. They couldn't wrap their minds around the medical assistance Ethan, well, his glasses, really provided. Ethan, worried they might try something shady, simply stayed there for 2 days, planning to check on Pepper's condition before making any decisions. V didn't mind at all. After all, those glasses weren't packed with cutting-edge medical tech, just a bunch of treatment protocols for various situations, the kind that tell you what to do if you encounter something unexpected. There wasn't even any equipment like what was in the medical kit, and the doctors of this era couldn't replicate those protocols even if they tried. As for whether those folks would dare to swipe V's medical devices, every single piece of medical equipment was fitted with a tiny program he'd set up himself. If any device was taken a certain distance away from a medical kit, a miniature infrasound emitter would activate. Not powerful, just enough to knock everyone within 3 meters off their feet. And if someone tried to make off with the whole medical kit, even simpler. V had installed a larger infrasound weapon on the kit itself, with range and effect far greater than the ones on the individual devices. So, V really didn't have to worry about anyone stealing his tech. Whistling a tune, he headed upstairs to find Ethan, planning to check whether the medical kit was still there and decide if he should trigger the anti-theft measures remotely. When he got upstairs, V met someone else, his biggest patron, Tony Stark, who owed him 14 billion. Seeing V come up, Ethan waved at him. Hey V, Ms. Potts is out of danger now. Your stuff works wonders. I told you it was a minor issue. You didn't believe me at the time. V checked the scene. The medical kit was right next to Ethan, all the contents untouched. It looked like those guys hadn't dared to snatch anything in broad daylight. Or maybe Tony Stark had kept them in line. All right, put everything back in the sword and the stone. Don't give me that look. The external prosthetics I designed for you are way better than this stuff. Watching Ethan eye the kit with such reluctance, V rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's good then. With that, Ethan instantly abandoned the Madame Bovary in his hand and made for the underground base, intending to return everything to the sword and the stone. Johnny appeared from the side, watching Ethan's excitement. It's always the things you can't have that seem best, huh? Man, come on, man. You're a guy too. V gently reminded Johnny, who just rolled his eyes and vanished again. Who are you talking to? Johnny ignored V, but Tony next to him frowned in confusion. V turned to look at the generous patron, his face beaming with a smile as he strolled over. Oh, you don't need to worry about that for now. First, just tell me. $14 billion, not Zimbabwean dollars. When will you pay me? Why 14 billion? I did the math. Shouldn't it be 12 billion? For the Obadiah job, if we round up, I'm even cutting you a break. Isn't it just 10 billion? You call that cutting me a break? That's 2 billion more. It's because you've taken so long to pay me back. The interest is piled up. Isn't that fair? V's eyes narrowed slightly, and Tony Stark immediately felt a wave of menace wash over him. Ahem, of course, that's fair, but faced with V's intimidation, Tony Stark had no choice but to accept the steep interest rate. But speaking of repayment, at this point a slightly embarrassed, yet still polite, smile appeared on Tony Stark's face. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Seeing that smile, V's own grin froze on his face. Tony Stark looked slightly awkward. Sorry, but I'm a bit short on cash at the moment. $14 billion is a lot, after all, and I've been spending quite a bit lately. A single Iron Man suit costs hundreds of millions, and since he's had some free time, he's already built 3 of them. The stock buyback plan was going smoothly, but it had cost plenty as well, so now Tony Stark was facing a problem he'd never really considered before. So what you're saying is, you're going to stiff me? V's expression instantly darkened, the mantis blade on his arm snapping out and pressing against the billionaire's neck. Let's hear it. You dare try to cheat me out of my money. How many pieces should I cut you into and bury? V glared at Tony Stark, already considering where to make the first cut. Tony's heart pounded furiously. Hey, can't we talk this out like civilized people? A wicked grin tugged at V's lips. If you pay up, then sure, I'll treat you like a god among customers. But if you don't, well, my favorite thing to do with deadbeats like you is to slice you up piece by piece until there's nothing left but scraps. The mantis blade traced a cold line along Tony Stark's face. Feeling the icy touch on his skin, Tony carefully stepped back. I'm not refusing to pay. I just don't have that much liquid cash right now. Give me a little time, and I promise I'll pay you back in full. When exactly? About 2 months from now? Truth be told, Tony Stark did have a way to get the money. According to his plan, Stark Industries was about to host the Stark Expo. In the short term, this is the best way for Stark Industries to rake in huge profits. After all, companies from all over the world are eager to showcase their cutting-edge technology on this stage and attract investors. Naturally, that means paying a hefty venue fee, doesn't it? Now that Stark Industries is essentially Tony Stark's one-man show, all the money collected goes straight into his own pocket. Of course, even this windfall might not be enough for Tony Stark to pay off his debts, but he's got a trump card up his sleeve. He plans to unveil his reactor at this expo, a marvel that could open up a multi-trillion-dollar market and shake the world's entire energy sector to its core, blasting open an even bigger market in the process. When that happens, people will be lining up to throw money at him. P.S. Speaking of private hospitals, honestly, our public hospitals are so much better than the private ones. My friend went to a private clinic for a tooth extraction. The doctor there, trying to cut costs, didn't even use anesthesia. It was so painful my friend needed several people to hold him down just to get the tooth out. When I had my wisdom tooth removed at a public hospital, the doctor didn't say a word. Just gave me anesthesia right away. The technique was excellent, and even after the anesthesia wore off, there was no pain at all. All I can say is, if you have the choice, it's best to seek treatment at a public hospital. The doctors there will do their best to cure you with the least trouble in the shortest time and with the most effective methods. Tony Stark didn't seem too keen on becoming a deadbeat, so V withdrew the mantis blade. The seam on his arm sealed up, and the gleaming, razor-sharp blade was once again hidden within V's arm, as if it had never appeared. Wow, is your whole body built like this? Tony arched an eyebrow, clearly just making conversation. I'd love to install a couple of those on my suit. Are you here to take Ethan home? So why are you still hanging around? Hoping I'll kick you out myself? As V spoke, he glanced down at his own foot, then up at the front door, as if genuinely considering giving Tony Stark a literal boot out the door. Knowing that V might actually go through with it, Tony Stark quickly grabbed hold of the door, just in case V really decided to kick him. Actually, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. What is it? V lowered the foot he just raised, folded his arms, and looked Tony Stark in the eye. Tony fell silent for a moment, and just as V was starting to lose patience, he blurted out, I noticed the medical kit you gave Ethan. It looked really advanced. So you have some serious medical skills, right? That's right. Why do you ask? V had already guessed that this was what Tony Stark wanted to discuss. Tony Stark was fully aware of the dangers posed by his arc reactor, yet it never crossed his mind to simply swap it out for something as mundane as a car battery. He was far too flamboyant, far too proud for that. He could never tolerate the idea that his life depended on a car battery, nor could he bear for anyone to witness him in such a pitiful state. That's why he chose the reactor. He chose to stake his life on something stylish, to end things on his own terms, with a flourish. That was his choice. But what if he could choose not to end it at all? In that case, Tony Stark would be just like any other ordinary person, or even like any living creature. He would feel a deep longing to go on living. And when that day came, he would come seeking help. If your medical skills are good enough, and you're willing to help others, of course, there's payment involved, but that's not the point. What I want to know is, would you do it? Tony Stark was visibly anxious as he asked, stumbling over his words in his nervousness. Of course I can, assuming the price is right. If so, then I'm willing. V replied with a tone of absolute nonchalance. In the world of 2077, his medical skills might be considered merely above average, perhaps a notch below those highly specialized teams backed by megacorporations and endless resources. But here, on this world's Earth, his abilities stood unrivaled. He led the field, leaving everyone else scrambling just to keep pace. So, he had every right to be picky, much like that genius surgeon Ethan once mentioned, the kind who would only take on surgeries that interested him, refusing anything that lacked challenge. Compared to that, V was much easier to deal with. As long as you could pay and the job intrigued him, he'd take it. Simple as that, right? Doge. The moment V agreed to help, Tony Stark was flooded with excitement. Previously, he'd asked Ethan to use that special ocular device to scan him, and the results had come back with a full treatment plan for the medical glasses. The analysis showed an astonishing 99% success rate for the surgery. Every step was mapped out, from the very first incision, the choice of instruments, post-op recovery, and even the treatment protocols for palladium poisoning. Everything was meticulously detailed. Yet there was a catch. Despite the medical glasses' assurance of near-certain success, Ethan himself was hesitant to proceed. Some steps seemed incredibly risky, requiring hands as steady as the finest machines, flawless precision to execute the procedure perfectly. As a result, out of all the steps, the only thing Tony could actually do for now was manage the palladium poisoning with follow-up treatments. But that was just a stopgap. It could only buy him time. Unless the reactor was removed, the poisoning would never truly be cured. Yet the surgery was simply out of reach. The level of steadiness required, in Ethan's eyes, was so extreme that not even that legendary surgeon would dare attempt it. In the end, Ethan also advised Tony Stark to go see V. After all, this system was given to him by V, and V's medical skills couldn't be bad. At the very least, performing this surgery should be well within reach. Now that V had agreed to do the procedure, Tony figured he might as well take the gamble and see whether, with a 99% success rate, he could actually make it out alive. He wouldn't dare risk it with a 40% chance, but 99%. If it really came down to that one unlucky percent, well, he'd just accept his fate. With that thought, Tony Stark finally spoke up. I have a friend with some, chest issues. Your glasses scanned him and showed a 99% chance of successful surgery, but Ethan and the others just aren't up to the task, so I was wondering if you could. There's no one else here. You don't have to beat around the bush. Before Tony could finish, V cut him off. V tapped Tony's chest lightly with a finger. This friend you're talking about, is it actually you? Or do you really have a friend? Tony realized then that back in the cave, V had seen the reactor in his chest. Oh, yeah, it's me. That makes things easier. I'm not doing it. With that, V made to shove him out the door. Tony Stark couldn't help himself. He clung desperately to the doorframe. Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? You, a notorious debtor, promised to pay me and then want me to operate on you. How am I supposed to know you'll actually pay up afterward? No, look, I already told you. I'm just short on cash at the moment. I can't pay right now. That's all. That's what all deadbeats say when they owe money. V was merciless, prying Tony's fingers off the frame one by one and tossing him out the door. Come on, I'm Tony Stark. Do you really think I'd stiff you on the money? Who knows what someone like you is really like in private? V rolled his eyes and started to shut the door, but Tony blocked it with his foot. So what do you want me to do? I won't even overcharge you for the surgery. $5 billion. Plus the $14 billion you already owe me. That's $19 billion. Round it up, and even $20 billion. Pay me, and I'll do the surgery. V rolled his eyes again, but this time pushed the door shut for real. Outside, Tony Stark was left pacing anxiously, scratching his head like a monkey. Damn it, $20 billion? Where the hell am I supposed to find that kind of money? Sure, his reactor technology could easily be worth trillions in the future, but that was a long-term thing. There was no way he could come up with that kind of cash right now. But looking at the reactor in his chest, Tony Stark knew that if he truly wanted to survive, he had to come up with the money. And fast. Even if V was extorting him, he had no choice but to accept it. Damn it, I'll go all in. Isn't Musk that guy who wants to make electric rocket engines? He's bound to need a powerful energy source. I have to talk to him first. There was no other way. Tony Stark didn't dare wait until the Stark Expo. He immediately dashed to his sport car parked at the door and sped off toward his company. P.S. As for Musk, he really did make a cameo in Iron Man 2, and even suggested to Tony that they work together on electric rocket propulsion. Watching Tony Stark storm out of the yard cursing, V rolled his eyes in the room. What a joke. He thinks being in debt makes him a boss. Wants to climb over my head and play the big shot. Maybe I should just tear him into 2,000 pieces and call it even. Although there was a bit of opportunism in that $200 billion, The fact that Stark himself agreed to pay such a sum proved he thought it was fair. The service V provided was well worth the price. If you think it's unreasonable, you're always free to try doing business with Tony Stark at a price you find fair. Let's see if you can strike a deal with him. With skills like his, there was nothing to be afraid of. After sending Tony Stark off, V got up and headed back to the underground base, pulling Raphael, now rested, back into training. After all, he was eager to get Raphael fully prepared as soon as possible, so he could send him to protect O'Neill and have one less thing to worry about. Raphael, seeing how invested V was, felt deeply touched and threw himself into training with renewed determination. His progress was so rapid that V was baffled, even wondering how Raphael could improve faster after getting through the basics. Though he didn't quite understand it, life simply continued on this way. After every training session, Maggie and Leo took care of Raphael. One gave him a massage to relax his muscles, the other prepared food to restore his strength. Meanwhile, Donna, after grasping some basic theory, started running down to the underground base, using the equipment V had built to conduct small experiments, speeding up her learning and deepening her understanding. Seeing Donna's progress after getting the basics, V's eyes lit up, and he promptly put her to work as his assistant. In the game Cyberpunk 2077, pistols, whether it's the Amnesty, Comrade's Hammer, those kinetic weapons, or the smart weapons like the Lizzie, all use the standard pistol ammo. But in real life, V quickly realized that these guns could never possibly use the same type of ammunition. Like smart weapons, every bullet comes equipped with a tiny propulsion system at its tail, allowing it to adjust its trajectory mid-flight and home in on the enemy's position to a certain extent. Kinetic weapons, on the other hand, have their own unique designs. Their bullets can ricochet off walls and other non-target surfaces, making them unpredictable in a firefight. As for energy weapons, there's really no need to elaborate. The differences are even more pronounced. These three weapon types each require completely different kinds of ammunition, not to mention the variety in calibers and firepower. Take Comrade's Sledgehammer, for example, a non-corporate, custom-made weapon that demands specially tailored bullets. All in all, it's nothing like those simple setups you see in video games. For V, this was especially troublesome. Every time he switched weapons, he needed to craft new, specialized ammo, a task far more laborious than churning out a batch of identical rounds. Fortunately, Donna had finally mastered the basics. That meant things like ammo crafting could now be handed off to him. With that thought, V dragged Donna over to the workbench, calling it an opportunity to build engineering experience, but in reality, treating Donna like an unpaid laborer. Not that Donna minded. Once he saw the specs on V's equipment and realized just how impressive these machines were, he clung to them as if they were a lover, refusing to let go. V had to prod him repeatedly before Donna finally, hesitantly, began making bullets, handling the machines as if a single iron shaving might ruin them, which made V frown in exasperation. Eventually, V stepped in to demonstrate, showing just how rugged and reliable the machines were. Only then did Donna relax and pick up the pace, and the bullet production finally sped up. Still, the process was slow. To keep things on track, V set a production quota for Donna. Once he met the required number of bullets, he was to shift gears and start making ammo for smart weapons. V had fresh ideas for those smart weapons. After all, this world remained a mystery to him. Take S.H.I.E.L.D., for instance. There were plenty of secrets lurking within its walls. At the very least, the origins of SHLD's technology were highly suspect. Some of that tech couldn't possibly have come from an ordinary technological revolution. Galactic-level civilizations only develop such advancements after reaching a certain threshold. And V had no idea what sort of enemies might be standing behind those secrets. To strengthen his own hand and stack the odds in his favor, V needed to start making preparations early. With that thought, V sighed. Such a hassle. Maybe you should just build an advanced AI first. What do you think? Back in the 2077 era, V had turned the Delamain AI from Night Corp into his right-hand man, leaving all the ammo manufacturing and logistics to Delamain. Delamain was incredibly reliable. He went so far as to dismantle several maintenance lines for other cars, dedicating them solely to producing ammunition for V. From that moment on, V never had to worry about logistics again. Delamain handled everything to perfection. On ordinary days, there was even a hover car ready whenever V needed to go out. But after giving a lot of thought, V ultimately gave up on this very tempting idea. For one, he didn't have access to any networks with significant computing power. The reason Delamain was so impressive wasn't just because V had upgraded him. Night Corp had also built a supercomputing center for him, covering thousands of square meters, exclusively for Delamain's use. It just goes to show that powerful computational capability is one of the key reasons an AI can be truly formidable. The second reason was that V still didn't know if he might need to move in the future. Granted, this place was quite nice, and he'd already established a modest base. But who could predict what the future would bring? There was no telling whether he'd have to relocate. No one could guarantee such things. Unless V was absolutely certain he'd stay put, it simply wasn't worth investing so much effort to develop an AI. Unless, of course, he could get it for free. After all, who could resist the allure of something so enticing that didn't cost a dime? For V, it had been ages since he'd enjoyed a lifestyle as leisurely as a vacation. Every morning, there was someone to cook his meals and wait for him to eat. He didn't even have to wash his own dishes. After breakfast, he'd head down to use Raphael as a punching bag for a bit of exercise, then check in on Donna to oversee bullet production, and finally, he'd meditate with Splinter. Days like these, never mind the world of 2077. Even in his first life, he'd never lived so comfortably. This idyllic routine lasted for nearly 2 months. During that time, V rarely ventured out, except for the occasional small errand for S.H.I.E.L.D. Those missions were ones S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't handle directly, but to V, they were trivial. There wasn't much profit in them, just a few billion in pocket money, so V felt too embarrassed to even ask for any new technology. Still, while these tasks from S.H.I.E.L.D. weren't particularly dangerous, they did involve plenty of complicated matters down the line. From high-ranking executives and politicians to some rather unusual individuals, the secrets involved were staggering. V became accustomed to rifling through safes whenever he got a chance, earning a little extra cash and picking up bits of intel, small gains that added up. With this information, he managed to nurture O'Neill's development. Now, O'Neill had become the undisputed king of journalists in New York. Every story he broke drew a huge amount of attention. On top of that, all these news stories only get published after V has obtained the evidence and thoroughly analyzed it, so the credibility is incredibly high. That's why, whenever O'Neill breaks a story, people's first instinct is to believe it, not to question it. How much do they trust her? Well, there are actually some departments that keep a constant eye on O'Neill's updates, just waiting for her to drop another bombshell. The moment she does, they'll take her reports as hard evidence and go straight to arrest someone. This tactic never fails because O'Neill's journalism is rooted in the truth. Every piece of evidence is solid and real. Yet, despite these impressive results, O'Neill has become a thorn in the side of those with guilty consciences. Lately, she's been on the receiving end of quite a few threats. But under V's orders, several of the turtles have been taking turns staying close to her, keeping her safe at all times. Now, these turtles have all been trained, some by V and others by Raphael. Their martial skills may not have skyrocketed, but their overall combat ability has undergone a remarkable transformation. Maybe they won't send troublemakers fleeing in terror, but they can absolutely keep O'Neill and Fenwick safe until backup arrives. And these unwelcome guests have become the perfect test dummies for the turtles' training. Once they saw their fighting skills improving in real battles, the turtles became even more enthusiastic about their training. Beyond their newfound combat prowess, there'd been another clear change: Donatello. After 2 months of working as V's blacksmith, Donatello's craftsmanship has improved significantly. He's now able to forge bullets much faster, and he's developed the basic skills to craft weapons for his fellow turtles. With a little help from V, he even reforged the other turtles' weapons from scratch. Leonardo, who used to wield a samurai sword, now carries a heavy, intimidating horse-slaying blade. Forged from advanced materials using superior techniques, this blade is absolutely devastating. It's said that not just a horse, but even an elephant, or an armored vehicle, could be cleaved in two by this weapon. Raphael, always the strongest, used to fight with twin safes. But those weapons never really let him unleash his full power. So, after talking it over with V, he switched the sayas for a massive shield and a one-handed warhammer. That shield is incredibly tough. If Raphael can withstand the shock, he could theoretically tank a missile blast. And the warhammer? Its power is extraordinary. In V's estimation, if Raphael uses the right technique, even the mighty Ironmonger, once thought invincible, will be forced to retreat in the face of his hammer's might. Next comes Dona. This kid added extra weight to his staff, along with a miniature propulsion device. Not only did this make his weapon hit harder when swung, but it also increased flexibility and maneuverability. In fact, in Dona's vision, as long as he programmed it properly, this weapon could even attack on its own, completely hands-free, the kind that could fly out and then return to his hand. As for Maggie, being the youngest and weakest among the brothers, he used to rely on a pair of nunchucks, a weapon that demanded a high level of skill to wield effectively. How should one put it? If you truly master the technique, you can unleash impressive power with them. But honestly, it placed too much of a demand on Maggie, and it wasn't very suitable for coordinating with others during a fight. So, after Dona sought help from V gave it some thought and decided to shift Maggie to a ranged combat role. Originally, V had wanted to whip up a machine gun straight out of 2077 for Maggie to play with. But Dona flat out refused. V never figured out if Dona simply didn't want to be stuck in an underground base cranking out bullets all day like a miserable quartermaster, or if he just thought little kids shouldn't mess with firearms unless they wanted to wet the bed. Either way, the idea was shot down, much to V's disappointment. V wasn't someone who worshipped melee weapons above all else. He believed that different weapons should be used for different situations. Melee weapons in the 2077 era were certainly no slouch, great for dealing with elite enemies. But apart from a few exceptions, most didn't perform well when clearing out hordes of lesser foes. Ranged weapons, on the other hand, had their own set of problems in 2077, with nearly everyone in Night City having undergone some form of cybernetic enhancement and sporting subdermal armor. Their effectiveness had been forced down to an almost ridiculous degree. Unless you had your hands on one of those legendary, immortal guns with insane firepower, most ranged weapons couldn't even scratch a boss or elite enemy. Like Atom Smasher, you'd have to empty almost an entire magazine just to take down a single enemy. Good for clearing out the cannon fodder, little else. Faced with these two distinct sets of strengths and weaknesses, V chose to combine them, mow down the lesser enemies from a distance, then grab his mantis blades and rip through the tougher opponents up close. In V's eyes, the brothers' close-quarter skills were already more than adequate for this era. What really needed a boost was their ranged attack capability. But since Dona had no intention of becoming the team's quartermaster, he let the idea drop. After mulling it over, V decided to try a different approach. He remembered Schneider's throwing knife weapon from before. While it wasn't anything groundbreaking, its standout feature was that the knives could be retrieved and even deal damage again on the way back. That ability reminded V of a hero he used to play in the game League of Legends, Xayah. Her weapon was also a set of throwing blades that could be called back to her hand. Wouldn't you say that's quite a coincidence? That's why V had such a vivid impression of those throwing knives. So when it came to boosting their ranged attack abilities, V naturally thought of the throwing knives. It just so happened that in the era of 2077, there were already some throwing knife weapons around. They packed decent power, though they were a bit troublesome to use. But with the creative idea of retrieving the knives from a distance, V felt that all the old problems with throwing knives were solved. He quickly sketched out a simple design for a new weapon and had Dona forge it, then handed it to Maggie. Maggie took a real liking to the set. After several days of training, she could pretty much hit whatever she aimed at. This, then, was the fruit of the turtles' efforts over the past 2 months. As for the others, there hadn't been much change. After all, they didn't have any money. V still had no idea where he could scrape together enough cash to build Ethan an exoskeleton, and could only wait for Tony Stark to pay back what he owed. But come to think of it, after 2 months, Tony Stark should be about due to pay him back, shouldn't he? With that in mind, V powered up his computer, curious to see if Tony Stark was planning some big newsworthy move that might help him get his money back. A quick search for Tony Stark pulled up a slew of recent headlines. Stories from the past 2 months about Tony crisscrossing the globe, signing contracts, and striking business deals. First up was Musk's electric rocket engine project. Thanks to the mind-blowing energy output of Tony Stark's reactor, Musk had eagerly signed on, even though he'd never heard of Stark's reactor before. Those specs alone were enough to convince him. To that end, Tony Stark needed to custom build a large enough reactor with a high enough energy index for Musk to try out. If it met Musk's needs, the deal would be sealed. At the same time, Tony had Musk introduce him to a host of big clients with energy needs, opening the door to further cooperation. With that, Tony Stark dashed off to build reactors, diving headfirst into his money-making spree. But with Stark working at such a breakneck pace and signing so many contracts, Stark Industries was thrown into total chaos. Tony, busy building reactors and fighting for his own survival, had no time to deal with the mess. So he seized the opportunity and pushed Pepper Potts forward, making her CEO of Stark Industries. Though Pepper had long served as Tony's personal secretary and assistant, after being thrust into the CEO role, she proved surprisingly reliable, transforming Stark Industries from a tangled mess into a well-oiled machine, much to everyone's astonishment. After all, most people used to think of Pepper as just a pretty face, hardly someone capable of shouldering such heavy responsibility. After Tony Stark was freed from the distractions that had been holding him back, he poured all his energy into the reactor project. Before long, he had delivered orders to several major corporations. Once these companies had tested the reactors and confirmed they met the requirements for their products, they each announced the start of new partnerships with Stark Industries. News of these collaborations sent Stark Industries' stock value climbing once again. People began to speculate whether Stark Industries might find new avenues for growth. However, the stock price meant little to Tony Stark. Half of the board had previously used a special clause to force him out. Tony had resolved to make Stark Industries a place where his word was law. He was determined to maintain absolute control over the company. Because of this, he refused to sell even a single share of his stock. No matter how high the stock price soared, it made no real difference to Tony Stark. What truly mattered to him now were the business deals with those major companies. He hoped to make enough profit from them to save his own life. Yet reality proved disappointing. Although the corporations were highly satisfied with the performance of his reactor, there was no way they could instantly sign contracts worth trillions. Even if they had the cash flow, no matter how attractive and affordable electric energy was, it was impossible for them to immediately switch from chemical to electric energy. Progress had to be made step by step. After all, you can't eat a meal in one bite, nor walk a road in a single stride. Haste would only lead to failure. These companies understood this principle all too well, so they began by ordering only a small batch of reactors, using them to test compatibility with their own products. The total value of all the first orders signed between the companies and Stark Industries reached $20 billion. Yet, after subtracting costs, the amount Tony Stark could actually pocket was only a few billion. This figure wasn't even half of what he needed to buy his way out of danger. The thought nearly drove Tony Stark to despair, but fortunately, he had another plan. The soon-to-be-held Stark Expo was his ace in the hole. The expo grounds were already built. All that remained was some finishing touches and hiring a few staff, and he would be ready to launch this event, now one of the most anticipated technology exhibitions in the world. His own costs were minimal, but for those companies wishing to showcase their technologies at the expo and attract new investors, paying him a fee was unavoidable. This time, the profit would be substantial. With the major construction already done, all he needed to cover was some labor costs, and the expo could go on. Of course, he couldn't set the exhibition fees too high. If he did, no one would want to participate. The final amount he calculated came to several hundred million, and combined with the capital from his previous business ventures, it barely reached $10 billion. Now, the real show was about to begin. He planned to have his reactor take center stage as the grand finale at the Stark Industries Expo. He would present it to the public in all its glory. When that moment came, orders worth astronomical sums would surely pour in, one after another, like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. And then, he would definitely be able to pull together the full $20 billion he needed. If not, maybe he'd have to build himself a rather attractive tomb? Ahem. Determined to truly gather that $20 billion and claim his rebirth from V, Tony Stark was paying special attention to this year's Stark Industries Expo. Under normal circumstances, he'd have no interest in getting involved with such events. He'd even be reluctant to show his face. But this time, to make the expo more eye-catching and to rake in more money, Tony Stark had already started stirring up media buzz. He even arranged for a truck to carry his very first Iron Man suit, the one he'd originally built to escape from that cave, on a tour around the world. Meanwhile, on V's side, by keeping up with the latest news about Tony Stark, he had more or less guessed what Tony was up to. And how could he be so accurate? Never underestimate the memories from those fragments of consciousness he carried. Though those memories sometimes left his mind in a tangled mess, they also contained a trove of useful information. Among them were accounts of the same event told from a variety of perspectives, human and non-human, the elite and the downtrodden, even from the past and the future. With these memories, V had grown accustomed to viewing and analyzing things from many angles, which made it easy for him to draw different yet effective conclusions. Of course, that didn't mean he was immune to overthinking at times. After reviewing Tony Stark's plans from the past few days, V was about to shut down his computer when, unexpectedly, he spotted a piece of news tucked away in a corner of the screen. The state court would be holding a hearing on Tony Stark's Iron Man suit this Friday in Washington, D.C. Even as Stark was sparing no effort to promote the expo, this news had managed to stubbornly claim a little space in the media, which meant it had been reported by many outlets and had drawn considerable attention. Under normal circumstances, it would have been headline news. V found it intriguing and clicked to take a closer look. When he finished reading, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. That guy's Iron Man suit has drawn some unwanted attention. He's about to run into trouble. Back when he was carrying out daily assignments for S.H.I.E.L.D., V had managed to pick up some related intelligence from their people. For example, there was a certain company that tried to develop an iron suit, and after more than 10 test pilots lost their lives, they still didn't manage to produce a single usable prototype. Or take another research base, also working on iron suits. Due to poor management, an explosion occurred, and a bunch of people died. There's been no shortage of similar reports lately. After all, Tony Stark's Iron Man suit is simply irresistible. The military's eyes practically glow with envy at its performance, and they've all secretly started their own research efforts. Some arms manufacturers have noticed this trend and joined the race to develop iron suits. After all, where there's demand, there's profit, and where there's profit, there's a market. If there's money to be made, you can bet those guys won't let the opportunity slip by. But clearly, none of them are as bright as Tony Stark. After pouring in untold amounts of money and time, they still haven't cracked it. So now, all eyes have turned to Tony Stark himself. After all, he already has the finished product. Why waste time reinventing the wheel when you can just take what's already there? Besides, theft and underhanded dealings, that's their true area of expertise. Do you think they'll succeed? Johnny popped up beside him, watching the screen, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Tricks like these, well, it's exactly what you'd expect from them. No matter which world you look at, there's always someone willing to stoop to these disgusting lengths. In its own twisted way, that's a talent, too. If they actually pull it off, then I'd say Tony Stark isn't all that impressive after all. V glanced over at the lineup for the jury, curling his lips in mild contempt. There wasn't a single heavyweight in that jury, just a bunch of people that Hammer Industries had invited to try and put pressure on Tony Stark. Maybe to the average person, that jury looked pretty formidable. But to someone like Tony Stark, a billionaire of his stature, were these governors really anything to worry about? Just take S.H.I.E.L.D., for example. He'd had some disagreements with them before, and what did they do? They went and dug up dirt on a former governor, the current governor, and a whole bunch of others from some state. In the end, none of those people even dared breathe a word in protest. And from what V knew, this so-called all-powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually on Tony Stark's side. In other words, if Tony Stark came out of this unscathed, fine. But if he didn't, then by the next day, all sorts of illicit info about those so-called governors would be plastered everywhere, and every member of that jury would end up behind bars. Heh, it might even end up being V himself that S.H.I.E.L.D. asked to take care of it. TSK, but then, should I even bother? It's just $1 billion. Doesn't really feel worth getting up for. Seeing that his living expenses were covered, V lounged lazily in his chair, staring up at the ceiling. According to the silent understanding he had with S.H.I.E.L.D. for little errands like this, ones that could be settled with just a word to O'Neill, they always offered $1 billion as a reward. Only when it comes to particularly tricky matters does S.H.I.E.L.D. loosen its purse strings and offer a higher reward. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. technology he wanted, who knows when he'll ever get his hands on it. I'm just saying, why don't we figure out a way to rob S.H.I.E.L.D. directly? Feeling like their goal was slipping farther out of reach, V turned to Johnny and spoke half in jest. Look at you, whatever. Johnny rolled his eyes. First, you'd have to actually find where they're hiding. V leaned back in his chair and stretched lazily. S.H.I.E.L.D. guarded against him like he was some sort of threat. Any information he received was relayed by the agent stationed at the door, and they hardly ever let him see anyone else from the organization. That agent even communicated with others solely through an earpiece, and slept in a camper van, always on alert. Because of this, up till now, the only useful piece of intel V had was that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a base somewhere in New York. As for anything more specific, nothing. And with a city as sprawling as New York, who on earth knew where that base could be? Forget it. When the time comes, we'll just watch the live stream and enjoy the show. V got up and headed upstairs, planning to grab some fries from the kitchen. While V was enjoying his laid-back afternoon, Tony Stark was running himself ragged, barely able to keep up with the pace. No sooner had he shipped out the first batch of arc reactors than he was thrown into a frenzy, scrambling to promote the Stark Expo and, frankly, to keep himself alive. To stir up excitement, he went all out and threw a preview event an entire week ahead of schedule. To really seize the spotlight, he donned the same suit of armor he'd used to take down Ironmonger, making a dramatic entrance by crashing down onto the stage from the sky, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Once the atmosphere hit a fever pitch, Tony Stark didn't stick around. Iron Man armor was best unveiled in small doses. Leave it out too long, and people just get used to it. He put on an old video of his father, then slipped off to the side of the stage, pulled out a portable detector, and pricked his finger for a quick blood test. Blood toxin level, 8.9%. Phew, looks like I've still got time. The treatment plan suggested by those medical goggles was complicated. Besides V, no one could guarantee pulling it off, but he could at least borrow a few ideas for treating palladium poisoning. At the very least, 2 months had passed, and the toxin in his blood still hadn't hit double digits. This gave Tony Stark a bit more confidence, and was one of the reasons he hadn't simply given up hope. All right, next stop. Let me think where to go. Tony Stark rubbed his temples, glanced back at the bustling scene, and then at the screen where Howard Stark was speaking. Everything you'll ever need for the future is right here. Just then, Howard Stark turned to the camera and gestured toward the model of the expo building beside him. Gazing at the model, Tony Stark's eyes dimmed slightly. Then he turned and walked away from the hall. Hey, boss. Happy, Tony Stark's longtime bodyguard and driver, came over to meet him. He reached out to take Tony's coat and accompanied him toward the exit. Careful, there's quite a crowd outside. Happy reminded Tony, and only after making sure he was ready did he push open the door. Beyond the door was a bustling mass of people. When they saw Tony Stark step out, many surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the prodigal genius who had found his way, now the most talked-about superhero in town. Happy tried to lead Tony Stark straight through the crowd, but there were simply too many people. Among them were quite a few of Tony's enthusiastic fans, some even bold enough to thrust their phones at him for a photo or autograph. Tony didn't take any of the items the fans offered. Instead, he reached out to greet a few kids nearby with a warm hello, then quickly hurried out with Happy at his side. He really couldn't afford to linger. His heart now belonged to someone, and he couldn't behave like the charming playboy he once was. Not only did he have no habit of taking things from strangers, but just imagine if a photo of this scene ended up online. Pepper would surely give him a scathing look. After all, when he handed over the CEO position to Pepper, he finally used that opportunity to draw a bit closer to her. For once, there was a subtle spark between them. If any rumors started now, wouldn't all his efforts over the past 2 months go to waste? They finally fought their way out of the crowd and into the chilly air. The crisp wind outside helped Tony Stark relax. His nerves, so taut moments ago, began to unwind. All right, today I'm driving. Walking up to his car, Tony nudged Happy aside. You're the boss, whatever you say. Happy shrugged and headed for the passenger seat. But just as they were about to get in, a woman approached and held up a subpoena right in front of Tony Stark. Oh, forget it. I'm exhausted. You drive. Can't you just get out and come around? Keep your stinky butt away from me. The next morning, the hearing began right on schedule. V glanced at the clock, happily slept in until 9, and only then crawled out of bed. Outside the window, 4 turtles were dragging toy trucks around the yard for exercise. Lately, their combat skills had been completely overhauled. Their strength had grown tremendously, pushing them ever closer to the next threshold. Now, if V wanted to take his skills to the next level, aside from the relentless daily practice, it all came down to toughening his body, pushing his physical strength even further. When it came to training these turtles, V also brought out some serious tech and tricks, concocting special nutrient solutions to give their regimen an extra boost. With the help of science and some hard-hitting methods, the turtles' training became even more effective. These days, they could steadily build up their physical power. Watching the turtles exercise with such patience and consistency, day after day, V nodded in satisfaction. Keep it up, he thought. Get yourselves in top shape, and then he would have even more jobs lined up for them. As the saying goes, work hard and maybe, come New Year, your brother can treat himself to a new car. With such good helpers, wouldn't it be a shame not to make full use of them? After washing up, V went downstairs, carrying several plates of breakfast that Leo had prepared for him, and settled down on the sofa. Right at that moment, Tony Stark's hearing was just about to begin on TV. Johnny appeared next to V as if out of thin air, glanced at V, who was devouring his breakfast with gusto, and silently pulled out a cigarette, taking a deep, epic drag. On the television, a senator, clearly given the spotlight, banged his gavel hard against the desk, the sharp crack echoing through the room to call everyone to order. Then, glaring at Tony Stark, who was still joking around with Pepper Potts, the senator asked irritably, Mr. Tony Stark, can we begin today's agenda? Tony Stark hadn't planned on paying any attention to this random guy from who knows where, but after a few pointed looks from Pepper, he had no choice but to turn around. All right, so what do you want to say? Tony Stark wasn't in the best of moods. After all, he'd been swamped with work these past few days and hadn't even had a chance to rest properly. Before this so-called hearing, he'd even managed to squeeze in breakfast with a CEO from a sizable company, where they'd made a tentative verbal agreement for a trial collaboration. Only after that did he rush over for this whatever it was hearing. Exhausted, frustrated, and not even allowed to tease his girlfriend, Tony's mood was pitch black. Seeing that guy up there only made him angrier, and for a split second, he even considered asking V to take the guy out. But then he remembered how much money he still owed V, and his mood steadied. Meanwhile, the senator up front, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, spoke in a flat tone. So, Mr. Stark, do you admit to manufacturing and possessing a specially designed weapon? The moment Tony heard that phrase, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gentlemen, if I recall correctly, Stark Industries has already shut down its weapons manufacturing division. So, we're simply not able to produce any more weapons. That would be a violation of the law, and we all know that, don't we? With these words, Tony Stark turned around to address the entire hall, ending with a playful wink at Pepper. Pepper almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. She might have kept a straight face, but many others in the room couldn't help but chuckle at Tony's remark. Having achieved the effect he wanted, Tony turned back to the man above and said, So, please don't slander others. Otherwise, I'll have to sue you. He finished with a provocative look in the senator's direction. The senator, now visibly irritated, shouted at Tony Stark. Are you sure you haven't? Of course I haven't. Then how do you explain that suit of armor? Iron Man Tony Stark. Though the nickname Iron Man had stuck, Tony Stark had spent a long time debating it online with users, even enlisting Jarvis to help him argue his case. In the end, he managed to shift the meaning of the term from Iron Man to Iron Hero in people's minds. You think it's a weapon? Then let me ask you, how do you define a weapon? If it can kill, it's a weapon. That armor kills, so it's a weapon. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't see it that way. There are plenty of things in this world that can kill. By your logic, the whole world is full of weapons. Then what do you think the suit is? At this, Tony Stark gave a slight smile. First, let me correct you. That's not just a suit of armor. From now on, its name is Iron Man. And if you disagree, you're actually going against the millions of Americans who voted for that name online. At these words, the senator fell silent. After all, this was the land of democracy. Even the president was elected by the people. Offending millions of Americans could actually get him removed from his seat. With his own position at stake, the senator instantly quieted down. And as for my definition, Tony continued, it's advanced prosthetics. In other words, a bionic limb. What's that supposed to mean? The senator, clearly out of his depth, had never heard the term before, and Tony Stark just rolled his eyes. Why should he have to explain it? Realizing he was losing ground, the senator became visibly restless. But there was nothing he could do about the situation, so he shifted his gaze over to Hammer, hoping for support. Cursing the senator's incompetence under his breath, Justin Hammer could only return a helpless look. The senator immediately let out a sigh of relief, then spoke in a microphone. When it comes to understanding these kinds of weapons and such, I admit I'm no expert. Fortunately, we have other professionals with us today. Let's welcome the chairman of our nation's largest weapons contractor, Hammer Industries, Mr. Justin Hammer. Justin Hammer stood up and performed a slightly theatrical bow to the audience. Watching this spectacle, Tony Stark could only lower his head and mutter to himself with a look of resignation. Isn't there anyone more qualified than this guy? Truth be told, Tony Stark would rather deal with 10 weapons experts who want to challenge him than have to put up with Justin Hammer. This man was so laughably inept that every time Tony had to face him, he felt trapped between the discomfort of ignoring him and the embarrassment of stooping to his level. On the sofa, watching Tony Stark's discomfort on the screen, V turned to Johnny and asked, I didn't think anyone could outdo Tony Stark in showing off. This guy's got even him cringing. Johnny scoffed dismissively and spat out, he's just a clown. That's for sure. V nodded, watching Justin Hammer's antics. From his overblown gestures, V could tell this guy was a menace in social situations, a true social disaster. Even Tony Stark, the king of confidence, couldn't stand him. Justin Hammer certainly lived up to Johnny's blunt assessment. He stood there rambling to the left and right, mentioning his predecessors and thanking the attendees. But in the end, he didn't say anything of substance. Then, with a flourish, he called out, let's welcome the military representative, weapons expert, Colonel Rhodes, to the stage to share his thoughts. V raised an eyebrow. Is he some kind of professional clown? Not just V. Even Tony Stark and everyone else at the hearing exchanged odd looks at Justin Hammer. To be present at this hearing, you didn't have to be a billionaire or a top executive, but you had to be someone in the field. Maybe they weren't experts, but they certainly knew more than that senator up there. And after listening to Justin Hammer's pointless rambling, everyone agreed. Even the senator seemed more knowledgeable than him. For a moment, all eyes turned to Justin Hammer in disbelief. No one had expected that someone who always seemed so impressive would turn out to be, well, of course, everyone knew what a fool he was, but they all pretended otherwise, feigning indifference. After all, no matter how ridiculous he was, Justin Hammer was still the chairman of a massive corporation. Not someone small fry like them could afford to offend. And to keep themselves from breaking out in laughter, the crowd quickly turned their attention to the newly arrived Colonel Rhodes. Is this Rhodey the same Rhodey as before? Looking at this guy whose skin was now gleaming dark, V couldn't help but turn to Johnny for clarification. Johnny looked a little confused too. It had only been a few months. How did Rhodey get so much darker? Maybe it's just the Afghan sun? Nonsense. It's not like he spends all day outside. Then how'd he get so dark? Wait, is this even something that can change after you grow up? Both of them were a bit puzzled, but on the screen, Tony Stark was even more perplexed. It wasn't Rhodey's appearance that bothered him, but the fact that his buddy was actually here to help someone else go after him. Wait a second, aren't you supposed to be my best friend? Tony Stark couldn't hold back and stood up, walking over to Rhodey. Rhodey just shrugged helplessly, glancing down at the thick stack of reports in his hands. What do you want me to do? The higher-ups randomly assigned me this ridiculous weapons expert position. Hey, you're not going to sell me out, are you? Of course not. Just watch and see. Seeing the pile of reports in his hands, Rhodey tried to reassure Tony Stark. After all, he'd written them himself. He knew exactly what was in there. But as soon as he sat down, the senator on stage spoke up. Please read paragraph 4 on page 57. V nodded, and Johnny nodded along with him. Quick fire question. What are the 3 basic principles of journalism? Taking things out of context, patching together scraps, and stirring up conflict. Must have studied journalism. The two exchanged glances, both struggling to keep straight faces. Meanwhile, Rhodey on the screen was even more uncomfortable. Wait, you want me to read a random paragraph from my own report? That's right. You know what to do, just go ahead. I think we should be looking at this report from a broader perspective. I understand, but everyone's time is tight today, so please proceed. But I really believe that quoting just one paragraph out of context can't possibly give an accurate picture of our view on Iron Man. Just read it. That's your job today, Colonel. The senator's tone grew sharper, and Rhodey had no choice. He gave Tony Stark a helpless look and did as he was told. Because his actions are not clearly subject to any government or organizational oversight, Iron Man poses a potential threat to the nation and its interests. Rhodey read the passage and quickly added, but after that, I went on to summarize some other points, concluding that Iron Man's benefits outweigh the risks, and that Mr. Stark. That's enough, Colonel. Your job is done. Before Rhodey could finish, the senator cut him off, even going so far as to turn off his microphone. In this situation, Rhodes could no longer say anything. He glanced helplessly at Tony Stark. There was nothing more he could do. Tony Stark, too, had reached the end of his patience. He was already in a foul mood, and now these people were using his own brother against him. They had clearly chosen Rhodes because of his friendship with Tony, hoping he would pressure him. That way, Tony would find it even harder to refuse. Frustrated and at his wit's end, Tony Stark ignored all decorum and shouted directly at the senator. You want me to hand over Iron Man? Fine. I'm not working with anyone. You want Iron Man to join you? Make me Secretary of Defense. That's the only way. How about it? The senator saw Tony Stark was riled up and simply smiled to himself. So he's flustered? Good. That means his tactic really works. As for Secretary of Defense? Even the Secretary of Defense has to bow and scrape when he sees me. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had already made up his mind. Once the shrapnel was removed from his heart, he'd have utterly ruined this guy's reputation. For that, he was willing to spend $1 billion. And then there was Justin Hammer. Tony wouldn't rest until he'd bankrupted that man. Otherwise, he might as well not be called Stark. The senator was still blissfully unaware of how serious things were. Smugly, he instructed someone to bring up a large screen. We have some video intelligence related to Iron Man. Please, everyone take a look. The screen lit up, displaying several satellite images. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from our satellite photos and other intelligence sources, we have confirmed that certain countries have begun researching Iron Man style armor. If they succeed, it will pose a grave threat to our nation's security and the basic rights of our citizens. Therefore, the senator had launched his second offensive. This time, even those in the audience who had looked at him as nothing more than a clown began to feel uneasy. The truth was, Tony Stark hadn't exactly kept a low profile lately, so the public had a decent understanding of what the Iron Man suit could do. They knew just how powerful it was, and more importantly, they realized that if it fell into the hands of America's enemies, they would all be in real danger. A hush fell over the room as one by one, everyone's gaze shifted to Tony Stark. Sensing the weight of all those eyes, Tony Stark narrowed his own. He studied the images on the screen, thought for a moment, then took out his phone and snapped a picture. Fortunately, the venue didn't block cell signals. Tony sent the photo to Jarvis, instructing him to start investigating right away. Jarvis quickly scoured some obscure corners of the internet and soon discovered related videos. Once Jarvis had found the information, he forwarded it straight to Tony Stark. Tony Stark also began analyzing the videos, searching for any possible breakthroughs. Interesting. Because the camera was positioned directly in front of Tony Stark, V could clearly observe all of Tony's movements through the live television broadcast. Admittedly, while this guy wasn't quite as flamboyant as Justin Hammer, he still had a certain showy flair. He was using a phone with a completely transparent screen. It was the epitome of flashy, far more advanced than the clunky button phones everyone else carried. And because of that, V could easily see what was displayed on Tony's phone, even from behind. Although those videos were mirrored, it didn't affect V's ability to watch them at all. As he studied the footage on Tony's phone, V turned to Johnny beside him and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has made their move." "How can you tell?" Think about it. When neither the U.S. military nor Hammer Industries could dig up this kind of intelligence, Tony Stark just happens to find it online, and so quickly, it's all neatly organized. Information on North Korea, Iran, you name it. Are they treating classified data like open secrets? V's eyes narrowed as he watched the videos. Even if someone had saved these files offline, there's no way they'd be floating around on the public internet. My guess is S.H.I.E.L.D. knows Tony Stark has an artificial intelligence at his side, so they deliberately set up a website in some obscure corner of the web, making it visible only at a critical moment like this, for Tony to find exactly the intel he needs. V was familiar with Jarvis. The last time he'd gone to Tony Stark's house to rescue Pepper, he'd instinctively run a scan and immediately detected Jarvis. But Jarvis, well, let's just say, he didn't quite qualify as a true AI. At best, he was an office assistant with a bit of weak artificial intelligence. V wasn't even tempted to try and steal him away. As V spoke, Johnny looked a little puzzled. That's possible, but aren't you giving S.H.I.E.L.D. a bit too much credit? Are they really able to predict Tony Stark's every move? It's not about predicting. It's simply that this is the only move Tony Stark could make to turn the tables. Or, even if he hadn't acted, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have found a way to shut down the hearing regardless. V didn't know exactly what Tony Stark meant to that bald, dark-skinned boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., or why he was worth protecting. But sometimes, all you needed to know was that S.H.I.E.L.D. was watching out for Tony Stark, and that was enough. Just then, as V watched the video feed, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, if these videos were uploaded by S.H.I.E.L.D., could we trace them back and locate where S.H.I.E.L.D. is operating from? It was clear that V could hardly contain his excitement. He was itching to storm S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and snatch up all the advanced tech inside. Johnny nodded as well. Maybe we can. Then let me see if I can find them. As V spoke, his cybernetic eye glowed red, instantly linking to the digital world as he began searching for information on S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, on Tony Stark's end, he watched the related videos Jarvis had sent him, unable to hide his excitement. He hadn't yet realized that these intelligence files had come a little too easily. Without a second thought, he manipulated his phone, letting Jarvis help him remotely hack into the TV set-top box, cutting off the senator's speech. Addressing everyone present, he announced, I have a different perspective on these videos. The senator believed this was Tony Stark's final act of desperation. With a cold, mocking smile, he waited to see how Tony would attempt to refute the evidence. But Tony Stark didn't hesitate. He threw the videos of various countries' attempts to reverse engineer Iron Man's suit onto the big screen for everyone to see. One after another, graphic scenes began to play out on the television. It was clear that, in their rush to catch up with Tony Stark's Iron Man technology, these countries were moving far too quickly. The suits they had cobbled together weren't just useless in battle. Even taking a few steps outside could prove fatal for their own pilots. As a barrage of uncontrolled gunfire erupted, chaos broke out among the researchers on site, with shrapnel flying and people caught in the crossfire. The hearing's audience stared at the screens, eyes wide in shock. Previously, news that other countries were developing their own armored suits had sparked fear. After all, compared to conventional weapons, the Iron Man suit was compact, agile, and its firepower rivaled that of tanks and fighter jets. If other nations managed to create their own suits, the balance of power in the world would shift dramatically. As the world's leading power, America certainly didn't want to see such a seismic change. If they could, they'd rather see global technology remain stagnant so they could maintain their dominance forever. Watching the footage of these countries' failed suit experiments, they realized that the foreign versions were utterly useless. They couldn't hold a candle to Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Honestly, they couldn't even compete with ordinary tanks or jets. Their suits simply didn't have what it took. Only now did people truly understand just how remarkable Tony Stark was, having created the Iron Man suit by himself. As they looked at Tony Stark, the aura of a superhero seemed to shine even brighter around him. With his evidence, Tony Stark had thoroughly crushed the schemes of the Senator and Justin Hammer, feeling a surge of satisfaction swell inside him. He continued to play video after video, until suddenly, in the midst of the footage, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Hey, wait a minute, is that Justin Hammer? No sooner had the words left someone's lips than Justin Hammer's voice filled the room from the television. Justin Hammer, staring at the screen, immediately sprang to his feet. Turn it off now. As someone who had been present at the experiment in question, Justin Hammer knew all too well how disastrously it had ended. He rushed over, frantically trying to switch off the TV. He fumbled with the controls, hands trembling, but no matter what he did, the video wouldn't stop playing. Tony Stark had already hacked the cable box. There was nothing Hammer could do. Finally, just as Justin Hammer shouted, "Turn right," the hearing room erupted with gasps and cries from the audience. He didn't even set a limit on the turning angle, and he boosted it with a motor. Tony Stark couldn't help but laugh. Did he forget the most basic principles of mechanical design? The room broke out in laughter, and when Hammer realized he couldn't turn off the cable box, he simply powered off the television, finally halting the embarrassing footage. After that frantic scramble, Justin Hammer was sweating profusely. He glanced at the chaotic scene, hurried back to his seat, and leaned into the microphone. Actually, after that test, the man was still alive. And the machine was fine, too. Hammer hoped to stabilize his company's stock price with this statement, trying to prevent it from plummeting any further. But the room was still in total uproar. Even shouting into the microphone, it was doubtful anyone could hear him. The commotion was being broadcast live by several TV stations, and the chaos quickly exploded across the internet. Looking at the audience, who could no longer even hear his voice, and at Tony Stark, so full of self-satisfaction, a mixture of anger, envy, and jealousy flickered in Justin Hammer's eyes. Facing an opponent like Tony Stark, Hammer couldn't help but feel inferior. Stark's genius was simply overwhelming. As his self-proclaimed rival, the pressure on Hammer was immense. Lost in his own thoughts, Hammer found himself staring at Stark, oblivious to the senator on stage who kept glancing his way, clearly hoping for some cue. With no help from Hammer, the senator was at a complete loss, not knowing what to do next. Meanwhile, not far from the hearing room, in a nearby office, Coulson was busy with several agents. All right, our genius has struck back. Now, start deleting those videos from the internet, or we're going to have a lot of angry governments knocking on our door. Coulson spoke to his team, then pressed his earpiece and added, Team 2, Team 3, you can pull out now. Just as V had suspected, S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been quietly watching over Tony Stark. Although they couldn't intervene openly, from the shadows they had helped Tony through one crisis after another. Tony Stark's smooth-sailing early life, and the personality he developed along the way, owed quite a bit to their silent support. While S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were busy scrubbing videos from the internet, V had managed to track them down as well. To catch up with these professionals in such a short time had taken V a considerable effort. He went straight to the source, hacking into Tony Stark's AI assistant, Jarvis, and followed Jarvis's trail all the way back. Finally, just as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were about to erase the website and wipe all the data from it, V managed to grab hold of their digital traces. Riding the wave of data, he slipped in a few little gifs of his own. But these weren't the playful viruses V had thrown around before. This time he was serious. The virus he designed was incredibly stealthy. Unless SHLD's tech team was even more formidable than him, they'd never spot it. After finishing his work, V scrubbed every trace of his intrusion and logged off the network. Frankly, to reach Iron Man's level, the world needs at least another 10 years. Well, unless you're Hammer Industries, then make it 20, came Tony Stark's brazen voice as soon as V disconnected. You're back? Johnny asked. Yeah, I found that website. Dropped a little something in on my way through. Now we'll see if we can catch those guys later, V replied, turning his attention to the TV. Is this guy always this cocky? I think so too. Maybe we should build a suit of our own and challenge him to a little game? Johnny suggested with a mischievous grin. If you want to go ahead. Sounds like a pain to me, V retorted with a roll of his eyes. Johnny might think it sounded fun, but V was still waiting on Tony Stark's payment. If he took Stark out now, when would that $2 billion ever arrive? Besides, if he were to build a suit, he certainly wouldn't make one that just flies and shoots hand repulsors. He'd pack it full of real weaponry. With all that, his suit would definitely outclass the current Iron Man, but the cost would skyrocket as well. Right now, all he had was enough for basic living expenses. There was no way he'd blow that much money on a suit he didn't really need, just for a bit of fun. After a brief exchange, the two of them turned their focus back to the TV. On screen, Tony Stark was in rare form, brazenly taunting Justin Hammer and the Senator, to the point where the Senator, live and on camera, grabbed the microphone and fired back at Tony. V stood up to watch the spectacle unfold. All right, that's it. From here on out, it's just Tony Stark enjoying his victory lap. Stretching lazily, V made his way toward the basement. And, just as V predicted, the hearing came to an abrupt end. Not only did the military-connected officials in attendance let things go, but even the online masses agreed. Tony Stark shouldn't have to hand over Iron Man. They echoed his words in solidarity. Iron Man is Tony Stark, and Tony Stark is Iron Man. If you want me to hand over Iron Man, you're asking me to hand over myself. Of course, the fact that so many countries were desperately trying to catch up to Tony Stark's technology, yet failing miserably, only made his superhero aura shine all the brighter. In a nation raised on the ideals of superheroes, Tony Stark had become the champion of countless fans. Until, a few days later, the Monaco Grand Prix. As planned, Tony Stark arrived at the event with Pepper Potts, his former secretary and now CEO of Stark Industries, and Happy, his driver. They were there to show support for their sponsored racing team. But just as the group entered the main hall, Tony's new, strikingly attractive assistant, Natalie, appeared before them. The moment they saw Natalie, both Tony Stark and Pepper Potts' expressions shifted noticeably. Natalie, however, seemed oblivious. With practiced ease, she handed out ID badges to Tony and Pepper, then addressed Tony respectfully. Boss, your seats are ready. Also, Mr. Musk is here. He'd like a word with you. No problem. I'll be there in a minute. Tony could already sense the change in Pepper's mood beside him. Try not to look back. He kept a straight face as he spoke to Natalie. Pepper forced a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. This was a public event, so she couldn't make a scene, but once they were alone, she shot Tony a quiet, cutting remark. When exactly did you bring her on board? Huh. Well, I thought I was the boss, so hiring someone shouldn't be an issue. Oh really? Because I seem to recall you made me CEO. That's exactly why. Ever since you became CEO, there's been no one around to help me, so... Tony faltered, his words trailing off. Pepper glared at him, hurt and angry. She'd actually started to believe Tony might be changing, that he might still have feelings for her. Now, it was painfully clear, some things never change. Pepper stormed off, fuming, while Tony could only rub his nose in defeat. Sure, Natalie was undeniably attractive, but that really wasn't why he'd brought her onto his team. At this moment, Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. The reason he reassigned Natalie away for Pepper was absolutely not because he was attracted to Natalie. From the very first time they met, he'd sensed something odd about Pepper. Though he couldn't quite put his finger on it, there was always a strange feeling whenever Natalie was around. To ease his mind, he'd done some research on Natalie's background online. Yet, staring at her flawless resume and the wealth of information about her, Tony couldn't help but feel there was something off, even if he couldn't say exactly what. Still, to ensure this mysterious woman posed no threat to Pepper's safety, Tony had moved her away, keeping her close by his own side for closer observation. Of course, not that kind of observation. Since he had already handed over nearly all company affairs to Pepper, keeping Natalie by his side wouldn't affect company operations or Pepper's safety. As for himself, he was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Surely he wouldn't have any trouble handling this woman. It was just that Tony Stark didn't have V's special intuition for spies. Otherwise, he might have realized that no matter how suspicious Natalie seemed, she was far more than just a corporate spy. And right now, he had no idea that in a few moments, someone would show up to give him a real wake-up call. Meanwhile, V was whistling as he polished a handful of parts. Once he was satisfied with the pieces, he began assembling them onto a machine. All right, assembly complete. Let's give it a try. Gazing at the result of 2 hours hard work, V's cybernetic eye glowed red as he linked up with the drone before him. Signal, check. Camera, check. System self-test complete. No issues. It's good to go. V took 2 steps back and sent a command to the device. A low hum filled the air as the rotors began to spin. Here we go, takeoff. Maggie, who had been singing nearby, saw the drone lift off smoothly and ran over, cheering right along with V. V glanced sideways at the streetwise kid and rolled his eyes. Honestly, you're more excited than I am. Hey, I help, you know. You mean helping me carry a few things over? And keeping you entertained with my singing so you wouldn't get bored. That counts as helping too. All right. Fair enough. V didn't bother arguing with Maggie any further. In his eyes, Maggie was just a kid who hadn't grown up yet. Getting into a debate with him would only make V seem unreasonable. Turning his attention back to the drone, V's eyes shone with satisfaction. This should finally take care of that blind spot in my surveillance. He handed over control of the drone to its simple onboard AI, then led it toward a pile of obstacles nearby. Next, let me give it a try. Amidst a cluster of obstacles, V had Mackie set up several targets, but the barriers blocked V's line of sight completely. He couldn't see the targets inside at all. If this were the year 2077, V wouldn't have worried. Cameras lined every street, and high-tech targeting drones made up for any gaps in his vision, allowing him to spot enemies hidden behind cover with ease. But in this era, there were barely any cameras on the streets, and most of those were broken anyway. As for those game-changing targeting drones, please, none of these guys had tracking chips in their bodies. What was there to target, exactly? Even if they were carrying something like a phone, which came with basic location tracking, the technology of this time was still primitive. Even satellite positioning was plagued by inaccuracies. Nothing like the razor-sharp precision of 2077. So, when fighting in complex terrain, V's inability to pinpoint targets meant his efficiency in a firefight dropped significantly. Take that incident with Gene Bin, for example. Even in the Arasaka Tower of 2077, V could clear the area in under 10 minutes if he hurried. But scrambling up, Gene Bin's building in this era, unfamiliar with the layout and constantly searching for his targets, it took him a full 10 minutes just to reach the top. To compensate for this shortcoming, V came up with a fix after some thought. He decided to deploy a few drones to expand his field of view. He issued simple commands to the drones, and their built-in basic AI scanned the area, then flew off to the flanks of the obstacle cluster. Thanks to V's advanced internal algorithms, the drones identified the targets through their cameras. After running calculations, they sent encoded coordinates of each target's position straight to V. V's implanted neural assistant read and interpreted these codes, overlaying them directly onto his visual system. Now, in V's vision, red, human-shaped silhouettes appeared, targets Mackie had set up. With the drones feeding him extra eyes from above, V could see enemies hiding behind cover, making up for the blind spots in his own vision. Let's see if there's any margin for error. Muttering to himself, V drew 2 pistols from his waist. Gazing at the maze of makeshift cover and the hidden targets behind, a sly grin tugged at the corner of his lips. In a blur of motion, V streaked into the maze of obstacles. Eyeing the marked positions, he mapped out the fastest route to hit every target. Dashing along this path, V fired off 2 quick shots, each one striking a target dead on. In the next instant, V rolled fluidly over a pile of obstacles, firing several more shots mid-air, each one crisp and precise. He didn't bother to check if his shots hit the mark. Instead, he slid forward in a low, sweeping motion, gliding under a plank, never letting his hands rest for even a second. Both pistols spun deftly in V's hands as he nimbly maneuvered through the obstacles, firing round after round with an effortless precision that seemed almost casual. Each bullet, slicing through the air and sparking as it flew, bloomed outward like fiery flowers radiating from V at the center, spreading in all directions. Bullets sprayed out from the hammer and the amnesty, some striking targets directly, others ricocheting once to hit hidden dummies sheltered behind cover. In just a few seconds, V had breezed through the maze of obstacles with ease. "Mackie, check if there are any stragglers left," V called out from the end of the course, calmly blowing away the wisp of smoke curling from his gun barrel, addressing Mackie, who was still staring in disbelief. "Oh, on it." Mackie snapped back to reality and dashed into the pile of obstacles. Trying to imitate V's earlier agility, Mackie leapt, hoping to clear the barriers with the same grace. And then, a heap of junk-made obstacles toppled over as Mackie crashed straight into them. When V turned to look, he saw Mackie standing up amid the chaos, a frying pan perched on his head and a bucket stuck on his foot. "I'm fine. No worries, I'll check the dummies right away," Mackie announced, hastily removing the bucket from his foot. With another dramatic slide, he managed to knock over what little was left standing. "To be honest, you make a natural at bowling," V called out, watching the now completely buried Mackie disappear beneath the debris. "I'm okay," came Mackie's stubborn reply from somewhere inside the pile. "All right then, once you've checked everything, come let me know," V sighed, signaling a small drone to follow him as he made his way over to the workbench. 10 minutes later, after V had finished inspecting the drones for the umpteenth time, Mackie finally emerged from the wrecked obstacle zone, having painstakingly tallied up the results. "Eva checked. All targets were hit, though a few weren't struck in the vital spots, just the body." "Is that so?" V frowned slightly. Granted, in this day and age, even a non-lethal shot would be enough to take down a target with his firepower. Still, V was never the type to settle for good enough. If he could do something perfectly, he was determined to do just that. After all, life isn't a video game. You don't get your objectives spelled out for you. This was one of V's strengths. Thanks to his relentless drive, even when missions threw him into the unexpected, he always managed to pull through unscathed. "All right, mark the positions of those mannequins and where they were hit." With a wave of V's hand, a 3D projection of the obstacle course reappeared on the workbench, along with the locations of the mannequins that had been identified earlier. According to Mackie, the positions of the mannequins were mostly accurate, but there were some with significant discrepancies, too much to pinpoint precisely, so the algorithm needed some adjustment. Mackie and the other turtles had occasionally worked with V's station recently, so they knew how to operate it. Without hesitation, they marked the mannequins and the impact zones. Watching Mackie complete the task, V nodded approvingly and pointed to the pile of miscellaneous objects toppled together. "Then go ahead and put all that stuff back where it belongs." Mackie glanced back at the heap of jumbled junk, then looked at V again, barely able to believe what he'd heard. He'd dragged all that out from every corner of the house, sofas, cabinets, beds, and even a statue of some sort. Who knew where he'd found half of it? To be honest, not even V, let alone Mackie himself, who had personally fetched all these things, could say for sure where each item was supposed to go. "You're serious?" "I just wanted a simple test of the drone's recognition capabilities. Asked you to scatter a few things around. But you went all out and hauled half the house down here." Shrugged helplessly. He'd barely finished giving instructions before he'd turned back to work on his drones, and by the time he looked up, Mackie had already created a mountain of stuff. Realizing he might have gone a bit overboard, Mackie turned back to stare at the pile, standing there in a daze. He had absolutely no idea where to begin. "If it's too much, I'd suggest you start with the pots and pans. After all," V glanced at the clock. "Leo'll be starting lunch soon. If he finds his cookware missing..." V didn't finish, but Mackie could easily imagine the consequences. Right, I'd better hurry. With that, Mackie rushed over to the heap, dug out a few kitchen utensils, and dashed upstairs. Don't forget to wash them for Leo. V called after him, though he wasn't sure if Mackie, in his haste, even heard. Shaking his head in resignation, V turned his attention to the data Mackie had marked and began analyzing the source of the discrepancies. After a while, V exhaled in relief. Got it. The problem, it turned out, was the narrow perspective, like trying to picture a whole object from just a front view. It was no wonder the drone's recognition had gone awry. The solution was simple. Just provide a few more viewpoints to fill in the blanks. In short, the idea was to build a few more drones, observe the battlefield from different perspectives, then pool all their data together to calculate the positions of objects. The more perspectives focused on the same object, the more precise the positioning would be. Good thing drones are pretty small. I can make a couple more and still have room for them in the car. Because the energy core of the sword and the stone had been swapped out by V for Tony Stark's reactor, and the engine structure had been optimized as well, there was now extra space inside that could be used to store miscellaneous items. So, V decided to build a few more drones and stash them all aboard the sword and the stone. When it was time for a fight, V could just launch all the drones at once. It'd be like having a map hack enabled. All V could say was pure satisfaction. He let out a sharp whistle, then got started on the other drones. Since he'd already built a drone before, V's technique was much more practiced this time. Where it used to take him 2 hours to finish one drone, now he could put one together in just under half an hour. After building 4 in total, V finally called it a day. It was just that polishing the parts had taken up most of the effort. If he'd had ready-made components, with his speed, he could have finished each drone in just a few minutes. Most of the time ended up being spent on uploading programs into the drones. Once everything was done, V heard Maggie calling him for dinner. Looks like that kid had put everything away before Leo started cooking. Otherwise, Leo would have given him quite an earful. Putting down his things, V was about to head upstairs to eat, when suddenly O'Neill called him on the phone. Hey V, did you hear about Tony Stark getting into trouble? He's in trouble again? Was he kidnapped, or what this time? V was baffled. Had Tony Stark offended God or something? Why did trouble seem to find him every day? Given the guy's personality, V figured that if anyone could mouth off to God and get cursed, it'd be Tony Stark. Rolling his eyes, V spoke into the phone. So what happened to him this time? It's a long story. I'll send you a video. With that, O'Neill sent over several videos. V opened them and realized they were all different angles of the same incident. On screen, a building was heavily guarded by security. Judging by the banners, V recognized it as the gathering place for sponsors of the much-talked-about Monaco Grand Prix, full of CEOs from major corporations. No wonder there was so much security. But despite all the security, the chaos wasn't happening outside the venue. It had broken out inside. Everything had been peaceful, but all of a sudden, a chorus of terrified screams erupted from within the building. In an instant, those who were considered social elites and members of the upper echelon in the eyes of ordinary people began to flee in a panic, casting aside all pretense of dignity. Amid the chaos, V spotted Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Tony was shielding Pepper as they made their way through the crowd toward the exit. As they ran, Tony kept glancing over his shoulder as if he'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable. What was he looking at? For a moment, V frowned, unable to guess what Tony had seen. It didn't take long for V's curiosity to be answered. Out from the building strode a burly man with a glowing arc reactor embedded in his chest. In his hands, he wielded 2 whips crackling with electricity. Tony Stark. Even though the videos were shot from quite a distance, the man's booming voice carried clearly, echoing across 100 meters without any trouble. That single shout made it obvious to everyone. Tony Stark was his target. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Tony Stark. Tony continued to shield Pepper, casting a backward glance at the burly man's chest, his expression tinged with confusion. V caught this detail. The circle of light on the man's chest was identical to Tony Stark's own arc reactor. Looks like Tony Stark's in trouble now. V clicked his tongue, certain that others would notice this detail as well. Johnny couldn't help himself and chimed in. Did someone manage to crack that guy's arc reactor? No idea, but Tony Stark must have set up anti-tampering measures for his own reactor. Tony Stark had indeed sold a few arc reactors, but there was no way he'd let them go without safeguards. Besides, he'd never sold any reactors as compact as this one. Unless someone had managed to crack Tony Stark's reactor technology and completely master it in such a short time, it was impossible to build one so small. Johnny was thinking along the same lines, stroking his chin as he mused aloud. Interesting. I'd really like to know how that guy pulled it off. V raised an eyebrow. Never mind how he made such a small reactor for now. What matters is Tony Stark's got trouble. Back at that hearing, Tony Stark had proclaimed that it would take the rest of the world at least 10 years to catch up with his technology, and Hammer Industries would need 20. That might have sounded arrogant, but in reality, it was already a humble statement from Tony Stark. Because the real challenge of building humanoid armor lies in the power source. Things like software and programs. If you experiment enough and study hard, you can eventually figure them out. But energy is a whole different matter. Without the right prerequisites, no matter how much time you spend, you might never crack it. And to want a power source that's not only compact, but can also keep an entire suit running for that long. That's pure fantasy. It's precisely because Tony Stark managed to achieve this so-called impossible feat that he dared to make such bold claims. But now, the bold words he once boasted have been seen through. They've turned into a stinging slap, a sharp blade that's come back to cut Tony Stark himself. From this point on, the halo around Tony Stark has been shattered, and the brag he thought no one could match will only drag him deeper into the abyss. Now, this guy has two options. Either he manages another breakthrough in reactor technology to regain his lead, or he'll have no choice but to hand over his current reactor tech. Otherwise, there's no way he's getting out of this mess. Wait a minute. A technological breakthrough? V suddenly remembered the massive reactor sitting in the Stark Industries hall, those suggestive but as yet unused structural features. Could he really pull off another breakthrough? It can't be that simple, can it? Honestly, the reactor tech at this stage already seemed incredible to V. If Stark could push it even further, V was certain this level of technology would leave even the world of 2077 in the dust. Damn, now I'm actually getting excited. With that possibility in mind, V couldn't help but grin. V turned his attention back to the screen, where he and Johnny continued watching the video. In the footage, all the security personnel watched the crowd fleeing from the hall. Even though the burly man had little visible protection, they didn't dare to open fire recklessly. After all, those big shots were right there. If they accidentally injured someone important, even if they later took down this sudden terrorist, they'd still be held responsible. The brute understood this perfectly. His whip lashed through the air, leaving blackened scorch marks on the floor, but not once did he actually harm anyone nearby. Those CEOs and company heads were like his human shields, herded together like a flock of sheep being driven by a shepherd, forced to rush toward the exit. While security was scrambling to evacuate the crowd, a black luxury van pulled up outside the building. The driver inside tossed a red briefcase into the crowd, landing right at Iron Man Tony Stark's feet. "Get Pepper out of here!" Tony Stark shoved Pepper into the car, then stepped onto the briefcase, suiting up in an instant. However, as V examined the suit of armor, he realized that while it was portable and quick to put on, its protective capabilities left much to be desired. After all, the whole thing was about the size of a suitcase, and most of the interior was taken up by the drive systems and such. There wasn't much room left for armor plating. And considering that the armor had to cover the entire body, it was bound to be even thinner. Still, Tony Stark probably still came out on top. After all, the big guy's weapon wasn't a gun or anything like that. If it had been, Tony Stark might have had some reason to worry. But just two electrified whips? Please, V refused to believe that this showy guy wouldn't have built in some protection against electricity. Just as V expected, Tony Stark charged straight at the burly man. With the crowd mostly scattered, the two began a fight right there in public. Yet Tony Stark only needed 2 or 3 moves. Relying on his suit's electrical insulation, he twisted up the man's electrified whips, dashed in, and landed a solid punch to the head, knocking the guy out cold. Then, Tony Stark dismantled the reactor, studied it for a moment, and crushed it in his hand. Afterward, Tony Stark left to the cheers of the crowd. He looked every bit the dazzling hero, but in truth, hidden currents had already begun to ensnare him, making escape impossible. P.S. A big thank you to Urgent Update Beast number 233 for the 99 virtual flowers. This chapter is dedicated to you. Perhaps some people really are born to be the darlings of fate, the type for whom the world seems to revolve around them. Anyway, as soon as trouble hit Tony Stark, V found out not long after. He had barely finished his meal when S.H.I.E.L.D. called. "Hey, another mission? Can't you give me something with a little more weight? If I have to keep doing these billion-dollar jobs every day, I'm going to get bored." "Relax. This time it's a real big one. Open the door. I'm right outside." "A big deal? Right outside." V glanced out the window in surprise and remotely unlocked the door, spotting 2 people waiting just outside. Triggering his cybernetic eye, V zoomed in and recognized one of them as Bald Nick, whom he'd met a few times before. The other was the agent who'd been knocked out by a mole last time. Agent Coulson. V searched his memory and recalled the name. He stepped outside, watching as Nick Fury and Coulson approached. He noticed that Coulson was carrying a case in his arms. "So what's the job? I'll say this up front. I've got a hefty sum about to hit my account, so if it's just crumbs, I'm not interested." V stared at this dark-skinned, bald imposter, and Even with his titanium alloy-plated skull, it was obvious this man was a fake. As for the Coulson standing by his side, that one seemed genuine enough, though V couldn't be sure if Coulson himself knew his boss was an imposter. V stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The temptation to spill the secret to Coulson, just to see the guy's reaction, was almost too much to resist. But Nick Fury seemed to catch on to what V was thinking and hurriedly spoke up. I have a job for you. As for the reward, it's a new piece of technology. Are you interested? A new piece of technology? Now V was intrigued. This was exactly his kind of thing. Tell me about it. If I like what I hear, I'll take the job. You're not even going to ask what the job is. What else could it be? It's got to be about Tony Stark, right? V spread his hands. If someone like you has to step in personally, I really can't think of anyone else it could be except Tony Stark. Nick Fury nodded. You guessed right. He motioned for Coulson to set the case down on the floor, then told him to leave the room, turning back to V. Inside this case is a piece of technology that could help Tony Stark out of his current predicament. If you assist him in developing it, you'll gain full access to that technology. V chuckled. Trying to get something for nothing? Clever. Who else offers a reward that isn't even developed yet? But assist Tony Stark in developing it? A sharp gleam flashed in V's eyes as he remembered the enormous reactor. Let me guess, the technology inside has something to do with that reactor? Looks like you've already figured it out. Nick Fury nodded. Years ago, Howard Stark stumbled upon a new element with an incredibly high energy index. Combined with that reactor, it could have created a revolutionary new energy source. But limited by the science of his era, he discovered the element, but couldn't manufacture it. In the end, all he left behind was an empty reactor. At this, Nick Fury let out a sigh. If he'd succeeded, humanity might already be among the stars. But unfortunately, the technology of the time just wasn't up to the task. He could only hide his unfinished masterpiece, hoping someone in the future would uncover it. Listening to Nick Fury sighing away, V raised an eyebrow. He suspected these weren't the musings of the real bald boss, but rather the thoughts of whatever this imposter truly was. That outsider's tone was just a bit too obvious. These are definitely not the kind of word a human would casually say. Coupled with the cutting-edge technology S.H.I.E.L.D. has displayed, there's no way such black tech could have been developed by a civilization that hasn't even left its home planet. Case closed. There are absolutely aliens inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and not just any aliens, but ones who wield advanced technology. And standing before him right now was an alien capable of shape-shifting, having uncovered a monumental secret within S.H.I.E.L.D. V's expression remained unchanged. After all, this was hardly the only secret S.H.I.E.L.D. was hiding. He looked at the bald, dark-skinned man and said coolly, that kind of energy source isn't such a big deal, after all. V's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have even more impressive tech, something far beyond this kind of energy source, right? The bald man's eyes widened in shock, staring straight at V. V kept smiling, knowing full well that his probing had worked. His words just now had a double meaning. He wasn't only referring to the alien technology S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed. There was more to it. After all, that reactor was reverse-engineered. So what exactly was the original source? What kind of thing could lead to such astonishing results, even when studied in reverse? If before, V merely suspected, never daring to be certain. Now, the bald man's reaction confirmed his theory. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have something truly extraordinary, something that even these advanced aliens found impressive. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed so dismissive about this piece of technology. They really did have something far more powerful up their sleeves. And then V remembered what the bald man had just mentioned. Howard Stark. Having studied modern history, V recognized that name immediately. Tony Stark's father, the biggest weapons manufacturer of World War II. According to the bald man, Howard Stark had another defining mark, S.H.I.E.L.D. V didn't know exactly what position Howard Stark held within S.H.I.E.L.D., but it had to be high. After all, if even the average staff member was a billionaire, just how massive was the organization behind them? Meanwhile, the bald man realized that V was probing for information. He eyed V, a dangerous glint appearing in his gaze. You shouldn't have done that. What? Just because I figured it out, you're going to silence me? V was unfazed. Go ahead, try it. Let's see if that little gun in your arm can really shut me up. With that, V shifted his stance, and the bald man's expression turned grave. Just then, a primal instinct warned him, don't make a move. If he tried anything, he'd be as good as dead. The tension thickened as the two faced off, but at that moment, the earpiece in the bald man's ear came to life with a crackle. Then, Black Nick Fury took a deep breath, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. I'll get going now. Remember to help Tony Stark. Relax, I'll take care of it, V replied. A smile returned to V's face, as if nothing had happened just moments before. Nick Fury fixed V with a steady gaze, then turned and walked away. I thought that guy was about to start a fight with you, Johnny said, popping up as soon as Black Nick Fury was out of sight. That non-human has his own concerns. He won't make a move unless he has to, V replied calmly. After dealing with him so many times, he already understood the temperament of the species. Unless absolutely necessary, these non-humans would never resort to violence so easily. Besides, they were just puppets. The true mastermind pulling the strings was the real Black Nick Fury behind the scenes. I wonder what kind of tricks the real one has up his sleeve to be able to control so many aliens, V mused. With the ability to perfectly impersonate anyone, plus all that alien tech, these aliens were practically born to be undercover agents. With their shape-shifting abilities and advanced technology, they could easily replace anyone on Earth. Thinking of this, V was reminded of an old conspiracy theory from the First World, where people in America claimed that all government officials were actually aliens, and that aliens had secretly taken over the world. V had no idea if that was true in that world, but in this one, that conspiracy theory could actually become reality. If these aliens really did seize control of the entire government, then that's pretty terrifying. V couldn't help but murmur. The scarier these aliens were, the more it proved just how formidable the real Black Nick Fury's methods must be. Just what sort of abilities did this guy have to control those aliens so flawlessly? Come to think of it, we picked up a lot of intel today, Johnny muttered as well. Every time they met a Black Nick Fury, it was never the same alien, and today's one was clearly less professional than the previous ones. Just a little probing, and he let slip so much information. All things considered, they'd hit the jackpot. Absolutely. Every bit of this intel is extraordinary, V nodded in agreement. Aliens, alien technology, and even things inside S.H.I.E.L.D. that impressed the aliens themselves. Compared to this, even the information that Howard Stark worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. was no longer all that shocking. Of course, the revelation about Howard Stark's background also solved the question that had been puzzling V. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. cared so much about Tony Stark. Turns out he was born into power and privilege. Damn it, all the good things go to these spoiled rich kids and the children of officials. He gets it all handed to him. It's just like they say, when God closes a door for you, he goes ahead and turns on the air conditioning for someone else. But even though we've learned all this, it feels like there are just more and more questions. V shook his head. That's just how this world works. There are always more questions than answers. Whatever, let's just get this over with first. Johnny gave a kick at the box on the ground, but of course he couldn't actually hit it. If he could, V would have had him haul the whole thing downstairs himself. Lifting the box, V watched from afar as that dark-skinned, bald-headed guy walked out of the manor, then remotely closed the front gate behind him. Only after the door was shut did V head toward the underground base. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Nick Fury glanced at Coulson, who was waiting nearby. He looked back at the tightly closed door, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, got into a car, and drove away from the place. At the same time, in a base somewhere unknown, another Nick Fury stood before a giant screen. Everything V had just said to the other Nick Fury had been heard by this Nick Fury as well, and beside him stood a person with green skin. I think this V is too dangerous. He's sharp, and he can't be controlled. Maybe we should just... No need. Next time, just send a more professional scroll. Nick Fury cut him off, stroking the orange tabby cat in his arms, who let out a meow toward the scroll. The sudden sound made the scroll flinch, his eyes darting away nervously. Relax, Gugu. Nick Fury scratched the tabby's chin, and the comfortable cat closed its eyes in pure bliss. You all think this guy is hard to handle, but I don't see it that way. After soothing Gugu the cat, Nick Fury continued. His way of doing things is unique, sure, but it's possible to figure out the logic behind it. If we follow those rules, we can get him to work for us, which is exactly what we want. Whatever he can do, we can do too. The Skrull tried to protest, but Nick Fury shot him a look. Even if it means you'd have to go to the front lines and join the fights yourself. That shut the green-skinned Skrull up. His face darkened, but he couldn't argue back. Because back then, when they'd struck their deal with Nick Fury, helping him in exchange for a safe haven on Earth, they'd made it clear they didn't want to be sent to the front lines. After all, their numbers were far too few to risk losing anyone lightly. Second, why should they have to sacrifice themselves for humanity? They are high-ranking citizens of the Skrull Empire, a galactic superpower. Even though the Skrull Empire has now been shattered by the Kree, it doesn't erase the fact that they once ruled the stars. And Earthlings? They haven't even stepped beyond their own home planet. The gap between the two is as vast as the sky and the Earth. So, as those who stand in the sky, why should they sacrifice themselves for those on the ground? Seeing that the Skrull fell silent, Nick Fury shook his head. If you're not willing, then there's nothing more to say. With that, Nick Fury picked up Goose and stood up, heading for the door. Once outside, Nick Fury let out a sigh. The Skrulls think V is dangerous, but then again, so is he. But there simply aren't enough high-level fighters among humanity. Having seen the Kree's starships firsthand, Nick Fury knew just how perilous the universe could be, and how woefully underprepared humanity was for those threats. Captain Marvel could have been the perfect candidate. Her powers are extraordinary, more than enough to stand against a fleet from the stars. But she has seen worlds far greater than this one, and Nick Fury knew he neither had the right nor the means to hold her back. Of course, Captain Marvel hadn't forgotten her roots entirely. She'd left him with a pager to call her for help. Yet Nick Fury doubted that the signal would reach her instantly, or that she could return from the far corners of the universe at a moment's notice. So Nick Fury figured at the very least, humanity had to develop the power to hold the enemy at bay, long enough for Captain Marvel to return. But even after lowering his expectations, humanity still fell short, simply because they were far too behind. That left Nick Fury with only one option: take an unconventional approach and place his hopes in those rare, exceptional individuals among humans. V was certainly dangerous, but Nick Fury believed that, when it counted, V would be willing to fight for humanity. V whistled as he hauled the box back down to the basement. Though the box looked large, once he opened it, he realized it didn't actually contain much. A few notebooks, some blueprints, what's this? A newspaper that's been cut up, and a set of old film reels and an old tape recorder. Looking at the contents, V glanced at the label on the box. Howard Stark's belongings. Wow, talk about a relic from ancient times. V rolled his eyes and started by skimming through the newspapers and papers. Anton Vanko deported. Who's Anton Vanko? V glanced over at Johnny with a puzzled look. Johnny pointed toward the workbench beside them. The workbench slid open automatically, displaying a news headline. The attacker Anton Vanko has been apprehended and convicted of intentional assault, sentenced to 3,400 years in prison. Oh, Anton Vanko. So this Ivan Vanko must be his old man, right? No wonder the guy can make a reactor. Turns out he's a second-generation official. Just got kicked out, that's all. V nodded, choosing not to dwell on the power struggles behind the scenes. He set the newspaper aside and opened up his notebook. A possible arrangement of atoms. That's intriguing. After glancing through the contents, V raised an eyebrow, a hint of satisfaction lighting his face. Now that's more like it. He quickly absorbed the knowledge written in the notebook, but after a while, V's brow furrowed with annoyance. Damn it, where's the rest? The notebook, half-read, and then abruptly blank, left V feeling frustrated. That kind of frustration is like finally going out with a girl you like, only to discover at the crucial moment that it's the wrong time of the month. So, where's the missing part? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. hide it? Maybe Howard Stark never actually finished the research before he kicked the bucket? Johnny chimed in. Curiosity piqued as he looked at the notebook in V's hands. If push comes to shove, you could try continuing the research yourself, Johnny suggested. I don't think that's it, V replied. Howard Stark must have figured things out already. Otherwise, he couldn't have written what's in this notebook. He paused, flipping back and forth through the notebook. Even after scanning it with enhanced vision, V found nothing and let out a sigh. As for continuing the research, that's just not possible. To put it in terms you'd understand, what's written here is just a way to solve a problem, but the problem itself isn't included. It's like someone taught you that 1 + 1 = 2, but didn't tell you what the question was. No matter how clever the method, you can't solve it if you don't know what problem you're facing. Who would guess the answer? There must be something we've missed. V went through the contents of the box once more. After confirming there were no hidden secrets, his gaze fell on the old film reel. Do you know how to use this thing? Johnny nodded. Of course. Just call Donna in here. Good. V nodded, called Donna downstairs, and activated the workbench's projection mode, letting Johnny connect and project himself for the group. It was Donna's first time meeting Johnny, and she couldn't help but be amazed, never expecting that V had such a ghostly companion at his side. Yes, that's right. Donna was convinced that Johnny was a ghost, an electronic ghost. At first, she wanted to call him an AI, but Johnny shook his head, and so she settled on electronic ghost. Johnny couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Besides, being called an electronic ghost sounded way cooler than just AI, didn't it? Under Johnny's guidance, Donna rummaged through her treasure trove and dug out a few old machines. She pieced them together while V slipped the vintage film reel into the matching projector, switched on the old player, and started the show. Watching the images flicker on the screen, V was a little surprised. Wow, the picture quality's not bad at all. I thought it'd just be a blur of blocky little pixel people. Johnny chuckled. Back then, cameras were all optical, not digital. The clarity and detail were leagues ahead of what your fancy Pathfinder cyberware can do. Pixels weren't even part of the equation. He spoke with a hint of pride. When it came to ancient tech like this, Johnny clearly knew much more than V. All right, you're the expert, V replied with a roll of the eyes, then went back to watching the tape. On the screen, Howard Stark, Tony Stark's old man, was filming the introduction to the Stark Expo. Only, he seemed terribly nervous, messing up take after take. And right there in the footage, V caught a glimpse of Tony Stark as a kid, a regular human child. Honestly, Tony Stark as a kid looked a lot more likable than the flamboyant show-off he'd become. Watching what felt like behind-the-scenes outtakes, neither V nor Johnny felt disappointed. Instead, they kept watching with growing interest. Then, right at the end, like a hidden gem after the credits, they heard Howard Stark's heartfelt confession to his son Tony. At that moment, Johnny and V both fell silent. Tony Stark had a good father, Johnny said quietly, as he and V looked at the man on the screen, unexpectedly finding themselves in agreement. Even after all they'd been through, all the betrayals and the darkness they'd seen in people, this outpouring of fatherly love still moved them deeply. That's just how humans are. They rage at the world's ugliness, yet still find it in themselves to bless its beauty. And after that moment of blessing, V and Johnny both watched Howard Stark as he left his unfinished legacy, his greatest work, for his son Tony Stark to complete. All he truly wanted was for his child to finish what he could not. Well, you can find an overhead shot of Stark Expo on the net these days, V remarked. Seeing this, both V and Johnny realized that the map from the Stark Expo was actually the key to the puzzle, and that this very key could easily be found online with a simple search. Johnny's question was, in essence, asking V if they should just go ahead and solve the puzzle themselves. But V turned to look at the name on the box beside them, Howard Stark. This puzzle, let's leave it for his son to solve. After all, it was a great father's final wish. P.S. This is Chapter 3. There's another chapter coming up in a bit. I originally planned 4 chapters today, and was going to add an extra 1 for Tsui Gungsug Jinghao 233 in honor of the 99 little flowers, but a heavy downpour caused a power outage that lasted from morning till night, so I ended up starting late today. Sorry about that. V put everything back in the box, closed the lid, and made a call to S.H.I.E.L.D. After explaining that he was going to find Tony Stark and let him solve the riddle left by Howard Stark, there was a brief silence on the other end, before the call was transferred to someone else. You say you want Tony Stark to solve this riddle? Why? Hearing the voice on the line, V exchanged a surprised glance with Johnny. Oh, looks like the director himself is talking to us. How are you so sure it's me? Oh, come on, your talent, that swagger. No alien could imitate that. No one really knows why, but even the most casual words from a black man can sound like rap. It's as if they're all born to be rappers. Even Nick Fury was uncharacteristically silent for a moment after hearing that. Let's get back on topic. All right, I get it. V rolled his eyes, such a great anti-imposter talent, and he's still unhappy about it. I bet you've watched Howard Stark's tapes. You should know about Howard's final wish. To be precise, it wasn't actually his final wish, since he was in good health when he recorded that video. Not a hint of sudden death on the horizon. Yeah, exactly. And then he died in a car accident. V nodded, while Nick Fury shook his head on the other end, but chose not to elaborate. But you're saying you want to fulfill Howard Stark's last wish? Huh. You're not taking the bait, are you? Johnny shook his head off to the side, a bit exasperated. After watching that tape, he and V had gone back to review the cause of Howard Stark's death. Before, they'd only skimmed the details and hadn't thought much of it. But after a closer examination, V began to sense that there was something suspicious about the whole thing. Their earlier questions had actually been a test, but Nick Fury hadn't given a direct answer, leaving both V and Johnny a bit disappointed. Still, sometimes, no answer is an answer in itself. V whispered quietly to Johnny, then turned to Nick Fury and said, Yes, we want to help him. I don't know if he's a good man, but I do think he's a good father. Understood. But right now, Tony Stark isn't in the best state. He's a bit lost, almost as if he's given up. Let's wait until tomorrow to visit him. Tomorrow? Why tomorrow? V's curiosity was piqued, and Nick Fury explained, Tomorrow is his birthday. His birthday? Now that's interesting. V did a quick mental calculation and realized that tomorrow would be the penultimate day of the long-running Stark Expo. During this period, although Stark Industries had set aside small exhibition spaces for some up-and-coming tech companies, the main stage of the expo only showcased one cutting-edge technology per day. And on the second-to-last day, the most remarkable and important invention would always be revealed as the grand finale on the main stage. Wow, Howard Stark really picked the date out of pure favoritism for Tony, didn't he? Every little detail is about Tony. He originally planned to unveil his arc reactor technology to the public tomorrow. But after that incident with Anton Ivan, public opinion has shifted completely. Now Stark Industries is in total chaos, and the news coverage is nothing but bad press. So if he introduces arc reactor tech now, it'll only backfire on him, he'd be slapping himself in the face. TSK, that's what he gets for being so cocky back then. Now V understood why Tony Stark was so down on himself. Tony had pinned all his hopes on the expo, hoping to make enough money with this invention to buy himself a shot at survival. But now that's out of reach. His bold words had become a joke, and with the revelation that he's not the only one with arc reactor technology who would want to buy his version. He can't pull it off, so naturally Tony is feeling defeated. Nick Fury didn't say much more. He just told V to come with him tomorrow, then hung up. After the call, Johnny looked at V in surprise and said, "Whoa, the great genius gives up this easily. He didn't even try again with you before throwing in the towel. Even if he begged me, it wouldn't matter. I told him the price, $20 billion. Even if he offered $19,999,999,999.99. If he's even a cent short, I'm not doing it." V rolled his eyes. Did he look like someone who would just toss his principles aside? Even if Tony Stark owed him a fortune and was his biggest client, V would never compromise his own standards. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. is there to catch him if he falls. V was certain that even if Tony Stark's reactors didn't sell in the open market, S.H.I.E.L.D. would come knocking, ready to buy them all up. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. could actually afford that much, an organization armed with alien technology, could they possibly be strapped for cash? With shape-shifting aliens in their ranks, even if they were short on funds, finding money would be the least of their worries. Worst-case scenario, they could have an alien morph into Qin Shi Huang and go live online. "Hey, I'm Qin Shi Huang. Tip me $50 and I'll make you a general." That alone would rake in a fortune. And that's not even counting S.H.I.E.L.D.'s more sophisticated schemes, like taking down criminal tycoons, then having an alien impersonate the fallen mogul to inherit the fortune and keep the business running. That would generate a steady stream of income as well. So, V never believed S.H.I.E.L.D. would ever be short of money. With that crowd involved, there was simply no way Tony Stark would end up giving away his tech for nothing. By the way, Fury said he'd come with us tomorrow to see Tony Stark. Do you think he meant it? Will he really show up? No idea. V had dealt with Nick Fury more than a few times, but it was always one of his stand-ins. Can you really expect to figure out someone's true character by interacting with a decoy? That's why V had no clue what the real Nick Fury was actually like, or whether the real deal would actually show up tomorrow. Oh well, why overthink it? We'll see what happens tomorrow. It's not like Schrodinger's cat. It'll all be clear soon enough. V stretched, shut down the workbench, and let go of all those brain-twisting questions. P.S. Finally finished. I'm so tired going to sleep. Thanks again to everyone who sent gifts, and to all the other readers who contributed. I can see in the back end just how many gifts have come in, so let's set a little goal. For every $30 worth of gifts, I'll post an extra chapter. You don't even have to spend real money. Just send a free gifts. I'll count them all. He really did bring a cat with him. Standing at the gate, Johnny stared in surprise at the familiar yet enigmatic figure of Fury. He couldn't say for sure whether this was the real Fury, but this was definitely the first time they'd seen him show up with a cat in tow. V thought it was odd as well, and immediately switched on scanning mode. Fury didn't seem at all surprised when V's eyes turned red, as if he'd already been briefed about this kind of thing. Under V's scrutiny, Fury remained calm and collected. V studied him for a long time, searching for any flaw, and eventually felt confident that this was indeed the real Fury. But when V turned his gaze to the cat, he hesitated for a moment. Is there something odd about this cat? V rubbed his eyes as he looked at the big ginger cat, which differed from ordinary cats in both body heat and weight. He wasn't sure what to make of it. A ginger cat with unusual weight, he could understand, but a ginger cat with an abnormal body temperature? That seemed a bit off. Had it mutated, or could those shape-shifting aliens even imitate ginger cats now? V was puzzled, but as he watched Nick Fury absent-mindedly stroking the cat, he began to feel that it probably wasn't an alien. After all, if it were, how could Nick Fury so casually pet it? Meanwhile, Nick Fury noticed V's gaze. He looked down at Goose in his arms, and saw the cat was staring intently back at V. That surprised him. It seemed Goose had taken quite a liking to V. That wouldn't do at all. He'd brought Goose along precisely to keep V at bay. Sure, he had other gadgets on him for protection, but facing someone as fast as V, he couldn't guarantee his own safety with just those. But Goose was a different story. As the saying goes, a cat's reflexes are 7 times faster than a human's. If V really made a move, Nick Fury might not react in time, but Goose just might. And with Goose's devouring abilities, Nick Fury figured the cat could buy him a few precious seconds, just enough to trigger his security measures. But now, Goose seemed almost ready to switch sides, making Nick Fury inwardly tense up. "You ungrateful little ancestor," he grumbled inwardly, then quickly turned around, not wanting V and Goose to keep making eyes at each other. The last thing he wanted was for his little troublemaker to go running over to V's side. He waved his hand, and a black Jeep pulled up. Nick Fury hopped in, deposited Goose beside him, and then called out to V. You ready? If we head over now, we should still make it to that guy's birthday party. Noticing Nick Fury's odd behavior, V was a bit puzzled himself, but he nodded in response. He was rather curious to see just how far Tony Stark had let himself go. He glanced back at the house in the compound, and the sword in the stone suddenly shot out from the underground garage, racing swiftly toward him. With a graceful swerve, it came to a precise stop in front of him. Everything's in the trunk. You take the lead, I'll follow. V called out, and Nick Fury nodded, signaling the driver to go. A convoy of 5 black Jeeps set off, drawing stares of surprise from passersby. V followed behind, watching the convoy ahead of him with a faint sense of amusement. In that sense, this Nick Fury does seem more real. At least he's afraid of dying, right, Johnny? V turned his head, only to find an adorable little cat perched on the box in the passenger seat, tilting its head at him with innocent curiosity. The scene was undeniably cute, but V instantly slipped into Sion Weston mode. For one thing, the fact that this cat could appear by his side without making a sound was enough for him to take the situation seriously. The moment V let go of Excalibur, the sword slipped into its AI driving mode, while V spun around and lunged toward the ginger cat. And that grab succeeded. He caught the ginger cat squarely in his hands. V froze for a moment, surprised. He had half expected his hands to come up empty. This cat was clearly not ordinary. Not just its body temperature or other data, just the fact that it could slip past his senses was already highly abnormal. After all, his perception was formidable. When he focused all his energy, he could pick up on even the slightest disturbance in his surroundings. Even though he hadn't been in that heightened state just now, his normal awareness was still sharp. Most people wouldn't be able to sneak up on him. Takemura couldn't manage it. Neither could Oda. But a little cat could? That was hard for him to accept. Holding the ginger cat in his hands, V wondered as he lifted it up for a closer look. So large a ginger cat, you couldn't fit it in a single stew pot. So heavy, it was enough to make breathing a struggle. The cat did way more than an average feline, but not outrageously so, still within reasonable bounds. V then turned the cat over, inspecting it from every angle. To the naked eye, it looked just like any ordinary ginger cat. Only when he switched to scan mode did he pick up on a few subtle differences. As he examined it, V noticed the collar around the little cat's neck and the name engraved on it. Gugu? Is that your name? Are you really just a cat? He gave the cat's plump body a gentle squeeze. No wonder Nick Fury loved petting cats. This one felt amazing to the touch. Gugu, nestled comfortably in V's hands, showed no fear at all. The cat closed its eyes, clearly enjoying the massage as V stroked it. Hey, is petting a cat really supposed to feel that good? Johnny's puzzled voice came from nearby. V glanced over at Johnny, who had appeared in the passenger seat, and shrugged. Maybe it's because it's a ginger cat. Either way, it does feel great. Johnny looked at Gugu, sprawled contentedly in V's arms with its belly exposed, and made a sarcastic remark. Fine, the cat feels nice, whatever. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Want to pet the cat yourself? V continued playing with Gugu, teasing Johnny as he did. Johnny rolled his eyes. I don't even like cats. I'm allergic to cat hair, all right. Sour grapes, just because you can't have them. V didn't recall this guy being allergic to cat fur. With Go-Go in his hands, he kept petting the cat while observing the man's actions. A moment ago, he wasn't simply caressing the cat. He was using the excuse of stroking Go-Go to watch for its reactions. After a while, V was quite certain Go-Go's responses were just like any ordinary cat's. Yet this puzzled him. So, it's just a cat? Is it mutated? Maybe its body temperature? No. Johnny shook his head, his eyes glowing red, just like V's. Streams of data flickered within them, the mark of his system's scanning abilities. This is no ordinary cat. I've detected intense spatial activity inside it. It's as if there's a portal in its belly. A portal? V frowned, glancing down at Go-Go in his arms. A cat with a portal inside its stomach? What exactly are you? Perhaps sensing V's pause, the relaxed Go-Go cracked open its eyes and gave a soft meow, urging him to continue. Seizing the moment, V gently held its mouth open for a closer look inside. Nothing out of the ordinary. Wait, what's this? His gaze landed on something in Go-Go's throat, fine hair like strands. Curious, he reached out to touch one. Suddenly, those tiny hair-like things stretched and transformed, turning into several octopus-like tentacles that surged out of Go-Go's mouth. V quickly lifted Go-Go high, just in time. The tentacles missed him but shot straight for the rearview mirror above the driver's seat. One wrapped tightly around it, yanked it free, and dragged it back into Go-Go's mouth. Staring as the mass of tentacles withdrew, V swallowed hard and glanced at Johnny, who was equally stunned. Did it just eat our rearview mirror? Johnny blinked, staring at the now innocent-looking Go-Go in V's hands, and nodded blankly. V took a slow, tactical breath and gently set Go-Go down. I won't tease you anymore, so please, just keep your mouth shut, all right? Meow. Go-Go seemed to understand, opening its mouth as if to reply, but V quickly pinched its jaws closed, cutting off the answer. Carefully placing Go-Go on the center console, V rubbed his eyes, still reeling from shock. By the way, how did it even swallow that rearview mirror? Won't that mess up its stomach? I've never taken care of a creature like this before, but maybe you should ask that dark-skinned hard-boiled egg, see if he knows what to do. V glanced at the now missing spot where the rearview mirror had been, realization dawning on his face. No wonder Nick Fury brought Goose along. Clearly, he was being cautious around me, hoping Goose could deal with me if anything happened. But V turned to glance at Goose. Buddy, whose side are you on? How are you doing up in my car? Shaking his head, V looked ahead at the convoy of black Jeeps. Red light flickered in his eyes as he hacked straight into their communication channel. The moment he slipped in, V heard a voice say, "The director's cat is missing. Has anyone seen it in their car?" "Negative, sir. Anyone in the rear vehicles see the cat jump off?" "No, sir. Maybe it jumped out before we started moving. Should we go look for it?" "No need. It'll come back." That last line was Nick Fury himself. Although Goose looked and acted just like an ordinary cat, in reality, his intelligence was far above that of any feline. He could understand human speech and would act according to his own judgment. Over the past few decades, Nick Fury had also noticed that this cat seemed to possess some sort of teleportation ability. Of course, there seemed to be certain limits to this power. Fury himself had never objectively witnessed Goose use it. Still, every night before going to bed, he would shut Goose outside his bedroom door. After all, the last thing he wanted was to wake up in the middle of the night, suffocating under the weight of a huge orange tabby sprawled across his chest. But no matter what precautions he took, every morning without fail, Goose would reappear on his chest, right on time, waking him out of sleep. That ought to count as proof that this cat had some kind of teleportation ability, shouldn't it? And over the years, Goose would sometimes go missing for a few days, only to pop out from some corner as if he'd never left at all. This time, Nick Fury figured Goose had just gone off on another one of his little adventures. It was exasperating, but there wasn't much he could do. All he could hope was that, after years of feeding and care, the cat would eventually come back. Just as Nick Fury was holding on to that hope, the speakers in his car suddenly crackled to life, and V's voice rang out. "Hey, Fury, your cat is with me." Nick Fury suddenly felt the urge to curse. He'd already noticed Goose seemed to have taken a liking to V, always staring him down, like he was plotting to run away together. So, to prevent that very thing, he'd hurriedly scooped Goose back into the car. And now, just a moment later, someone tells him Goose is already gone. Nick Fury's headache was now very real. Perfect. He hadn't managed to guard against V, and now he'd lost his own cat. "Director, should we pull over and get the cat back first?" "Let's head to Tony Stark's place first. We'll figure out the rest when we get there." Nick Fury let out a long sigh and settled back against the seat cushion. What else could he do? Everyone else thought that was just a kitten he kept, his adorable pet. Only he knew the truth. That little creature was nothing less than his living ancestor. As long as that ancient being wasn't willing, there was no way he'd dare handle it directly. Otherwise, he might end up losing his other eye. Fury sighed again, wordlessly, but quickly pulled himself together. He glanced in the rearview mirror at V's Excalibur, the car. Because of its unique material, it was impossible to see inside the Excalibur from the outside. Yet Nick Fury could somehow sense V's gaze. He was certain that, at this moment, V was watching his car. He just had no idea what was going through V's mind. Given the current situation, if V intended to make a move against him, Fury would stand no chance of escaping once V entered full combat mode. Unless he noticed something wrong immediately and activated every defensive measure he had. After all, Goose had already moved over to V's side. And yet, Fury didn't believe V would attack him. Not now, at least. Because of Goose. Over the years, Fury had spent plenty of time observing Goose's behavior. He'd noticed that Goose cared deeply about her own safety, and about the safety of those she cared for. The moment anyone tried to threaten her or her loved ones, Goose would open her maw and swallow the threat whole. That, in fact, was why the Kree and other aliens were so terrified of Goose. They called Goose a flurkin, a deadly predator of the cosmos. They claimed that flurkins were moody and unpredictable, ready to open their jaws and devour anyone at the drop of a hat. But honestly, that was all a misunderstanding. They had never truly observed the flurkins' habits, so they didn't understand what these creatures were really like. Nick Fury, meanwhile, had spent years feeding Goose, picking up on the little details of their daily life. He was certain Goose had accepted him as one of her own. Because of that, Goose would never stand by and let anyone threaten him. And if Goose wasn't wary of V, it meant she sensed no threat from V at all. Fury trusted Goose's instincts implicitly. After all, Goose could see right through a Skrull's disguise in a single glance. That kind of perception, in some ways, was even sharper than V's. V needed to run a scan and analyze things in detail, but Goose just had to flash a look and she knew. Goose also possessed a sort of precognition. She could sense vague danger in a certain place and would leave before disaster struck, avoiding trouble altogether. All in all, Goo Goo is basically a cat-shaped space pouch, a danger detector, and active defense system rolled into one. Although its actual combat ability might not be all that impressive, its various powers ensure not only its own safety, but also the safety of those it cares about. And it's not the type to suddenly forget its old master just because it has a new one, so Nick Fury's security is definitely taken into account. The motorcade continued forward, and before long, they arrived at Tony Stark's mansion. V had been to this place before, but that was at night. No one was around, and he hadn't taken a good look. Now, the place was brightly lit, but crowded to the point where V and his group couldn't even find a spot to park. V stepped out from his sword in the stone, with Goo Goo casually climbing onto his shoulder and beginning to lick its paw. Looking at the sea of people packed tighter than sardines, V shot a weary glance at Nick Fury. "Aren't you going to clear the place out, or something?" Nick Fury glanced at Goo Goo perched on V's shoulder, who didn't even spare him a look, and felt even more of a headache than V did. Hearing V's question, Nick Fury shook his head. "No need. It's his birthday today. We don't have to be party crashers." Well, who knew you cared so much about others?" V chuckled, while politely declining a note from a passing woman. Maybe the sword in the stone was just too striking, making her think it was some kind of supercar, and that he must be some super rich guy. So she just handed over her number without hesitation. As for Nick Fury, well, just an older man who didn't look particularly wealthy, so he got completely ignored. V let out a low whistle, exchanged a glance with Nick Fury, and Nick rolled his one good eye. With his dark skin and eye patch, the effect was even more pronounced. Then, the two of them slowly made their way toward the mansion. "By the way, aren't you worried someone here might try to assassinate you?" V asked. "No one's managed to track my movements yet, and even if they could, they wouldn't know which one is really me." Nick Fury was utterly unfazed. Even his own agency didn't know his precise whereabouts, and not even his bodyguards could be sure whether the man beside them was really him. At this point in time, there were 5 Nick Furies moving about the world simultaneously. Every single Nick Fury had their own confidential itinerary, and even if someone managed to spot one, the number of Furies showing up at once would make it impossible to know which was the real target. In fact, from Nick Fury's perspective, the person he really needed to watch out for right now was V, who posed the greatest threat. After all, while everyone else might be fooled, V was right there to side and actually knew his true identity. Even with Goo Goo by his side, he was fairly certain that V bore him no ill will for now. But who could say for sure? What if V suddenly lost his mind and took him out on a whim? V, on the other hand, paid no attention to the wary look Nick Fury was giving him. As the Grim Reaper of Night City, he was far too used to being regarded with suspicion. In fact, if someone showed no fear of him at all, that would be the truly strange thing. The two of them blended into the crowd, slowly making their way toward the villa. Though the sky hadn't yet darkened, inside the villa the party was already in full swing. From a balcony, both V and Nick Fury spotted Tony Stark, decked out in his battle suit, munching on pizza and DJing up on the stage. Seeing how hyped Tony was, V glanced at Nick Fury, a teasing note in his voice. "Are you sure this guy's given up on life? He looks like he's having the time of his life." "He's trying to turn things around lately," Nick Fury replied, a touch of frustration in his eyes. But after taking a hit, he slipped right back into his old ways. He looked over at V, his gaze tinged with regret. After all the effort he'd put into waiting for Tony Stark to mature, he'd finally been ready to reach out, ready to have Tony step up and take his father's place, to lead SHLD scientists and push their technology to new heights. And now, it felt like everything had been reset to square one. Catching Nick Fury's look, V felt a shiver run down his spine. If his skin weren't synthetic, he figured he'd be breaking out in goosebumps. "Hey, don't pin all this on me," V said. "You can't just lay the blame at my feet." Truth be told, Tony Stark's current meltdown didn't have much to do with V, at least, not directly. Sure, he put some pressure on Tony, but paying back a debt was only fair, wasn't it? He'd even given Tony a 2-month grace period. That was more than generous. But really, wasn't Tony's biggest blow self-inflicted? He'd made bold promises and then ended up eating his own words. That kind of disappointment, wasn't it on him? Then again, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. shared in the blame. They had known there were others out there with reactor technology, but hadn't warned Tony, leaving him to be blindsided. With that thought, V shot a glare right back at Nick Fury. Hey. The two of them were so caught up in their mutual annoyance that even Gugu could sense a storm brewing. Suddenly, the speakers beside them exploded with sound. Tony Stark's sound system was top-notch, so the blast wasn't grating, but it still made V's brow furrow in irritation. Both of them turned their eyes to the stage, just in time to see Tony Stark waving in their direction. Wow, I don't remember sending you an invitation, Tony Stark shouted into the microphone, a smug, almost infuriating look on his face. His voice, amplified by the speakers, blasted through the air and rang sharply in V and Nick Fury's ears. The jarring sound made both V and Nick Fury frown in discomfort. V simply stared at Tony Stark. Judging by his demeanor, it was obvious Tony had downed quite a few drinks. Maybe it was the alcohol unleashing his true colors. But to V, Tony seemed even more flamboyant, downright punchable, really. Should I help him sober up a bit? Don't worry, I'll be gentle, V remarked honestly, voicing his thoughts. Without waiting for Nick Fury's response, V strode straight toward the stage. By now, V had become the center of attention. Curious eyes followed him as he moved, and Tony Stark's voice boomed once more. Take a look, everyone. This guy here is my biggest creditor, the one I owe $14 billion. Haha, V, don't worry, I'll pay you back, even if I have to sell Stark Industries. Say what you will, but right now, Tony Stark's words sounded incredibly responsible, almost pleasing to V's ears. Still, V's fist remained clenched, itching for a chance to teach Tony a lesson. As V watched Tony on stage, his mind wandered back to the video of a young Tony Stark, a boy who had once seemed so agreeable. How did that kid grow up to become this insufferable man? Maybe it was the alcohol talking, but Tony Stark in this moment seemed even more aggravating than when they first met. Was this the true danger of a fake drunk? Watching Tony laugh maniacally, V quickened his pace, eager to help him sober up as soon as possible. But thanks to Tony's earlier announcement, V had suddenly become the most coveted guest at the party. No one knew why Tony Stark owed V such an outrageous sum. But to the crowd, V now looked every bit the ultra-wealthy magnate. Because of this, the eyes of the women in the crowd shifted. Many of them hadn't come just to liven up the party. They had their sights set on the rich and powerful. Now that they knew V's supposed net worth, they swarmed around him like wolves scenting fresh meat, closing in so tightly that V could barely move. Surrounded by women batting their eyelashes at him, V could only let out a helpless sigh. On his shoulder, the usually well-behaved Gugu seemed to sense something unusual. With a sudden leap, she launched herself a few meters away, landing squarely on top of Nick Fury's head. Feeling the unbearable weight of life itself, Nick Fury couldn't help but steady his neck, quickly scooping Gugu into his arms. If he let her stay any longer, he'd be needing a doctor. At the same time, he glanced over at V. Judging from Gugu's behavior, it was almost certain that V was about to make a move. Surveying the reveling crowd around them, Nick Fury stroked the cat in his arms and remarked, in his usual languid tone, "Looks like this party really isn't going to happen." Just as Nick Fury had predicted, V grew increasingly irritated as the crowd around him buzzed nonstop, chattering away as if he were the main attraction. He wanted to simply ignore them and walk away, but the group blocked his path, each person scrambling to shove a slip of paper into his hand. One woman even pressed her phone right up to his face. "Can I have your phone number?" Staring at the heavily made-up woman in front of him, V slowed his breathing, worried that he might accidentally inhale whatever mysterious powder she'd applied to her face. If up to this point, V had managed to keep his composure, the sight of Tony Stark on stage, wearing a mischievous grin as if he were watching a good show, nearly made him snap. "You enjoying the spectacle, aren't you?" V called out to Tony Stark. With a face begging for a punch, Tony shot back. "What's wrong with a little excitement? It's my birthday after all. Let's get this party started, shall we?" Tony yelled to the crowd, and, as they cheered in response, he twisted a dial in his hand. Instantly, the music inside the villa blasted even louder, drowning out the incessant chatter around V. Watching Tony's antics, V raised an eyebrow. "All right then, I was going to handle this gently," he muttered to himself. But with the music so loud, even he couldn't hear his own voice. Even so, the people around him wouldn't let up, continuing to hem him in. This time, though, he gave them his answer. When the crowd noticed V's eyes turning red, they didn't yet realize what was about to happen. The woman who'd pressed her phone to V's face noticed something odd as her device began to heat up. She pulled it back, confused, fingertips brushing the hot surface. But when the phone screen suddenly went black and flames burst from within, she let out a terrified scream and hurled the phone to the floor. At that moment, the others encircling V began to scream as well. One after another, they pulled from their pockets phones that had inexplicably grown hot, each woman tossing her device to the ground in panic. Flames shot up from the ground, making the partygoers realize something was very wrong. They looked at V standing before them, only to find her gaze had turned icy cold. Under that stare, even with the heat and energy in the room, a chill crept down their spines. Faced with this inexplicable fear, they finally parted to make way, watching as V strode purposefully toward the stage. "Hey, you made it. I thought you." Tony Stark spotted V coming his way, shouting words even he could barely hear. But in the next instant, V clamped a hand down on his shoulder. "Put on your helmet." Tony couldn't make out V's words, but when she found the gap in his armor and hoisted him up, he quickly put his helmet on. A split second later, he felt V slam him down with tremendous force. The DJ booth exploded into pieces beneath Tony Stark's armored body, and the thunderous music inside the villa cut off at once. All the party guests stared in shock at the stage, clueless about what had just happened. "The party's over. Whoever you are, get out." V roared at the crowd below, and a moment later, Tony, still pinned to the ground, shouted back, "This is my party. I say it's not over." The guests were utterly bewildered, frozen between staying and leaving. On stage, Tony Stark flipped up his helmet's faceplate. "What the hell are you doing here? I don't remember inviting you. How much have you had to drink? And what's that weird smell?" V didn't answer directly. She wrinkled her nose at the strange odor coming off Tony. "None of your business. Oh, looks like before we get to business, I need to sober you up a bit." V glanced around, spotted a bucket of ice water meant for chilling drinks, and grabbed it, dumping it straight at Tony's face. But this time Tony was quick. He snapped his helmet back down, letting the icy water cascade harmlessly over it. "You looking for trouble? You could say that." "Screw you." Tony wasn't holding back anymore. He jumped to his feet and threw a punch at V, but she caught him with ease. With a swift pivot, V hauled him over her shoulder and slammed him to the ground again. The smooth floor cracked, leaving a dent where Tony Stark now lay, dazed and disoriented. "Now get out," V shouted at the crowd below. Realizing things had gotten serious, the guests erupted in panic, shrieking and scrambling to escape.